RDM can be a little evil. Last weekend our group got together for a marathon session to start a new campaign and a new system. Upon arrival we were all given copies of the Only War sourcebooks and told to build a regiment, then build grunt level characters, then make a few backup characters. Now RDM runs what we refer to as high mortality games. In our several year-long D&D games, so many pieces died that our GM actually appears on the Hitler scale of death measurement, and we were all familiar with the nature of a Guardsman's life, so each of us made a bunch of backups, and didn't get too attached to any of our characters as we wrote them. No special snowflakes here. Our regiment was mustered, our characters met and trained, and we were deployed to fight some orcs. We learned the system in a few skirmishes, and commiserated when some of our characters rolled poorly, or screwed up and bit the dust. Then we were marched out to the trenches, given our piece of the line, and the battle started. We had expected some sort of priority mission. We had expected to be the heroes who went in behind the enemy, or dispatched to save a key position, or led the valiant charge. Instead, we were put in a bloody trench and told to hold the line. The orcs came and we killed them. The orcs came again and we killed them. The orcs came again and we killed them, but now we were low on ammo. The orcs came again and some of us died. The orcs came again and brought a tank and the rest of us died. Except for me. I ran. The first session ended there, with our first set of characters dead in the trenches. We agreed it was a proper introduction to the life of a 40k Guardsman, and got ready for the next day's session where we expected to finally be sent on our mission. The second session started with us watching my character's execution by the Commissar. Then we were put back in the same bloody trench and told to hold the line. We did better this time. We actually held out long enough for fresh ammo and reinforcements to come up, but in the end we died. Then we brought up new characters and did it again in another part of the trenches. Then again, then again. We were rolling up new characters between turns now, either to bring in as reinforcements, or for when we had to start up as a new unit. Very rarely would we survive long enough to be rotated to the rear, or take a non-fatal injury and get evac'd. Usually we all died. Finally, after 3 in-game days and dozens of character deaths, we were told to charge. We bitched when we heard this. It was a death sentence. Our characters had done well this time. We were all still alive and ammo levels were good. We knew our squad could have held out much longer in our nice, safe trenches. Our DM asked us if we wanted to lodge our complaints in character, so we shut up and charged. We died like animals. We fought on the left flank of the charge, then on the right, then got to play our first armoured characters in the centre. When the charge failed, we played as a Basilisk crew covering the retreat. Then our regiment was rotated off the front. Our regiment had lost a third of its strength in that first engagement. Out of dozens of characters, only 10 had survived, and 5 of those were artillerymen who never saw the enemy. We were shown the battle map. We were shown where our squads held or failed. We were shown how our charge weakened the enemy for the fresh and much more valuable reserve troops to come up and break them. We were given a summary of the next few months of light skirmishes and mustering. Then we were sent into battle against Traitor Guard. We were taken a city this time, and once again our regiment acted as the cannon fodder. We secured and pushed, and died and died and died. We decided we'd take the orcs back any day. At least with them it was obvious who the enemy was, and their snipers and heavy weapons teams were nothing compared to what we were fighting here. We were higher level this time, and better at the game, but still we died in droves, leaving only a few characters alive when our regiment was stood down, while a veteran regiment took the lead. Once again we got to see the nice little map of our progress, and we all got a warm fuzzy feeling when he showed us how our stubborn defence of one building had crippled an enemy advance, but we were exhausted. Our DM pressed us to play fast and make new characters faster. We would roll up Little Jimmy, who lied about his age to enlist, and then have him bleeding out in a pile of rubble within a handful of minutes. It drained us. We were actually glad to take the evening off from playing to just watch movies and hang out. The final day of our marathon started with more orcs, but this time we won. That's not to say we didn't die like frogs in a blender, but we damn well won. We pushed them out of their barricades and hounded them across the plains when they routed. I played a gunner and a salamander during the chase and mowed down greenskins like ugly blades of grass. We partied like champs in the tiny redneck town we liberated, then settled in for a few months of boring garrison duty before we got redeployed. Then we fought some Tyranids. It was only a splinter fleet, so we actually had a chance, but it was hell. Our regiment was defending an evac point in some grassy agri-world, and it was trench work again. We burned off the grass to clear lines of fire, dug ourselves into the rich soil, set up the heavy weapons, and watched the edge of the burn area like hawks. Trigger-happy hawks, as it turns out. We wound up failing a spot check and killing the first few fleeing PDF to come through the grass. When the Tyranids came, it was ridiculous. We mowed down wave after wave of grunts, but unlike Orc Tyranids, don't lose morale and break. They just keep coming as fast as you can kill them. We stopped using actual dice for a while, just so we could roll combat faster. The bastards in command had decided to do a collapsing defence, which meant we fought until the front trench was collapsing, and then shelled the bejesus out of us while we retreated. We lost something like 20 PCs to our own Goram shells, but it really did work pretty well. At least until we ran out of ground to give. All the civvies were out, it was just a few regiments of guard crammed into a spaceport, completely surrounded by the swarm. We were killing them off as fast as possible, and hoping that either reinforcements or evac would come down before ammo ran out. Things started to get bad when the higher forms of Tyranids started appearing. Gaunts and gargoyles are bad enough, but it was when the warriors showed up that we started taking serious casualties. The evac shuttles had started to ferry men up, and we had some actual air support. Unfortunately, our regiment was going to be the rear guard. The end was in sight, and morale was holding up well, right up until we encountered a lictor brood. Then things started to fall apart. I hate lictors. I bloody hate them. We played 3 backline squads in a row, and each one was torn to bloody shreds by those sneaky bastards, all without us landing a kill. We started a rout, but our commissar and his guards went into the breach, killed one of them, and shouted the regiment back into position. Our evac finally came, and what was left of our regiment started the final retreat. There were a few valiant last stands, but most of us managed to get to the shuttles. Our final squad had just boarded and was taking off when the air interdiction broke down and Tyranid air units started attacking the shuttles. We were equal parts pissed and terrified as our DM described shuttle after shuttle being destroyed. The regimental commander's bird was nailed early, so were the bigger shuttles with their vehicles. He didn't say who was in most of the other shuttles, just rolled his dice and removed them from the board as they fell. It was heartbreaking. Finally, there was only one shuttle left. Even though the Tyranid flyers swarmed it, none of their shots seemed to hit, and it started to climb out of the atmosphere. Then it was away. The flyers broke off, and that one shuttle was headed for its fleet transport, free and clear. Inside the shuttle, our last set of characters was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. There were about 50 Guardsmen crammed into a 20-man shuttle, and no one was telling us anything. We had all heard the Tyranid flyers attacking, and everyone felt it when we hit space. The Guardsmen close to the cockpit relayed what they could overhear from the pilot's radio, so everyone knew that the other shuttles had been attacked, but no one was sure exactly what happened. In any case, we were all happy to be alive, and were looking forward to getting off the crowded shuttle. Then the shuttle stopped. The Guardsmen near the cockpit told us we were being redirected to a different transport, and the pilots did not look happy. When the shuttle docked, everyone piled out and we found ourselves in a completely empty loading bay. An order came via the speaker system to form up by rank for inspection. At this point our GM gave us a list of the Guardsmen who were on the shuttle. Every single character who had survived the battle had been on the shuttle, along with a few other grunts. All 37 of our beloved Guardsmen had lived, with the exception of the artillery crew we played, but screw those guys. Tinkling jerks. We formed up, and after a bit of waiting the doors opened, then a few squads of stormtroopers marched in and instructed us to drop our weapons. There was a bit of argument on this point, until the captain of the stormtroopers pulled out an inquisitorial rosette and told us we were currently guests of the Order Xenos. After we were done pissing ourselves and disarming, an acolyte and a team of Medicae entered. We were informed that our regiment had been disbanded, we were officially dead, and we would all be subject to a scan for gene stealer infection. At this point, our DM ended the session. We were each handed copies of the Dark Heresy core book, a list of our surviving Guardsmen with all the filler grunts crossed off, and we're told to pick our characters for the next game. Yeah, so that's how our DM does backstories. So last time, the surviving remnants of a regiment of Imperial Guard found themselves the guests of Ordo Xenos. Several Guardsmen were found to be harbouring gene-stealer infections and were purged, but the remainder were given the opportunity to continue to serve the Imperium as soldiers of the Inquisition. So, no shit, there we were. 37 Guardsmen who had just graduated to the Darwin School of Veterancy on an Inquisition ship, getting told that our lives would now consist of hanging out with just about the scariest people in the Imperium, and doing whatever they told us to. Serving in the Inquisition is not a very normal job, as in there's no way of knowing how things are going to work, or what you'll have to do. Inquisitors have tons of leeway in how they do things, so each one runs their team in their own unique way. You might get an Inquisitor who likes to travel around, following rumours, and hanging out with heroes of the Imperium, and it's your job to act as the cavalry when they get into trouble. You might get an Inquisitor who is really into research, and wind up spending all your time guarding an incredibly disturbing science facility. You might get an Inquisitor who hangs out playing psychic nursemaid to a band of spies, and end up being used as a meat suit by your boss when he feels a personal touch is needed. Or you might get the inquisitorial equivalent of a Pokemon trainer. Pokemon trainer isn't the best way to put it. Pokemon professor might be better. Our Inquisitor collected teams from across the sector and handed them out to interrogators, who needed to get their feet wet leading a team. This was actually a pretty important role. Not every Inquisitor has time or men to spare when an apprentice interrogator is ready to move on, so they would get sent to our boss. He would set them up with a team and mission, and keep an eye on how they did. He had a real name, but we all called him Professor Oak. Oak had a fair number of recruitment teams that wandered around looking for fresh meat, one of which was hanging around our battle checking for gene stealers and drafting guardsmen who wouldn't be missed. We got packed up and sent along to Oak's mobile base of operations, and got put through a crash course in being an Inquisition goon squad. Then we got split into squads of 5 or 6, partnered up with some combat-like teams, and handed out to dewy-eyed interrogators like the 40k equivalent of a Bulbasaur. We were playing as the Guardsmen. Everyone else was handled by the DM. Each team was filled out to 10 by other classes leaning towards the non-combat side, so more adepts, psychers and tech priests than the other classes. There was some of everything in each group as well as the interrogator, who could be pretty much anything. We worked with our DM to split our survivors up into groups. Then he tacked on the sheets for our NPC associates, gave us a very vague overview of what each group's assignment was, and asked us which one we wanted to play as. The groups we didn't play as would all go to their own missions, and the survivors would meet us when we got back to base. We chose the squad that was being sent as part of a 2-team force to check out some suspected cultist activity in the Pilgrim fleet. Our roster consisted of 5 guardsmen, 2 adepts, a tech priest, a cleric, a sister of battle, and our interrogator was a former cleric. The all-guardsman party and the Pilgrim fleet. So imagine you're a guardsman that's just been recruited, fought a brutal campaign that wore down your regiment, watched the remainder of that regiment get taken out by Tyranids, and then found yourself in the hands of the Inquisition. Then the Inquisition purges a few of your buddies, gives you an offer you can't refuse, ships you through the warp, and dumps you into a really creepy boot camp. Finally, they split you and your remaining buddies up into squads, introduce your squad to some weird-looking guy who seems far too excited to see you, and tell you to do everything he says. Now you're hanging out in a bunch of passenger cabins on a Navy ship going Emperor knows where, with a few of your buddies, an interrogator, 3 nerds, one of which is more metal than meat, a priest, and a psychotic blonde bombshell wearing armour that's probably worth more than all your squad's gear combined. We were just a little weirded out. Our merry band consisted of a cynic, a Noah's med student, a lazy bastard, a shameless thief, and a paranoid by the names of Sarge, Doc, Heavy, Nubby, and Twitch. Technically the others were part of our band as well, but quite frankly we wanted nothing to do with any of them, with the possible exception of the sister, and only in the hypothetical sense. Our interrogator and the others spent the entire journey going through the files that Oak had sent along, planning how they would hunt down the suspected cultists, sorting out who had contacts where, and brushing up on the exact flavour of the Imperial cult that dominated the Pilgrim fleet. We paid just enough attention to establish that we would be on ships the whole time, and that we were not expected to actually do anything strenuous unless everything got screwed up. Then we played cards and slept a lot. Some people might say that 2 months is a long time to play cards and take naps. Those people have never served in the Guard, and it wasn't all sack time. Sarge made sure we kept up on our PT and combat drill. Gotta stay in shape. By the end of the trip, we were well rested and ready to stretch our legs, whereas our teammates were wound up like springs and developing new conspiracy theories every few minutes. We finally arrived at the Pilgrim fleet, which, as we understood it, was a bunch of ships full of hardcore zealots on their way to a world they considered holier than normal to prey, sightsee, and genuinely replace the population that an orc warg had recently removed. They had some sort of deal with the ecclesiarchy to provide extra transports and fleet escorts, so it was basically just an imperial colonization fleet, except everyone was just a teeny tiny bit crazier than usual. They were hanging out in orbit around a hive world, refueling, refitting, and gathering more pilgrims. The nerds and nuts, as we call them outside of their hearing, were pretty sure that a chaos cult had infiltrated during either this stop or a previous one, and was planning something very evil. Probably something to do with Gellerfields, or demons, or plagues, or heresy. We operated on the assumption that they would tell us when they figured it out. Anyhow, our ship joined the fleet escort and a bunch of voxing and liaising started. Our job was generally pretty simple. We were there to stand guard, look menacing, and always be ready to kick some ass. If the boss went somewhere official, we slap a inquisitorial badge on and flank him like good little goons. If the boss went somewhere unofficial, we leave the badge off and slouch a little. Truly, we were masters of disguise. Whenever the nerds and nuts took shuttle trips to look up leads or meet contacts, at least one of us would tag along to watch their back, or be on hand in case of emergency. Except when the sister visited other sororitas. We weren't invited on those trips for some reason. When we weren't on duty, we each had our own little pastimes. Sarge would worry about what insanity our superiors were planning, while Doc would read his beginner's guide to medicine, and Heavy slept. Nubby would wander around looking for small objects no one would miss. He did this while on duty too. And Twitch would obsessively craft tripwire traps and drink recaf. Twitch and Nubby didn't exactly endear themselves to the locals, but supply and perimeter defense are important parts of being a guard. So we didn't mind. Things were going pretty well for us. No one was shooting at us. The rations were good. It didn't rain on us when we stood guard, and no one outside of our team yelled at us to do stuff. Occasionally we'd have to make a show of force or beat the shit out of someone who tried to mug one of our nerds, but generally things were pretty quiet. The most excitement we'd had in those first few weeks was when our cleric got in a religious debate, and Sarge had to pistol whip the other debater until he put down the flamer. Eventually they must have figured something out, because we all rebased to a single pilgrim ship and made ourselves the guests of the captain. While everyone else was running around saying things like, "The game is afoot," and "We almost have them," and "I can practically smell them," Sarge had us gear up and get ready for everything to go ploin-shaped. The cavalcade of screw-ups started with one of our nerds finding a chaos tome in a collection of holy relics and immediately deciding that it was his inquisitorial duty to find out exactly what flavour of soul-destroying evil it was, by reading it. Unfortunately, Nubby was currently on babysitting duty and was not experienced enough to know that the correct response to someone doing this is to hit them until they stop being stupid. Instead, he called for backup, which is a pretty good response in any case, while he kept the priest who owned the relic collection covered. By the time backup arrived, the adept was giggling and speaking backwards. Backup consisted of Heavy and Twitch, as well as, unfortunately, the other adept and the cogboy. The two sane-ish nerds decided the correct response here was to try and take the book away from the gibbering adept, and started chasing him around the room. Since neither the adepts nor the tech priests were very athletic, the chase looked a lot more like a bunch of nerdy kids trying to play tag than Inquisition agents pursuing a heretical artifact. None of us felt comfortable taking the initiative here, so you all just covered the doors to make sure no one entered or exited, and stood there watching the demented game of Keep Away. Then the gibbering adept finished the spell he had apparently been reciting, and a minor demon manifested. This galvanized us nicely, and all three of us started pouring Lasfire into the thing before it could do anything. Unfortunately, the priest we'd been covering took the chance to run for it. Then the gibbering adept followed him out the open door, and both our nerds gave chase, and now all four were running for a room full of pilgrims. The priest was screaming about heretics and demons, the adept was screaming about the glory of chaos, and the nerds were still trying to wrestle the book away. The pilgrims mobbed the insane adept and tore him and the book apart in seconds, then started chasing the nerds with similar intent. The cockboy apparently took charge and decided that not being torn to pieces was the better part of valor. Then he concluded that the safest place to hide from a mob of maddened Imperial zealots was with the tech priests who kept the ship running. The nerds ran all the way to the ship's engine rooms, with a steadily growing mob at their heels baying for blood. The tech priest led them in and closed the door behind them, but the mob refused to disperse and settled in to siege them out. Meanwhile, the heroic guardsmen shot the minor demon until it stopped moving, then stomped on it until it stopped being solid. That done, we went to check on the runners and saw the mob chase them out. This was above our pay grade, so we decided to kick the problem upstairs and fought it up while we waited for further orders. Eventually our cleric and sister arrived with Sarge and Doc in tow, and the boss voxed us all. We gave our report, the nerds were voxed and gave theirs, then the boss gave us our orders. Our guardsmen were to secure the relics and demonic remains, the nuts were sent to talk to the Pilgrim's leadership to get the mob dispersed, and the boss would talk to the captain and get some support sent down. This sounded like a pretty good plan, but by this point we started to suspect that we were the only competent people on the team. What happened next proved us right. Our interrogator marched up to the captain of an Imperial vessel, a man who could trace his family's command of the ship back to the founding of the sector, and started giving him orders. This did not go over well. While our interrogator was an agent of the Inquisition and had the rosette to prove it, he was not an Inquisitor, and the captain of an Imperial vessel is generally considered to be second only to the Emperor by their crew. He managed to insult the captain in about 6 different ways in 3 sentences, which resulted in him getting his ass thrown in the brig until he remembered his manners. The captain then sent us a brief message instructing us to sort out any problems with the cargo without bothering him or his crew. While we were digesting this new development, the cleric and the sister got jumped by the cultists we'd been looking for. Luckily, the sister and cleric were heavily armed, incredibly paranoid, and far more level-headed in an emergency than the nerds were. They fought a retreat to the Sororitas enclave that kept watch over this shipload of pilgrims and dug in. Unfortunately, the only sisters in this enclave were Hospitalers and some other non-combat orders, so while they could handle a bolter, they weren't suited to breaking out against the besieging cultists. To put it simply, they were stuck until help came, just like our adept and cogboy. It was down to us to pull everyone's asses out of the fire and take care of business before things got any worse. So no shit, there we were, a bunch of ordinary guardsmen on a spaceship full of crazy pilgrims and cultists. Our boss was in the brig until the captain was no longer pissed at him. Our nerds were trapped behind a mob that wanted to burn them as heretics. Our nuts were pinned down by a bunch of actual heretics, and it was our job to fix everything. Sarge took command of the situation and started going through the Imperial Guard NCO disaster response checklist. Step 1. Secure the perimeter. Step 2. Determine chain of command. Step 3. Call for backup if needed. Step 4. Establish contact with friendlies. Step 5. Combine forces with friendlies. And repeat. Step 1 was already done. We had that perimeter locked down like nobody's business, and there just wasn't anything we actually cared about inside of it. Step 2 was a bit trickier, because we were still in vox contact with the nerds and nuts, and we didn't trust them to tie their shoes, much less lead a knob. We solved that problem by saying something about vox interference, and reducing the pickup range in our combis until we could selectively ignore them. Step 3 was accomplished by asking the cogboy to get his AdMech buddies to send out the contact code for the other interrogator team that was looking at the fleet. Step 4 was already done as well. We knew exactly where the friendlies were. There were just a bunch of armed cultists and an angry mob between us and them. All that was left was to get cracking on Step 5. We decided that all things considered, the cleric and sister could use our help more, and would provide more help in return, so we went for them first. Also, they were holed up with a bunch of hot nurses, as opposed to creepy machine men. Unfortunately, we still had our orders not to let anyone touch the demon goo, or look for evil books. We either had to split up, which was stupid, or wait for reinforcements, which wouldn't be coming for a while, or use our initiative. So we tossed an incendiary grenade into the room, unlocked the doors, and went to go rescue some hot nurses. Unsurprisingly, the cultists had set up an outer perimeter to keep out any reinforcements, so after we established where they were, we fell back and started looking for other options. Now we put forward the idea that the pilgrims seemed inclined to mob heretics, and these were definitely heretics, and why charge a fortified position when you can get someone else to do it for you? So Sarge found the nearest chapel, and made a heroic speech about how the hot nuns needed our help, and would probably be really grateful. Suddenly we had our very own mob of zealots. The attack went more or less perfectly. The mob charged in from 2 directions, and after the cultists started mowing them down, we came in from a third. We cut into their flank like the pros we were, suppressing, advancing, and flushing like only a squad of guardsmen can. When we started to hit the cultists covering the Sororitas enclave, the sister and the cleric saw their chance and pushed forward to meet us, crushing the last of the resistance. Unfortunately, the second we rescued them, the sister and cleric started giving orders. Command of the Zealous was taken from us, and the entire mob was redirected towards the section of the ship where the cultists came from. Per force, we tagged along, but none of us were exactly keen to be taking orders again, especially since the sister's plan seemed to consist of get 'em. So while the sister and the cleric led the mob straight into our well-prepared enemy position, we appointed ourselves as the Hospitalis guards. Our squad hung around the rear of the charge and helped the saner sisters pick up the wounded, while we watched for flankers and waited for the shit to hit the fan. We fully expected the mob's suicidal rush to fail. Unlike the armed force trying to press through a choke point into a fortified enemy position wasn't going to work no matter how high the morale was. We weren't prepared for just how hard it failed, though. The cultists had not only set up a very nice kill zone at the single entry point to their cargo bay, they had also set up all sorts of runes and circles in the kill zone. The wave of bodies attack resulted in a whole lot of people dying right on top of those runes, which immediately started glowing and doing warpy stuff. By the time the mob lost heart and started to retreat, the cargo bay was practically filled with lesser demons. We took the reverse in the flow of bodies as our queue to move forward and lay down some covering fire. Luckily, the demons were equal opportunity warp monsters. They spent as much time attacking each other and the cultists as chasing down the last of our pilgrim mob and its two erstwhile leaders. Between the demons' lack of coordination and our covering fire, the two nutters managed to hobble most of the way back to our position. Most of us wanted to leave them there, but Doc sprinted out and dragged them the rest of the way to our lines and back to the Hospitalis. Between the two of them, they had about 3 functional limbs, and Doc spent the next few hours with the sisters patching them up. At this point, Sarge reassumed command, and decided that containment and waiting for reinforcements was the best of the available options, so he fell back around the corner, set up a barricade and heavy stubber, then settled in for the long haul. After a while, the demons ran out of cultists to eat and started to poke their noses around the corner, and were probably shot in the face. This was old hat for us, really. We could have fed a barricade in our sleep. Literally, in Heavy's case. And after a few initial rushes, the demons didn't really seem that keen on leaving their cargo bay. We all fell into our usual roles and routines from the guard. Twitch stared at the edge of the kill zone and fired whenever he thought something might be moving, while Heavy went to sleep, sitting up with his eyes open and finger on the trigger. Behind the barricade, Sarge went around yelling at people and worrying, Nubby went off to acquire supplies, and Doc made eyes on the Hospitalis while they were both elbow deep in the cleric's guts. After a few hours of light trench duty, which was actually quite nice all things considered, our backup arrived. The second interrogator's team, who had been doing Emperor knows what all this time, showed up at our barricade, and Sarge explained the situation. Once again, command was handed off, but luckily the new interrogator decided to leave Sarge in charge of the barricade while he went to talk with the captain and convince him not to just avoid our section of the ship. Our little troop had been reinforced to 10 guardsmen, 2 psychers, and another damn cleric, so Sarge decided it was time to be proactive. Sarge wasn't happy to have another cleric around, and none of us wanted anything to do with the 2 psychers, so the cleric was put in charge of keeping them as far away from us as possible. That taken care of, our plan of attack was quickly formed, and a pair of grenade launchers were scrounged up from the other team's arsenal and Nubby's collection. We started a walking barrage, up the hallway, then slowly advanced our entire barricade until it was at the edge of cargo bay. This wasn't exactly the fastest way to clear out the demon infestation, but it was definitely the safest, and not a single one of them managed to get within biting range of us. Once we were to the edge of the bay, we just sat there and shot nades into it until we ran out, which took quite a while since Nubby could acquire a surprisingly large amount of stuff. Eventually the launchers ran dry. It was time to clear the cargo bay the old-fashioned way, but the nades had done their job wonderfully. There wasn't really any cover left in the bay at all, so as long as we advanced slowly and carefully, it was pretty easy to mow down the few remaining demons before they got close. All in all, it went pretty well, except for the big glowing shield thing at the back of the bay. The shield was big and glowy and evil looking. We could sort of make out the remaining cultists inside of it doing cultisty things, but we had no desire to get close to it. Quite aside from its appearance, there were quite a few corpses near it that looked like they had been turned inside out. We scientifically examined the shield for a while, which is to say we shot it with every type of weapon we had sitting around, but nothing even dented it. Eventually we gave up, and Sarge voxed the replacement interrogator and the 2 adepts with him for advice. We got a long-winded explanation that included a lot of terms like ritual entropic shield, and drawing power directly from the warp, and energy-based demonic lifeform, and attempting to psychically resonate with, then overwhelm the field, which boiled down to go get the psychers to poke at it. This was not the solution we were hoping for. We had all heard stories about Psykers and had encountered a few Chaos Witches during one of our deployments, so none of us had any desire to be near our two Psykers when they attempted to crack open the shield. With the exception of Sarge, the cleric, and the other squad's leader, we all fell back as far as we could and got ready for a shitstorm. It didn't take long. Within a few seconds of the Psykers walking towards the shield and getting all glowy, everything went wrong. The first Psyker started screaming and was suddenly surrounded by a torrential downpour of blood. Then the second Psyker started growing wings and horns. We all promptly opened fire on the possessed Psyker and quickly reduced it into a thoroughly charred corpse, while Sarge decked the first Psyker and dragged him back to our barricade. Since one Psyker was unconscious and the other was a pile of smoking ashes, we decided that it was probably time to figure out our own solution to the problem. Our experiments had established that las firing grenades didn't do much to the shield, but since we were Guardsmen, we felt sure that enough faith and firepower could solve anything. We set up positions around the shield and started continuously plinking las fire into it, because when you have a fusion reactor to recharge yourselves from, you might as well lay down some indiscriminate suppressive fire. While we held the fort, Nubby and the cleric were sent to acquire as many explosives, holy artifacts, and priests as possible, while their out-scrounging Twitch made a very good argument for setting up a blast shield. We voxed the Cog Boy and his buddies, who were still under siege, asked them to send down some servitors with big old metal shipping crates. We built a big-ass wall around the shield. When the supply run was finished and the blast shield was in place, we more or less just dumped several wheelbarrows filled with holy symbols into the walled area, along with several barrels of promethium. We got a lot more of the stuff than we expected. It turns out that we're going to use it to blast some heretics is a pretty persuasive argument. After that, we got the priest to bless all the explosives we could scrounge. We weren't sure if it would help, but it certainly wouldn't hurt, and let them feel useful. We tossed the holy munitions into the blast area as well, and had Twitch set up the detonators. Then we got as far back as we could, started a 10-second timer on the explosives, and ran like hell. None of us were really sure if the holy shrapnel helped at all, but when we came back there was nothing left of the cultists, and their shield except a glowing puddle of molten metal and a series of dents in the walls that no amount of buffing would ever remove. At this point, Sarge declared victory, and we all went to get a snack, a nap, and a cup of recaf. After that was done, we decided it was about time to retrieve the rest of our team, and get the hell off the ship before anyone else tried to get us all killed. We secured the boss from the ship's brig by turning the cleanup investigation over to the second interrogator, and promising to never bring our boss back to the ship, ever. While he was escorted to the shuttle, we chatted with some of the priests, who helped us make our giant holy hand grenade, and got them to smooth things over well enough for us to get our adept and cogboy back. Finally, we got our sister and cleric deposited in our shuttle's infirmary, where they would stay until we handed them off to Oak's doctors for a complete set of augments. Then we went out and got drunk. We enjoyed a night of drinking with our friends from the other team, as well as a few of more helpful pilgrim priests and our surviving nerds. The high point of this was us all giving Doc shit for being hung up on the Hospitalers, then holding his drunk ass down to their enclave and getting him to declare his undying love for her and her dexterous hands and perfect stitching. We dragged him away before he could evolve into soppy poetry, piled into our shuttle and called it a night. By the time we all woke back up, we were docked with another Navy transport, and on our way back to the ISS Pokemon Center. The trip back was almost exactly the same as the trip out, except we hung out with the cowboy a little more, and Doc was kept busy. The tech priest had been damn handy working with the ship's admech and handling our communications, so we were promoting him to the rank of Cogbro, and he was welcome in our quarters. Doc had a pretty stressful trip. It was his job to keep the sister and cleric alive until they could be handed off to Oak's medical teams, but he never had proper medical training, just a crash course in field aid and meatball surgery. The ship's surgeons could have helped, but the interrogator refused to ask the captain for their help for some reason, so Doc cracked open his medical books and did the best he could. They lived. Mostly. When we finally got back to the Inquisitor's ship, we immediately went out and found the other survivors from our regiment. We all swapped tales of incompetent superiors, insane teammates, horrific enemies, and intense boredom, until word came down that our interrogator was being praised for his success and would be elevated to full Inquisitor. Everyone had a good laugh about this, and we joked about where he'd find himself in prison next, right up until we got word that he was looking for us with the intent to add our squad to his new retinue. We spent the next week or so hiding with the Cogbro in the bowels of the ship, while all of our buddies made up wild and conflicting stories about our untimely death, reassignment to a penal legion, imprisonment by the Ordos Hereticus, induction into the Astartes, and so on. Eventually he left along with the surviving adept, as well as the sister and cleric, both of whom had more metal in them than the average tech priest by this point. We all breathed a sigh of relief and returned to our regiment's little camp. After a few weeks of R&R, or as close as you can get on an Inquisition battleship, a runner came down and told us we were being assigned to a new team, under interrogator such and such, and we were to report to our shuttle immediately. With a weary sigh, we packed up our bags, or overloaded wheelbarrow in Nubby's case, and headed out to our transport. When we got to the shuttle, the pilot helpfully informed us that the interrogator, his two assistants, and his 3 psychers were already aboard. Twitch and Nubby both tried to run for it, but the shuttle's hatch was already closed. Twitch and Nubby were retrieved, and we all moved into the main seating area of the shuttle. We were greeted by our new interrogator and introduced to our new teammates, one of whom was giggling and chewing on a seat cushion. As we stared in horror, the interrogator gave us a quick briefing, explaining that we had been assigned to go find out why our world hadn't been supplying psychers to the black ships. We did not have a good feeling about this. This is the ongoing tale of a bunch of Guardsmen who got drafted into the Inquisition after their regiment was reduced to a mere 37 men by a combination of orcs, heretics, more orcs, tyranids, and of course their own leadership. Currently they're working for an Inquisitor that is the 40k equivalent of Professor Oak. He provides teams and missions to interrogators who need to get some leadership experience before becoming full Inquisitors. The lot of these Guardsmen is rather thankless. They're matched up with 5 other, less combat-focused team members, assigned to an interrogator, and sent out to fight the enemies of the Imperium. Our story starts with Nubby and Twitch vainly trying to open up the locked exit to the shuttle, after being told that their new squad contained 3 psychers, in addition to an assassin, tech priest, and the interrogator himself. Sarge is screaming internally as he remembers that the last psychers he worked with accidentally summoned a bloodstorm, and turned into a demon host the second they tried to do anything. Doc is captivated by the sight of a fat little man-child chewing on a seat's headrest. Heavy has decided that this is all above his pay grade, and is making himself comfortable by lying across a row of seats. The interrogator explains that the team is on the way to find out why a planet has not been supplying psychers to the black ships. One of the psychers asks Sarge to stop screaming. It's making it hard to think. Your Guardsman party, and dude, where's my psyker? Current psychic phenomena count, 0. Current perils of the warp count, 0. So, no shit, there we were, stuck on a small ship with 3 psychers, on our way to perform a top-to-bottom search of an entire planet, all for the sole purpose of finding more psychers. We did not have high hopes for this mission. Hell, some of us had serious concerns about whether we'd even still be sane when we got there. The journey itself wasn't so bad. Instead of being guests on the Navy's vessel, our interrogator actually had his own small ship. Sure, almost all the space was taken up by our interrogator's huge-ass cognitor array, but at least we didn't have any Navy ratings trying to take our weapons away, or bitching at us for setting tripwire traps in the corridors. The problem was the people we had to make the journey with. We didn't like any of the psychers. One was a smarmy tool who spent far too much time talking and making himself look pretty. Then there was the Weasley creep who constantly scanned everyone's thoughts and ratcheted the boss. And finally, there was this psychotic man-child who would occasionally throw telekinetic temper tantrums. We call them Face, Snitch, and Nutjob, respectively. Compared to these guys, the snooty social assassin chick and the incredibly antisocial tech priest weren't that bad. The interrogator was indefinitely worse. Our interrogator was Adept Path, and apparently some sort of data wizard. It took an entire ship just to carry all of his cognators, and he loved those machines like they were his children. Unfortunately, the bastard wasn't a complete shut-in. Instead of staying in the dark with his cogitators, he constantly held meetings and forced us all to attend. Not a day would go by without him calling us together to update everyone on what little clues he'd found, or check up on how we were preparing for the mission, or lecture us on proper inquisitorial behaviour. It was horrible. On our previous mission, we happily ignored everyone else on our team, while they happily did likewise. This time, we had an interrogator who had never used a gun in anger giving us unwanted advice about combat drill, kit loadout, regulatory compliance, and freaking etiquette. This was all done in a tone of smug benevolence. He understood that we were just dim-witted manual labourers and couldn't be blamed for not being as smart as he was. That's why it was his duty to do all the hard thinking for us. The cherry on top of this was Snitch, who would report what we were thinking to the boss. Every time those lectures filled us with murderous rage, the little wizard would go and tell on us. Then we get a second lecture on proper attitude towards authority. God Emperor, we hated him. Eventually, we arrived at the planet which had earned the Inquisition's attention by providing the black ships with nothing but pathetically weak psychers, completely unsuited for any use whatsoever. There are probably dogs out there with more psychic talent than the strongest psyker sent to the ships, but when the black ships had scanned the planet, there were no unsanctioned psychers running around, so they took the pathetic type and left. Now we were here to find out where all the psychers that should have been on the planet if this site had gone. The gist of all the little briefings we suffered through was that a disappearance on this scale meant that we were either dealing with corruption in the government, a massive cult, some kind of psychic-eating demon, or Eldar. This meant that, unless proven otherwise, we had to assume that everyone was in on it, so until the interrogator got some sort of evidence, we wouldn't have any outside support. The posh assassin chick and Face did all the social legwork. They would circumspectly shake people down for information, while we loomed in the background, or preferably down the street at the cheap diner. Apparently, they were very good at it, since everyone aside from us thought they were absolutely delightful to be around. At the end of each day, they would transcribe everything they found, and beam it up for the interrogator to process. The other information gathering team involved the tech priest and Snitch, hanging around in the equivalent of an unmarked van. They spent all day driving around, hacking wireless networks, scanning people's thoughts, and dumping all the information back to the boss in orbit. We got to drive the van and fetch snacks. We didn't all get to leave the ship. One or two of us were always stuck at base, since it was apparently our job to babysit the nutjob psyker. It really was babysitting too, because we'd have to clean up the messes he made, get food for him, calm him down when he threw a fit, and entertain him when he got bored and started pulling rivets out of the walls with his brain. Poor Doc got that job more than anyone else. He just wasn't very good at saying no. Aside from that though, it was an improvement over the trip out there. We were occasionally able to get away from our teammates, and whoever was backing up the social team got to visit some pretty high-class parties. It was always a nice opportunity to snack some good food, and, in Nubby's case, pocket the silverware. After a while, the interrogator called us together, and informed us of his brilliant deductions and masterful analyses. These involved money trails, newfound political power, falsified ship manifests, and other stuff we didn't really care about. It all boiled down to, somebody in the government is sending the psychers off planet. Once our interrogator was done explaining his genius, he had everyone but himself rebased to a few floors of apartments, located in one of the largest cities on the planet. After the team was settled in, he sent us out to take some long, hard looks at a bunch of the nearby banks. We enjoyed being away from him and his constant meetings, and quickly turned the building into a proper guard barracks. Which is to say that Twitch wired the place up with dozens of traps, Nubby started venting stolen goods out of the garage, and the rest of us built a set of barricades between us and the outside world, as well as between us and the rest of our damned team. It felt good to be home. Before long, word came down that the interrogator had identified the operations banker, and the whole ground team was sent off to get some answers out of him. So our heavy hung out in the van with the socially unacceptable members of the team, and ignored the ugly little man prodding his brain and demanding candy. The rest of us infiltrated the bank. That is to say, we put on suits which succeeded in making us look exactly like Guardsmen suits, and marched behind Face and the Assassin into one of the planet's largest banks. There was a little bit of trouble getting through security, which was entirely our fault. All of us had kept our las rifles underneath our suits, and Twitch was still carrying a few dead packs. We weren't very good at disguises. Luckily, between Face doing some psycho stuff, and the tech priest's hack van messing with the security systems, we got in fine. After we were past security, Face and the Assassin greased a few palms and screwed with a few minds. Before long, we all sat down to a nice discussion, and tea time with the banker. Well, they sat, us guardsmen stood around and looked ominous. Various falsified credentials were shown, psychic tricks were used, and a discreet uplink was attached to a cogitator. Then everyone left happy and healthy. We decided to exit via the back way so as not to trouble security again, and also because Nubby had wheeled out the tea trolley when we left. And the boss and the rest were pretty excited about what was found in the banker's cogitator. The next few days were spent in relative peace, while the interrogator worked with the rest of the team to map out a web of corruption and bribery. This lasted right up until Snitch called us one evening and said a large group of hitmen was moving through the empty floor below us. We were locked and loaded within seconds and started laying fire into the hitmen from multiple sides before they even hit the edge of the perimeter. We had good cover, good firing lines, knowledge of local terrain, superior weaponry, much better training, and the element of surprise. It was a slaughter. The last 3 of them were pinned down by Heavy and Twitch, while the rest of us flanked them when everything went dark, and horrific screaming started. When the light returned, all the hitmen, dead or alive, had been reduced to chunky salsa, and we could all hear Nutcase giggling upstairs. This killed the mood. Everyone eyed the Psyker nervously as we packed up our shit and got the hell out of there before the authorities showed up. We elected to exit via the garages in the cargo truck, while the rest of the team used the shuttle on the roof. None of us wanted to be anywhere near the Psykers after their show. Also, Nubby and Twitch didn't want to leave anything behind. Psychic phenomena count 1. Bearers of the warp count 0. We rebased to another almost identical set of apartments and went about godifying it again. Except this time Twitch was given free reign on the entire buffer floor instead of just the entrances and windows. While this meant that entering our base via the main entrance took about 15 minutes and carried a very real risk of grisly death, we knew that people were actively trying to kill us. Also, we didn't want to depend on anyone who turned bodies into chunky salsa and giggled about it for our perimeter security. The rest of the team started using air transport exclusively, after the assassin nearly lost a hand when she didn't follow Twitch's entry instructions correctly. After a few days at our new base doing scan trips and otherwise laying low, Snitch found a young nascent psyker powerful enough to be worthwhile. So our team of elite inquisitorial agents started staking out a toddler. Our unmarked vans followed the kid day and night, from his hab to the daycare to the playground, and everywhere else you might take a toddler. Imagine 5 heavily armed men all clustered around a screen watching a kid being pushed on a swing, while behind them an undeniably creepy bugger relays what everyone in the playground is currently thinking, and a psychotic man-child picks his nose and mutters to himself. Eventually, our weird stake-up paid off. A bunch of suits showed up and grabbed the kid and his mother. So no shit, there we were. 5 guardsmen and 2 psykers in the middle of a playground chasing a bunch of G-men, carrying a struggling woman and a small child. The woman and child were screaming. The G-men were calling for backup, our psykers were yelling about one of the G-men being a blunter, and while we all had our guns out, none of us wanted to open fire in the middle of a playground. We were gaining on them. Being a sprinter is a survival trait in any guardsman, but right as we reached them, one of them slapped a button on their chest, and another one of them started to float into the air, as the surrounding area was covered with frost. We all immediately slammed into an invisible wall, and were scattered across the ground, while Snitch stopped and started muttering himself and gesturing. None of us wanted to be in the middle of a psyker fight, so we flanked the invisible shield, left Heavy to cover the enemy, psyker, and resumed the chase. The G-men had gone to ground in the playscape and opened fire on us with small arms, but we're having trouble because the child was apparently emitting random bursts of static electricity. We decided that survival was more important than civilian casualties, and returned fire from whatever cover we could find, and since we were damn good at our jobs, things went pretty poorly for the G-men. We nailed most of them in the first few volleys, which convinced the last few to keep their heads down while we flanked them. Behind us, Heavy was laying stubber fire into the enemy psyker's shield, and Snitch was pressing him hard. Then with a little pog, the enemy psyker disappeared. While Heavy and Snitch watched the spot where the psyker had been, we rushed the remaining G-men. Our interrogator was helpfully reminding us over the Vox that he wanted prisoners, so we charged in to beat the shit out of the last few survivors. Unfortunately at this point their backup arrived in the form of an unmarked government flyer, which immediately began to lay down some serious suppressive fire. This was higher stakes than we were ready for, so we bugged the hell out while the remaining G-men piled in with the kid and his mother. The flyer wasn't done with us though. As soon as its doors were closed, it lifted off and got ready to do a strafing run. We hit the dirt and dodged the first pass like true guardsmen, while behind us the enemy psyker had reappeared with another pop, and the fight resumed. This time the fight was over in seconds. The nut job had finally caught his fat ass up with us, and with a little the enemy psyker turned inside out. That done with, both the psykers and Heavy turned their attention to the flyer, which decided that it was time to cut its losses and got the hell out of there. As he got back up out of cover, the interrogator called us to tell us that the assassin and Face had successfully tagged the flyer with a tracer, and the tech priest would surely be picking us up to assault whatever facility it landed at. Psychic phenomena count 3, perils of the warp count 1. Apparently, some minor detail about the G-men or the flyer finally gave the interrogator the evidence he needed to safely call in official support. After he was done bitching at us for not capturing anyone, or stopping the flyer, or whatever else we did wrong, Our interrogator told us a squad or two of arbites would be assisting us. Nubby was understandably nervous about being around what were normally law enforcement officers, and none of us were happy when the interrogator explained that he was only bringing in the arbites because he thought we were incompetent, but overall this news was well received by us Guardsmen. More bodies between us and incoming fire is always welcome, doubly so if they had heavy armour and good fire discipline. The facility we landed at was large, grim, and obviously a shutter port, therefore our job in this raid was to capture any available information about where the shutters would be going. So while two squads of arbites had fun clearing the place room by room with judicious use of shotguns and shock mauls, we kept a secure perimeter around the rest of our team as they uplinked cogitators and mind-scanned people. Aside from a few runners and idiots too dumb to surrender, we didn't have any excitement till one of the arbite squads found the Psyker holding area. As the arbites closed in, one of the G-men apparently decided that the situation was unsalvageable and released the Psykers. Under the cover of a dozen psychically gifted children freaking the hell out, they punched through the arbite squad and headed right towards us, or more likely the flyer we were examining. We opened fire as the heavily armed G-men entered the hangar, and had them pinned in the hallway until Sergeant Heavy's cover got blown apart by a fireball. Once again we found ourselves caught in the psychic duel. It was 3-on-3, and this time, Nutjob wasn't curb-stomping them. The fight seemed evenly matched. Our Psykers stood there and grimaced a lot, and occasionally manifested horrible smells or small earthquakes. Their Psykers sat in cover and did likewise. We didn't have line of sight on any of them, and when we tried to toss in a grenade, it got slapped back at us halfway through its arc. We weren't exactly sure what to do, but after the fourth creepy occurrence, we decided it was time to use our initiative to end the shit before someone summoned a demon. Sarge appropriated a nearby forklift, drove it outside the hangar, and then we slapped a bunch of death packs on it. We turned it towards the outside wall of the hallway where the Psykers were holed up in, put a brick on the pedal, and blew the entire hallway into rubble before anyone noticed what was going on. It surprised the hell out of us when the dust cleared and two of the Psykers were still there, hiding under a shield, but it didn't last long after that. With a hellish bang, one of the Psykers shot into the air and splattered against the shield, and the last Psyker immediately turned inside out. We could hear the Nutjob giggling back in the hangar. Psyker phenomena count 8, Perils of the Warp count 2. That was the last of the resistance. We poked through the military hardware that was left behind, while the rest of our team did inquisitorial stuff to the surviving G-men and their cogitators. After they were finished, we packed up our loot and headed back to base to rest and rearm, while the interrogator played with all the data we got for him. We were assured that before long he'd know where the Psykers had been sent from the processing facility, and were told to get ready to launch another assault as soon as he had a target. Being Guardsmen, we knew that the best way to prepare for an assault is to eat a good meal and catch as much sleep as possible, so as soon as our kits were prepped, we all hit the sack, while the rest of the team watched the perimeter. This meant that we were all deep asleep, with the exception of Twitch, who merely dozed with his lasgun pointed at the door and the safety off, when a second assassination team got through our outer perimeter. The enemy must have seen the remains of their last team and decided that the Psykers were the primary threat, because this team had at least one untouchable with it. Unfortunately for them, untouchables don't do anything to stop booby traps. The whole team had slowly cleared a small path across the floor that Twitch had trapped and reached the big expensive security door that led to our makeshift barracks. They formed up behind their best infiltrator and got ready to storm the place as soon as he hacked the door controls. Then the door opened, and they had exactly 0.25 seconds to express surprise that anyone would tape several short-fuse grenades to the inside of a top-of-the-line security door. This woke us all up, and Twitch being Twitch, he put an entire clip and 2 frags into the open doorway before anyone else was upright. He probably didn't hit anyone since the 6 grenades taped to the inside of the security door had vaporized everyone near it, but he sure as hell convinced their rearguard to start falling back. Not that it did them any good. Before the rest of us were on our feet, Twitch hit the remote detonator for the every single mine he placed below us. The entire buffer floor was blown to shrapnel, taking the rest of the assassination team with it, and setting off alarms up and down the entire block. Luckily, the building was non-flammable and sturdy built, so aside from a very rude awakening, no one we really cared about was hurt. Sarge decided that nap time was over, so we kitted up and waited for the word from our interrogator. Before long it came. He pinpointed a rogue trader that was receiving the Psykers and carrying them to off-world slave markets. A joint naval and arbite force would meet us in orbit, and we would board the trader before they made their escape. Our primary objective was to capture the senior crew members and find their contact within the local government. Secondary objectives included retrieving any Psykers currently on the ship capturing the navigational and financial logs, and not blowing the ship up like you blow up our base, are all Guardsmen this incompetent? So no shit, there we were, on a naval boarding shuttle, on our way to capture a rogue trader and his retinue from a ship filled with captive psychers. We were not exactly enthusiastic about our odds of survival. Rogue traders have a reputation of being, or at least employing, very scary people. Plus, an entire ship of untrained ones was a terrifying thought. Ours were bad enough alone. Still, we were Guardsmen. Facing certain death for unappreciative superiors is what being a Guardsman is all about. None of us really enjoyed the shuttle trip. The pilot was clearly terrified, and the evasive maneuvers made us all nauseous. We half expected to be blown out of space before we got to the ship, but we landed on the hull without incident and cut our way into the interior. While we did this, several other Navy and Arbite ships were doing likewise. This was not a subtle attack, so it was highly surprising that, before we got 10 feet in, the ship's alarm started to go off. We knew our business, though, and mowed down all opposition before they got a shot off on us. The assault was going well for all the teams. We seized the engines and main batteries, the main hangars were on the verge of surrender, and the tech priest was pretty sure he'd located the bridge. Seizing the initiative, he remotely hacked all the entrances to lock open, so they couldn't be shut against us. Unfortunately, those turned out to actually be the doors to the Psyker's isolation cells. The second he opened them, everything went to hell. Literally. Ghostly images filled the air. The frescoes on the wall started leaking blood. Unearthly screaming came from every direction, and a stench that put even Nubby's lack of hygiene to shame emanated from the air vents. Our Psykers moved forward to try and sort things out before the entire ship got sucked into the warp or something, but we wanted nothing to do with a section of spaceship filled with supernatural darkness and constantly fluctuating gravity. We still had a mission though, and since the psychic activity was blocking Vox communication, Sarge took operational command. We needed to get to the bridge, which the rather embarrassed tech priest assured us was definitely just a little farther past the Psyker holding area. Once there, we needed to find the rogue trader, subdue him, and hit him until he ratted on his buddies. The problem was that even though there were other passengers to the bridge that didn't go through the Psyker cells, the psychic spillover had turned that entire section of ship into a no man's land. Just walking in there would be suicide, but Sarge figured that there was a safe way to cross the hellscape, if only we could find the right people. Sarge was pretty sure that any ship carrying a bunch of unhappy psychers would have at least one untouchable on board, just in case something like this happened. All we needed to do was find out where they were, and convince them to take a walk with us. So we had our tape priest do a quick scan to find out if any areas nearby weren't experiencing paranormal activity, then went to go knock on some doors. Sure enough, we found two untouchables hanging out in the cabin, speculating on what all the fuss was about. One of them tried to make a fight of it and got shot for his trouble, but the other understood that in times like this, all men needed to come together and serve the Emperor. So we cocooned him in duct tape, threw him over a heavy shoulder, and set off for the bridge. The walk was really quite pleasant, as long as you ignore the dents, stains, puddles, and a complete absence of any living creature. We walked right up to the bridge without any opposition, and found it locked down tighter than a sororitas convent when the guard was in town on leave. While the locked doors might have posed a problem for some of the other boarding groups, Nubby had helpfully attained several of the cutting tools that the shuttle crew had used to open up the outer hull. So with the tech priest's help, we found a section of wall which was much thinner than the blast door, and started cutting our way in. Sadly, even with a breaching charge to help with the final step, a las cutter is not quick or subtle. All we found in the bridge, after we flashbanged the shit out of it and stormed in, was a bunch of empty seats and a locked door labelled escape pods. We used the ship's Vox to contact the boss and explain the situation. After he was done bitching at us, especially the poor tech priest, he decided that given our lack of success, he would track the trader's escape pod instead of just blowing it out of the sky. We were to go get our damn psychers back, and get ready to raid wherever the trader finally went to ground. So with our duct-taped untouchable in tow, we went back into the psychic no man's land and started sorting shit out. The DTU really trivialized everything. It was just a matter of walking up to the psychers, having Doc trank them, and then tossing them onto the pallet Heavy was pushing. Occasionally we'd run into a minor demon, or crazed crew member, or obvious demon host, but between the DTU and a liberal dose of lasfire, nothing posed a real threat. We eventually collected all the surviving psychers, a few of them were inside out, freaking nut job, and found our three psychers a little worse for wear, but ready to go after the rogue trader, as soon as we knew where he was going. Psychic phenomena count, 23. Perils of the walk count, 5. The pallet full of sedated psychers was turned over to the arbiters, along with the DTU. We were sad to see him go. It was like a big, sticky teddy bear that kept us all safe and happy, but he had to stay with psychers, so we handed him over to the arbiters and headed for the shuttle. The interrogator voxed us with directions to pick up the assassin, who had spent the whole mission getting her nails done or something. I report to an Arbite precinct near some big government mansion. Our interrogator had used his incredible skills and brilliant mind to track the rogue trader here, and oh so cleverly pinned Secretary such and such as the mastermind of this whole mess. Our job was to quietly go in and capture the Secretary and the rogue trader, so they could be used by the Inquisition to sort all this out without causing a massive scandal or a minor war. So while the Arbiters put up a very discreet perimeter and the tech priest worked with some local engineers to quietly shut down the mansion's communications, the rest of our team planned our infiltration. By this point, Sarge was done with everyone's shit and vetoed several complex ruses suggested by the assassin and face. Eventually they just gave up, and the team was disguised as a group of heavily armed guardsmen and some dangerously unstable psychers. These weren't exactly the best disguises, but we felt pretty sure that everyone could have their part. Grumbling about obstinate guardsmen and stupid plans, the rest of the team dressed themselves up as officers and good old-fashioned sanctioned psychers. For our part, we tacked on the insignia of a local regiment and caught some sleep while the rest got their costumes in order. When everyone was dressed up, we walked right through the mansion security pretending to be a local general, dropping off some extra protection for his good friend the Secretary. The poor sod was out of his mind with panic. He was calling in every favour he had to fortify his mansion, and we fit right in with all the others. Our credentials weren't even checked. As soon as we claimed to be reinforcements, we waved past security and let inside. We even invited the General up to his office to personally thank him for his generosity. We walked right into the Secretary's office and presented ourselves to him, while the rogue trader stood behind him and stared at us boggle-eyed. Nothing good could last forever, though, and after a few seconds of speechlessness, the rogue trader called the Secretary a bloody idiot and opened fire. The rogue trader was a little late, though. By the time he drew his weapon, the assassin had grabbed the Secretary, and we had already killed several bodyguards. We signaled the arbiters to move in, grab some cover, and started a two-way firefight between the trader and security reinforcements. We had him well pinned, and started to flank him when the fire door burst open, and the trader's retinue entered the fight. Two of them were already glowing. Once again we found ourselves stuck in the middle of a damn psychoduel. Meanwhile, the arbiters moved in to detain everyone. Without direct orders from the Secretary, none of these security forces felt inclined to argue with the Arbite APCs. Back inside, Heavy was mowing down reinforcements with his stabber, and Twitch was nailing anyone who left cover, and the rest of us were steadily advancing on the trader and his psychers. Surprisingly, the two enemy psychers were holding off all three of ours, and aside from a few phenomena, neither side appeared to actually be doing anything. Eventually our slow advance got us a good shot on the trader and his retinue, pushing the psychers to try something desperate. Face collapsed, but one of the trader's psychers burst into flame, taking a pair of retainers with him. In response, Notjob and Snitch doubled down on the last psyker, until suddenly Notjob fell to the ground screaming, and one of the last retainers did likewise. Suddenly the retainer got to his feet, and tackled the last enemy psyker to the ground and started beating the shit out of him, while giggling. While we all watched this, Notjob got to his feet, drew his sidearm, and shot Heavy in the back of the head. A second shot was fired at Twitch, but a quick dodge saved him. Unfortunately, the second he stopped covering the trader, a round hit him in the back. While this happened, Sergeant Nubby downed the last retainer, and the trader disappeared with a loud crack. Immediately afterward, the enemy psyker stopped moving. Dog ran towards Twitch and Heavy, and both the possessed retainer and Nutjob collapsed again. While Dog started patching up Twitch, Snitch collapsed in exhaustion, and Nubby headshotted the psyker and the retainer that had been attacking him. Sarge scanned the room for the trader. With a tired giggle, Notjob began to sit up. Immediately, the injured Twitch drew his sidearm and emptied an entire clip into the little bastard. No one commented on this. Sergeant Nubby slowly approached the door to the bathroom adjacent to the office. As they reached it, a voice from inside announced, "I would like to surrender to the Inquisition and put myself and my ship at their disposal in this current investigation." Both Sarge and Nubby ignored this and started prepping a breaching charge. Before they finished, they heard the assassin, who had been hiding with the Secretary behind a filing cabinet, calm the interrogator and tell him that the target had been captured and the trader was surrendering. The interrogator ordered Sarge to accept the gentleman's surrender and escort him to the shuttle. With a weary sigh, Sarge removed the charge and relayed the message. After a few seconds, the rogue trader opened the door and smugly declared, "I knew we could work together. This was such a tragic misunderstanding." Whereupon Nubby yelled, "He's got a gun!" and Sarge blew his head off. The interrogator was not happy. And that was the end of our part of the investigation. Doc got to its stable and patched everyone else up, while Sarge collected Heavy's body and Nubby looted the corpses. It was sort of awkward sitting there, waiting for the all-clear from the RBTs. The secretary was moaning and crying in a very annoying way, and the rest of the team kept shooting us death glares while they struggled to restrain him. We offered to help, but they refused us for some reason. The mood was not improved by Nubby making some truly horrific noises as he tried to pry something out of the trader's corpse. In the end, he had to borrow Doc's bone saw. Eventually, the RBTs finished cleaning the mansion, and the team escorted us back to their precinct. A flyer came and picked up the secretary along with the assassin, Snitch and Face, and hauled them off to some secure facility somewhere. We weren't told anything. We were definitely on the interrogator shit list. Final psychic phenomena count, 28. Final perils of the walk count, 7. We hung out with the RBTs for a few hours, and they were nice enough to give us some food and help sew Twitch up while we waited. After a while, Shuttle came for us, as well as, to our surprise, the tech priest. It took us to the interrogator's ship. The ride up was pretty somber. Heavy was dead, both his and Nutjob's corpses were in the hold, and we knew the interrogator was furious with us. Not even Nubby's jokes about the selling price of second-hand gold tea for his reenactment of the rogue trader's death could cheer us up. When we got back to the ship, we were treated to a long lecture about how our incompetence had ruined the interrogator's carefully laid plans. We were told how Sarge's disobedience had removed a vitally useful source of information, how our poor decision-making had killed a valuable teammate, and how the tech priest's mistake on the ship had jeopardized the entire mission. He also made several remarks about our general behavior, attitude, hygiene, and education, then finally pointed out that if only we had acted as professionally as the rest of the team, Heavy would still be alive. If the bastard didn't have remote control of the ship's security servitors, Sarge would have probably killed him. In the end, we were ordered to pack up and return to the shuttle. We would be returning to Oak's ship on a naval transport while the investigation was finished with the aid of the RBTs and local AdMech. A secure data slate containing a summary of the investigation so far, as well as a detailed critique of our performance, was sent along with us. It came with a dire warning that Oak would be expecting the slate, and any attempt to accidentally lose it would go poorly. So we packed up our gear and Heavy boarded our shuttle. However, as a final afterthought, we propped Nutjob's corpse upright in the bathroom, where it would hopefully scare the shit out of that damned interrogator. The trip back was a lot better than the trip out. None of the Navy boys bothered us, and we bonded with the tech priest over our mutual hatred of that bastard interrogator. So aside from Sarge's usual drills, we mostly just lounged around and came up with ideas for how to change the report after the tech priest finished hacking the secure data slate. Very few pieces of technology can resist a tech priest with a month of travel time in his hands. Before the trip was even half done, he had cracked it open and ready for a little judicious editing. There was a strong sentiment to wipe out the whole thing, replace it with a picture of a butt, and a note that says, blah blah blah, I'm a gigantic tool, blah blah blah, but cooler heads prevailed. We simply removed all negative references to ourselves from the report, and rewrote the disciplinary note to simply say that we were no longer needed, we were being released back to Oak. As an afterthought, we went through the entire report and dialed the interrogator's self-praise up to 11. We hoped it would help him come off as a complete tool to anyone who read the report. Eventually, we arrived back at Professor Oak's giant spacefaring inquisitorial school, which was currently orbiting some random agri-world. We dropped off the data slate, got debriefed, and went to go find our fellow Guardsmen. Sure enough, there were a few of them holding down the little section of the ship that we had claimed back when we arrived. We got together, shared some stories, and planned a suitable funeral for Heavy. We called up the tech priest and found our other cog bro still hanging out in engineering, so we invited them both down to the planet with us. Then we got Heavy out of storage, requisitioned a shuttle, and headed down to the agri-world to give him a proper send-off. In the morning, the cog bros helpfully hauled all of our hungover asses back onto the shuttle and got us back aboard before anyone noticed we had left. That done for, we settled in for a few well-deserved weeks of R&R. On Sundays, a squad would come back with tales of success or failure, and occasionally missing a few men. Other days, a runner would come down and a squad would head out or a new one would be pieced together. Eventually, the squad's R&R time ran out, so we packed our bags and waited for a runner to come for us. The runner didn't come, though. Instead, one day as we lounged in our makeshift barracks, a tall man ducked into the room. He wore dress greens and possibly reeked of an officer. In a chipper voice, he greeted us and invited our squad and that strapping young fellow with the sword to join him on a little expedition. He said he was going into a combat zone and thought that we'd enjoy a chance to get back into action and solve a few little military problems that are right up our alley, what. So with a weary sigh, we gathered up the one man in the regiment dumb enough to prefer a sword over a good old-fashioned las gun, and followed our new interrogator to the shuttle. This is the ongoing tale of a bunch of guardsmen who got drafted into the Inquisition, after their regiment was reduced to a mere 37 men by a combination of orcs, heretics, more orcs, tyranids, and, of course, their own leadership. Currently they work for an Inquisitor that is the 40k equivalent of Professor Oak. He provides teams and missions to interrogators, who need to get some leadership experience before becoming full Inquisitors. The lot of these guardsmen is rather thankless. They are matched up with 5 other, less combat-focused team members, assigned to an interrogator, and sent out to fight the enemies of the Imperium. The squad recently lost their heavy weapon specialist to a Psyker-related bullshit. His replacement is Cutter, the only surviving melee specialist from the regiment. Cutter is strong, fast, and a little too enthusiastic for comfort. He signed up as part of the regiment's logistical support as a scribe, but the second he got his hands on the chainsword, he found his true calling. A life spent scribing, followed by a career in swording, has left Cutter a little socially inept, but a tendency to scream and hack off limbs excuses most social faux pas. His previous squad died rather messily when a bunch of bloodletters got into melee range. Only Cutter was equipped to handle a close-quarters battle. Cutter unsettles the other guardsmen. Being bloodthirsty and aggressive is one thing, but willingly leaving cover to close to melee range is just plain crazy. Our story starts with the squad taking their seats in the shuttle, as their new interrogator introduces the rest of their team, and briefs them on their mission. They are being sent to take a peek at the new poppers some of the lads have found, make sure everything is tickety-boo with the big hats and the boffins, and give Greenie what for if things get dull. A pair of adepts and a pair of tech priests are trying to figure out what their mission actually is, without insulting their new boss. An older man is serving tea and helping to decipher some of the interrogator's more arcane expressions. Doc is taking notes. Cutter is ignoring everything in favour of raiding the snack bar, and Nubby is picking at the decorative inlay on the table, trying to see if it's actually gold. Twitch is watching Sarge and getting very nervous. Sarge has realised he is currently in the presence of the greatest known threat to a guardsman's life in the galaxy. An enthusiastic officer. The all-guardsman party, and what's in the box. So no shit, there we were. On our way to an active war zone to investigate some guardsmen's shiny new guns. Guns which were apparently so good that soldiers were refusing orders from the commissariat to destroy them, and demands from the Adeptus Mechanicus to fork them over. For the sake of these guns, guardsmen were actually defying 2 organisations that scared the bejesus out of any sane soldier, including us. We were quite possibly going to try to take these guns away from an unspecified number of guardsmen, while they were using them, in the middle of a battle, with orcs. Our interrogator insisted it would be a jolly good fun. The interrogator was such a stereotypical upper-crust officer that it bordered on parody. He was prim, proper, cheerily bloodthirsty, and almost impossible to understand. Given the size of motivation, he would regale anyone around him with old war stories, or musings on the art of war, or lectures on properly gentlemanly behaviour. He wasn't one of the sneering bureaucratic officers, though. He firmly believed he was just one of the lads, and liked to get stuck in with the rest of the boys. To top this all off, he actually embraced the moniker Rupert, the insulting guardsman term for a knobby officer, and insisted we call him by it. We would have called him that anyways. He was a complete bloody Rupert, but it just wasn't the same if he liked the name. He spent decades in the Guard leading heroic charges by day, hosting formal dinners during the evening, and retiring to the best accommodations around for the night. Fighting in the dark would be simply barbaric, and was well beneath him. At some point in all this, he acquired an incredibly skilled Batman, who became absolutely key to the smooth running of his life, providing tea before it was asked for, scheduled meetings that no one knew was needed, and identifying and disposing of several discrete threats to his charge's life. One day, an Inquisitor took note of the Batman's literally supernatural talent for butlery, and there was a bit of a scandal. One thing led to another, and both of them wound up joining the Inquisitor's retinue. Now, years later, they were still together and working to bring a better class of manners to the Inquisition. We called the Batman Alfred. We travelled on a Navy vessel in surprising comfort. Apparently the captain's family knew the Ruperts or something. In fact, it seemed that everyone over a certain rank had some sort of familial connection to our interrogator. The adepts spent the trip learning military law, the tech priest studied the technical reports on the new guns, and we tried our best to do our usual drill and sleep routine. Our interrogator wouldn't have any of that, though. The bugger insisted on wandering down to our barracks every few hours. Not a day would go by without him telling us the story of some incredibly valiant charge, stalwart defence, or duel to the death with the enemy's leader. Sarge noticed that these stories never seemed to mention how many guardsmen died along the way. The Rupert also frequently dragged the adepts and tech priests down to our quarters and insisted they brief us on the results of their research. At first we dismissed this as some sort of misguided attempt to build camaraderie in the team, but he kept doing it. He even started asking for our opinions and actually listening to them, so long as they didn't go against his own. And this sort of behaviour worried us. It just wasn't normal. Something was seriously wrong when the backup muscle gets this much attention and intel. Then, one day, Alfred showed up with perfectly fitted, insignia-less dress uniforms for all of us, and started lecturing us on how to interact with senior officers, as nominal equals. With dawning horror, we realised that this time we weren't the backup muscle for the adepts and tech priests. They were the backup brains for us. We were the primary investigation team. The Rupert expected us to go and be inquisitive. Us, the Guardsmen, and the Mudfeet, a group of undereducated, overarmed guerrillas with a penchant for laziness, petty theft, paranoia, and completely reasonable cowardice. We were expected to go out there and talk with Imperial Guard generals, Mechanicus Magi, and bloody commissars, and look for heresy. Which we would presumably find by asking these scary people very nicely if they were heretics. Sarge won't spare. As a unit, our previous experience in this sort of thing consisted of shooting anything we were told to, or trying to kill us, or just looked weird. We were not qualified to figure this shit out for ourselves. Sarge and Doc might have been reasonably intelligent within their fields of expertise, but Nubby was a cretin and a thief. Cutter was borderline psychotic, and Twitch has spent the last few days wiring tripwires into all the cabin's air vents, just in case the Navy tried to kill us all in our sleep. Of course, every time the subject was broached with the boss man, all it got was a laugh. An admonition to be more confident, and a story about how good old Guardsmen know-how had solved problems no one else could figure out. When we finally reached our destination and marched out of our shuttle, we were probably the most nervous-looking men to ever wear such sinister uniforms. If the Rupert hadn't led the way, we would have probably been arrested for impersonating officers. The Emperor-forsaken ball of dirt we landed on was currently in the grips of a major war with the Orcs. The planet was being reclaimed from the Greaskins, and after the Navy had their fun, it fell to the Guard to remove the Orcs from the economically vital regions of the planet. Hundreds of regiments were simultaneously cleaning every hive in on the planet, with mixed amounts of success. One front in particular was doing far better than expected, largely due to the sudden appearance of new, more effective weapons in several regiments. Imperial forces were rapidly pushing Greenskin forces out of the outer hive, and at this rate the hive would be taken months ahead of schedule. Of course, the immediate response to such resounding success was the generals on the other fronts calling the Commiserate and Admech down on the poor suckers. Bloody stupid brass. We walked into a freeway argument between the Commissariat, the Adepts Mechanicus, and the generals in charge of the front. The Commissar saw Guardsmen winning fights without anyone being executed for cowardice, and decided that this was obviously some form of heresy. The Admech saw weapons that were far too shiny for Guardsmen to use, and decided that all these guns and their swords should be given over to them. The Front's generals saw a chance to be big damned heroes, and wanted the Commissariat and Admech to go bother someone else. Over the next few days, we followed our interrogator around as he talked to senior officers. Our days consisted of meetings, teas, briefings, and formal dinners. The Rupert seemed to know everybody who was anybody. He constantly chatted with important people while we hung out with their subordinates. We finally got a clear set of details on the problem at hand. Autoguns, chainswords, and body armour that were far superior to standard issue gear was being traded via the Guards' black market. Guardsmen were quickly trading out their kit for the new gear, and using it to wreck the Orcs' shit. The amount of gear that was appearing was as impressive as its quality, but despite the sheer volume of weapons appearing on the market, no one was sure where they came from. After all, the Imperial Guard's black market has experience dealing with hostile investigations, and both the soldiers and their officers were being less than helpful. Being a bunch of Guardsmen ourselves, we weren't inclined to take useful weapons away from soldiers who needed them. In our opinion, the Commissariat and the Admech were a bunch of dickheads, so we'd only do what they wanted if the weapons or their source proved to be evil. So the big questions we needed to answer were, what was so special about the guns? Did they do anything to the troopers who used them? Where the hell did they come from? Answering these questions was apparently our job. The Rupert seemed to have no intention of doing anything aside from having tea with the rest of the brass. Occasionally he'd offer a bit of incomprehensible advice, or send us to talk to someone specific, or politely yell at someone who was being difficult, but mostly it was just tea. Alfred was generally more helpful. His advice and warnings helped immensely, and kept us from making a complete hash of things. In addition to the dinners, teas and soirees over the next few days, each of us went to a few briefings held by each of the 3 major players. We'd pair up with one of the adepts if we needed legal or investigative advice, or a cogboy if there was going to be any sort of technobabble. Otherwise, we'd bring in a squad mate for moral support or to act as a lookout if we were doing something sketchy. All in all, our investigations turned out far better than we had expected. Of course, we had expected a complete and utter disaster, so only a few major screw-ups was considered a wild success in our book. The commissariat and the mechanicus had detained a few troopers who had been using the weapons and obtained a few corpses of soldiers that had died using them. The detainees were being kept around for questioning, but the corpses had been immediately cut apart in the name of science. As the only member of our team with medical training, Doc was sent to talk with the medical staff and major biologists about what they had found. Of course, Doc wasn't really a doctor, he was a medic. He wasn't really in the business of curing people, just making them more comfortable while they die. So he thoroughly embarrassed himself during the briefings by asking stupid questions about how to spell things, why a procedure was done, and what the green wobbly bit was. In the end, though, he managed to determine that none of the soldiers had shown any signs of physical change, aside from being a little stronger than average. Carter and Sarge went to talk to the Munitorium, since Carter was a former Munitorium scribe and Sarge didn't trust Carter not to kill anyone if left alone. Carter's scribe training came through and both of them got access to the records the Munitorium kept on the new weapons, as well as a chance to examine one of the chainsaws which had fallen into their hands. Throwing caution to the winds, Carter took the sword and started swinging it around like an idiot. Carter declared the sword to be pretty damn awesome, and immediately claimed it as his own. When the Munitorium objected, he insulted their filing system, and challenged them to a duel to the death for ownership of the shiny new sword. Sarge considered this to be perfectly normal behaviour for Carter, dumped the problem on one of the adepts, and got Carter the hell out of there before he killed anyone. The real problems were Twitch and Nubby. Before the end of the investigation, both of them were banned for investigating anything ever again. Twitch wasn't the most stable person at the best of times, but he was far worse around orcs. It was an orc commando raid which had initially triggered his paranoia, so being this near an entire army of them made Twitch incredibly, well, twitchy. He was initially sent to interview a few soldiers who had used the mysterious guns. Unfortunately, each session devolved into him questioning everyone in sight about the last orc sighting, the quality of the perimeter defences, and whether anyone else has seen that barrel over their move. Twitch's only contribution to our investigation was repeatedly insisting that this was all the orcs' fault. We eventually gave up on him, and let him secure the base after a particularly memorable formal dinner. In a short period of time, he accused several officers of acting orky, decked a clerk who tapped his shoulder, and accused the troopers who restrained him of being cleverly disguised orcs. In some ways, Nubby was even worse. While Twitch widely accused people and random objects of being orcs in disguise, Nubby was actually mistaken for a Gretchen on 3 separate occasions. The first 2 were embarrassing for everyone involved, but guards are meant to be suspicious, and no one was actually hurt. The third time was much worse. Nubby was supposed to be attending a demonstration of one of the mysterious guns, along with one of the tech priests. The demonstration was held in an Admerc warehouse. Nubby, being Nubby, he immediately dumped the job onto the tech priest, and wandered off to see what was in stock. He was found by a pair of service skulls as he pillaged fancy-looking data slates out of several inadequately secure storage lockers. A short firefight ensued, which attracted a nearby Engisir, who in turn misidentified Nubby as a Gretchen looter and called for reinforcements. By the time word got to Sarge, several more service skulls were destroyed. Nubby was hiding behind a crate of plasma weapons, and a guard patrol was arguing with the Engisir about whether a Gretchen could actually detonate a plasma weapon. Sarge sorted everything out, and the suspiciously bulky-looking Nubby was escorted out of the building in exchange for a promise that he'd never return. Between the interviews and the demos, we got a pretty good look at the weapons and their effects. The tech priest said there wasn't anything sinister about their function, they were just very well made and never seemed to jam or misfire. There were a lot of fancy words about alloys and mechanisms and shit too, but that really didn't concern us. All we knew was that the autoguns hit about as hard as a bolter, the recoil was just hard enough to let you know the gun worked, and both their report and action sounded awesome. Carter expressed similar sentiments about his new chainsword, along with dire threats against anyone who tried to take it away from him. He did the same thing if you tried to take away his food though, so we were pretty sure it wasn't anything sinister. The incredible awesomeness of these weapons was suspicious, but Doc was positive that they weren't mutating anyone. Just to be sure, we had the adepts and Alfred, who we were pretty sure was psychic, see if they could detect anything spooky about the gear. None of them detected any warp stuff around the weapons or armour, though Alfred said they were definitely a little weird. We had almost all the information we needed now. We knew that the weapons were suspiciously awesome, and the soldiers used them because they were awesome. We knew that none of the troopers were turning into demons or mutating, and that the weapons weren't doing anything warpy, and Twitch knew that everyone was secretly an orc. The only information that was still missing was the source of the gear, and as it turned out, that last piece of intel was in Nubby's pants. During his little escapade in the Mechanicus warehouse, Nubby had crammed his packs, pockets, sleeves, and pants with expensive-looking knickknacks, pots, tools, and data slates. It was standard procedure to hold Nubby upside down and shake him after one of his adventures, mostly to see if he had gotten his hands on anything important, but also because we had a running bet on how much he'd take. One of several data slates he had shoved out his pants contained information about a crazier-than-usual Magos who had built a portable weapons factory. The factory had provided millions of weapons and tons of ammo to a local PDF, but it stopped working a few years after the Magos died due to Technoboltius or something. Eventually the weapons were replaced with more standard gear, but the factory was studied by generations of tech priests hoping to get it working again. Right up until an orc warg rolled over the planet. We brought this info to the Rupert, who immediately recalled tales of an unusually well-armed group of greenskins that had been wiped out recently, as well as the name of the regiment which led the final attack. And this just so happened to be the same regiment which was spearheading the current attack. A few transports were requisitioned, and our little force headed out into the thick of things to have a chat with the regiment. Of course, within minutes of our departure, convoys from the Commissariat and the Adeptus Mechanicus rolled out as well. The regiment in question was currently so far forward that you had to cross through orc-controlled territory to reach them. The only reason they weren't considered to be cut off and surrounded was the fact that they were kicking so much ass that their boots had started to smell like orc butt. None of us were keen on crossing the gap between the main lines and the regiment, except for the Rupert, who was happily standing out of the top hatch and waving his sword around. We were paragons of bravery when compared to the adepts and tech priests, though. They didn't see the attraction of driving through a burnt-out city filled with orcs. The second we left Imperial lines, our vehicle started taking small arms fire. Our interrogator cheerily blasted away with the printer-mounted gun, while we kept our heads down and the non-combatants pissed themselves in terror. All in all, the drive was pretty pleasant, though. Nothing heavy enough to pierce the armour was fired at us. The drivers dodged all the landmines, and none of the orcs were good enough shots to hit the Rupert. Unfortunately, it came to an end at a crude barricade a few blocks short of the regiment's position. Now, a sane man would have just driven back a bit and tried a different street, but not our Rupert. With a tally-ho, he hopped out the top of the hatch and charged the barricade. We all stared at him for a few seconds as he calmly climbed the barricade, completely ignoring the shots landing all around him. We were just considering the merits of leading him out there when Cutter revved his sword and charged after him, with Alfred close on his heels. No one could call what followed a heroic charge. It had more in common with a comedy sketch than a valiant assault on enemy lines. Your typical heroic charge doesn't have two adepts screaming like little girls, or a pair of tech priests bitching about illogical behaviour, or a bunch of guardsmen trying to keep their nerves down below the covering fire from our drivers. Also, most charges are supposed to be against something more fearsome than a bunch of Gretchen with handguns, but we weren't complaining. Of course, none of that bothered the Rupert. He and Cutter gleefully ran to the top of the barricade and started wreaking havoc with swords and pistols, while Alfred did his best to keep them from getting shot in the back. Eventually, the rest of us caught up with the idiots. The Gretchen routed, the drivers headed back to the main lines, and the Rupert kept us on an invigorating stroll for the city. We followed the sounds of autogun fire to the regiment's perimeter, where we found the way blocked by a bunch of full-sized orcs who were busy tossing Gretchen out of cover and watching them pop. Cutter found this utterly hilarious. Thinking quickly, Sarge had Alfred distract our interrogator with a flask of tea, while we formed a plan. Twitch would lead with some grenades, Sarge would flank left, Nubby and Doc would lay down covering fire, and Cutter would run straight in screaming before any of us got into position. Cutter's sudden charge caught us all off guard. It is a widely known fact that no guardsman has any business being closer to an orc than the maximum range of their lasgun. Orcs are bigger, stronger and tougher than almost any soldier, and they usually have a bunch of buddies nearby. Despite all this, the bloody psychopath was rushing straight into melee range of a whole squad of boys. We did our best to lay down covering fire and watched in surprise as, instead of dying messily, Cutter began taking the greenskins apart. His new sword wrecked their choppers, and his berserk fury surprised the hell out of the orcs. Limbs were flying, blood was everywhere, Gretchen was screaming, and not a single orc noticed that we were mowing them down while they were busy, but it wasn't enough. The orcs began to overwhelm Cutter, and we were sure that our melee specialist was going to be squig food. Then, with a scream that perfectly matched Cutter's, another group of guardsmen rushed into the orcs from behind. The fight was over in seconds, and we all moved forward to greet the troopers who had saved Cutter. As we approached, we noticed that each of them had a shiny new autogun, chainsword, and set of body armour. We had found the regiment. The walk to Regiment's HQ was a little awkward. The troopers who escorted us were the biggest, ugliest, smelliest soldiers we had seen outside of the Oberynne auxiliaries, and their accents were the worst we'd ever heard. Now every world has its own variation of Low Gothic, and several older regiments even have their own battle languages, so it wasn't unheard of for guardsmen from different regiments to have trouble talking to each other, but this was just ridiculous. It sounded like Low Gothic with half the letters missing, a lot of shouting, a bit of hitting, and a ridiculous amount of slang. We couldn't understand half of what they said, and they didn't even try to understand us. It was lucky that Cutter had picked up their language somewhere and was able to act as a translator. With Cutter's help, we managed to convey that the interrogator wanted to talk to their commander, that 2 friendly convoys would be arriving shortly, and that we wanted to know where their guns came from. To our surprise, this was accepted without fuss. There weren't any pointed questions, or evasions, or violent reactions. The Rupert, Cutter, and Alfred went off to talk to the regimental commander, while the rest of us were taken to see what the troopers called the box. The box was a huge pile of pipes, gears, screens, and other techie stuff, all crammed into a cube the size of a normal hab, which sat on the large flatbed in the warehouse. It had a big hopper on one end and a few conveyor belts coming out the other. As we watched, a huge mess of scrap metal was dumped into the hopper by some of the troopers. A little while later, a few of the new weapons rolled out on the belts and were collected by the troopers. The tech priests were freaking out and yelling at each other in binary. We took this as a positive identification of the box as the Majesty's gun factory. We sat around and watched the box for a bit while the adepts and tech priests did their thing. Sergeant Doc speculated about the value of the box and whether the odd behaviour of the troopers was something sinister or not. To a man, they were bigger and meaner looking than most guardsmen. The regiment was much farther forward than any sane guardsman would push, and they all seemed to be happy. Guardsmen are not supposed to be happy. Sarge was betting on some sort of demon living in the box. Dog thought there might be some sort of heretical archotech in there. Nubby didn't care, and Twitch had his own theory. Twitch's paranoia had apparently gotten the better of him. He was interrupting every conversation to tell us that the troopers were orcs, and that the box was full of orcs, and that the orcs outside were double orcs. Eventually we sent him to go secure us a base. The nurse said they couldn't concentrate with all his shouting. When the interrogator returned from his little meeting, and we brought him up to speed on the box, the Sergeant Doc shared their concerns about it being demonic and corrupting the regiment, but the Rupert wouldn't hear a word of it. He maintained that the regiment was positively spiffing, a splendid example of indomitable guardsman spirit, and that the regimental commander was a jolly good fellow with just the right attitude for life in the guard. Manners might need some polish, though. The nerds and Alfred were no help. All they maintained that there was no warp corruption around the box, though Alfred did admit it felt odd. As a last-ditch effort, Sarge convinced the Rupert to take a tour of the lines and watch the troopers in action. So once again we split the party. Sarge, Cutter, Alfred, and the interrogator went off to see how the troopers acted in combat, while the rest of the team kept an eye on the box. The regiment was constantly fighting orcs, so it was easy to find some action to watch. A section of the perimeter was currently taking fire from a group of orcs, and as they watched, a full-out assault was launched. Sarge was taking careful note of the troopers' discipline. Poor, accuracy abysmal, and attitude excited, when he noticed that Cutter and the Rupert were missing. Both of them were rushing to reinforce the troopers' firing position before the orcs closed to melee. With a curse, he and Alfred ran to catch up. Sarge didn't have to worry, though. Before either of the idiots got to the barricade, the troopers jumped out of cover and countercharged, autoguns in one hand and chainsaws in the other. The troopers ran screaming into the onrushing orcs, and everything devolved into a melee. Sarge and the Rupert stood on the barricade and watched in disbelief as more and more orcs and troopers ran to join the fight, both sides abandoning their positions for a chance to join the brawl. They were barely able to keep Cutter from running in too. If they hadn't all worked to restrain him, he would have happily taken his new chainsaw into the melee. This was enough to convince the interrogator that things were screwed up and the box needed to go. Carter was dragged away from the growing fight as they went to rejoin the team, and see if blowing the source of the weapons to pieces fixed anything. Carter calmed down as soon as he was away from the fight, but Sarge was pretty sure that the melee specialist was currently crazier than usual, and started looking for a way to get the chainsaw off of him without losing any fingers. When they reached the warehouse, they found it crawling with troopers. With Cutter's help, they tore their way inside, but they found blood, bullet holes, and several more troops guarding the box, and Twitch barricaded in the room he had been fortifying. While Sergeant Carter had been out spectating, the rest of us had been chilling in the warehouse. Suddenly, all of our comms went dead, and one of the tech priests helpfully informed us that we were being jammed. Not having anything better to do, Doc and Nubby got directions towards the source of the jamming, and left Twitch in charge of the nerds in the box. Twitch did not feel this was important enough to merit leaving the room, he was currently wiring with mines. The source of the jamming turned out to be 3 chimeras with commissariat markings that had just arrived. A single commissar and a few squads of stormtroopers swimming around trying to torture the troopers and failing spectacularly. The second he saw the 2 guardsmen, the commissar and his goons marched over and ordered them to lead him to the source of the weapons. This was a little unfair. We were in the Inquisition. We were supposed to be the guys that went around with stormtroopers ordering people to do stuff they didn't want to do. Doc raised this point, but the commissar was not inclined to take orders from a bunch of jumped-up guardsmen. When Doc tried to press the issue, he got clubbed to the ground by one of the goons, and Nubby decided that not having a concussion was the better part of valor. Doc was left on the ground as Nubby led the commissar and his men to the box. Once they arrived, the commissar took one look at the box and made a terminal mistake. In a nice loud voice, he ordered his men to remove all the troopers from the room and rig the box with explosives. The second one of the goons tried to evict a trooper, shit went south. The goon got decked, the commissar shot the trooper, a few dozen more troopers rushed in, and things devolved into a general melee. Nubby and the nurse took their chance and ran for Twitch's safe room, but the traps weren't quite finished, and opening the door would have probably killed them all. So Nubby and the rest hid behind some rubble and watched as the commissar and his goons were hacked to pieces by the enraged troopers. The fight went on for a good while, after the last of the commissar's goons were dead, but eventually the troops got tired and things quieted down. The corpses that littered the floor weren't just left there though. The troopers started gathering them up and dumping them into the box, where they were consumed with wet crunching sounds. This was a bit much for one of the adepts, and before Nubby could restrain him, the stupid bugger started screaming and praying. The troopers took notice of this and wandered over to the team's hiding spot. Nubby immediately surrendered to the troopers, and they were all led away by a big one with a whip. None of the troopers even checked the door that led to Twitch's bolt hole. After all of this was relayed to Sarge and the Rupert, it was decided that there would be no more splitting up. Twitch was pried out of his pile of explosives and tripwires, and the whole group set out to find the rest as they set off to save the rest of the team. What followed was much more of a scavenger hunt than a rescue mission. The adepts were found first. They were both waist deep in the latrine pit with shovels, while a bunch of troopers laughed and threw things at them. Carter negotiated their release by kicking the largest trooper present in the crotch. The tech priests were in a nearby building, helping a larger than usual trooper with a few augments weld entire chainsaws onto autogun bayonet mounts. Carter's negotiation tactic failed. It turned out the trooper's augments were a little more extensive than they had at first appeared. Luckily, he was too busy laughing at Carter's pain to notice when one of the tech priests came up behind him and tased him. Doc was found in the medical tent, where a trooper in a smock was chasing him around with a circular saw and screaming about fixing that pesky brain. We skipped straight to tasering this time, then went off to find Nubby. To our surprise, Nubby was in the command tent serving drinks and snacks to the regiment's officers, and dodging the occasional kick. The officers were all huge men, by far the biggest we'd seen so far, but the commander dwarfed them all. It took 3 sets of body armour clutched together to fit him. He was covered with weapons, and he had the commissar's hat on his head. We weren't keen to try tasering him, and having Cutter kick him in the junk was out of the question, so as tactfully as possible the Rupert greeted the commander and offered to exchange a flask of his brandy for Nubby's release. To our relief, he accepted. Reunited once more, we all headed for the box to sort things out before one of the troopers snapped, and we all got killed. We immediately ran into problems when the troopers guarding the warehouse wouldn't let us in. A few arguments and blatant lies were tried, but the guards absolutely refused to stand aside. The Rupert started making plans for a glorious assault, in which we would easily kill all the troopers, destroy the box, then ride a tank of unspecified origin to safety. Sarge decided to go make his own plan. It was Nubby's newfound status as regimental bitch that saved us from the Rupert's plan. While our interrogator brainstormed with the nerds about where our unit of horse cavalry could be found for the victory parade, the rest of us did a little experimenting. We quickly discovered that as long as he was carrying a pile of junk taller than he was, the guards would just ignore the greasy little soldier, only paying enough attention to throw a kick his way or lazy try to trip him. Seizing the initiative, we stuck a pair of dead packs to a few pieces of scrap metal, and sent our most cowardly squad mate to go destroy the box and save the day. Arms loaded with cargo, Nubby waddled towards the warehouse entrance. We all held our breath as one of the guards looked right at him, but all the trooper did was aim a lazy kick at Nubby's rear as he sidled past. We were all on pins and needles, ready to leap into action the second Nubby called for help, but the call never came. Instead, after a few minutes, Nubby sprinted back out as casually as he could manage. Right as he passed the guards, one of them held out his foot and Nubby ate dirt. All the guards laughed as Nubby face-planted and landed right on the detonator he was holding. We all hit the dirt as an explosion shook the warehouse. Immediately afterwards, we heard several smaller, wetter-sounding explosions. As we rose out of cover to check on Nubby and the warehouse, we were greeted by the sight of several headless guards slumping onto the ground. Sarge saluted the stunned Rupert, informed him that perimeter was clear, and requested further orders. Not being men to look a gift horse in the mouth, or at least not this particular gift horse, we grabbed Nubby and followed our interrogator into the warehouse to make sure the box was completely destroyed. Inside we found several more headless troopers and one side of the box blown open like a bag of popcorn. Weapons raised, we slowly flanked around to get a look at what was inside, ready to face some demonic monstrosity. It was full of orcs. Twitch was so damn smug. Well, they weren't exactly orcs, they looked more like orc servitors. Servitorks. Regardless of what precisely they were, the second one saw us, they let out a mighty "Wah!" and charged. We were ready for them though, and the fact that most of them were still attached to the box by tubes and cables slowed their pace significantly. We poured lasfire into the Servitorks as they piled out of the box. Fire discipline was maintained, and targets were called out, and every soldier stood his ground. Unless you counted the adepts, or tech priests that is. They ran like little girls. We were bloody pros. It seemed like every shot we fired either killed or crippled. Now the last Servitor collapsed a few feet short of a very disappointed cutter. We slowly advanced on the smoking hole in the box, keeping an eye out for more surprises and, on Twitch's insistence, headshotting every single fallen orc. When we reached the edge of the hole, we all stopped. The box was now filled with billowing smoke and random sparks. None of us Guardsmen were eager to find out why. While we all stood around and debated the merits of walking into a smoking, Xenos-powered weapon dispenser, one of the tech priests apparently found his balls. He marched past us, head held high, and declared his intent to return this relic to the bosom of the sire. A few seconds later, there was a loud zap, and a smoking pile of metal sailed back out of the hole. The Rupert let out an anguished shout and swore revenge. Truly, that cogboy had been a man among men, and his like would never be seen again. He started a very moving speech about bravery, camaraderie, and charging into a box full of sparking smoke that was obviously hiding an orc psyker. While he did this, we all popped frags and chucked them into the box. We repeated this until we were out of frags, then waited until the smoke faded and revealed a partially slagged interior with a few smouldering orc bits. The remaining tech priest was none too happy with us, and the Rupert seemed pretty put out that no one had wanted to charge into the smoke, but we didn't give a shit. As far as we were concerned, this was a job well done, and the last thing to do was slap enough depth packs onto the damn thing to make sure no one could ever fix it. When we explained our plan to the rest of the team, the remaining tech priest called us a bunch of uneducated meatbags and stormed off. We ignored this and went to retrieve the munitions that Twitch had been wiring into his bolt hole. This was not exactly a fast process, and Twitch spent the entire time gloating, so everyone but Sarge went to go check the perimeter. Outside the warehouse, the camp was absolute chaos. Only the troopers near the warehouse had lost their heads. The rest of them just seemed to be very confused about just what the hell was going on. The Rupert grabbed one of the panicking troopers and demanded a status report. In an entirely non-Orky accent, the soldier explained that the entire regiment had just realised that they were overextended, short on ammo, and had no defensive positions worth manning. The entire regiment was preparing to bug the hell out and get back to the main Imperial lines. If we wanted to get out before the current barrage hit, we better get moving too. It felt damn good to hear that. We were all congratulating ourselves, grabbing well-earned smokes and watching Twitch work when the tech priest returned. He made a very passionate-sounding plea for returning the box to the admech for study. His completely monotone voice was overflowing with emotion, and it melted our icy Guardsmen's hearts. How could we stand in the way of science and deprive the Mechanicus of what was practically a holy relic? With tears in his eyes, Sarge told the tech priest that he could take home all the scraps he could carry after we blew the damn thing to shrapnel. For some reason, this didn't go over well. There was a lot of shouting, some unkind things were said, and eventually the Rupert came over to see what all the fuss was about. We explained the situation, and the tech priest made his case for taking the mind-altering, Xenos-powered box of horrors home with him, and presumably marrying it since he loved the damn thing so much. Luckily, our interrogator came down on the side of reason. He very politely told the cogboy that this idea was incredibly stupid, and by extension, so was the cogboy for even thinking it. This was the final straw for the tech priest. He screeched something in binary, and metal claws ripped through one of the warehouse's doors. Apparently the Mechanicus convoy had finally arrived. The senior magos of the local AdMech detachment, the one who had been arguing with us about proper ownership of the weapons during the investigation, tore through the doors, and he was a lot bigger than we remembered. When we had initially dealt with the Magos, he had looked like a normal tech priest. He had apparently decided to go get a few combat organs for his trip to the front. Being Guardsmen, we all firmly believed that there was no such thing as overkill, but this was damn close. There were probably smaller dreadnoughts out there. He stomped in with a few servitors backing him up, and calmly asked the Rupert to reconsider. A sane man might have seen the folly of arguing with a 3-metre-tall pile of guns and mechanitorites, but not our interrogator. In his mind, there was no way he could be wrong. Anyone who disagreed was either unbelievably stupid or doing it just to spite him. Therefore, it was his job to either educate them or win them over with his gentlemanly charm. While we all stood back and tried to look non-threatening, the poor bastard did his damnedest to explain the way the universe was supposed to work to an increasingly annoyed Magos. When this failed, he tried to appeal to the humanity of a creature that was more closely related to a layman Russ than the average human being. When that inevitably failed, the Rupert gave in to his frustration, drew his sword, and challenged the metal monstrosity to a duel. The Magos responded by tasing him. Tasing probably isn't the right term. For one thing, most tasers aren't Tesla coils mounted on the end of a metal tentacle. Also, tasing doesn't usually involve a 10-foot bolt of lightning that melts swords or chars arms to the bone. It sure as hell incapacitated the Rupert, though. That was enough to convince us that we wanted no part of this shit. While Alfred and Doc saw to our slightly overcooked interrogator, Sarge formally surrendered the box to the Magos, and had Twitch hand over the detonator to the explosives he had covered the box with. We bid farewell to the Magos and the little shit stain of a tech priest, then made our way to the exit. As we left, we watched the two cog boys, practically oiling their pants in delight, walked up to the box, then reverently entered it through the hole we had blasted. Then Twitch hit the trigger on his backup detonator. Seriously, who doesn't set up redundant detonators when they're doing demolition work? It's not like you want to walk up and try to fix it if your detonator fails. Some people are just so stupid. We made our way to the chimeras the Commissar had used to get here, and requisitioned a few drivers from the regiment. The trip back was much less eventful than the trip out. Half a regiment had just been through the area, and no Gretchen is dumb enough to take potshots at a chimera. Sarge used the vehicle's Vox to call HQ, and get them to walk the covering barrage over the regiment's former position after the retreat was finished. Sure, we had reduced the two tech priests and their box to greasy stains on the ground, but there was no harm in making sure. We rode back to HQ with the comforting sound of IG artillery in our ears. Sarge delivered the team's report to the generals and the other bigwigs, since the Rupert was doped to the eyeballs on painkillers. We gave the regiment and the remaining weapons a clean bill of health. After the box and its weird boy had been dealt with, the weapons had stopped being supernaturally awesome, and the troopers had stopped acting like orcs. All that remained was some perfectly normal gear, and some unusually buff soldiers. We pinned the death of the Commissar and his stormtroopers on the orcs. It was more or less true anyway. The Commissariat wasn't exactly happy with this explanation, but they blamed us instead of the troopers, and we were already on our way off planet, so we didn't worry too much. The Mechanicus was also pretty pissed about the destruction of the box. Unfortunately, their boss had mysteriously gone missing during the retreat, and they didn't have the authority to really do anything about it. We suggested that both groups launch a formal complaint with Oak. With the help of Alfred, we requisitioned a berth on a Navy ship going our way, then got the hell off that plane before the Commissariat or Mechanicus tried to kill us. The ride back to Professor Oak's space-throwing inquisitorial doom school was relaxing. Doc got to learn about augmenting shoulder sockets, and even helped a Navy surgeon install one on the Rupert. Nubby and Cutter played around with the weapons and gear they had looted. Sarge helped Alfred write the final report and enjoyed the fact that the adepts were too scared to talk to him now. Twitch gloated like a dog that had caught a squirrel. Every conversation with him started with, "Remember how I said it was orcs and you all call me crazy?" There's nothing quite as annoying as a paranoid who's been proven right. Eventually we got back to Oak's ship, delivered our report and wandered back down to our little section. It was good to be home. A few days later, well before we could get into the proper spirit of R&R, a runner came for us with orders to report to Oak's office. We all thought back to when we told the AdMech and Commissariat to file a complaint and desperately hoped that Oak wasn't about to turn us all over as a gesture of goodwill. Sarge's fears were unfounded though. After the rest of the team arrived, Oak praised us all for our exceptional performance. He congratulated the interrogator especially for identifying the root cause of the problem, removing the piece of heretical technology, and handling the political situation without launching a massive and wasteful purge. Sarge had to kick Twitch when identifying the root cause was mentioned. After he finished praising us and lamenting the treachery of the tech priest, Oak presented a rosette to the Rupert and welcomed him as a full member of the Ordos. To our considerable surprise, the Rupert turned the promotion down. With tears in his eyes and a choke in his voice, the Rupert explained that while Oak was happy with our team's performance, he was not satisfied with his own personal performance on the mission. He gave a heartfelt speech about the importance of looking out for your men, listening to their advice. Twitch got another kick here, and not taking foolish personal risks like challenging giant metal men to duels. We only understood 3 words in 10, but it was very touching nonetheless. He ended the speech with a request that Oak let him take the exam again, after he got a new augmentic arm. A rather bemused Oak agreed and dismissed us all. As we left, the Rupert thanked us for our valiant service and promised to request us for his team once he had recovered. We weren't sure how we felt about that. He wasn't perfect, but we're definitely worse interrogators out there. Once that drama was over with, we all went and enjoyed our downtime as only guardsmen on leave can. There's an old guard saying that goes, life is short, party hard. Our R&R ended far too soon. We all still had money and functioning brain cells when the runner came for us. Sarge got us all into the suits Alfred had gotten us, and looking far too spiffy, we marched ourselves onto the waiting shuttle. The most beautiful woman we had ever seen greeted us and told us to stand easy. Then, with a smile that would have made the Emperor himself blush, she asked us what we knew about gene stealers. Sarge barely managed to catch Nubby and Twitch as they bolted for the shuttle hatch. The squad is currently staring goggle-eyed at their interrogator, who just so happens to be the most beautiful woman they have ever seen. They have just boarded the shuttle to their next mission, which they are being informed involves purging multiple gene stealer cults from an Imperial world. Doc is stuttering out a few poorly worded questions and trying not to stare at the interrogator's chest, while Cutter has already wandered off and is playing with his chainsword. Twitch and Nubby both try to run for the exit at the word gene stealer, and only Sarge's iron grip is holding them back. Behind the interrogator there are 5 professional-looking men who are eyeing the guardsmen with dubious expressions. The all-guardsman party and Nubby's girlfriend. So no shit, there we were, heading out to fight the foes of the Imperium under to command of the hottest women within several cubic light years. Sure, we were on our way to fight with a bunch of Xenos monstrosities and mutant cultists, but our interrogator was the envy of Inquisition agents all across the sector. Any red-blooded trooper would have given his right hand to trade places with us, except he needed for the long lonely nights after she'd ruined every other woman for him. None of us had imagined there was ever an interrogator like her. She was practically perfect. She had a dancer's grace, a charmer's smile, and a singer's voice. Everything about her was beautiful and perfect. To top it all off, she had experience running every part of an Inquisition operation, was a minor psyker, and was absolutely deadly with her foresword. It was a wonder that she wasn't already an Inquisitor. We all assumed that her boss had just wanted to keep her around as long as possible. The rest of the team consisted of hard-bitten multi-discipline adepts that could only really be called agents. They each had a bit of a specialty, such as technology or stealth or social infiltration, but they were all highly trained operatives that could fill almost any role in a mission. On top of that, every single one of them was wrapped around our interrogator's little finger. They go into the Eye of Terror itself, if she ordered it. They hung on her words at briefings and were constantly researching and practicing in hope of earning her praise. So it was sort of surprising that most of us didn't really like her. Doc and Twitch were terrified of her. Doc got tongue-tied around most women. He could barely even talk when the interrogator was around. He would drop what he was holding, stare at anything else in the room, then either freeze completely or mutter something and try to escape. Meanwhile, Twitch had decided that anything that beautiful was specifically designed to destroy men. He firmly believed that she was some sort of demon, or witch, or Xenos, or mechanical construct. His theory varied from day to day. Their relationship was not helped by her repeated insistence that he not wire everyone's quarters with mines. Sarge and Cutter were vaguely distrustful of her. Sarge had a completely justified distrust of authority. None of the squad's previous interrogators had impressed him with their strategic ability, and his guard superiors had been even worse. On top of this, while she was easier on the eyes than any of his former bosses, Sarge automatically assumed that any superior officer that didn't have at least one obvious battle wound probably spent most of their time getting Guardsmen shot instead. For his part, Cutter didn't understand what all the fuss was about. Sure, the interrogator's force weapon was pretty cool, but there was only room in his heart for his chainsaw Chan. Nubby immediately fell in love, though. He followed the interrogator around like a foul-mouthed, unhygienic, kleptomaniacal puppy. Honestly, we weren't sure who we felt more sorry for. Nubby's constant attempts to impress her were absolutely pathetic, but on the other hand, she had to endure Nubby's near-constant presence. He would follow her around doing errands, offering her little gifts, and constantly telling her about the heroic exploits of Captain Nubby and his merry men. At first, she encouraged this behaviour, since Nubby was the only man in our squad that would give her anything more than a resigned salute. Everyone has their limits though, and Nubby's chatter, blatant thievery, and smell could wear down anyone's patience. He even started standing guard outside her quarters while she slept, which is more than anyone should have to bear. Sarge put a stop to that as a sort of peace offering. Once again we claimed a section of cabins as our own and let Twitch fortify them. Thanks to our abysmal first impression, not to mention effect Nubby had on the rest of the team, we mostly got away with our routine of napping, PT, and ignoring everyone else. The others seemed to think of us as disposable muscle, and they definitely weren't about to traverse a literal minefield or argue with a heavily armed paranoid just to talk with us. Of course, we had to leave our territory to go to a few briefings with the rest of the team, but since we weren't part of the Interrogator fan club, we weren't invited to stick around in their part of the ship. The only exception to our isolation was that every once in a while the Interrogator would come down and make an attempt at bonding with us. She stopped trying after Twitch threw holy water at her, though. The end result of all this mutual disgust, aside from making any casual conversation with Nubby unbearable, was that Nubby more or less became the liaison between our squad and the rest of the team. This meant that almost all the information about our mission went through a pathological liar who spent most of the time making eyes at the Interrogator instead of listening. The information that filtered through to us wasn't exactly encouraging. A major gene-stealer cult had been broken up several years ago by some badass Inquisitor, but several splinters had already broken off and headed for other worlds. Recently, several of those splinters had been tracked down to a medium-sized Imperial world smack in the middle of the subsector. Oak had apparently decided that this was an excellent chance for some of the Inquisitor wannabes to prove themselves, so 3 teams were sent out to try and purge these infestations without massacring entire Imperial cities. A few regiments of guard would be stopping by in a few months, so if the teams failed to solve things by then, a more general purge would be performed by the boys in green. Our 3-team force was given the rough location of no less than 6 gene-stealer infestations, and told to go down and pinpoint each cult, take out its leadership, and send in the locals to mop up the rest. Everyone would enter the system discreetly, so as not to spook the cults, and each interrogator was given a trainee rosette to beat the local authorities over the head with. Each team was assigned 2 infestations, and told to help the others when they finished or if the other teams called for help. Finally, if shit went south, they were to try and convince the PDF to do a general purge. Our interrogator and the agents spent the trip going through what info we had about the planet and the cults. The general theory was to find the public face of the cults, perform some sort of daring kidnapping operation, rip the location of the rest of the cults from the mines or databases, then plan a surgical strike with loyal elements of the PDF. We all eagerly awaited the second plan that would be formed after the attempt to capture a psychotic mutant Xenos cultist surrounded by guards went ploin-shaped. We touched down in a fair-sized city, and immediately set up base in a pretty ritzy house. Apparently the Inquisition wasn't skimping on this mission. The agents all started going out on their little fact-finding missions, infiltrating political groups, examining real estate records, hacking databases, and in the interrogator's case, attending extravagant parties. We were not invited on any of these missions on the grounds that we were so unstealthy that just being in the same general area would blow their cover. The lack of invitation didn't stop Nubby from attending the parties though. One can only imagine the disgust on the interrogator's face when he kept showing up mid-party in clothes he'd mugged off a servant or drunk knob. Since we didn't have anything better to do, we mostly lounged around, ate bad fast food, kept the vehicles in order, and generally transformed a beautiful town house into an Imperial Guard firebase. We'd been in transit for several weeks, and now we had been told to stay at base while the rest of the team did the investigating. While any Guardsman appreciates downtime, Sarge wasn't a fan of troopers sitting around with nothing to do, so we stepped up the schedule of our drills, and we all helped Twitch fortify the place. This eventually got us in trouble with the interrogator, since apparently surrounding a house with razor wire counts as breaking cover, even if you cover it up with decorative shrubbery. Our relationship with the rest of the team was definitely getting a bit strained. Carter got yelled at for doing sword drills in the middle of the night. Apparently some of the agents had trouble sleeping while someone was revving a chainsword and screaming obscenities at a training servitor. They were also unappreciative of Sarge holding 5 AM PT in the backyard, and Doc's insistence that everyone submit to a thorough physical. The real problems were Twitch and Nubby, though. Of course, Twitch was doing his usual thing, but unlike our previous teams, the agents had no appreciation for a properly secure perimeter. After an agent ignored the posted directions and had to be rescued from a depressed landmine, there was a big fight between Twitch and the interrogator. His perfectly valid points about perimeter security, posted instructions, and the relative safety of mechanical dual-action mines compared to motion-activated ones were dismissed. In the end, he had to remove all booby traps outside the squad's quarters, even the non-lethal ones. To top everything off, Nubby had ground the entire team's nerves down to the bone. His constant petty theft, chatter, and poor hygiene were bad enough, but he was practically stalking the interrogator at this point. His very presence offended the agents, and his behaviour drove them all into a simmering rage. Only his fictitious rank of captain and supposed command of our squad kept them from killing him or banning him from their briefings. All in all, it was a relief for everyone when they finally identified the front for the local cult and their primary moles in the local government. The plan our interrogator came up with was this beautifully choreographed series of misdirections and lightning strikes. There were cunning disguises, perfectly placed bribes, subtle pieces of blackmail, nearly impossible feats of stealth and speed, and in the middle of it all would be our interrogator acting as the maestro. Every agent would work in perfect sync to draw the targets in, subdue them, and then return them with their memories modified and the cult none the wiser. Our squad would stay in the van and do absolutely nothing to screw things up. An extravagant party was organised by the interrogator, and every one of the targets received an invitation they couldn't possibly refuse. A venue was chosen, disguises were perfected, traps were set, and a little out-of-the-way room was filled with several sinister pieces of equipment and a very nervous Doc. Doc was the only one allowed to even enter the building during the operation, and that was only because no one else was qualified to handle anesthesia. Mind you, Doc wasn't really qualified either. His past experience with sedation primarily consisted of sticking unhappy people with the guard-issue one-use morphiamps. The plan called for a lot of really complex stuff that more or less boiled down to grab a target, take them to the little room, drug them, do psycho stuff to them, dump them back in the party with a gap in their memory, then repeat. Cynics that we were, we fully expected this to fail horribly. Our squad sat in the van armed to the teeth, listening to the comms, and just waiting for the screaming to start. It was a bit of a letdown when things went off without a hitch. The social agent socialed, the stealthy agent stealthed, the psycho agent psyched. One after another, the targets were brought to Doc's little room, where he kept them sedated, while our interrogator and her assistant rooted around in their deformed brains. The closest thing to a problem was when Doc found out that a gene seal hybrid is rather resistant to most tranquilizers, but immediately quintupling the dosage solved that problem. In a remarkably short amount of time, we had all the information we needed on the local cult, and the victims had no idea that anything had happened. We were absolutely floored. Seriously, the mission had taken less than an hour for the word go. Most of the night was taken up with going through the motions of the party, while our squad sat in the van like a bunch of naughty children. It was the most successful inquisitorial op we'd seen, and Nubby gave us no end of shit about doubting his girlfriend. He was so goddamn insufferable that we eventually kicked him out of the van, and told him to go stalk the interrogator or something for the rest of the night. The data gained from the party was used to create a detailed list of targets for surgical strikes by the local authorities. The list was packaged with several strategic suggestions and dire warnings about the consequences of failure, then sealed by the interrogator, and handed off to a few powerful local officials who were believed to be trustworthy. We got to come along and watch as these packages were delivered. The snooty bastards nearly shat themselves when they were shown the interrogator's rosette. The interrogator sealed the packages and instructed the locals to only open them if ordered to do so by someone with an inquisitorial rosette. That done, we all packed up, sent a coded message to the other teams informing them of our success, and headed for the next cold location. A less stalwart bunch of Guardsmen would have started to doubt their cynical view of the world, but we had earned every bit of that cynicalism with blood, sweat and tears. Like how we were going to give it up for something as trifling as a single successful mission. We comforted ourselves with the thought that nothing that perfect could happen twice. We told ourselves that the next job was practically guaranteed to have a colossal fuck-up in it, even if we had to supply it ourselves. Boy, were we right. We moved to another of the major cities on the planet, and once again we set up shop in an incredibly posh house. We went about guardifying it while the rest of the team did their intel gathering things, but we were much more restrained this time. The success of the previous mission had been humbling. The team had put up with our shit and performed like professionals. The least we could do was be civil. That's not to say that we were any more fond of the interrogator or any less sure of the impending disaster. We just didn't see the point of deliberately pissing the rest of the team off while they worked. Even though we were acting more restrained, our paranoia had been ratcheted up several levels by the success. So, it was just a morose sort of paranoia. Something was inevitably going to go wrong, but no one would ever listen to us or let us take perfectly reasonable security measures. So we just stewed in our makeshift barracks and prepared for all the complex plans to fall apart and dump everything into our laps. Our mood was not improved by Nubby periodically coming in and rambling about his lady love. Before long the intel was gathered, the targets were identified, and another magnificent party was scheduled by the interrogator. Once again the interrogator and her agents put together an incredibly complex plan, which would pour one target after another into the little interrogation room manned by Doc. There were little differences here and there, but it really was the same plan as last time. Right down to us grumpy Guardsmen sitting in the van, where we couldn't get into trouble. We paid careful attention to the briefing this time, quietly tracking all the ways things could go wrong. When it was over, we retreated to our quarters and started making our own contingencies. We had plans for stopping escaping targets, we had plans for intercepting cultists hunting our team, we had plans for holding off reinforcements. Hell, we even had plans for if the interrogator and the psychic agent both simultaneously turned into demon hosts. Sure, all these plans are more or less apply las fire and explosives until it stops being a problem, but we did have them. The team was amped up and ready for another perfect op. Well, at least Nubby, the agents and the interrogator were, but after several days of morosely speculating about what would go wrong, our squad had the general attitude of condemned prisoners. We weren't sure what would be worse. If even a tenth of our paranoid worries came true, we were all going to die horribly, but if everything went perfect again, we'd probably have to kill ourselves or join the interrogator fan club with Nubby. Most of us considered death to be the better option. On the night of the party, our squad piled into the van with so much military hardware that we clinked when we walked. We had lasguns and melee weapons, ammo and med packs, several different types of grenades, and more dead packs than even Twitch thought we needed. When a Guardsman feels a sense of doom in the air, munitions are his security blanket. Doc was sent off to his little room with a batch of super heavy tranquilizers he had prepared after the slight difficulty last time. He was going to be alone in there, so we gave him a backup guard issue combead, and in direct violation of the interrogator's orders, Twitch snuck him a few of his toys. That is to say, Doc was given enough directional mines to blow anyone coming through the front door to chunky salsa, or simultaneously opening an escape route out the back. We sat in the van, jittering and waiting for either the impending disaster or the most embarrassing moment of our lives. This op would make us, break us, or quite possibly kill us. All we could do was listen to the comms and wait to see which. You should have seen the look on Sarge's face when the elevator the stealthy agent was on suddenly reversed direction and smashed him into the top of the shaft. Grinning like schoolboys, we started piling out of the van, even before the agent's scream was cut short by the inevitable splat. As we sprinted for the building, we all felt a deep sense of satisfaction, as two of the agents reported they were being followed, and Sarge almost started laughing when the interrogator's order to abort was interrupted by a gurgling scream and comms going down. Twitch actually did start laughing when Doc reported hostiles approaching his position, and his intention to blow the mines then rendezvous with us in the ballroom. We hit the front doors right as Doc's mines went off. As the explosion shook the building, we kicked in the door, butt stroked the rent-a-cop standing guard, and headed for firing positions. Nubby and Twitch sprinted up into the balconies to lay down covering fire, while Sergeant Cutter started forcing a path through the crowd. There was complete pandemonium in the ballroom. The crowd was panicking, gunfire was coming from several directions, and the hostiles were almost identical to the rest of the partygoers. One agent was already down, another was pinned behind some pillars, and as we got into position, we saw the interrogator retreat out a side door with 3 cultists in pursuit. Nubby and Twitch made quick work of the cultists they could see, and started sweeping the crowd for hostiles and the original targets. Sarge and Cutter finally made it through the crowd to the surviving agent, where they found several cultists pretending to be guests, and waiting for a clear shot. Cutter hit them in the rear and started making cultist hamburger, while Twitch and Nubby shot anyone who didn't run from the madman with a sword. Sarge took this chance to run in and grab the pinned agent, before more hostiles showed up. The ground team was pulling back towards the front doors, when the rescued agent spotted one of the targets in the dwindling crowd and broke away from the group. Swearing under their breaths, Sarge and Cutter ran after the agent as he closed on a spectacularly fat man. The panic in the room covered the sound of the agent's approach, and he managed to land a decent hit with his stunner, but the fat man wasn't completely incapacitated. With startling speed, he popped back onto his feet, locked eyes with the agent, and started to draw a weapon. Before he could kill the paralysed agent, Cutter hit him like a truck, and started repeatedly clubbing him over the head with the flat of his chainsword. Once the fat man stopped moving, Sarge pulled Cutter off, and the whole group headed for the exit, dragging the fat man behind them. Twitch saw the cultists follow up assassins enter the room before anyone else, and immediately nailed 2 of them, prompting the rest to dive into cover. Thinking fast, Sarge took cover behind the wobbling folds of the incapacitated target, and dragged Cutter and the agent down with him. They hunkered down behind the makeshift barricade, and hoped to the Emperor that 200 kilos of blubber would stop small arms fire. It turned out that enough fat is just as good as a bunch of sandbags, and luckily the cultists didn't have anything heavier than handguns. Twitch and Nubby picked off most of the cultists, and the last few decided to stick in cover and wait for reinforcements. Sarge was considered releasing Cutter to launch a flanking attack on them, when Doc poked his head through the door behind the cultists. Doc ducked back out of the room. We all did our best to keep attention off of him for a few seconds. Before long, he stepped out of the door, calmly walked up to a pair of cultists and tranked them, while behind him the last missing agent walked in and headshotted the final cultist. The room was empty except for us now, so Twitch and Nubby dropped down from the balcony, and everyone gathered together to plan the next move. The fat man was thoroughly dead. It turned out that no amount of body mass will let you live through being used as a meat shield against half a dozen handguns. To our surprise, the 2 cultists that Doc had so thoroughly tranked were dead too. Apparently they weren't as gene-stealery as the previous targets had been, and the quintuple strength trank had instantly killed them. In fact, a quick examination didn't turn up anything gene-stealery about them. We had a vague feeling that this was important, but since it wouldn't help us survive the current shitstorm, we filed it away for later. Since we were the ones working comms, Sarge took operational command. The 2 surviving agents were told to fall in behind us. We made our way out of the building. Theoretically, we should have tried to find the rest of the team first, but we knew one agent was dead, and judging by the comm traffic, the others were too. Nubby and the surviving agents argued for finding the interrogator, but Sarge decided she was a big girl who could handle herself, so we all headed for base instead. We carefully made our way to the front door, and got ready for the completely exposed sprint to the van. Right as Sarge was about to give the order to run, the van exploded in a fireball that took out every other vehicle in the lot. We all looked at Twitch, who shrugged and muttered about making sure no one tampered with it. So no shit, there we were, standing outside a building full of corpses, most of which we were responsible for, with no vehicle, no form of inquisitorial identification, and the rapidly approaching sound of sirens. Judging by the arm that landed next to Doc, a bunch of cultists had tried to mess with our van, and ran afoul of Twitch's perimeter defences. But no one shot the agents when we sent them to check on the wreckage, so we assumed that none of the hostiles were left. We could have hotwired a nearby vehicle and led the cops on a daring chase, or we could have had the social agent trying to bluff them, or we could have silently gone into custody and awaited rescue by the interrogator, or we could have even tried to fight our way through an entire city's worth of cops. Instead, we decided to just walk home. The agents weren't exactly happy about this decision. None of us were disguised, they said. It was a 20-kilometre walk, they said. We were in plain sight, they said. And we were all obviously carrying weapons, they said. We ignored them, though. And as we walked, Sarge calmly explained that no sane copper was going to ask a bunch of Guardsmen why they were carrying their weapons with them on leave, especially not when there was something much more important to deal with. He did acknowledge the point about it being 20 clicks back to base, though, so after a few blocks we found a train station, and rode home with some very scared-looking administratum workers. Those of us with proper guard-issue common sense caught some much-needed rest while we travelled. The agents just sat there and worried about their precious interrogator. The sun was almost up when we got back to base, and the agents were dead on their feet. Doc opened the front door and nearly lost a hand when the interrogator fired several bolt rounds through it. But after a bit of careful negotiation, we convinced her to let us in. She seemed surprised that we survived. It was a bit insulting, really. After the interrogator put the bolt pistol down, we all filed in, and Sarge gave the squad's report. Doc and the agents filled in the bits he wasn't there for. We painted a pretty clear picture of the cultists' attack, our swift response, and the rescue of the agents. Sarge also made sure to mention the attempt to capture the Fat Man, and the lack of gene-stealer characteristics on the cultists, but the interrogator wasn't exactly impressed with this information. Instead, she asked some very pointed questions about why the interrogation room had been filled with explosives, why we had deployed without orders, and whose idea it was to rig the van with proximity mines. For the most part, we stood there and ignored these questions in traditional Guardsman fashion, but Twitch made a few unkind comments about the interrogator's retreat, which she graciously decided to ignore. Eventually, the interrogator got tired of yelling at us, and told the whole team to pack their gear up and get into the flyer in the garage. She had decided that this part of the mission was beyond salvage, and ordered an immediate purge by the PDF. We had less than an hour to get our shit together, and get the hell out of there before the killing started. None of us were happy about the purge order. A whole lot of civvies were going to be killed, and the PDF grunts were going to be pretty messed up by the end of the purge, but in the end it was the interrogator's call to make. We didn't have any clever suggestions, and she clearly wasn't interested in listening to our half-baked plans, so we kept our mouths shut. Hell, even if we had a real idea for fixing the situation, we couldn't have stopped the purge without the interrogator's rosette. So, feeling like our heroic rescue had been for nothing, we collected everything we could carry, got into the team's flyer, and awaited further orders. We hadn't even finished stowing our gear when the interrogator and the two agents sprinted into the flyer in full combat gear. The agents jumped into the pilot seats, and we immediately took off while the interrogator told us that one of the other teams had requested aid. The interrogator explained that the other team was on its way to deal with a nest of cultists, and expected heavy resistance, so our team would make comm contact and act as reinforcements as soon as we arrived. We cracked open our supplies and started gearing up for a big fight as we flew. This time it would be a straightforward battle, and we would be ready. Far below us, layers and artillery fire started to spread across the city. The squad was in a grim mood. Thousands, if not millions, of Imperial citizens were dying below us, and it was all because our team had botched a single op. We looked back on the sense of smug satisfaction we felt, but the interrogator's plan had fallen apart and felt a little ashamed. This wasn't just about proving ourselves right and keeping our asses safe. There were millions of lives on the line here. The entire squad vowed that this would not happen again, and each of us swore that we would do our damnedest to aid the other teams and complete the mission objectives. Except for Twitch, that is. Instead, the Nutter swore that he would put a stop to the interrogator's nefarious plans to harvest his precious bodily fluids. Doc hit Twitch and told him to stop plotting to kill our superior officer, unless Sarge told him to. We were all locked, loaded, and ready for action when we entered the other team's territory and the interrogator made comm contact. She reported that the second team was pinned down in a building by several well-armed cultists, and hostile reinforcements were probably on the way. We would land on a nearby roof, get into position, then take out the attackers and any other cultists while the team inside finished their mission. The agents would stay in the flyer and give air support if needed. As soon as the flyer touched down, we fanned out across the edge of the roof and started setting up for one hell of a sneak attack. The targets below us were obviously professionals. They were spread across several pieces of cover, had military-grade weaponry, and were maintaining fire discipline. Since these guys were head and shoulders above the cultists we had fought earlier, Sarge ordered us to hold fire and pick our targets for a massive opening salvo. Before any of us could finish setting up our shots, though, the interrogator ran to the edge of the roof and started pouring bolt fire onto the cultists below. They responded instantly, every one of them turning towards the roof and laying down suppressive fire. We all immediately hit the deck, leaving the interrogator as the only clear target. She threw up a force shield, but she wasn't a powerful offensive psyker, and after a few seconds she collapsed with a scream. When Nubby saw this, he burst out of cover and started hosing lasfire back at the cultists with no regard for his personal safety. Doc barely managed to pull him to the ground before their return fire killed him. Sarge took stock of the situation, decided it was salvageable, and assumed operational command. Figuring he needed some form of identification for when he reached the other team, he grabbed the moaning Inquisitor's bolt pistol with its obvious Inquisition marking, then ordered Twitch to take her back to the flyer. Twitch grumbled and pulled the limp interrogator over his shoulder, then started to slowly haul her towards the flyer, complaining loudly that she wasn't even trying to walk. Sarge decided that the squad's current positions were fucked, so he gave the order to pop smokes and flashes, then get into new ones. While we shifted positions, Sarge started flipping through frequencies on his comm bead in an attempt to contact the other team and coordinate an attack. We were still waiting for the smoke to clear and the fight to resume, when Cutter spotted the cultist reinforcements coming in on their own flyer. We'd been ready for something like this, though. Both Sarge and Nubby had brought heavy ordnance along. Nubby got his launcher ready, and as soon as the flyer came into range, he nailed it with a flak missile. The shot wasn't perfect, and the pilot managed to make a crash landing at the edge of the smokescreen, but Sarge raised his nade launcher and dropped several rounds onto it before anyone could get out. That done with, he went back to scanning the comm channels, and finally made contact with the other team. Sarge asked for a sit rep, and we all got patched in just in time to hear, "Our situation is foobar. We're pinned down by several heavily armed cultists, and someone just fragged our interrogator's flyer." Whoops. That was a little embarrassing, but these sorts of things happen in combat, and we were still in the middle of a fight. Sarge told them that we had eyes on the cultists, and would deal with things while the other team sat tight. As the smoke cleared, he started dropping nades onto every piece of heavy cover he could see, while the rest of us waited for him to flush out the targets. A few seconds later, the other team voxed back and told us to bloody hurry, because they're dropping nades right on our heads here. Double whoops. This screw-up was too big to be entirely our fault. In fact, there was no way that a screw-up this big could be accidental. After all, the interrogator had been in comm contact with the other team the whole time, and had been the first one to open fire. We all turned our heads towards Twitch and the interrogator, and watched in horror as she sprang upright with Twitch's last pistol in hand. Twitch reacted with lightning speed and threw himself backwards, but before he hit the ground she drew a bead on his head. She met his eyes, and then, with the most beautiful smile in the entire galaxy, she pulled the trigger. This was Twitch's last pistol, though. Its owner was a man who once put directional charges on the backplate of his armour, just to make sure no one snuck up behind him. There was an ominous hum when the trigger was suppressed, the smile faded, and a second later the pistol's power cell went off like a small grenade, taking the bitch's hand with it. It really shouldn't have surprised any of us that Twitch had booby-trapped his weapons. He regularly told us to never, ever touch any of his stuff without asking first. It surprised us anyway, though, and we all stared at the explosion like a bunch of dumb recruits. This meant that every one of us was dazzled by the explosion, which blew Twitch and the interrogator in opposite directions. As most of us tried to blink the spots out of our vision, Cutter charged with the downed interrogator while throwing at the top of his lungs. Cutter was damn fast, but he had a lot of distance to cover, and the interrogator was back on her feet in seconds. She sprinted for the flyer, and one of the agents poked his head out of the door to see what the hell was going on. What he saw was a badly wounded interrogator running for safety, while Twitch blindly sprayed last fire, and Cutter bore down on her revving his chainsaw to scream for blood. So in retrospect, his decision to draw his sidearm and give her some covering fire was pretty reasonable. Reasonable or not, it still screwed with us, though. Cutter had to start dodging shots, and only caught up right as the interrogator was boarding the flyer. Cutter made a good attempt at removing the interrogator's pretty head, but he was forced to dodge at the last second by the agent. The interrogator's counterstroke nearly impaled Cutter, but he fell back and only took a minor stab wound from her foresword. This gave the agent enough time to slam the door shut, and the flyer started to take off as Cutter futilely hacked the door with his chainsword. The moment the interrogator broke for the flyer, Sarge started trying to raise the agents on the comm, but to his absolute disgust, he found that the interrogator had locked the whole squad out of the team's network. So with no way to get our side of the story across, we just stood there and watched the flyer take off. Our paralysis lasted until we realised that it was coming around for a strafing run. It didn't surprise any of us that the agents had sided with their precious little interrogator. Later on we might try to bring them around, but right now they were sheltering our enemy and trying to kill us. We all scattered and managed to avoid the first salvo from the flyer's nose gun. Thinking fast, Doc grabbed the missile launcher from a stunned Nubby and loaded our backup flak round. Doc wasn't exactly a pro at using the heavy weapon, but it was a pretty near miss and he definitely got a chunk off the flyer. Sarge supplemented this with some airburst grenades from his launcher, and between the two of them we convinced the flyer that we weren't worth the trouble. It turned tail and limped away into the distance, as they all stood there and tried to figure out what the hell just happened. We were brought back to reality by the sound of fighting from the street below. The cultists in the building were laying heavy fire onto the poor buggers that we'd done our level best to team kill. Doc went to see to the slightly crispy Twitch and slightly stabbed Cutter, while Sergeant Nubby pumped the rest of the squad's grenade and missile launcher rounds into the building. This went a long ways towards convincing the other team that our previous attacks had all been a misunderstanding. The barrage of explosives pretty much leveled the building, and none of the surviving cultists decided to stay and fight. Neither our squad or the team below was in position to give chase, so we all withdrew and tried our best to sort everything out over the comm. We explained the situation as best we could, and mostly thanks to the former Guardsmen on the team, we eventually convinced them that this was all our interrogator's fault. The problem was that we didn't really have any idea about what to do about it. We were just a bunch of grunts, and the other team was down to a Guardswoman, a Psyker, an Arbite, and a pair of badly wounded clerics. Apparently the interrogator and all of their team's nerds had been on the flyer that Sergeant Nubby had blown to pieces. We blamed that one on the agents in the flyer when they asked who had shot it down. None of us had any great ideas about how to track down the interrogator, so we decided to fall back to the other team's safe house and see if we could raise the third team's interrogator. We hot-wired a pair of vans. As we headed for their base, Doc did his best to fix up the two wounded clerics. Neither of them was going to be back in the fight anytime soon, though. On the brighter side, Twitcher lost his eyebrows and needed a new pair of pants, but was otherwise fine. And Cutter hadn't even noticed the shallow stab wound he took. He was far more concerned about the teeth his chainsword had lost when he tried to cut open the flyer. The rest of the squad was completely unharmed, but Nubby was deeply depressed over the interrogator's treachery. We tried to be understanding, but it was hard, especially when he started spinning theories about what could have forced her into betraying us all. When we got to the safe house, we all went about reloading and rearming ourselves, while Sergeant the Guardsman tried to contact the third team. Luckily, there was a backup flyer part of the safe house, so we started moving everything we might need into it, in case the third interrogator wanted us to join him. After only a few minutes of this, we started to hear the distinctive sounds of heavy artillery and lasfire in the distance. We quickly realised that our interrogator had called in another purge for Empress knows what reason. Being inside an inexorably shrinking military cordon is bad, so we decided it was time to get the hell out of Dodge. We loaded up the wounded and the last of the supplies we could carry, then the Arbite got us into the air, while Sarge and the Guardswoman tried to use the flyer's Vox to reach the local authorities. We were wildly unsuccessful in our attempts to convince the PDF to stop the purge. Their orders had been given by someone with a genuine inquisitorial rosette, and Emperor helped the man who defies the Inquisition. Sarge failed miserably when he tried to explain that we were the Inquisition, as without a rosette to prove it, no one would believe him. We considered going back to look for the second team's rosette, but since their interrogator had been wearing it when we blew him to pieces, that idea was quickly abandoned. Eventually, the PDF must have reported our attempts to stop the purge to the interrogator, because they suddenly got very interested in where we were voxing them from. We quickly deactivated our vox, in case they could trace it, and watched the fireworks below us while we made our way towards the third team's last known position. We spent a lot of time talking during the flight. None of this shit made any sense to us, and we had no idea what to do about it. Initially, we asked Twitch what the interrogator's plan was, since he'd been sure she was planning to kill us the entire time, but he quickly devolved into theories about precious bodily fluids. Nubby wasn't any help either. He kept insisting that this was all some sort of misunderstanding, and the interrogator was a sweet girl who had never hurt a fly. We weren't going to get anything useful out of them, so we put our heads together with the rest of the team and tried to figure shit out. Looking back, it was sort of weird that the cultists at the party hadn't been gene-stealery or cared about shooting the fat man, so we decided that they must have been the interrogator's friends, and the plan had been to wipe out the whole team. If that was her main goal, though, she could have killed us all in far simpler ways, so we figured that it was supposed to look like an accident. We didn't really see the point, though. If she just wanted to order purges, it provided a nice justification, but she hadn't ordered a general purge on the first cult. Maybe she wanted to perpetrate a mass murder and still pass her Inquisitor test or something. Anyway, it was definitely her plan to get us into a fight with the other team and presumably have us wipe each other out. We didn't really see a reason for that either, but maybe she just wanted to kill the other team and figured she'd take out two birds with one stone. It made a stupid sort of sense if she was low on cultist manpower and afraid of people trying to stop her purges. Her reason for the purges was still a mystery, though. All we knew was that she wasn't working with the Gene Stealers, since they weren't going to live through the purges either. In the end, we decided that she was just an utter bitch and tried to catch what sleep we could before the flight ended. We woke to the sound of more artillery fire. We were over the city where the last team was supposed to be working, and we all recognised the shitstorm below us. The damn bitch had ordered another purge. We were pretty sure she couldn't have ordered this one without either enlisting or killing the third interrogator, but it didn't hurt to check. We turned the Vox back on and called the third team, and to our surprise, we actually got them on the first try. Sarge immediately explained that our interrogator had gone nuts, tried to get us to kill the other team, and was running around ordering mass purges for generic evil reasons. Unfortunately, the bitch had their interrogator under her thumb, so the only response we got was an order to surrender to the Inquisition and seek mercy for our sins. That was bullshit, so we turned the Vox back off and started to debate the merits of catching a ride back to Oak's ship, hanging out on some tropical island until this all blew over, or even getting a job on a rogue trader. Our boss was an evil bitch who got off on ordering mass purges, the nearest other official was totally whipped by said evil bitch, several major cities were being needlessly genocided, and no one on this damn planet would listen to us unless we had one of their rosettes. Everything was a horrible bloody mess, and it shouldn't have been our job to sort it out. Our plans for desertion came to a sudden halt when the psycho from the second team started freaking out. We hadn't known the psycho for very long, but he didn't seem like the type to randomly start screaming. So our doc saw to him, we all started looking out the windows and checking the sensors for anything warpy going on. The problem quickly became apparent. A pair of massive glowing lines shot in different directions across the ground under us. A second later, this was followed by dozens of smaller lines, which formed eldritch symbols all across the sea below. We weren't exactly geniuses, but it didn't take a bloody savant to see that this was some serious warp shit, or that the two glowing lines were extending towards the other two cities that the interrogator had ordered purged. Even though none of us was sure about what was going on here, everyone was pretty sure this was all her fault. The situation was going to shit at incredible speed. The only thing we could think to do was to try and get our hands on one of the two remaining rosettes, and use it to tell everyone to stop being retarded. So we stayed on course for the 13's base, and hoped that both interrogators would still be there. While we flew, everyone geared up for a fight. We weren't going to ask nicely and appeal to reason, then be really surprised when they all sided with the hot chick over a bunch of scruffy guardsmen. We were going to hit them hard, and let the Emperor sort them out. After this shit was over, we could argue with any survivors, while Doc tried to reattach their limbs. We sold the remnants of the second team on our plan. The guardswoman and the whimpering psycho would come with us, while the Arbite handled the flyer, and kept an eye on, with the two wounded clerics still chilling in the back. The plan was pretty simple. Bust in, head for the two interrogators, kill or subdue anyone in the way, and hopefully grab one of those damn rosettes intact. It was going to be a tight and brutal fight. Several well-trained hostiles, a lot of walls of varying thickness, an enemy who knew the terrain better than us, severe consequences for failure, and to top it off, it looked like the safe house was located halfway up a damn tower. Not only would it be a rough fight, we also had to figure out a way to get inside without running into an ambush. Good thing we had a flyer. Now, this flyer didn't have any weapons, so we couldn't really use it for air support. It did have a nice amount of armor though, and the 13th safe house had some nice big windows. A few minutes later, we finally forced open the flyer's doors, and started digging our way out of the pile of safety glass, wall fragments and destroyed furniture we had created with our landing. All things considered, it was incredibly lucky that we were the first ones out of the wreckage. As we stumbled out of the crippled flyer, we saw several hostiles struggling to get free, and we took the chance to hit them with some of Doc's now normal strength tranks. We congratulated ourselves on successfully breaching the perimeter, without even killing any other inquisitorial agents. Probably. Truly, we were the pinnacle of professionalism. After we finished patting ourselves on the back over our dynamic entry, we formed up and started making our way deeper into the safe house. We knew how to clear a building and had plenty of flash grenades, so we moved from room to room at a steady pace, flashing, sweeping and securing. The first few rooms were all empty, but before long we ran into a pair of adepts who practically shat themselves when we flashed them. We clubbed them down, secured their hands and feet, and then asked them a few questions about where exactly everyone was. The adepts were actually very helpful. They made a few feeble attempts to defy us, but our Visage hauled them both to a window, and pointed out the glowing shit both adepts came around to our way of thinking. They also found Carter's explanation of how the free strike rule works with a chainsword very persuasive. They pointed us towards a set of rooms that belonged to the 13th interrogator, and confirmed that our former interrogator was in there with him. We taped them to the wall, and made our way towards the interrogators. There was going to be a reckoning. There are two good ways to clear a hostile building. You either want to hit hard and fast with several teams working together to take out the enemy before they concentrate their forces, or you want to move in stealthily and take out small groups of enemies while avoiding major ones. Unfortunately, the small size of our team and our arrival via a crashing flyer meant that these good options weren't really possible. We were stuck with the sorta almost okay option of just moving carefully and praying to the Emperor that we'd spot the inevitable ambush before it was sprung. We didn't. We methodically worked our way towards the room where the interrogators were supposed to be. We had it down to a science. Every room went the same. Check the door, get into position, flash storm, realise the room was empty, and move on to the next door. The lack of opposition was unsettling, and and we were all on pins and needles when we got to a door that was sturdier than any of the others we'd seen. If the adults had been telling the truth, both the interrogators were inside. We got into position and readied our weapons, while Twitch checked the doors for traps and quietly unlocked it. Sarge got a firm grip on the handle, crocked a flash, cracked the door open and tossed it through. Before he even started to close the door, the grenade bounced off something in midair and sailed right back through. Sarge managed to get out a "oh shit" before the flash went off about 8 inches in front of his face. Sarge's shout triggered the bone-deep reflexes that all guardsmen develop, and the rest of us managed to turn away. Everyone was still dazzled and deafened, but at least we weren't completely blind. Also, our turn meant that we just happened to be looking in the right direction when the 2 agents dropped in through the ceiling. They landed on our flanks in perfect crossfire positions, and even though we were all deafened, we could feel heavy boots pounding towards the door. Thank the Emperor that one of the agents came down next to Twitch and Cutter. The agent who came down next to Twitch and Cutter was the social one we had gone through such trouble to rescue back at the party, and as he landed, he raised a pair of auto pistols. He had about a quarter second to look surprised before a full auto burst hit him in the chest, and a chainsaw hit him in the back. That taught him to be ungrateful to his rescuers. The second agent landed next to the guardswoman and Psyker, neither of whom had reaction times as good as Twitch and Cutter. Before the guardswoman managed to raise her lasgun, the agent landed a brutal kick on her head, raised his autogun, and opened fire on the Psyker and Nubby. The poor bastard didn't have a chance to do anything, but his death gave Nubby the split second he needed. With Weasley's speed, Nubby got behind the collapsing Psyker and held him up like a shield while he sprayed the agent with wild las fire. The Emperor was with Nubby. Several of the unaimed shots hit the agent, and Doc's follow-up salvo finished the job. The entire fight had taken just a few seconds, and the smoke from the flash was still fading as the second agent crumpled to the ground. The Psyker was dead, the guardswoman was groggily cursing the dead agent, and a barely conscious Sarge was lying on the floor, but the rest of us were okay. We had about 2 seconds to take stock of the situation, before the door burst off its hinges and landed squarely on Sarge. The door was followed by a pair of heavily armed Arbites carrying shields and shock mauls. Shields raised, they stood right on top of the door, and were really confused when they saw an entire squad of guardsmen facing them with weapons raised. There was a brief pause while the Arbites realised that the agents were already dead. We all stared at the feebling, cursing lump being crushed under a heavy door and 300 kilos of Arbites. Then Cutter ran in with a scream, and the fight was on. Cutter did most of the work this time. There's just no good way to use a suppression shield to stop both lasfire and a maniac with a chainsword. The Arbite on the left made a decent attempt at it though. He held off several strikes from Cutter and shots from Twitch and Doc, while his buddy kept Nubby and the guardsman from shooting him in the back. He couldn't keep it up though. A thrust from Cutter's sword nearly made it through, and the Arbite parried the strike, right into his buddy's back. The wounded Arbite staggered forward and removed over 100 kilos of meat and armour from Sarge's back. With a roar of rage, Sarge pushed himself upward and managed to unbalance the Arbite that was still on top of him. We all seized the opportunity, and several volleys of lasfire got past the Arbite shields, ending the fight. While the rest of us restrained the badly wounded Arbites and hauled them out of the way, Sarge slowly pushed himself off the floor. With a pained groan, he got his feet under him and lifted the reinforced door, complaining about his weight and cursing Arbites in general as he did so. Right as Sarge managed to get this up right, his curses were interrupted. A pair of bolt rounds came through the doorway and slammed into the remains of the door and his back. The door took the brunt of the damage, but Sarge was thrown forwards and slammed into the wall head first. This was the final straw, and Sarge slipped into unconsciousness as Doc hastily grabbed him and dragged him out of the line of fire. From inside the room we heard the third team's interrogator yell at us to surrender in the name of the Holy Inquisition. A quick peek revealed that both he and the bitch were holed up behind a makeshift barricade and had bolt pistols trained on the door. So no shit, there we were, standing outside a room containing a pair of hostile and well-armed interrogators manning a prepared position, and with no non-com to tell us what to do. Up to now, we'd always looked to Sarge when the going got tough, but he was out for the count. Twitch and Nubby immediately started arguing with each other. Carter sat on one of the wounded Arbites and worked on dislodging a piece of armour from his chainsword. Doc got Sarge comfortable in a corner, and the guardswoman stared at us like we were a bunch of retards. Eventually, Doc got tired of the guardswoman giving him the stink eye, and decided that it was his duty as the only sane member of the squad to take charge. He put down his medkit, hefted his lasgun, crept as close to the doorway as was safe, and politely asked the 13th interrogator if he'd consider surrendering the bitch to us. This resulted in a brief astonished silence and several bolt rounds sailing through the open doorway. Doc was not deterred though. As the rest of the squad watched in disbelief, we repeatedly tried to convince the two interrogators to stand down. It really was something to see. Doc standing against the wall and calmly laying out our grievances and arguing inquisitorial regulations. Especially considering that they would periodically fire bolt rounds at him. The crazy part was that he actually seemed to be making progress. The more he argued, the more thoughtful the 13's interrogator sounded, and the more furious the bitch sounded. The tipping point was when the guardswoman chimed in, confirmed Doc's story, and asked the interrogator to look out the window at the glowy warp staff. We heard him get up, walk to the window, and exclaim about it being a threefold sacrificial ritual. A second later, we heard the distinctive sound of the bitch's foresword, a meaty thunk, and the most sulphurous swearing to ever come out of such a beautiful mouth. The good news was that there was just one hostile interrogator now. Diplomacy wasn't going to work this time, though Nubby made a few attempts which only resulted in more swearing and bolt fire. We wanted to just rush her, but our former interrogator was a damn good markswoman, and none of us were keen to try trading shots with her. We started trying other things, like grenades and blasting holes in the walls. Unfortunately, we quickly discovered that the walls were too sturdy to blast through without collapsing the building, and she bounced every grenade back with her damn telekinesis. The best we could do was pop a smoke in our position, and hope it wafted towards her. We were running out of options that wouldn't result in one of us getting shot when Doc remembered the Arbite shields. Two of us could charge in under smoke cover, then try to flank her while the rest of the squad gave suppressing fire from the door. Hopefully the shields would hold long enough to get close to her and allow the rest of the team a chance to move forward. Cutter was an obvious choice for rushing in, but it surprised the hell out of us when Nubby volunteered to carry the other shield. This behaviour was very suspicious coming from Nubby. We reminded him that the interrogator was a heretical super bitch, but he just wouldn't listen. He insisted that she was a nice girl who got stuck running with a bad crowd. We pointed out that she tried to kill us all. He said that most of our superior officers had too. We pointed out that she had killed the other interrogator. He said that we'd been planning to do that too, so we shouldn't judge her for it. Finally, Doc pointed out that she had stabbed Cutter, and would stab Nubby too if she got the chance. Nubby maintained that lots of people have stabbed Cutter. I'm not worried. I think she likes me deep down. We gave up at this point and just gave him the damn shield. With any luck, Cutter would get to her first and chop her head off before Nubby had a chance to be retarded. We got ready, popped the smoke, and Nubby and Cutter ran towards opposite sides of the room. Cutter was faster by far, but right as he got close, the interrogator landed a grenade at his feet while staggering him with bolt rounds. Cutter leapt backwards in time, but the blast still sent him and his shield flying across the room. Nubby took advantage of the distraction though. We all had a clang as he clubbed the bolt pistol out of her hands, and another as he knocked her to the ground. The rest of us started moving forwards, but stopped in sheer shock when we heard the interrogator surrender to Nubby. She admitted that she had been forced to work against the Imperium by evil heretics, who would kill her if she disobeyed. She just wanted to be safe. We cleared the smoke and watched in amazement as he reached down and helped her up, quietly telling her that he'd make sure it all worked out as he did so. He'd protect her from the bad people. No one would ever hurt her again. Then, in a fluid movement, she drew her foresword, swung it in a circle, and bolted for the large security door at the far end of the room, as Nubby fell to the ground screaming. Twitch and the guardswoman opened fire on her as she ran, but her damn shield held out just long enough for her to pass through the door and lock it behind her. Doc ran over to Nubby and found him lying a full metre from his legs. It was a bad wound, but the cut had been across the thighs, not the belly. Thinking fast, Doc put a tourniquet on both legs and started a blood transfusion. While he worked, he lectured Nubby about the importance of critical thinking and listening to other people's advice. Twitch, the guardswoman, and a moderately wounded Cutter walked over to the security door to see if they could get through it. To their surprise, it wasn't an escape passage, it was a panic room. A little fiddling got the comm screen working, and they were treated to the sight of a furious interrogator sitting in the middle of a small rune-covered room with a bloody sword in hand. A bit more poking let them find the transmit switch, and Twitch formally placed the interrogator under arrest and ordered her to turn over her rosette and any bodily fluid she had stolen. She burst into hysterical laughter at this. To everyone's surprise, the interrogator actually started monologuing once she had finished laughing. Her defeat by a band of dubiously competent guardsmen had apparently unhinged her. Her brethren had spent years preparing this ritual. The blood of innocents slain by their very protectors would fuel a warp storm, which would tear apart this entire blah blah blah. I'm a heretical super bitch, blah blah. When she started ranting about the glory of chaos, Twitch, Cutter, and the guardswoman quickly became bored and walked away from the intercom, leaving the infuriated interrogator shouting about being able to watch us all die to the horrors of the warp before they claimed her. While the Guardsmen went to help Doc and Cutter guarded the security door, Twitch wandered over to the headless interrogator. He poked the dead man with his lasgun, in the official guard method for determining the ickiness of a corpse, then gradually started going through the man's pockets, when the Guardsman shouted at him to stop being a pansy. Twitch found the rosette pinned to the interrogator's high collar. Well, most of it. The top quarter of the little device was feebly sparking in the pot of blood spreading from the severed head. Twitch got out his roll of duct tape and went to work, but the end result didn't look very inquisitorial. Also, the data jack was full of fluids. On the other side of the room, Doc was finishing the field dressings, and still giving Nubby shit. The subject had finally come around to how important it had been to get an inquisitorial rosette, and how Nubby had fucked it all up. Amazingly, this got a response out of the semi-conscious Nubby. "Hey, Doc, do you remember how Sarge said I should stop going through people's pockets? While I was helping her up, I started thinking about how that fancy bracelet of hers was so important. I figured that if she was all being bossed around by chaos and such, she probably should have been allowed to keep it. So I nicked it while she was busy cutting my legs off." And just like that, we won. The little shit's kleptomania had saved us all. After years of telling Nubby to stop stealing people's stuff, he grabbed the one thing that really mattered. He was still an idiot, though. Doc grabbed the rosette off of Nubby, tossed it to the Guardswoman, and told her to come to the PDF as fast as possible. He had completely destroyed the third team's comm systems, but the Flyer's Vox was still intact. The Arbite and Guardswoman started arguing with PDF officers and government officials from the wrecked cockpit. But they were trying to get the brass to see reason and stop feeding the giant sacrificial circle. Seriously, it was all glowing and shit. The rest of us decided what to do about the interrogator. She had really started freaking out when she realised the rosette was missing, but the sight of Carter chilling outside her door with his chainsaw ready had convinced her to stay inside. We either needed to kill her or capture her, and as attractive as the first option was, it would be much easier to smooth things over with Oak if we were able to turn her over. The debate ended when Sarge pried himself up, staggered in, and ordered Twitch to weld the panic room shut. With Sarge bossing us around, we started getting shit done again. Twitch blast welded the panic room shut, Doc went to help convince the PDF to stop being retarded, and Cutter started dragging all the wounded together for triage. Sarge and Nubby just sort of hung out and basked in the sound of the interrogator's outrage. As the purges were called off, the giant glowy runes faded away, and the interrogator's curses attained a whole new level of venom. That venom faded after Twitch found the panic room's air intake and sealed it shut. We all sat around and watched as she slowly ran out of fresh air and passed out. Then we waited a bit longer. When Doc finally decided that she was either comatose or too hypoxic to cause trouble, we cut open the doors, dragged her out, tranked her, and left her in Doc's capable hands. Sarge became the de facto interrogator at this point. The second team had been reduced to 2 functional members, and what remained of the third team was being restrained by a few dozen rolls of duct tape until the situation could be explained to them. A flyer was requisitioned, and Sarge took the Guardswomen and Arbite to go sort everything out with the local authorities, while everyone else stayed in the wrecked tower. The situation was explained in broad terms. A cordon was to be put around all 3 cities, and the surgical strikes in the sealed orders were carried out, but no more mass purges would be done until a fully certified Inquisitor ordered it. Sarge told all the brass and bigwigs to just sit tight and wait for the guard regiment to arrive with their senior Inquisitor. They'd be able to sort out the Chaos Room bullshit and decide whether the genius of the cults warranted a full purge. We used the rosette to requisition a ride from the Navy. We made sure everything was sort of stable before we left, but as far as we were concerned, our mission now consisted of getting the interrogator back to Oak as soon as possible. The Guardswoman who had helped us through the last battle decided to stay with the Arbite, the 2 wounded clerics, and the rest of the third team. The local authorities needed the help of some people who knew how gene stealers worked, while they waited for the Inquisitor to show up. After Sarge had requisitioned our ride home and convinced the Navy we were serious people, he handed the rosette over to her. Hopefully she would keep things from going all to shit before help arrived. As a sort of afterthought, we formally invited her to hang with our regiment if she ever got back to base. That done with, we packed up our gear, wounded dumbass and sedated interrogator, then we got the hell off the planet. Sedating a person for a long period of time doesn't really work. They tend to spontaneously die or just not wake up. This isn't an issue if you have a stasis pod, but that's not something you can get on most Imperial frigates, so we had to improvise a little bit. Letting the interrogator sit in a cell was an invitation to disaster. It wouldn't be a day before she convinced some schwabby to let her out, so we went the cold-hearted medical route. Doc brushed up on his reading, got the senior ship's surgeon to lend him a hand, in this case hand means doing most of the procedure for him, and installed a shunt in the interrogator's spine. This more or less paralysed her from the nose down, and combined with a psychic dampener, it kept her from causing trouble. She was kept in our private medbay next to Nubby. The Force Order had done something nasty to Nubby's legs. It was going to take augmentic surgery to get them back, but he was remarkably cheerful about the whole thing. He spent most of the journey talking to the interrogator, and telling her stories of our adventures, keeping her spirits up and all that. He thoroughly enjoyed having someone to talk to who didn't tell him to shut up or stop lying. Doc taught the interrogator how to communicate via blinking as a sort of experiment during the trip, but all she ever said was, "Kill me." Nubby thought this was needlessly grim, and redoubled his efforts to cheer her up. When we finally got back to Oak's spacefaring inquisitorial school, Sarge handed over a report of the squad's adventures and refused to budge until a senior interrogator confirmed that the report had been read and collected the interrogator. Nubby was sad to see her go, and hoped that she would come visit after the Inquisition helped her with the bad men. We were all released to our quarters on Oak's ship, except for Nubby, who got sent to the medical wing to start getting fitted for a pair of augmented legs. We were finally able to relax in the company of our fellow Guardsmen, but we weren't able to get into the proper spirit of R&R, see drunk, since we knew that Oak would call us for a debriefing the moment we started drinking. It didn't keep us waiting long, though. Before the week was over, we were summoned to his office to give a full report. Sarge and Dog did their best to explain everything, while Twitch and Cutter kept their damn mouths shut, and to our surprise, Oak believed every word. He questioned a few things and asked for clarification several times, but he believed every bloody word we said. At the end of the debriefing, he told us the interrogator was being turned over to the Orders Melius for interrogation, and we were never to speak of her again. This suited us fine. We all started congratulating ourselves on a job well done. Then he offered Sarge the rank of interrogator, and a chance to advance to full Inquisitor. The entire squad went to bat for Sarge when we heard this. Cutter expressed his lack of faith in Sarge's combat ability. Twitch pointed out his lack of proper inquisitorial suspicion. Doc raised the question of Sarge's overall physical fitness and mental fortitude, and from his comlink in the medbay, Nubby raised the question of Sarge's lack of ethics and history of petty theft. None of us could condone the elevation of such a pitiful specimen to the rank of interrogator. It would dishonour the entire Inquisition. In the face of all these perfectly valid arguments, Sarge regretfully declined Oak's offer. He just wasn't good enough to be an interrogator, so he'd have to settle for being a simple sergeant. A very bemused Oak acquiesced to Sarge's rejection. If the man's best friends didn't think he was interrogator material, then that was the end of it. So he finished the debriefing and sent us on our way. We went and drank until we puked, and then puked until we passed out. Except for Nubby. He was stuck in medbay, eating and drinking nothing but nutritionally balanced meals. Poor little bugger. Our R&R binge lasted for quite a while, but eventually it came to an end. We geared up for our next mission, but unfortunately Nubby was still struggling with his augmentic legs. Learning to walk on artificial legs is a long and arduous process which not everyone can master, but Nubby had faith and assured us that he'd keep at it while we went on our next mission. Luckily there was an open post in the quartermaster's department on the ship. It would be the perfect job for him while he got his feet under him, as it were. We left the medbay after that discussion with heavy hearts. None of us had exactly liked Nubby, but we couldn't imagine deploying without him. Where the hell would we get our ammo from? He always just seemed to have fresh packs for us. As we got back to our barracks, we were greeted by a familiar voice. Sitting in the middle of the room was the Rupert, complete with a shiny augmentic arm, and Alfred at his back. He was chatting with Crisp, one of the few surviving flamer experts in the regiment, and seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. In a jolly voice, he invited us over, and told us he wanted our help on a little trip down to the colonies to sort out a spot of theological trouble. According to him, it was positively benighted down there, not a single illuminated thing on the whole planet. No one to point them towards the light of the Emperor. You might call it a case of dark heresy, or what? We gathered up our kits and followed him out. After all, we knew there were worse interrogators out there. This is the ongoing tale of a bunch of Guardsmen who got drafted into the Inquisition after the regiment was reduced to a mere 37 men by a combination of orcs, heretics, more orcs, Tyranids, and of course their own leadership. Currently they work for an Inquisitor that is the 40k equivalent of Professor Oak. He provides teams and missions to interrogators who need to get some leadership experience before becoming full Inquisitors. The lot of these Guardsmen is rather thankless. They are mashed up with 5 other, less combat-focused team members, assigned to an interrogator, and set out to fight the enemies of the Imperium. The squad has just boarded the shuttle to their next mission, behind the familiar forms of the interrogator, better known as the Rupert, and his manservant Alfred. As they enter the shuttle's conference room, the interrogator introduces the Guardsmen to the rest of the team, and begins regaling everyone with the story of his previous mission with the squad. An elderly woman, a small Weasley man, a cleric, and a tall man in a duster are listening to the Rupert's tale with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Sarge is listening to the Rupert and occasionally wincing and muttering corrections when enthusiasm gets the better of memory. Twitch has backed himself into a corner and is glaring at his new teammates while he fiddles with a proximity mine. Doc is helping Alfred serve tea and trying to keep Cutter out of the way as the melee specialist walks down snacks. The squad's new member, the flame trooper Crisp, is laughing heartily at the interrogator's story while thumping an uncomfortable-looking cleric on the back. As they do all this, the squad vaguely wonders what the Rupert has meant by theoretical trouble. The all-Guardsman party purges some heretics. So no shit, there we were, on our way to a planet that had separated from the Imperium for a few centuries to ask the locals why they had turned away from the light of the God Emperor. This was not something we were even remotely qualified for, so we were all a little confused about why we had been sent. And technically, rooting out heresy is what the Inquisition is all about, but this was an entire planet that had forgotten the Imperial Creed, not some cult of demon worshippers hiding in the sewers. We all knew this was the sort of shit the Ecclesiarchy was made for. None of us were happy with the idea that we might be edging in on their turf. After the Rupert finished his little story and had his tea, Sarge decided it was time to find out just what sort of shitstorm we were heading into. In his typical rambling fashion, our interrogator told us the tale of orc invasions, imperial retreats, scorched earth tactics, and plucky survivors. We dismissed most of it as bullshit, but the core of the matter seemed to be that a few hundred years ago, a major war had cut through the sector, forcing a general retreat. As part of this retreat, the Imperium had strategically abandoned a planet and nuked it on the way out to keep the orcs off it. Now that we were finally pushing back the orcs and the radiation was fading, that planet was going to be interrogated back into the Imperium. The first step of this process involved inducting as many of the survivors as possible into the Guard. These people were practically Death Warders after all, and the Guard can always use more Death Warders. The only problem was that these yokels didn't praise the Emperor, and you can't have men like that in the Guard. So the Ecclesiarchy was called in and was just doing its best to spread the faith and stamp on the more heretical local religions. Something they ran into spooked them though, so now we were coming in to see just how heretical these people were. To no one's surprise, our interrogator was an old family friend of our ship's captain, so instead of being treated as an uppity form of cargo, we were welcomed as honoured guests and given real quarters. It was nice travelling with Rupert. A Guardsman can sleep anywhere, but there's something to be said for a bed with actual sheets. We settled into our quarters, got the perimeter defences up, and got to know the rest of the team. Nubby's replacement to the squad was Crisp, a big, jolly flamer expert who the rest of us found vaguely unsettling. Just to be clear, we all liked Crisp. He had been the best damn cook in the regiment, was always laughing and joking, and could put a stream of burning promethium through the firing slits of an oncoming tank like it was nothing. He hadn't taken the regiment's death well, though. He had been everyone's friend, and all the deaths hit him hard. He started losing weight and stopped laughing after he joined the Inquisition, and from what we heard, his squad's missions had been especially horrific. Every time we saw him between deployments, he had looked worse and worse. None of us had expected him to last much longer, but something had changed on his last mission. He was eating and joking again, and loved trading stories with the Rupert. It was just that his jokes didn't always make sense and his smile was a bit too wide. We'd all seen Guardsmen bend under pressure, and both Twitch and Cutter had practically snapped, but Crisp's fixed smile and slight twisted humour worried the rest of us. The rest of the team was less disturbing than Crisp. The Rupert and Alfred were of the same as we remembered them, except for the masterwork augmentic that had replaced the Rupert's charred stump of an arm. Our interrogator had handpicked several experts for this mission, in addition to us Guardsmen. For working with the locals, there was an Arbite who had experience keeping the peace on feral and frontier worlds, as well as a greasy man who had served as a translator and negotiator on a rogue trader. The religious investigation would be aided by a cleric who had worked as a missionary for several years, and a tiny old woman of an adept who knew just about everything. We liked her. She didn't take shit off anybody and delighted in making Doc and Alfred uncomfortable. We didn't even bother trying to keep ourselves walled off for the rest of the team. After our last mission with the Rupert, we knew that he wouldn't let us get away with it. We suffered through lectures on the Imperial Creed and acceptable deviations from the cleric and adept, basic language lessons from the Greaseborn Adept, and lessons on frontier lore from the Arbite, and, of course, the Adept. It was like being back in school, right down to the little old lady hitting us when we didn't pay attention. The whole experience was rather degrading. Aside from Dog, none of us were cut out for higher learning. We were Guardsmen, not bloody diplomats. We couldn't duck out of it though, so we spent our trip like a bunch of officer cadets, busting our asses in PT, and being forced for trivia by frustrated teachers all day, listening to the ramblings of an old warhorse in the evening and sleeping like the dead all night. The trip slowly continued, and we suffered, but at least we knew that we'd be ready for anything the mission threw at us, compared to this torture purging a bunch of heretics would be a walk in the park. We made planetfall at the fortified camp that the surveyors were using as the main shuttle port. The place was within spitting distance of one of the irradiated cities, and it was disconcerting to see the tower standing completely motionless and silent in the distance. The various leaders of the expedition came out to greet us, and for a change everyone seemed happy to see Inquisition. It was weird. We spent the next day whining and dining with the Munitorum, Ecclesiarchy, Administratum and Mechanicus officials of varying degrees of unpleasantness. We managed not to thoroughly embarrass ourselves, but for some reason none of the survey's leaders were willing to tell us the exact reason that we had been summoned. We got a lot of vague and contradictory information, but everyone seemed to have a political agenda here and wanted to make sure we'd act in their interest before they told us anything useful. We couldn't even find the Pontifex who had asked for our help. Apparently he'd gone off to negotiate with some local priests and hadn't come back yet. We didn't have time for this shit, so we decided to stop pussyfooting around and find someone who didn't have their head stuck up their ass. While the Rupert and Alfred kept the obnoxious bigwigs busy while we split into pairs, found the various assistants and secretaries that did the actual work, then shook them down for information. Doc and the Adept talked to the Mechanicus, while the Arbite and the Greaseball asked the Administratum with some questions. The Codboys and Pencil Pushers didn't have anything useful for us, just a lot of junk about radiation levels, incoming colonists, recovering biospheres, and irradiated manufactorums. The rest of the team had better luck getting useful intel, except for Twitch, who was left in base because he was still banned from investigating anything ever again. Sergeant Carter managed to find a very helpful lad working in the Munitorum who knew all about the locals. Apparently they were the hardest bastards this side of Kachan, had a very clear memory of who nuked them into the Stone Age, and had been spending the last few hundred years rebuilding their civilization and fighting with the remnants of the Orcish invasion. They had built several small cities, mostly over the underground bunkers that had sheltered their forefathers, which they defended with a mixture of primitive weaponry and scavenged Imperial tech. The locals weren't overly hostile towards the Imperium, but most of them saw re-assimilation as a great improvement over their current living conditions, but they had abandoned the Imperial faith and developed about 50 different religions of their own. Crisp and the cleric, who were paired up for obvious reasons, had to search the entire Ecclesiarchy camp before they found someone useful, a Sister Dialogus, who had been keeping track of everything. According to her, the Ecclesiarchy had been spreading the Imperial creed with a fair degree of success before shit went south. In a single night, nearly all of the active missionaries had been attacked by assassins or angry mobs, but Ministorum missionaries are tough bastards and several of them killed their attackers and made their escape. In response to these attacks, a few squads of Sisters of Battle were deployed to sort things out. A little examination of the deceased assassins led them to one of the smaller villages near an irradiated city. The sisters went in, some serious shit went down, and about half the sisters came back out. They declared the place purged, then put it under quarantine and called for us. None of this was exactly good news, but at least we knew the gist of what was going on and where to go next. A flyer was requisitioned, and we all headed out to talk to the sisters. We geared up for a fight as we flew. Whatever the sisters had run into had chewed them up pretty badly, and we weren't going to take their word it was dead. We landed right at the edge of one of the nuke cities. We were close enough that all of us had to wear rebreathers, and Dot warned us not to stay too long if we ever wanted to have children. The sisters had set up a perimeter around a large ruined building and set up a field barracks. As we approached, a senior sister came out, and the Rupert flashed his rosette. The Sister Superior took us towards the ruined building, and filled us in as we walked. She'd been sent here with 3 squads to purge the temple. They had rolled over the guards and busted down the door in seconds. They had expected to find cultists and fanatics inside. They hadn't expected a horde of mutants backed up by psychers. You gotta give the sisters credit for sheer bloody perseverance. They stood their ground and killed them all, taking 50% casualties in the process, for completing their objective. Poor, dumb zealots. That sort of shit is what the Emperor gave us indirect fire support for. The reason we were called was apparently the second we entered the building. Sitting on the wall behind the altar, glowing like a big glowy thing, was a mark of Zeech. Underneath it were the much smaller marks of Nurgle, Khorne and Slaanesh, and above it was the symbol of Chaos Undivided. Sarge started swearing under his breath. Our training had been fairly clear on what to do in this sort of situation. We asked the adept and the cleric to take a look, while the rest of us averted our eyes. When they were done, Chris moved forward and drenched the whole thing in burning promethium, while Twitch prepped a jetpack. The Sister Superior hit Crisp in the side with a flying tackle, a second before a tentacle whipped out of the burning mark, and speared the spot where he'd been standing. As we watched, a dozen more tentacles squirmed out, and the Sister screamed at us to run or fight. We chose both. We all backpedaled madly while pouring a steady stream of lasfire into the writhing mass, but the tentacles were emerging faster than we could shoot them. The interrogators and the Sister's bolters were having the best effect, so it was no surprise that several of the larger tentacles slashed out of them. The Rupert drew his sword and parried the ones aimed at him, but the Sister was knocked to the ground and a clawed tentacle seized her by the leg. Cutter saw his chance and started hacking the limb, dragging her away, while Chris seized her by the arm and supported the safety. The tentacles were all focused on Cutter and the Rupert now, were both carving off any limb that came near them. They were actually starting to push forward, and it was a fair bet they could take the thing on and win, but we didn't feel like taking the risk, so we all popped frags. The grenade barrage severed the tentacles at the base, and gave both Cutter and the Rupert time to fall back to the rest of us. We all slowly backed to the doorway as the tentacles regrew and vainly tried to reach us. When we all had exited, the mass withdrew into the mark, which resumed glowing. None of us had any desire to go back into the temple, but the chaos marks couldn't really be left there. The Rupert told Sarge to take the squad and figure out a way to get rid of them, while the rest of the team took the wounded Sister Superior to her barracks. As they walked into the large tent that undoubtedly contained several hot chicks changing out of their hot, sweaty armour, we stood around and argued about how to deal with a tentacle demon. There's no bloody justice. Several of us were in favour of calling in an orbital strike. What's the point of being in the Inquisition if you can't go completely overkill? Sarge disagreed though, so we all took a walk around to the backside of the temple. Sarge proposed that we slap dead packs onto the back of the wall with the marks, but Twitch raised concerns about getting speared through the brickwork while the charges were replanted. These were valid points, so while Twitch prepped several dead packs with adhesive, Sarge had the rest of us root around in the rubble for any pipes or beams we can get our hands on. Then we taped them together. Imagine, if you will, a 40-foot pole made of taped together scrap metal. Now imagine there's a dead pack stuck to one end of it and 5 sweaty guardsmen holding up the other end. Who knows what the sisters watching the perimeter thought of us. It worked though, mostly. We stuck 5 dead packs to the back wall of the temple, right behind where the mark was, and only dropped 2 of them on the ground. We all fell back to a safe distance, took cover, and hit the detonator. When we peeked out of cover, the wall was gone, along with the marks and half the temple. With our heads held high, we headed to the barracks to inform the interrogator, hoping against hope that there might still be some hot, undressed chicks inside. Unfortunately, there weren't any half-naked sisters in the barracks when we got there, but we did get to see Doc have a heart attack. Well, it wasn't really a heart attack. It was damn close, though. The first thing we saw when we entered was the Sister Superior lying on the table as the Sister Hospitaller treated her belayed leg. The second Doc laid eyes on the Hospitaller. He started hyperventilating and tried to hide behind Sarge. Unfortunately, guard issue rebreathers aren't exactly quiet devices. All conversation in the tent was halted by what sounded like a metal grate being attacked with a push broom. Everyone, including the wounded Sister Superior, turned to face Doc, who started to turn an alarming shade of crimson and clawed his mask. Crisp and the old adept broke into Gale's laughter as the Hospitaller ran over to see what was wrong with Doc. Only Sarge's assurance that everything was fine saved the poor boy from terminal embarrassment. The rest of us removed our masks, then Sarge, grinning like a schoolboy, gave a report to the Rupert that was occasionally interrupted by inexplicable coughing fits. These usually happened when he looked at Doc. Matters were not helped by both the adept and Chris making dirty jokes about playing doctor in the background. Eventually, Sarge finished explaining our situation to the demon problem, and introduced the rest of the team to the Hospitaller we had met on our first mission. When the novelty of teasing Doc had worn off, and he'd regained his composure, the embarrassed medic went over to help patch up the Sister Superior's leg. While he did this, the rest of us argued about just what the hell was going on this planet. We knew the planet was filled with mundane heresy, and had expected to have to deal with some minor demon cults, but this had been a full-blown Tshirt temple right down to the arcane symbols, horrific mutants and tentacle monsters. On top of that, the other chaos symbols seemed to suggest that each of the gods had a cult on this world, and they were all working together in some way. It was a wonder that the planet hadn't been sucked into the warp or something. The elderly adept suggested tracking the other cults down and purging them. Our squad was in favour of sitting tight and calling for reinforcements, and the cleric wanted to exterminatus the planet on general principle. Eventually the Rupert settled the matter in the Adept's favour, causing the cleric to storm out of the temple, while the Adept cackled and made obscene gestures at his back. We weren't exactly in favour of this plan, but we had expected it. The Rupert wasn't the sort of man to back down from a challenge. Of course, finding the cults wouldn't be easy. These were heretics hiding from the Imperium. It's not that they advertised and gave up pamphlets. It would take tireless searching, careful examination of evidence, and brilliant deduction to find the hidden temples. It was a near impossible task. We had to try, though, so we all went with the Arbite to search the remains of the temple for clues, while the rest of the team questioned the sisters. Within 5 minutes, Chris found a pamphlet advertising the Pit of Carnal Pleasures and Demonic Delights sitting on a table in the temple. The pamphlet and its intriguing contents were handed over to the Adept and Cleric for inspection. They confirmed that this was almost certainly the Celesti cult we were looking for, so we collected our gear and got ready to pay the place a visit. The sisters were also getting ready to leave as well. They showed us the marks and the temple was pretty much wrecked, so the perimeter was no longer necessary. They were going to go assist the Pontifex in his negotiations with one of the local religious orders, but they gave us their contact code so we could fox them if we needed backup. The Adept congratulated Doc on getting the pretty girl's number. The pamphlet pointed us towards a bunker underneath one of the larger towers that had been built by the survivors. By the Wastelanders' standards, this was a rich settlement. It was a major local trade hub and had a fair-sized standing army to keep things civil. There being some Imperial contact and trade with the local nobility, so we probably wouldn't be shot on sight, but we didn't think they'd be keen on us poaching the bunker. The Rupert was all for marching in, declaring our authority, and having the local knobs aid us in our mission. The rest of us thought this sounded like a good way to get ourselves killed. We argued the point with him and eventually came to a compromise. The Rupert and a few others would fly in and be diplomatic, while the rest of the team would come in disguise and check out the possible cult. The plan called for the Rupert to make friends and slowly work their town's leaders up to the idea of helping us over a few days. If we ran into anything chaosy, we called for him and he convinced the locals to help us. None of the squad had any faith in his ability to convince the Wastelanders to side with us, so we had absolutely no intention of calling him for anything short of a bloodthirster. We stopped at a small trade post and exchanged a few of our surplus weapons for sets of local clothing and armour. The Arbite and the Greaseball helped us get into disguise and prepped us on local slang and customs, then we split up a few hours' walk outside town. The diplomatic team consisted of the Rupert and Alfred, as well as the Greaseball and the Cleric. They had a full spectrum of diplomatic skills at their disposal, and the 2 teammates who most annoyed us were out of our hair. As the rest of us started the long hike to the town, behind the Arbite, we speculated on what sort of trouble the diplomatic team would get into. Twitch thought they were all going to be sacrificed to the Dark Gods, Chris painted some rather scandalous scenarios involving the Greaseball that made us rather uncomfortable just hearing about, and the rest of us had our money on the Rupert challenging someone to a duel. The Adept had a few interesting theories of her own, but the Arbite ignored us and muttered to himself about standards and professionalism. The Arbite talked us through the town's gates as mercenary escorts for the Adept. Between our scrap armour and well-used weaponry, we certainly looked the part. There was a bit of argument over bringing Crisp's flamer inside the settlement. A quick bribe and a close look at Cutter's chainsaw sorted that out, though. Once inside, it was damned easy to find the Pit of Carnal Pleasures and Demonic Delights. Apparently it was the major attraction around here. Unfortunately, it was a lot harder to get into than to find. Several armed guards were stationed around the large vault door that served as the entrance to the bunker, and they refused to let us in with our weapons. We rented a room for the night and tried to figure out a way into the pit without abandoning our weapons or bringing the entire settlement down on us. None of us was stealthy enough to sneak in, we couldn't find any alternate entrances, and the guards were notoriously unbribable. The only thing we could think of was trying to hide our weapons inside our clothing, but after our previous meeting with the guards, they were sure to search us. We agonised over this for several hours before the Adept came to our rescue. She was sure she could carry handguns for each of us past the guards, along with any small gadgets we needed. The next evening, we returned to the pit, not as individual customers, but as escorts for the Adept. The guards did a double take at this. Their usual clientele probably didn't include tiny old women, and nothing could have prepared them for how the Adept acted. We knew the Adept was feisty, we had all heard her tease Dog, but the things that came out of her mouth had us standing slack-jawed. We were all searched for weapons and clear without incident. We had searched Twitch ourselves earlier, just to be sure, leaving just the Adept in her robes. She loudly cackled and demanded that the guards search her thoroughly, and started fumbling with the clasp as we all watched in horror. The guards practically shoved her inside and actually closed the vault door behind us. We heard gagging sounds from outside the hatch. Inside the bunker, there was just a large freight elevator, flanked by an open stairway leading down into the depths. As we rode down, Chris complimented the adept in getting us past the Seleshi cultists. "Oh, those weren't Seleshi cultists." "They weren't?" "No, just some dumb muscle. I'm honestly a little disappointed. I had this whole plan worked out for getting past them." "What plan was that?" "Well, first I was going to seduce them all." Chris prevailed over laughing, while the rest of us tried not to vomit. The adept fished our weapons and emergency gadgets out of our robes. We all tried not to notice how warm they were as we stashed them inside our own clothing. The freight elevator rumbled to a stop in a large, dimly lit room. We cautiously exited and took stock of the situation. There was almost no light, only one door, and the walls and ceiling above us seemed to have some sort of fresco painted on them. Keeping our hands near our concealed weapons, we slowly headed for the only door we could see. As we reached the centre of the room, a pair of figures came for the door, and dozens of lights illuminated the pictures around us. We had some concerns about whether this was a Seleshi cult when the adept told us the Guardsmen cultists, but what we saw painted in that room put those doubts to rest. Scenes of debauchery and sadism adorned every surface, each one more vile and heretical than the last. We all stopped and stared, completely ignoring the two figures approaching us. Sarge stood bolt upright and held completely still, while Twitch crouched on the floor muttering to himself, and Doc stared at his feet and blushed like a schoolgirl. Both Crisp and the adept examined the images like art critics, and Cutter just didn't get it. The Arbite was lying on the floor, praying. The pussy. We were shaken out of our trance by two voices speaking to us in perfect harmony. A pair of naked women were walking towards us, smiling and asking what we truly desired in our hearts. Down on the floor we heard the Arbite start crying. Both of them were supernaturally beautiful and sounded like angels. A single word from either of them could convince a man to kill his entire family. But we'd all been through solemn dance before. The second they came within arm's reach, Cutter buried his knife in one woman's neck, and a volley of silenced pistol fire slammed into the other. These two didn't have shit on our last interrogator, the bitch. This quick burst of violence was followed by a short, whispered debate about what to do next. We had a few handguns, a couple knives, a handful of dead packs, and a whole bunker full of cultists to deal with. This is where your typical Inquisition strike force would have ventured into the temple and purged the entire place using nothing but some science handguns and their wits. We did not decide to do this. We preferred life. The elevator wouldn't budge, but the adept refused to take the stairs, so we all got into firing positions around Twitch while he fiddled with the control console. We were all on edge. Any second the rest of the temple would notice the two missing cultists and come for us. Our nerves were not held by Chris pointing out a picture of a man being pierced by what appeared to be an obscene power weapon, or the adept pointing out a few women who looked like Doc's lady friend. The horde of deranged cultists never came through. Twitch bypassed the lock in the elevator relatively quickly and we all piled on. As we rode up, we took the few dead packs we had brought and stuck them to the shaft's walls. The general theory was to call in an orbital strike when we got clear, but it wouldn't do to have anyone follow us. We reached the vault's doors without any alarms going off, and used the built-in comm system to nicely ask the guards to let us out. As we came out of the doors, the guards all caught sight of the adept and took a step back. We left the building without incident. As soon as we were clear, we conned the diplomatic team and sprinted for the rented rooms, where we had stashed our weapons. We grabbed our gear, headed for the parked flyer, and got aboard right as Twitch's dead packs went off. We could hear a small arms fire plinking off the belly of the flyer as we lifted into the air and got the hell away from there. The Rupert was a little cross about the whole thing. He'd been working hard at winning the locals over, and had expected a report on our progress and a request for a local strike team, not a message to drop everything and evacuate. According to him, the local baron and his crones were fine, upstanding gentlemen, eager to mend fences with the Imperium, and perfectly willing to lend us some lads who could keep their gobs shut. Alfred suddenly shook his head in the background, and did his best to indicate that the gentleman would have had us all killed, looted, and possibly eaten. Regardless of how well the Rupert had actually been doing at winning the locals over, setting off a few dead packs in their primary tourist attraction had definitely pissed them off. The interrogator complained bitterly about all of his diplomatic work being wasted, and how hard it would be to get this town back on good terms with the Imperium. Our request for an orbital strike at the bunker didn't improve his mood. We got quite the lecture about a soldier's responsibility to face danger and protect civilians. If it weren't for the steady hail of small arms fire that bounced off the belly of our flyer as we took off, he would have probably ordered us all back down there. With Alfred's help, Sarge managed to finally calm the Rupert down and convince him to call in the strike. As we flew back to the surveyor's camp, we saw a series of flashes in the distance, and a confirmation was voxed in from one of the frigates patrolling the system. It was a shame that we didn't have any plans for the bunker, Just an estimate on the depth and direction for the entrance shaft. They wound up burning down twice as far as we estimated and walked their lance battery in a pretty wide area to be sure the bunker was wrecked. The barrage also wiped out half the town. The Rupert was a bit sore about that. When we landed back at base, the interrogator went off to work on damage control. As he left, he was muttering to himself about the political impact of calling in lance strikes on the survivors of a planet-wide orbital bombardment. We felt a little bad about that, but hey, we were still alive and mostly sane. We all went to grab some food and sleep, then got together to figure out what the hell to do next. Carter didn't do this lame detective stuff, and Doc knew when he was out of his depth. They both wanted to call in some help. Chris put forward the rather disturbing plan of lightly bombing all of the map settlements and seeing if any fought back with demons or sorcery. He laughed afterwards, so it was probably a joke. Probably. Twitch thought the entire planet was one massive cult, and we needed to call in the Inquisition. When we pointed out that we were the Inquisition, he suggested that we call the Double Inquisition. The Inquisition that inquisits the Inquisition. We put that down as another vote for calling in reinforcements. Sarge wouldn't have any of that, though. He was certain that Rupert wouldn't call for help unless things got absolutely dire, so he wouldn't embarrass the whole team by asking, until we had exhausted all available options. The only major source of clues we could think of has just been turned to a pit of slag and glass. This just left talking to people and searching for records. Neither of these were our strong suits. We just dumped that job on the rest of the team. They quickly established that while most of the surveyors didn't know anything useful, the ecclesiarchy scribes and that one sister Diaglos had records on all the local religions. While the adept and the rest poured through the piles of tedious documentation, we did minimal social legwork needed to keep the Rupert happy and tried to stay out of everyone's way. Unfortunately, bored guardsmen have a way of getting into trouble. Twitch kept to himself and did his usual thing, while Sarge tried to keep everyone out of trouble and in shape. Crisp and Cutter spent their time cooking for the camp and hitting innocent training dummies with a sword respectively. Doc spent more and more time using the base's long-range secure Vox to talk to the Hospitaller, while she helped the sisters with whatever they were doing. It was probably a grievous misuse of his inquisitorial authority. Then one night he asked us if we wanted to go down and lend the sisters a hand. Apparently there was some minor trouble at one of the larger settlements, and having some big strong men around would make things so much better. We all sniggered at this lame excuse and packed our bags. It was remarkably easy to get the Rupert to let us off the hook. We weren't really doing anything productive at base, and liaising with the ecclesiarchy sounded like something we should be doing. He sent us off with his blessing on a transport that was taking supplies out to the sisters. We didn't even bother informing the rest of the team. Doc would have died of embarrassment if we had told the adept. We were all ready to do our duty as fellow soldiers and wingmen. We would valiantly throw ourselves on whatever psychotic battlegrounds were in the area, while Doc went in for the kill. A few hours later, we were all in full biohazard suits, acting as nurses in a feral world plague ward. Thanks, Doc. In retrospect, we really should have looked more closely at the crates we had been sitting on during the flight. Every one of them was filled with medical supplies or building materials. The moment the transport landed, the Hospitaller and a few of her friends started bossing us around. They used that medical corpsman tone of voice that every guardsman is trained to obey. We went from highly trained Inquisition agents to obedient grunts in seconds. Before any of us could figure out what was going on, we built a field hospital, being crammed into biohazard suits, and were being ordered around by a bunch of scary doctor women. The field hospital was actually pretty large. It wasn't just us and the medical sisters. There were several ecclesiarchy doctors and workers running around too. We weren't really expected to help with the medical procedures, thank the Emperor. Instead, we were moving bodies and equipment around and calming down some of the less happy patients. We could see why they wanted a few guardsmen around. Some of the locals were very unhappy about their treatment for some reason. We all got a few bruises keeping them still, and Twitch nearly lost a finger to a biter. The day crawled on, and we toiled and fought with angry patients, while Doc worked shoulder to shoulder with the Hospitaller. We all gave him dirty looks every chance we could get, but he didn't seem to notice. Eventually there was a lull in the flow of patients, and all of us except for Doc stepped out for a minute. What we saw surprised the hell out of us. The field where discharged patients were being laid was filled with empty spots. The pile of corpses behind the hospital had grown unbelievably large, and the Sisters of Battle were having trouble holding back a very angry mob. It occurred to us that there were probably more important things we should be doing than hoping Doc gets some. We ran back inside, grabbed Doc and the Hospitaller, and asked them what the hell was going on here. The Hospitaller explained that during their mission here, she had encountered several people showing signs of highly virulent but curable diseases. She had immediately called in all available personnel to contain the sickness and save as many people as possible. The sheer number of locals infected was staggering though, as was the variety of diseases affecting them. It was amazing that there were any still alive. Doc claimed to have encountered over 50 different diseases throughout the day. The patient he was currently working on had no less than 10 of them, including rock lung, green death, and groxpox, all of which should have been instantly fatal. The hospital helpfully pointed out that groxpox was actually a disease that afflicted grox, not humans, but confirmed that there was no way the patient should be alive, much less sitting up and cheerfully scratching his boils. While Crisp laughed about the groxpox, a heavily blushing Doc administered the drug cocktail that would suppress the patient's numerous diseases. We all watched in horror as the man fell over twitching and screaming. Doc muttered something about not being such a baby, called for a stretcher, and moved on to the next patient. Sarge pointed to the fact that the squad's medical officer had not only diagnosed a human with a livestock disease, but also didn't see anything strange about his cure leaving the patient in much worse shape. He vaguely wondered if all the interrogators and other Inquisitor agents who had dismissed the squad as a bunch of bumbling idiots didn't have a point. Sarge's reverie lasted about a second, then he smacked Doc upside the head and bawled him out for not connecting any of this with the fact that there was a Nurgle cult somewhere on the planet. The reaming was interrupted by the sound of bolter fire from outside. We all grabbed our weapons and rushed out to see what was going down. Either the mob or the sisters doing crowd control had snapped. The Sister Superior and her squads were all pouring bolter fire into an onrushing tide of angry locals. It should have been over quickly. The first few ranks of angry civvies should have been mowed down, and everyone else should have remembered urgent appointments elsewhere. They didn't stop coming, though. Every one of them the sisters shot was simply trampled down as the mob pressed forward, baying for blood. If they had been gasping with lasguns, things might have gone poorly for the sisters. But a bolter packs a bit more punch, and power armor tends to struggle with little things like thrown bricks or small arms fire. They held position and mowed down wave after wave of what we were beginning to suspect were Nurgle-like cultists. We watched them for a while, purely to make sure they didn't need our help, not because we found a bunch of hot chicks holding the line to be incredibly sexy or anything. Then our attention was grabbed by screams coming from the direction of the discharged patients. Several of the patients were rising to their feet and staggering towards the hospital of the sisters. As we watched, one of the ecclesiarchy workers tried to get a patient to lie back down. The patient responded by tackling him to the ground and tearing the poor man's biohazard suit with oozing hands. We promptly shot the cultist off of him, and Sarge loudly ordered everyone who wanted to live to lie down and hold still. Something like 2 of them did. The rest kept coming, so we started shooting them all. Doc and the Hospitaller were not very happy about how we were solving the problem. The cultists were surprisingly durable. Nothing short of a headshot or dismemberment seemed to keep them down, so we took our time and went for kill shots, while Cutter and Chris kept them from getting too close. These poor suckers didn't have anything on Tyrannus or Orcs. We finished them off without them laying a hand on us, but a few of the ecclesiarchy boys had been caught in the middle of them. We got most of them out alive though, except the one Twitch accidentally shot, but no one besides us saw that, so it didn't really count. Once the internal threat was handled, we turned our attention towards securing the perimeter and calling for backup. The cultists outside were still trying to get past the sisters, but the fact that their dead completely choked the main entrance kept them to a trickle. Twitch brought the sisters some more ammo, and went to work on the rest of the perimeter, while Cutter and Crisp handled the corpses inside the compound. It was sort of disturbing watching them pile up the bodies and roast them in a massive bonfire, especially since Crisp kept cracking up over something. Doc, on the Hospitaller, was put in charge of the few patients who hadn't tried to kill us. Doc seemed a little depressed over the whole thing, which was understandable. As first takes go, it really left a lot to be desired. Once Sarge was sure everyone was doing something productive, he got on the Vox and contacted the rest of the team. The Rupert was not happy when we asked about the possibility of getting another orbital strike. We settled in for the night, while the Rupert got the rest of the team together and had a final formal dinner with the surveyors. It wasn't that bad, really. Sure, we were sitting in the middle of a miniature zombie apocalypse, but we all had biohazard gear. Help was coming, and the perimeter was secured like nobody's business. We weren't able to completely slack off, though. We had to keep up a rotation with the sisters, since the cultists were still periodically rushing the entrance, and Nurglings were starting to claw out their way out of the pile of corpses that choked the entrance. Despite them being horrific abominations of the warp, we sort of liked the Nurglings. They weren't very dangerous compared to any of the other demons out there. They made amusing popping sounds when you killed them, and they were the final proof that this was a Chaos Cult and not some colossal screw-up on our part. We would have sat there killing those disgusting little things all night, but the sisters didn't like them, though, so we eventually sent Chris forward to torch the heaps of diseased corpses. As the disgusting smoke rolled over us, we all thanked the Emperor and the Hospitaller for our biohazard gear. The flames finally convinced the cultists to give it a rest, and things stayed relatively quiet until morning, when we heard several flyers in the distance. The transports landed in the hospital and disgorged several crates of supplies and a bunch of troopers in biohazard gear, while a few light flyers scattered the settlement. Finally, the spiffy flyer our team had been using landed near the main entrance. The Rupert stepped out, congratulated us on holding the line, and asked for a status report. We all felt fairly smug as Sarge left the report. No one had expected us to find one of the cults on this trip, but we responded quickly and professionally when the cultists showed up. The Rupert seemed pretty happy with our report. He happily announced that the only thing that was left to do here was identify the source of all this disease and purge it. We all winced at the thought of walking through a settlement filled with cultists and minor demons, but orders were orders, so we started gearing up for a walk across town. Luckily, we never had to go for that walk. After a few minutes, one of these scout flyers reported a large group of cultists heading towards the hospital. It wasn't an attack this time. A large shield was carried into the square outside of our compound, and from behind it, a phlegmy voice demanded to talk to our leader. Our knee-jerk reaction was just to blow the shit out of them. Unfortunately, the Rupert was there, and ordered us to hold our fire while he walked up to the front of the lines. With the Greaseball's help, our interrogator actually began talking to the Chaos cultists, and started trying to negotiate a face-to-face conversation. To the surprise of everyone present, he succeeded. An old withered cultist came out from cover, followed by a giant of a man with a sword, and what was unmistakably a plague-bearer demon. We knew how this was going to end, or at least we hoped we did. So while the Rupert started debating with the heretic, we got ready for a fight. The Rupert was holding everyone's attention nicely. No one even noticed as we turned our team's flyer around, so its side door was facing the negotiations. While Sar stayed in the flyer, the rest of us casually cleared everyone out of the way, got Cutter and Alfred in position to grab the interrogator, and waited for our cue. Before long, the cultist leader had the plague-bearer pull a disease-ridden corpse from behind the shield. He yelled something about Pontifex's god not protecting him while his faith in Nurgle had made him strong. He seemed to think that killing the local religious head was a pretty persuasive argument for a conversation. The Rupert immediately called the man a vile heretic, drew his power sword, and started to rush forward. He didn't get 3 feet before Cutter and Alfred hit him from the side and dragged his dumb ass out of the line of fire. As soon as he was clear, Sarge slammed open the flyer's door and opened up with a side-mounted heavy bolter. The rest of us supplemented this with frags and las fire, while the sisters advanced with their bolters. Plague bearers are supposed to be tough, but it takes more than a little toughness to survive a heavy bolter, backed up by grenades. Within seconds it was reduced to a greasy stain on the ground, along with the cultist leader. The big mother with the sword was a different story. He had sprinted forward when the Rupert drew, and was dodging and weaving as he closed to melee range. Cutter revved his chainsword and got ready, then was incredibly disappointed when a bolt round took out the charging cultist's knee. We stood around and watched as the main swordsman screamed about his tribe killing us all, and adding our skulls to the skull throne. Crisp asked just which tribe he was talking about. The dumbass told us, then Sarge shot him, and we discussed our next steps. The Rupert was very understanding about his rough treatment by Alfred and Cutter, and was quite happy when we reported the location of the Cornite cult. The large force of cultists the flyers had reported fell back after we killed their leader, but we couldn't just leave them running around. We needed to neutralise this cult before we could hunt down the Cornites. We were debating exactly how much purging was necessary when the Adept chimed in. She suggested that since we'd removed the cult's leadership, and what was probably their only demon, a full Inquisition team wasn't really necessary. She volunteered to stay behind with the sisters and support troopers, to oversee the mop-up if the Rupert would give her authority to order limited orbital strikes. This seemed perfectly acceptable to all of us. It let us move out immediately, and a little old lady didn't really have any place chasing Cornate cults. The Rupert made a few calls, had a brief meeting with the sisters, then we started loading up our flyer for the trip. As we packed the flyer and got out of our incredibly foul biohazard gear, we said goodbye to the sisters and the hospital. We all sniggered as Doc tried to figure out a way to hug her without contaminating himself. He didn't, and was annoyingly mopey about it for most of the flight. Our destination was a jungled area that was known for 2 things: being home to some of the biggest badasses on the planet, and for being absolutely filled with feral orcs. Twitch was not happy, and repeatedly lobbied for simply burning the entire jungle from orbit. The Rupert wouldn't have it though. With the exception of the tribe we were heading for, the natives here were perfect recruits for the regiments. We didn't know the exact location of the tribe we needed to purge, The surveyors had just mapped a larger tribal settlement near the edge of the jungle, and filled in the rest with "here be orcs," lazy bastards. Without a clear idea of where to go, flying around the jungle would be pointless, so we landed near the single mapped settlement and asked around for a guide. We had expected terrified muttering and evasiveness from the locals when we asked about the tribal core knights, but to our surprise everyone seemed to think that they were pretty cool guys. Apparently they were just about the best fighters around, and would hire out to the other tribes in exchange for food and such. We guessed they'd been near a large concentration of feral orcs sorted out by us as one towards big angry guys that are willing to beat an orc to death with their own severed arm. It was pretty easy to get a guide after we explained that we were looking to hire a few of the core knights, and before long we were heading into the jungle behind a young tribal that the Rupert referred to as Umbubu. That was not actually his name. The Rupert just called him that. If any of us put together a list of things we wanted to be doing, marching through an orc-infested jungle towards a tribe of chaos cultists would not be high on it. In fact, it would be down at the bottom, right between try to ride an angry Grox while naked, and volunteer to assist a Magus biologist with his experiments. We didn't have any choice in the matter though. The Rupert wanted to go, so we had to follow. We coped with our displeasure in traditional Guardsman fashion, which is to say that we complained bitterly about everything and did our best to make sure everyone else was unhappy as we were. This may have been wildly unprofessional behaviour, we felt pretty justified though. We could have been riding around in our nice comfortable flyer, but no, that would spook the quarry and draw the wretched greenskins, and it was more sporting this way, and Umbubu would be too scared to guide us. His name wasn't even Umbubu, it was Chris, and that boy grew up next to a jungle full of feral orcs. He would have batted an eye at something as tame as flying after what he'd seen. No one listens to a Guardsman. Everyone thinks they know better than us. Really, the hike through the jungle wasn't that bad. The Arbite and Umbumbu were good at scouting and breaking trail. We skirted around the dens of several mutated animals, dodged an orc raiding party, and made sure not to touch any pretty-looking flowers. Things were just about ideal considering what we were doing, but we still grumbled, and Twitch was in a constant state of near panic. Twitch did not like orcs, or cluttered lines of sight, or loud noises, or sleeping in a position that hadn't been fortified over the last few days. To top it off, he was dead certain that someone was following us, and after a few days, the Arbite and Umbumbu started agreeing with him. Umbubu said we were nearly to the tribe when the orcs hit us. A twig snapped, a brush rustled, and suddenly the Arbite went for his gun and Umbubu was gone. Guardsman instinct kicked in, and we all dove for cover, while Alfred pulled the Rupert and the cleric behind a tree. The barrage of spears missed all of us, except for the greaseball, who now looked a bit like a pincushion, but with more blood and gurgling noises. The spears were immediately followed by a band of feral orcs screaming and waving crude axes as they charged. The first few were blown into chunks by the grenades Twitch had tossed on reflex as he grabbed cover, and the next batch was taken out by a barrage of las fire, but the last few managed to close to melee range before we could get line of sight. Cutter and the Rupert sprang into action, power and chainsaws whipping across the rushing orcs. The moment they appeared, the entire hunting party focused on them, and we took what shots we could get. The fight was short and surprisingly one-sided. Cutter was an absolute beast in melee, and between his power sword and augment arm, the Rupert could smash through the orcs' crude weapons. Both of them fought back to back, and any orc that hesitated to get near the whirlwind of death was shot in the back by the rest of us. After the last orc rang for it and was taken out by a neat shot from the Arbite, Umbubu dropped down from the trees and we gathered together to take stock. None of us had been injured, but the greaseball was dead and both the Arbite and Umbumbu were sure more orcs would be coming to check out the noise. We were getting ready to double time it towards the tribe, when a pair of large men with swords stepped out of the jungle. Only a quick grab and massage kept Twitch from hosing them over with las fire. We all watched with weapons ready as Umbumbu greeted the two tribals and introduced us. The men were remarkably restrained for core knights. Neither seemed inclined to rush or scream for blood. Instead, with Umbumbu's help, they told us to "Come now, children, bring your skulls." As we followed them, several young tribals came out of the grove and started hacking at the dead orcs and the greaseball's corpse. None of us felt very comfortable with the situation, but they were taking us where we wanted to go, so we rolled with it. As we walked, the jungle thinned, and we started to see headless orcs strapped to the trees. As far as border signs went, it was pretty effective. When we finally reached the village, the first thing we all noticed was the giant pile of skulls. It was bloody massive. At a rough guess, there had to be something like 5 billion skulls in that pile. It was amazing that there were any orcs left on the planet, much less in this jungle. We weren't sure how many years they'd been adding to it, but even if it was started the day the planet was nuked, it was still damn impressive. A more educated observer, like the cleric of the Arbite, might have made several notes about the tribal's cultural dress and building styles and whatnot. All we noticed was the pile of skulls, that everyone seemed to be 7 foot tall and carrying a massive sword. Our 2 guides led us to a larger hut, instructed us to enter, and left. Inside the hut was an old man who looked nothing like a Corbinite cultist. With Umbubu's help, he asked us if we were here to pay tribute, trade, or ascend. That last option caught our attention. We held a quick whispered debate and decided that there probably wasn't any harm in asking what he meant by ascending. The old man clarified by asking if we had come from the lesser gods to test our strength, and journeyed to the Temple of Unity. Jackpot. Really, there was no way we'd say anything but yes to that. It was like walking into the armory and being asked if we were there to pick up the new assault bikes. Our answer caused a fair bit of excitement, and runners were sent out in every direction. Umbubu seemed to be about to try and clear up the confusion and explain that we were just looking to hire some mercenaries, but Alfred whacked him around the ear and told him to keep his mouth shut. What looked like the entire tribe gathered together and formed a ring in the centre of the village. The old leader asked us who would fight for us to prove our worth. Both Cutter and the Rupert immediately stepped forward. There was another whispered debate as we tried to convince the interrogator to leave this to the close quarters combat specialist, but before we could bring him around, the leader accepted and ordered both of them to remove their guns and enter the circle. As they entered, several tribals hauled a pair of massive cages into the ring and planted a massive sword in front of each of them. The men inside the cages were huge, not just tall and strong like the other tribals, but covered with so much bulky muscle they looked more like orcs than humans. Both of them were vibrating with a berserk fury that we could practically feel. We were no longer sure that agreeing to this was a good idea. Cutter and the Rupert seemed confident though. Each man moved in front of a cage, raised their sword, and waited. The old leader made a short speech that Umbubu didn't bother translating. The crowd started chanting. The cleric reached for his flamer and had to be restrained by Doc and Crisp. Sarge had a quick word with Alfred, and with a clang, the bolts holding the cages closed were pulled out. The 2 berserkers surged forward, grabbed their swords, and swung at Cutter and the Rupert. One could say that it was more an epic battle, filled with multiple dodges and parries, wounds that left the combatants bloody but even more determined to win, and culminated in a brilliant counterstroke by the underdog. One could say that, but they'd be lying. It was more like a retarded bullfight. Cutter dodged the first swing and a follow-up grab, set his chainsaw to puree, and just grounded into the berserker's side as he straight behind the giant. The berserker tried to turn and face him, but Cutter was much faster, and just kept behind him while the sword dug deeper and deeper. He almost felt sorry for the Core Knight. His muscles were so thick that his arms couldn't even reach behind his back. His well-swinging sword did keep Cutter pinned in close, but you don't need room to swing a chainsword after you get it going. It was more like watching someone cutting down an especially screamy tree than a fight. On the other side of the ring, Rupert had apparently adopted pacifism. There was no blood, there were no cunning ripostes. The man just stood there and parried or dodged every attack. It was annoying for both the berserker and us in the audience. The man never took an opening, he just stood there. The Rupert seemed perfectly willing to drag the fight out until Cutter was finished, or the enemy died of exhaustion. We could all see the berserker getting more and more frustrated. As the fight wore on, he switched to massive charges in an attempt to overwhelm the smaller man. Of course, the Rupert neatly sidestepped these, and to everyone's disgust, actually let the berserker get back up after a particularly wild charge. Just as the audience was getting ready to lynch our dandy interrogator, the berserker seemed to trip over his own feet mid-charge, and stumbled face first into the flaming sword of Cutter's opponent. The fight ended pretty quickly after that. Cutter finished bisecting his enemy, and the interrogator finally gave in to our shattered instructions, and decapitated the twitching remains of his berserker. He had a sour look on his face, like someone had taken his favourite toy away, or insulted his choice of wines. As we all walked forwards into the ring, we could hear him muttering about it being poor sportsmanship to end a duel so early. Sarge quietly thanked Alfred for saving our interrogator from his own sense of fair play. When Cutter's berserker finally stopped thrashing around, we all stood before the elder. An especially large man with the mark of corn carved into his chest came and stood before us, and a rather surly Umbubu half-assedly translated a speech from the elder. It was mostly about the glory of chaos and the big brother's place in our group, as the guide to the Temple of Unity and champion of the Blood God. But there was also a bit about leaving immediately, and only taking those who would be ascending on the journey. We paid on Boo Boo, who was still a little sore at Alfred and the Rupert, and sent the closest thing we had to a translator back home. Chris slipped the kid a few ration bars and his spare snub pistol. The whole squad had liked the little guy. As he left, he waved to us and yelled several insults at the Rupert, who couldn't understand a word, and took us a heartfelt goodbye. Then we made note of the village's coordinates, and followed the big cornate out of the village, while all the tribals chitted us and chanted about blood and skulls. We felt a little awkward when we called in the village's location and scheduled an orbital strike for later that week. The cleric told us that such feelings were caused by the taint of chaos crawling at our minds, and prayed for our souls. We ignored him. We spent a few more days hiking through the jungle behind the cornate towards the Temple of Unity. He was actually a pretty nice companion if you ignored the whole sworn warrior of the demonic god of war and bloodshed thing. He would break trail all day long, didn't complain that none of us really spoke his language, and was happy to kill every mutant beast we ran into. He didn't even seem to mind when the cleric tried to kill him. Just watched as we all wrestled the flamer away from the nutcase, then went back to eating. Chris really seemed to enjoy talking with him. He had finally found someone who truly appreciated his macabre stories, or at least the gesture and tone of them. They both stayed up late talking and laughing, with no idea what the other was saying. Hell of a guy, that cornate. We kept in touch with the Adept and the survey base using our long-range Vox. From the sounds of it, the Adept and the Sisters were just about done with the Nurgle cult. It was just a matter of hunting down the ones who had fled the settlement. That Vox unit was a bitch to carry, but it was worth it to keep up to date on what was going on, and make sure that a record of our discovery survived. We were hoping that once we found the temple, we could call in another orbital strike and call it a day, but as we approached it, the Vox started running into interference and eventually became completely useless. We still had to carry the heavy thing though. The day after the Vox unit cut out, we reached the Temple of Unity. The cornate seemed almost reverential as he entered the clearing, and to be fair, the temple was pretty damn impressive. Damned being the operative word. The place hurt to look at. It was mostly stonework that looked ancient as hell, but more recently it had been covered with all sorts of spikes and the eye-watering sigils of each of the 4 Chaos Gods. It looked like we found the final cult. While we took in the sight of the Chaos Temple, the cornate planted his sword in the ground and went to his knees in what looked like prayer. While the cornate's eyes were closed, the cleric quietly drew his hand cannon, took careful aim, and blew the big guy's head off. This caught us all off guard, and Twitch had his gun halfway out before he figured out what had happened. The Rupert was rather acerbic, and we all expected Chris to fly into a rage, but the portly flame trooper just laughed and shook his head at the whole situation. No one was very happy with the cleric after that. Sure, it needed to be done eventually, but he had been rather unilateral about it. None of us had even been consulted. To make matters worse, the edge of the clearing was now covered by a darkly glowing barrier that Alfred told us not to touch. Without the cornate, we had no way to get out. So with no exit and no functioning Vox to call reinforcements with, our only real option was to just go in and kill everyone. The cleric heartily approved of this plan, and we all told him to shove it. Our survival gear was stashed in some handy ruins, and we all loaded up for a serious fight. There'd be no pussyfooting around with disguises and concealed weapons this time. The heavy flamer and the grenade launcher we brought out. Hundreds of hand grenades were divvied between us all, and Twitch strapped on his entire supply of explosives. We all prayed to the Emperor that we'd have time to recon the temple and set traps before the fighting started, because if a stray shot hit Twitch, now we'd all be blown to very small pieces. The Rupert was in charge of the operation, of course, but for once common sense seemed to be triumphing over his love for epic battles and heroic charges. As the only remotely sneaky member of our group, the Arbiter was sent forward to scout the area, while the rest of us stayed in cover. As he snuck around the temple, a basic plan was formulated by the Rupert, and delivered along with an inspiring speech about dying for the Emperor. Once the main entrance and as many side entrances as possible were located, we'd all move up to a position with a clear line of sight. After that, Twitch, Crisp and Cutter would move to each of the side entrances and plant mines, while the rest of us provided cover. When that was done, we'd blow open the front door, heroically charge into the temple, and give Johnny Chaos a taste of Imperial justice. We were a little iffy on that last part, but minding the door seemed like a good idea, so we went with it. The plan actually held together for a surprisingly long time. The Arbite finished his sweep and got into a sniping position on a high set of ruins, while we moved forward and Twitch's party split off. Mines were planted, remote deadpacks were placed, and there was no sign of the enemy as they moved from door to door. Twice the main party had to rebase to keep Overwatch on Twitch, and as we moved to our third position, we finally spotted movement. We could all see someone moving below us. The question here was whether to let him pass by and hope he didn't notice anything, or try and suddenly take him out. While we quietly debated this, the Rupert sprang to his feet, yelled, "What hail, foul heretic!" and sent a hail of bolt rounds at the figure. The cleric leapt up next to the Rupert and opened fire as well, while Sarge, Doc and Alfred shared a put-upon look. The figure moved with surprising speed towards our position, dodging from cover to cover and drawing a bolt pistol and sword as he ran. It was even odds whether he'd make it up to us before our interrogator or cleric scored a hit. But luckily the Arbite had a clear shot and a nice leg wound knocked the target down long enough for us to finish the job. Down on the ground, Twitch nearly killed his entire group when the bolt fire surprised him in the middle of mining a doorway. He managed to recover though and used his comm to cuss the entire team out until he was interrupted. Throughout the ruins, Vox systems bled to life and an incredibly deep voice rumbled out in flawless low Gothic. It welcomed us to its humble temple and ordered all aspirants to deal with the servants of the corpse god and bring any survivors to me. We all heard shouts and chants rising from the various entrances around us. We did not have a good feeling about this. So no shit, there we were, sitting on top of a chaos temple in the middle of the jungle, surrounded by the sound of demonically powered warriors baying for our blood. We had a nice elevated position and a line of sight on half the temple, but several of the unmined doors were on the other side of the pyramid we were standing on, and Twitch's party was completely exposed. There wasn't time for panic. The enemy was coming fast, and we had to get ready for a multi-directional attack. Twitch finished setting his last mines and bolted for a jumble of ruins with Crisp and Cutter on his heels. Doc and the cleric ran around to cover the far side of the pyramid, while Sars settled into position with Alfred and the Rupert. The Arbite was ordered to relay enemy positions, and only open fire if he saw a hostile we couldn't deal with. The first aspirant came out a doorway on Doc's side of the pyramid. He and the cleric immediately opened fire and managed to kill the target before he got 10 feet. Seconds later, we heard the sound of 2 sets of mines going off, and the Arbite reported cautious movement in several other mine doorways. Twitch wasn't going to give them time to disarm his mines or fall back. He hit his remote detonator and the entire temple shook as half its exits were sealed. We were pretty sure that the explosions or falling rubble killed a bunch of hostiles, but it wasn't time to celebrate since aspirants were pouring out of the remaining side doors as well as the main entrance. What followed was a complete Charlie Foxtrot. These weren't anything like the Chaos Cultists we fought before. Each of them was well armed and well disciplined. They were a lot like the traitor guards we had fought back in the regiment, but bigger, stronger, faster, and full of demonic tricks. Some were supernaturally fast and dodged between shots as they dashed towards us, while others just ignored their wounds. 2 of them marched up the side of the pyramid, shrugging off las fire and hosing Sarge's position with bolter rounds. It took a pair of headshots each from the Arbite to stop them. Doc and the cleric were the first ones that were forced out of position. Doc was doing a pretty good job of covering the doorways, and the cleric's hand flame was keeping flankers away. Then one of the aspirants started glowing. The lightning bolt blew apart their cover, and a new quick dive saved Doc from following suit. He and the cleric fell back towards Sarge's position. As they retreated, a pair of aspirants with chainsaws came in after them. Doc landed several good shots as he ran, but none of them were enough to stop the swordsman, and right as they reached the top of the pyramid, the cleric turned and made his stand. The closer of the 2 aspirants was immediately toasted, and the cleric turned towards the second, but a man with a flamer on top of the pyramid is a damned obvious target. A round caught the cleric in the leg, and his next burst went wild, only grazed the oncoming swordsman. By the time Doc had turned around, it was over. The cleric was dead, and 300 pounds of flaming chaos cultists was charging straight at the worry medic. Doc dodged to the side in the nick of time, and the burning aspirant rocketed off the pyramid and started a bone-shattering journey down to the bottom. A second later, Doc overbalanced and followed him a little more slowly. Down on the ground, Twitch's team was holding their little ruined structure against all corners. Carter and Crisp kept the entrances secured, while Twitch took shots at anyone climbing the pyramid and tossed the occasional grenade. The enemy made a few attempts to push inside the small structure, but each time they were met by a wall of burning promethium, or were hit with a chainsaw the second they entered the door. Between his last fire and a rain of grenades, Twitch made it almost impossible for the aspirants to pass this little firebase. It was a constant thorn in their side, right up until one of them fielded a grenade and tossed it back. The grenade almost made it through the window Twitch was crouched under. It was a bit high though. The nade went off right where the roof met the wall, and with a groan the whole structure started to collapse. All 3 guardsmen ran for the exits, but only Crisp made it clear. Carter and Twitch were both pinned by falling stonework mere feet from the exit. Up on the pyramid, Sarge was doing the most damage by far with his grenade launcher. From his elevated position, he could drop rounds on any aspirant who stayed at ground level. Only the few who managed to start climbing the pyramid were safe from him. Alfred and the Rupert were doing a good job of keeping the enemy pinned for Sarge to finish, and between the Arbite and Twitch, anyone who managed to get onto the pyramid was quickly sniped off. Every once in a while, Alfred would point out an aspirant that was glowing, or had a staff, and everyone would redirect fire before something warpy happened. Things were looking pretty good. Sarge could see that the enemy was bogged down and running out of reinforcements. Then Doc came tumbling down the pyramid and landed at Alfred's feet. As the Rupert and Alfred got ready for incoming flankers, there was a grinding crash, and the ruins Twitch was in collapsed, leaving only Crisp, combat capable, on the ground. Thinking fast, Sarge switched targets and rapid-fired the last of his grenades at the few remaining hostiles near the collapsed ruins, then ordered the Arbite to cover Crisp. As he reached for his lasgun, the first two aspirants came around the pyramid, and were dropped by Alfred and the Rupert. No one was ready for the third. To his credit, Sarge got off a shot before the charging cultists landed on him. He just didn't hit anything. A few thoughts flitted across Sarge's mind. He wondered why nothing ever worked out as planned. He wondered why things kept crossing his chest and if he'd need augmented ribs after this mission and the previous one. Finally, he wondered if he should do something about the chainsaw swinging towards his head. Sarge brought his lasgun up just in time to block the chainsword. A Guardsman's lasgun is a multi-purpose weapon that performs well in several types of combat. This wasn't one of them. The aspirant's blade started ripping through the lasgun with a horrible grinding noise. As the whirring teeth neared Sarge's face, he summoned every bit of strength he had left, planted his feet in the heretic's stomach and crotch, and heaved. For the second time that day, an aspirant tumbled down the pyramid. This one didn't just bounce to the bottom, though. As the startled heretic flew over the edge and began his descent, the last two surviving hostiles that had been pinned on the ground started running up the steps. In an ideal galaxy, the falling aspirant would have crashed into the other two, and all three would have landed in a pile at the bottom of the pyramid, then exploded. Unfortunately, this isn't an ideal galaxy and only one of them was taken out, but while there was no explosion, the activated chainsaws both aspirants were holding had about the same effect. The surviving heretic continued his charge upwards and reached Sarge's position at the same time as the sorcerer came over the top of the pyramid. It was Alfred who saved everyone. When the sorcerer stepped out and began glowing, the butler screamed a warning and put what little power he had into a shield. The sorcerer's lightning bolt smashed into the shield and Alfred collapsed to the ground unconscious. The Rupert's reaction was perfect. He didn't try to dodge the oncoming bolt. The man had perfect faith in Alfred's shield. As calmly as if he were on the firing range, the dandy interrogator took aim and blew the sorcerer's head off. Behind him, the last aspirant cleared the ledge and took aim with his bolter. Sarge was down to his hold-up pistol and combat knife, but he was ready for this. Before the heretic got his shot off, Sarge put 6 inches of good old-fashioned imperial steel into his eye and emptied his stub pistol into the man's gut. And just like that, the fight was over. The Arbite commed and told us all hostiles had been eliminated, and one by one the squad reported in. Doc had a broken arm and a concussion, and Alfred was completely out of it. Carter was unharmed, but was trapped in the collapsed ruins, and Twitch was buried up to his waist in rubble, and might have a broken leg. Crisp was relatively unscathed and was trying to dig Twitch out, and no one had even shot at the Arbite, the lucky bastard. While the Rupert held the merely unconscious Alfred and loudly mourned his passing, Sarge appropriated Doc's lasgun and took stock. We were down to 4 combat-effective men, the grenade launcher was out of rounds, and there were 2 wounded and 2 trapped men that would need looking after. The fight was won, though, and no one important had died. All that was left to do was go inside the temple and purge whatever was in it. Sarge eyed the big main temple doors unhappily. As he watched, there was an ominous grinding sound and the doors swung open. A giant figure strode out. It was 9 feet tall and wearing green and blue power armor, with spikes on it. Those of us who could still move dropped back into cover and held still. This was not a fight we wanted to have. We were wounded, spread out, and only had anti-infantry weapons. We probably couldn't even dent the big boss's armor, much less kill him. In our book, the ideal weapons for fighting a space marine were a rangefinder, Vox unit, and nearby artillery battery, and if that wasn't available, a Lehman Russ might do in a pinch. We were not going to try and fight this traitor marine with nothing but lasguns unless we had to. The marine moved forward, occasionally kicking a dead aspirant out of the way as he walked to the base of the pyramid. Once there, he stopped and we all held our breath. Then in a booming voice that we all recognised from the Vox, he commanded us to stand and face him like men instead of carrying like children. We all decided to get in touch with our inner child, and did our best to merge with the ground. He laughed when none of us responded to his challenge, and assured us that he only wanted to talk. We had apparently done well to kill all of his aspirants, and he was going to offer us a chance to take their place. The Arbite chose this moment to shoot him in the back. Faster than any of us could track, the Marine spun around, hefted his bolter, and fired. We all winced as we heard a wet, smacking sound, and the Arbite's comm cut off. Poor dumb bastard. The Marine calmly turned back towards the pyramid and resumed his pitch, which was honestly starting to sound pretty good. He was offering immortality, superhuman strength, a good medical plan, a tremendous upgrade in weaponry, and a chance to not get shot by a traitor Marine. It would have been a great deal if it weren't for the whole swearing your soul to chaos thing. The Rupert was getting more and more agitated as the Marine talked. The man wasn't a complete idiot, but he was proud, and didn't have an ounce of pragmatism in him. After the third or fourth time the traitor told us, "The Emperor is nothing but a rotting corpse," and recommended that we swear allegiance to a real god, something inside our interrogator snapped. For the second time that day he rose out of cover and opened fire while we scrambled to stop him. The Rupert's shots were well aimed, but the Marine was blindly fast. He sidestepped most of the bolter rounds, and the only one to hit when he dented a pauldron. Once again the Marine raised his bolter and returned fire. Sarge barely managed to catch the Rupert's leg in time. He gave it a mighty yank, and the Rupert crashed to the ground, missing an arm instead of a head. It was the remaining flesh arm, too. The man curses a blue streak, while Sarge tied it off and dragged him back towards Doc. Down below, the Marine laughed and asked if he needed to come up there and lend a hand. When Sarge turned him down, he laughed some more and asked what we thought of his offer. Sarge expressed interest in his pitch and a desire to subscribe to the Marine's newsletter, then asked for a few minutes to mull things over. Down in the ruins, Chris was watching the Marine and relaying everything to Twitch and Cutter. Twitch was wildly brainstorming ways to get his remaining dead bags onto the Marine, and Cutter was complaining that this was all bullshit and someone needed to dig him out. Crisp just sat there and quietly laughed at the situation. It was all completely ridiculous. He laughed when the Arbite died, then he laughed when the Rupert lost his arm, and he nearly collapsed when Sarge made the crack about the newsletter. He removed his comm bead when Sarge told him to be serious or be quiet. Eventually, the Marine ran out of patience. He gave us one last chance to join him before he started killing us. Sarge told him to shove it, but Crisp stepped forward. The rest of us were floored. Both Sarge and Doc scrambled up to get a view. A sporty flame trooper holstered his weapon and walked towards the traitor Marine. We all started shouting. Doc pleaded for his soul. Sarge barked orders and threats in his most commanding voice. Cutter asked what was going on, and Twitch called him Traitor McTraitorpants, and swore that he had known all along. Crisp ignored us all. As he walked, he laughed and talked to the Marine. He talked about the death he had seen and laughed. He talked about the death he had dealt and laughed. He talked about the faithful men who had died and laughed. He talked about his prayers that hadn't been answered and laughed. He talked about immortality and the glory of living forever and laughed. Finally, he talked about madness and laughed like we had never heard before. The Marine laughed too and assured him that in service of the Dark Gods, madness has purpose. He welcomed Crisp as a future brother, and asked us all to follow our scrummiest example. Every one of us screamed at Crisp as he walked towards the Marine. When he finally stopped in front of the traitor, Astartes, we all fell silent. There was a brief second where there was no sound other than Crisp's laughing. Then Twitch hit his detonator. Every single one of Twitch's remaining death packs was stuck to the back of Crisp's flamer tank, and the tank itself was at least half full. The explosion shook the entire temple, and Sarge could feel the heat of the flames from his position in the top of the pyramid. There weren't even bodies left, just little fragments of ceramite and a few puddles of burning promethium. We were all silent and just watched the flames for a few minutes. Then the Rupert asked what happened. We all snapped back to reality. Doc needed his whole kit to treat the Rupert, not to mention his own wounds. And Twitch and Cutter both needed to be dug out, and Sarge was adamant that we find a way to contact someone and tell them just what sort of crazy shit was going on. Sarge went and grabbed Doc's bags from the stash, then went to work with his entrenching tool on the masonry, trapping Twitch and Cutter. Eventually everyone was collected and stable, and it was time to decide what to do. There really weren't a lot of options. We had to go into the temple. Our Vox unit still wasn't getting through, so we needed to see if there was a better one inside. Doc wanted to see if they had a real med bay, We definitely couldn't find a way through the glowy wall up here. We all just hoped that there was nothing else still running around inside. We were tired of this shit. All of us formed up behind Twitch and Albert and went through the big front doors. We had expected there to be blood, corpses, spikes, and demonic runes everywhere. The runes were there, but after the first few dozen feet of stonework, the place was surprisingly clean and ordinary looking. It wasn't even dark. There were tasteful little skull-shaped lights every few feet, just like an HQ. Nothing attacked us as we walked through what we began to think of as the facility instead of the temple. Apparently everyone who had lived and worked here had died in the battle. We found various training rooms, sleeping quarters, an armory full of identical bolters and chainsaws, and even a perfectly normal mess hall. We didn't touch any of the food, though. None of us found anything really interesting until we got to the medbay. When we entered, Doc froze and made a sort of high-pitched wheezing sound. Even the rest of us could see that this place was incredibly well equipped. There were all sorts of shiny machines and tubes and shit. After Doc got over the sheer quality of the medbay, he commandeered Carter as a nurse and went to work on his arm, as well as the Rupert's bloody stump. We left them to it while we checked the nearby rooms. The next room over gave us a little pause. There were several tanks with what were probably aspirants floating in them, hooked up to all sorts of tubes. After a short debate, we decided that perimeter security trumped preserving evidence, and shot them all, but we made sure to hit as little of the fancy machinery as possible. Doc was rather insistent about that. The room after that held something that stopped us all in our tracks. Twitch ran back to the Rupert and asked what the Inquisition standpoint on salvage was. He was rather disappointed when he was told he couldn't keep the fully loaded Thunderhawk we found in the vehicle bay, or any of his Hellstrike missiles. The rest of us were similarly disappointed when we realised the Arbite had been the only one who knew how to fly. Eventually we got to a room with a green snake-looking thing on the door. This was the first one that was actually locked, but we got in after a little tinkering and finally found where the big Fox unit was kept. There was a lot of other stuff in there, but aside from a few armour tools and weapons we had no desire to touch, none of it was very interesting to us. It took a while to get the Fox system working, but it seemed to punch through the interference no problem. We dialed the sisters up and gave a brief rundown of the situation to the Adept. Then we went and got the Rupert out of the medbay because she didn't believe us. After that, it was a lot of talking and waiting. Messages were sent to the closest Inquisition base, orders were relayed to the survey base and the ships in orbit, and the remaining sisters were requisitioned to help keep the place secure until a full Inquisitor arrived. There was a certain temptation to just blow up the facility, but it wasn't currently doing anything chaosy, and someone smarter than us really needed to take a look at this place. The sisters and the Adept arrived by air. They just flew right over the glowy wall, which we still couldn't figure out how to deactivate. We all set up camp as far away from the temple as possible and covered it with as much holy stuff as the sisters could bring. The Adept said the Chaos Runes wouldn't have any serious effects, but we didn't want to take any chances. We kept busy for the next few weeks while we waited for the investigation team. Doc spent a lot of time with the Hospitaller, who was full of sympathy for his broken arm and helped him with everything. Carter found out how to activate the training remotes in the facility and spent most of the time hitting things with his sword. Sarge made Twitch help him clear up the bodies and the fragments of Chaos Space Marine that littered the area, and the Rupert went over the whole facility with the Adept. Eventually, the team we requested arrived. We were surprised to see not one, but 3 Inquisitors step off the shuttle, followed by a Space Marine in black armour. The next few days were a blur of interviews, which we all found incredibly uncomfortable, especially when the Astartes kept asking how we killed the traitor Marine. That guy made us all very uneasy, and Twitch started muttering about Chaos Marine infiltrators. Sarge hit him and told him to shut up before he got us all purged. There was a lot of talk, which we overheard but didn't pay much attention to. There was a bunch of stuff about alphas and legions and recruiting worlds and genes and seeds, none that really concerned us. We just hung out until they decided they were done with us, and they got the hell out of there on the first Navy ship going back Oak's Way. To our surprise, we weren't the only passengers on the ship. The entire batch of sisters had apparently seen too much and were being called into inquisitorial service. The Sister Superior and her squads would be joining one of the Inquisitor's retinues, but he had no real need for a Hospitaller, and sent her off to be One Oak for reassignment. Doc was incredibly happy about this. We'd been dreading how mopey he was going to get when it was time to go, but this was almost worse. The man was a complete sap, and none of us could stand talking to him during the trip home. We couldn't even tease him properly. He just sort of dreamily nodded at anything we said. Eventually we just rearranged the cabins so they were next to each other and left them to it. At least one of us was getting some. The trip back went quickly. Sarge spent most of it in the medbay with the Rupert and the Adept getting the report in order for Oak. This one was a doozy, and it sounded like a story you'd hear in a bar, but the other Inquisitor's reports backed it up, so hopefully Oak would believe us. We all speculated about whether he'd try to promote Sarge again, or if he'd all get an increase in pay or something. Not every team can take down a freaking Chaos Marine. When we reached Oak's ship, Doc bid a tearful goodbye to the Hospitaller, as she went off to the damn short boot camp Oak put all his recruits through. The one that was just at the other end of the ship. It wasn't like she was being sent to the Eye of Terror or something, the little sap. After that was done with, we all went down to our section of the ship and filled in the rest of the boys about Crisp. There were a lot of sad faces at the end of that story, but everyone agreed it was a pretty cool way to go. One of the other troopers said the Crisp was signed up with one of the death cults during the last mission, which really did explain a lot. We all drank to his memory, and hoped he was laughing with the big E. The call down to Oak's office finally came. We all got to stand there and look decorative while he talked with Rupert about the mission. This time there was no way he could turn down a promotion to full Inquisitor, even if he did need another medical leave to go get a second augmentic arm. The man glowed with pride as Oak praised him for not only removing the cults that kept the planet from being an excellent recruitment world, but also for finding and destroying a chaos operation that was using it for the same purpose. We all winced when he used terms like level-headed and keeping your men alive, but overall the man deserved his praise. When the interview was over and the Rupert finished swearing to come back for us after he got his new arm, Oak asked us all to stick around for a few minutes. He kept it simple. He was very happy with our performance as a team and wanted to know if there were any requests we'd like to make for our future deployments. Twitch was about to say something along the lines of, "No psychics or clerics ever again," but Sarge hushed him and pondered the question. Finally he asked if the squad as a whole could be issued some more robust weaponry. The lasguns just hadn't been cutting it lately. Then as an afterthought, he asked if Oak could see to assigning a certain new recruit to permanent shipboard duty instead of sending him out on missions. Oak agreed and sent us on our way. Doc was practically skipping as we left. We all headed out for some R&R. We talked with the boys, drank in the bar, and generally had a good time. Doc repeatedly made the several-hour journey to the training section of the ship, and we all gave him shit for it. A definite high point was receiving a crate full of hotshot lasguns, with a note that said, "Courtesy of Assistant Quartermaster Nubby." Eventually our time ran out and we started waiting for our next mission. We speculated about what sort of insane interrogator or crazy assignment we'd get this time. We had tons of theories, but none of them were close to what we actually got. Instead of a runner telling us to report to a shuttle or a personal visit from our new interrogator, we got orders to report to Oak's office. When we entered, there was no one else there besides Oak and a single tech priest. There wasn't any long mission brief or bullshit about promoting Sarge again. Oak simply said that we had proven to be trustworthy men, and he was sending us to assist in the procurement of a new ship for his recruitment fleets. We'll be acting under his authority and were expected to behave professionally. That said, he introduced the tech priest as the agent who will be handling the actual inspection and procurement, then sent us on our way. We followed the silent tech priest down to a fancier-than-usual shuttle and stepped inside. We were met by a bunch of other cogboys who chatted away at the senior tech priest while we stood there. Eventually, someone noticed us and a monotone voice directed us towards the side room, where we meet the representative from Supply. Sarge opened the door and jumped backwards with a shout. There are some things that shouldn't be seen from less than a foot away, and Nubby's face was one of them. The squad is getting a tour of the impressively large shuttle they've just boarded, from none other than their former squad mate, Nubby. Last they'd seen him, he'd been reassigned to quartermaster duties after his legs were removed by a treacherous interrogator. Now he's happily stomping around on a pair of augmentic legs, while probably explaining how he's the mission's supply officer. This announcement is being met with considerable skepticism by Sarge, who is the only member of the squad actually listening. Doc is paying far more attention to Nubby's shiny new metal legs, and is interrupting the rambling tour with questions about how they've been attached. When Nubby doesn't provide any helpful answers, Doc asks Sarge to hold the little trooper up, so he can take a look. Meanwhile, Twitch's curiosity and paranoia are driving him to find out just what is inside all the large metal containers being loaded onto the shuttle. Carter, who found the lack of sword-related topics in the tour incredibly boring, is helping the demolitions trooper by prying open one of the boxes. When the lid finally pops off, both guardsmen jump back and start swearing. Doc and Sarge, who is still holding Nubby up by the shoulders, come over to see what the matter is. When Sarge sees what's inside the container, as well as the identical markings on all the other containers, he starts shaking the suspended guardsman angry terrier. "Nubby, just why the hell are we taking a few thousand servitors with us?" The all-guardsman party buys a spaceship. So no shit, there we were, on a shuttle filled with tech priests and an army of servitors, on our way to assist in the purchase of an entire warp-capable starship for our Inquisitor. Not a normal space transport, not a shuttle, not a flyer, but an entire damned warship, the smallest of which were typically over a kilometre long and worth more than a dozen regiments of guard. And to top it all off, Nubby Nubs was standing there, proud as anything, telling the rest of us that he was in charge of the operation. It was completely unbelievable. To clarify, it wasn't unbelievable in the sense that we couldn't fathom how the universe could be so strange and cruel. We literally didn't believe a word Nubby had said. No one with a scrap of intelligence would send him out to buy the recaf, much less a bloody warship. Sure, we'd all trust Nubby at our back in a firefight any day, but the man was a petty thief, a compulsive liar, and had actually been mistaken for a Gretchen on more than one occasion. Sarge told the trooper to stuff a sock in it, and we all went to get a more realistic briefing from the tech priests that were coming with us. There seemed to be a lot of cogboys on the big cargo shuttle with us. Every room or hallway was filled with creepy metal men squawking at each other in binary. We found the one that Oak could imply was the head tech priest in the conference room, surrounded by a bunch of subordinates. He was obviously holding some sort of conference or briefing, but we couldn't understand any of their robotic chatter. Sarge just stood there awkwardly, and then started loudly clearing his throat until a few cogboys were waved away to deal with us. That became an annoying trend over our journey. The head tech priest and his senior flunkies would never talk to us directly. We were sure they could understand Gothic, but they just never seemed to speak in anything but their damned machine language. Every time we needed to talk to one of them, a junior cogboy would be called up to act as a translator, or lead us away so we didn't disturb the senior techies. This did not endear them to us, and we didn't go out of our way to treat them any better. We did get pretty familiar with the junior tech priests, though. Well, not exactly familiar. There were a bunch of them, and it was damned hard to pick out which pile of metal tentacles was Brother Ticinus, and which was Brother Casticus. Woe betide the poor guardsman who mistook Logis Goino for Constructor Periphanes. Such a mistake was incredibly insulting and a clear indication of our inferior intellect. Matters were not helped by their damned tendency to switch out their augments. Just when you got used to Archbrother Lexi Mechanic Quotus Boyus being the tall bastard with the heavy-duty servo arm, he'd swap it out for some sort of sparky tentacle job, replace his legs with treads or something. We would have gone crazy if it weren't for the two lowest-ranking tech priests in the bunch, tech acolytes Jim and Hannah. The two acolytes were the most junior tech priests on the mission, and were obviously the Mechanicus equivalent of the regimental gopher. Every time you saw them, they'd be carrying something, moving as fast as possible without running, or covered head to toe with grease and other less pleasant fluids. We liked Jim and Hannah. They were practically kids, had most of their original parts, and you could pronounce their names while drunk. Best of all, they had a weary put-upon attitude, which formed the khaki-coloured blobs which passed for our souls. We quickly made them honorary guardsmen and began taking all of our questions to them. Once we met Jim and Hannah, we were finally able to get the real details of our mission. The gist of it was that the tech priests and our squad were all being sent to discreetly purchase a second-hand warship, presumably so it could be used to carry around Oak's recruitment teams without causing a fuss. To our collective relief, the acolytes confirmed that Nubby was not in charge of the operation. He was merely there to act as the public face for the purchase and general observer. His superiors in supply had already chosen the ship, negotiated a price range, gotten the funds into place, hired a navigator and astropath, and handed Nubby a very explicit set of orders. The head Magos and the other tech priests would handle everything else, and be more or less in command from the second the ship was deeded over, and the original crew was evicted. They do the inspection, prep the ship for travel, and perform any repairs. Finally, once the priests deemed the ship ready for travel, they'd use their servitor army to fly the whole damn thing back to some secret Inquisition shipyard for a refit. This all made sense to us, but it was still a wonder that Nubby had been chosen for any part of this mission. He insisted that his superiors had recognised his questioning skills and personal experience with ships like this, not to mention his clever negotiation tactics and cunning mercantile mind. This was bullshit, and we all knew it. To a man, the rest of us believed that he'd been sent because no one would ever look at him and think, Inquisitorial agent. The rest of us were there to act as backup for Nubby. Officially, this was because every procurer in the field was supposed to have a bunch of trustworthy and discreet agents to assist them. At first, we wondered just why we had been chosen over other available agents. But after we figured out why Nubby had been sent, it was plain as day why we were sent. Obviously, our squad had been chosen because they all looked like the sort of incompetent ex-guard goons that a complete cretin would employ as bodyguards. Thanks, Oak. Now, we travelled a fair bit during our careers in the Inquisition, but this trip was something else. This time, we didn't have our own quiet section of ship. Instead, we were surrounded by dozens of cogboys running around preparing an army of servitors for crewing a warp ship. Everywhere you went, there'd be tech priests chattering at each other, chanting and lighting incense, wielding random pieces of metal, or doing incredibly unsettling things to their servitors. The ship itself was some sort of mechanicus transport, and the quarters available made us all think wistfully of the bursts the Rupert had gotten for us. Apparently, when you became a full tech priest, you stopped desiring beds fancier than the wide metal shelf, or food that actually has flavour. Also, Mechanicus toilets can best be described as terrifying. We all tried to stay out of the way and keep to ourselves, but it just didn't work. We always seemed to be underfoot, or under tread, or under anti-grav skimmer. There simply wasn't room for anyone that wasn't part of whatever mad plan the techies were all following. Cargo haulers would bawl through us during morning PT, random tech priests would shout at us if we touched or sat on anything, and our quarters were randomly repurposed for storage, sometimes while we were still in them. No man should wake up in a dark room surrounded by 30 deactivated servitors. None of us were happy, but Twitch had the worst of it. He just couldn't function well without a secure perimeter. We were about ready to outright fortify a cargo bay and try to hold it against the cogboys when Doc got his idea. He suggested that the only way to survive the trip was to become part of the pattern. We spent the rest of the voyage following Jim and Hannah around like lost puppies. We slept when and where they slept, we ate when they ate. We did our best to help with whatever unpleasant task they were working on. We probably weren't very helpful, but it kept us alive and relatively sane. It was an immense relief when we finally reached our destination. We piled onto a shuttle and rode for a local orbital station, where a few scribes were waiting to brief us on the purchase. We blew them all off and slept for about 20 hours, in the blissful quiet of our cogboy-free rental rooms. The briefings and preliminary negotiations took about a week, and aside from Nubby, none of us really had to do anything. We more or less hung out in hallways while various scribes became incredibly frustrated with Nubby. There were no assassination attempts, no cultist infiltrators, no Orc Commando raids, and certainly no Gene-Seers attacks. Just a bunch of boring guard duty while Nubby drove various expensive lawyers and financial experts into a state of incoherent rage. One of them did actually try to kill him, but since Nubby had just stolen the man's wallet, it was perfectly understandable. We did pay a little attention to what was going on. Guard duty was boring, and they weren't really hiding the documents or diagrams. Most of it was legal gibberish, ancient trade logs, and figures about engine strength and storage capacity. None of which we even tried to understand, but there were some nice pictures. From what we saw, the ship was a small one, only 2 kilometers long, and was rather plain looking. Just the sort of ship for travelling around unnoticed. The negotiations continued, and some of the tech priests were sent over to inspect the ship. They took a while, but confirmed that the ship met all requirements. That done with, all that was left was the final meeting between Nubby and the current owner of the vessel. Some fancy rooms were rented out for the deal, and Nubby was crammed into a frilly suit, complete with powdered wig. It was probably supposed to make him look like a dashing imperial nobleman, but it really just made him look like a Gretchen in a dress. It was hard not to laugh as we followed him to the meeting, and when we saw the man selling the ship, it became nearly impossible. If Nubby was a Gretchen in the dress, then the seller was a giant squig in a suit. The man was practically spherical, comically clumsy, and honked like a goose when he talked. He radiated an aura of incompetence and was followed by a cadre of thugs, who all had the same suffused expressions we did. The worst part was that the man obviously thought of himself as a rogue trader, and tried to dress the part. He must have gone through some catalogue and ordered one of everything. He had the gaudy coat with epaulettes, the large hat with a feather in it, the cane that obviously contained a sword, and just to top it off, there was a cybernetic parrot perched on his shoulder. The problem was that while most rogue traders oozed confidence and danger, this one just oozed. We'd seen, fought and redecorated a bathroom with the head of a real rogue trader before. This guy was more like a kid playing dress-up. We just barely managed to keep our faces straight while Nubby and the wannabe greeted each other. Both of them were handed the relevant documents by their scribes and headed into a private room to complete the deal. The second the door had closed behind them, the fat man's gasp cracked up and we did likewise. It was just too much to bear. Both sets of scribes just shared a miserable look and settled down to wait. The meeting took a surprisingly long time and we all started to get nervous. Every part of the deal had been hammered out beforehand, and this just supposed to be a matter of signing off. Emperor only knew what Nubby was getting up to in there. Neither of them hit their panic buttons though, so we sat tight and eventually both men came out alive and relatively well. Nubby had a disturbingly smug look, and the seller seemed rather flustered, but both of them insisted that everything was sorted out. The scribes did a final review of the signed documents, got into a brief whispered argument with Nubby and the fat man, and then Nubby confirmed that everything was in order. The seller's scribes said that all of their men would be off the ship within 30 hours, and the whole party made a rather hasty exit. That done with, we headed back to our quarters and passed the word on to the tech priests. The cog boys confirmed that they were ready to board the ship and take over as soon as the former crew was out of the way. From there on out, it was entirely their mission. We were just passengers and observers. All our squad had to do was keep out of the way until we arrived at the shipyard and someone came to collect us. The tech priests told us to stay in our quarters until they had their servitors in place, so we finished our business with the scribes, settled in for a few days of relaxation on the station, and asked Nubby about what had happened during the meeting. According to him, the former captain had been a terrible negotiator and was easily haggled down. The little bugger was smug as hell about the whole thing and expected a big thank you from Moke for saving him a few billion thrones. None of us really believed him. Nubby was always full of that sort of shit, but the scribes were happy, so it wasn't really our problem. In retrospect, not grilling Nubby and finding out exactly what sort of deal he got, or how he managed to get it, was a tremendous mistake. A few days of idleness later, a shuttle was sent for us, and we were taken to the newest addition to Oak's fleet, the Free Trader Occurrence Boarder. As we approached the ship, everyone clustered around the windows to get a good look at our purchase. A lot of things about the Occurrence Boarder grabbed the eye. There were the massive tanks for hauling fluids, the impressive arrays of docking hatches along the cargo bays, the odd variations in the colour and design of the hull, but mostly there was the fact that the ship was about half as long as the diagram said it should be. It was amazing, really. The Occurrence Boarder mostly followed the standard Imperial ship design, large engines at the tail, control tower rising above the rear of the ship, long and slightly skinny body, except the bow was completely gone. The ship just ended halfway through the body in a giant patchwork of scrap metal. It looked like someone had grabbed the ship, cut it with a giant cleaver, and then smashed the ragged edge flat. As one, we all turned to look at Nubby, who muttered something about "good value for cost," and tried to sidle away. It took a lot of shaking and yelling to get all the details out of Nubby. Apparently, well, the front fell off. The entire front of the vessel, a 2-kilometre warp-capable ship which we had just purchased for a staggering amount of money on behalf of the bloody Inquisition, fell off. He said it doesn't happen often, just a sort of occasional time-to-time thing. Overall, it's a very safe ship. In fact, in the whole lifetime of the ship, it only happened once, or twice, or maybe 3 times, definitely no more than 4, but the important thing was that it wouldn't ever happen again. The previous captain had fixed the problem for good by installing the special-made custom prow after the last incident. We all eyed the mushroom-shaped pile of slagged scrap on front of the ship and contemplated just what Oak would do to us. It would probably involve an excruciator and an airlock. The rest of the flight was split between yelling at Nubby and staring at the ship with a sort of morbid curiosity. The closer we got, the more the imperfections became apparent. There were scars and burns, holes and gorges, and the most bizarre set of repairs and additions imaginable. The entire ship must have been stripped off and replaced with spare parts one piece at a time, until nothing of the original was left visible. It was a wonder that the thing flew at all. Doc suggested that we might not get yelled at by Oak for any of this, because there was no way we survived the warp voyage home in this hulk. Eventually, the shuttle docked, and we walked into one of the Occurrence Boarder's more intact cargo bays. Hannah, the cog girl, was waiting there to guide us to our quarters. She led us through a maze of tunnels and gave us a rundown of the situation on the way. Most of the servitors were in place, the navigator and Ashapath were on board, and the last few repairs and calibrations would be made during the trip. After a while, Sarge cautiously asked her what the tech priest thought about the state of the ship. Her response surprised us. She cheerfully informed us that the entire vessel was an abomination in the eyes of the Omnissiah, and perfectly met all requirements. That second part was a little confusing, but according to her, the whole point was to acquire a thoroughly disreputable vessel that was still capable of running. The Cold Boys didn't care if half of the hull was missing, if the cargo bays leaked atmosphere, or if most of the ship was pieced together from old wrecks. As long as it could travel through the warp, they were happy. After all, they were just here to take it to the shipyard. The priests there were the ones who would be refitting it for inquisitorial use. Nubby perked up at this, but Sarge reminded him that, even if the tech priests were happy, the people who were paying for the ship and its refit probably wouldn't be. As we walked, all of us noticed dozens of papers fixed to panels, doors, controls, and such. At first we thought they were the usual purity seals or Mechanicus prayers, but then Twitch stopped and actually read a few. Each one says something like, "This control panel governs the flow of plasma through bays D3S15. No one remembers why we have plasma going through there, but if you ever shut them off, engines 3 and 7 stop working. The gravity in this corridor is tilted 37 degrees to the left, and do not ever touch this button." That last one showed up a lot. When we asked Hannah about the notes, she lowered her voice and advised us to take them very seriously. They must have been left by the former crew and were incredibly helpful, but we were never to mention them to any of the more senior tech priests. The Cock Boys were trying to ignore them since they didn't need advice from anyone outside the priesthood, but unfortunately the notes were far more accurate than their own scans. The senior priests were taking it as a personal insult every time they had to refer to one of the notes to fix a problem. We all chuckled at that and promised to read any notes we came across. Eventually we arrived in the cluster of rooms that Jim the Acolyte was clearing out with the help of a bunch of servitors. He suggested that these would make good quarters, pointed us towards a storage closet with some relatively edible rations in it, handed us a data slate with a crude map of the ship, and recommended that we stay out of the way of the servitors and tech priests. Once we were settled, the two acolytes scampered off to their next task. Sarge booted up the data slate, and about 10 seconds after Jim and Hannah had disappeared into the giant maze of metal that was our ship, we realised that none of us knew how to read a three-dimensional map. The ensuing argument over whose job it had been to check the map earlier, and what we were going to do now, was interrupted by the sheep's speakers, blowing to life. There was a painful burst of binary, followed by a monotone voice telling all hands to prepare for warp transit. Then the universe went glorp, and tasted like the colour purple for a second. The one good thing you could say about the situation was that no one was trying to kill us, at least not on purpose, anyway. On the other hand, we were cruising through the warp in a twisted heap of scrap held together with tape and spit, and none of us even knew where in the ship we were, or how to read our map. Now, being lost is a long-standing guard tradition, but this was ridiculous. It's hard enough to navigate in 2 dimensions with an accurate map and a directional finder. 3 with an unreadable map and no way to tell which way you're facing is just unfair. Without the ration bars, we might have actually starved to death in our own ship, or at least been reduced to hunting the servitors for food. After our quarters were secured, we started trying to track down one of the tech priests. We wanted to know where everyone else was, what was going on, and how the hell to read our map. Our comms didn't work for shit inside all of this metal. We didn't have access to the ship's communication systems, so our search had to be done the old-fashioned way, on foot, with hand-drawn maps and trail markers. We didn't feel like passengers on a ship. It was more like we were a recon force plotting hostile terrain, and boy was the terrain hostile. There were gravity shifts, depressurized sections of ship, exposed power conduits, rooms filled with hot plasma, and dozens of other hazards. Only those helpful little notes kept us alive. Still, even though everything they said was helpful, the notes themselves were a bit disconcerting. They tended to be a little too precise, and Twitch saw that more of them were appearing in areas we'd already been through. Doc was leading the patrol that found the first tech priest. Unfortunately, he refused to speak to us and ducked through a hatch, which locked behind him. The second priest we found wasn't given the chance. Doc and Nubby covered the exits, while Cutter tackled the cop boy. Holding someone at gunpoint and asking him for technical support and directions probably isn't the official sanctioned way of doing this sort of thing, at least not when they're on your side, but damned if it didn't work well. The conversation was a little awkward, though. The tech priest turned out to be one of the ones who had briefed us during the trip out and was perfectly willing to talk to us. We did apologise. Once we learned how to use the map, we realised it was mostly empty space, but it did cover most of the important parts of the ship. It mapped out some of the bigger loading bays, the quarters the techies were using, the locations of several critical systems, and the giant spinal shipping corridor and freight lifts that most of the servitors used. The best part was that the terrified tech priest showed us how to fill in the blank spots and add notes, which meant that we no longer had to depend on Doc's hand-drawn maps to get us back to our base. Not that Doc was a bad artist, mind you, he just had a little trouble figuring out how to draw a corridor that angled up and left, while his gravity shifted to the right wall. With the map in hand, our recon patrol released the tech priest to go grease servitors, or whatever. I went off to find the two helpful techies. The rough plan was to get a hand with the comms situation with the acolytes, but unfortunately they weren't in the quarters indicated on the map. Doc was divvying around whether to keep searching or wait for them to return, when Nubby suggested getting them to come to us. Based on our past experiences, Nubby argued, if we just annoyed enough of the senior tech priest or started breaking things, one of the acolytes would be sent to deal with us. Doc watched in horror as Nubby and Cutter went to work, but he didn't actually do anything to stop them. 3 gutted cogitator terminals, 2 corridors flooded with coolant, another filled with less pleasant substances, and a dismembered maintenance servitor later, Sarge's combi came to life. An exhausted-sounding tech acolyte, Jim, asked him to come pick up his team before someone killed them. We still couldn't use the ship's comms. The acolyte said it was restricted to the priest for some techie reason, but our comm beats were being boosted by the larger system. Combined with the functioning map and Jim and Hannah's personal contact codes, we had everything we needed to survive the rest of the trip, so we all went back to base to get a night's sleep. Well, if not a night's, then at least a solid 10 hours worth. The ship's light system seemed to be on several different clocks, and the ones in our quarters dimmed on a 3-hour cycle. Twitch eventually shot them out, and we just used our own lamps. Now, just to be clear, no one in the squad was a sissy, and none of us had ever had trouble with warp trouble before. We'd all faced down some incredibly weird and scary shit during our time in the Guard, not to mention what we'd seen as inquisitorial goons. Our nerves might not have been made of steel, but they were definitely iron, or possibly some good quality bronze. That said, the nightmares we had that night were bloody terrifying. They were the sort of nightmares that take your every fear and failing and rub them in your face where you struggle to wake up and tell yourself it's all a dream. We all woke up covered in sweat when one of Twitch's perimeter alarms went off. We didn't even check what set off the alarm. All of us just sat there and thanked the Emperor for Twitch's paranoia. After a few minutes, Doc got up and pulled a yellow note off the inside of our door. It said, "In case of bad dreams, check Gellar field integrity." The note had not been there when we went to sleep. While the note's sudden appearance was mysterious as hell, none of them had steered us wrong so far, and this one was pointing us towards what might be a very serious problem. On the list of incredibly horrible things that can go wrong during warp transit, Gellar field failure is pretty much at the top. The Gellar field generator is literally the anti-getting devoured by demonic horrors device. It is rather important that it keeps performing that function at all times while travelling through the warp. The squad kitted up while Sarge calmed Jim, and asked nicely if he'd heard about anything about problems with the Gellar field. We all watched as Sarge's face started turning white, then red, then purple. We bailed out of the room, just ahead of the explosion of rage, and even through the sealed hatch, we heard Sarge taking out a lot of frustration on poor Jim. The high points included, "What do you mean, which one? Why are there 6? Who in their right mind would install a damaged Gellar field generator? Who in their right mind would install 6 damaged Gellar field generators? No, there is not a difference between damaged and refurbished. What do you mean it was in the technical briefing? What briefing for who? Where's Nubby? I'll kill, strangle, murder that little bastard, goddamn, I'll show him a good deal!" At this point, Sarge burst through the hatch, and Nubby decided it was a good time to go check what had set off the outer perimeter alarm, while the rest of us restrained the irate non-com. Eventually we got Sarge calmed down enough to speak coherently, and he explained the whole messed up situation to us. Apparently the ship's Gellar field had been scrapped and replaced by several smaller models that had been salvaged from Emperor knows where. There were 3 along the length of the ship, 1 near the bridge, and 2 covering the top and bottom decks. We were currently near the one in the bow, and from the looks of things it was on the fritz. Jim said he'd take a look at it and suggested that we move our quarters farther back into the coverage of one of the other generators. That sounded like a good idea, but we decided to take it a step further. We weren't just going to find some random rooms in the next section of ship. We were going to hike our asses down to that Gellar field generator, set up camp, and bloody well sleep on it. There was not going to be any screwing around with this nightmare business. Sack time is practically sacred, and anything that disturbs it must be immediately dealt with. A guardsman who can't fall asleep the second the perimeter is secure is not a true guardsman. We packed up our quarters, rations, field gear, traps, munitions. Everything we had was coming with us. As Twitch pulled down his perimeter defences, he found the triggered alarm tucked away in a side corner with a note that said, "Please do not obstruct the corridors." That was a little disconcerting, but something we could worry about later. The hike aft went pretty quickly after we navigated up to the big spinal corridor. It really was the most comfortable way to get around the ship, even if it was filled with servitors. Before long, we were in a giant room filled with arcane machinery and glowing shit that had a note that said, "Midship Gellarfield Generator, do not ever touch, ever. This means you," on the door. You would think it would be uncomfortable sleeping inside a room filled with sparky machinery and delicate devices that you must not touch, but it really wasn't. The noise was considerably less than an artillery barrage, and unlike Twitch's little perimeter traps, everything we needed to avoid touching was either very obvious or labelled. We were all quite happy with our new base and slept like babies that night. The next few days were relatively peaceful. We've all felt that enough stuff had gone wrong for the shoe to qualify as dropped. All that was left to do was make ourselves as comfortable as possible for the rest of the trip. Each of us kept busy in our own ways, whether it was exploring the ship and working on the map, helping Jim and Hannah, or possibly fortifying the perimeter. We made it almost a week before the next crisis. One morning, as Sarge was going through his daily drills with Cutter, Nubby poked his head in and asked if Twitch was allowed to keep his unused explosives in the generator room. A few minutes later, both of them were examining an immense pile of ordnance. They were sitting out the way, behind some glowing pillars, and a few minutes after that, everyone was called in for a good old-fashioned safety lecture and public reaming. The lecture came to a sudden stop when Twitch looked to the pile and informed us that the explosives weren't his and were definitely armed. Someone was trying to blow up our base, and for once it wasn't us. This was deeply disturbing. As Twitch went about disarming the devices, he gave the rest of us a pretty detailed critique. The bombs had been there for a fairly long time, were set up for remote detonation, and had been installed by someone who was nowhere near as good as Twitch. A little thinking led us to believe that the explosives had been placed by someone fairly familiar with the ship, but not with blowing things up. Also, there were probably a few more bombs around, otherwise why bother with the remote detonator? While Twitch finished removing the explosives, Sarge called the acolytes and explained the situation. Jim and Hannah were pretty impressed by the discovery, and the call was quickly kicked upstairs. Then their superiors kicked us upstairs, again and again, until finally we were talking to the ever-unresponsive head tech priest, the captain, as it were, of the horrible death trap we were all flying on. For the 5th or 6th time, Sarge explained that someone had mined key components of the ship we were all on, and it might be a good idea to do something about it. The Cogtain did not dignify us with a response, and instead ratted off a bunch of binary at the other tech priests on the line. There was a lot of these stupid cog boys screeching, and it sounded like they were taking the situation fairly seriously. None of them told us anything, though. Eventually we got tired of them talking over our heads, and Sarge suggested that perhaps the resident demolitions expert should look into the matter. Maybe Twitch and his good buddies, you know, the guys who found the bombs in the first place, should check out the other Gellarfield generators and engines and such. This actually got a response. A horribly distorted voice told us to stand down and stay away from his machines, and then we were disconnected from the channel. That's gratitude for you. About 10 minutes later, a massive series of explosions shook the ship. Bloody tech priests. Now, we knew a fair bit about explosions. Every veteran guardsman does. We were pretty damn sure that 5 bombs the size of the one we just defused had gone off. To us, that suggested that the explosives had all been linked to go off when someone screwed up while defusing one of them. So chances were that the ship was down a few cogboys and major systems. We weren't really concerned about that first point, but the second was worrying. Depending on which systems had gone down, we were in for a whole spectrum of unpleasantness, ranging from sudden fiery death, to less sudden chilly death, to lingering insane death. Sarge decided that it was probably a good idea to figure out which one we were headed for. While the rest of us got our weapons ready, Sarge tried to calm the 2 acolytes. The contact over Jim still wasn't letting us through. Whatever the Cogtain had done to kick us out seemed fairly permanent, but after a few tries he was able to get a hold of Hannah. The poor cog girl was not cut out for this stuff and sounded like she was on the brink of tears. Luckily, Sarge knew how to deal with shell-shocked rookies, and with Doc's help managed to calm her down enough to get a status report. The news was not good. The Gellarfield generators that covered the gaps in the top and bottom decks were completely destroyed, and both the fore and aft ones were damaged. Only the generator we were sitting on, and the one up near the bridge, were undamaged. And between them, and the 2 slightly damaged ones, there was just enough coverage to keep the whole ship from turning into a miniature demon world. It was still a very bad idea to stay in the warp any longer than necessary. When Sarge asked Hannah how soon we were dropping out of warp to do repairs, The poor girl dissolved into tears and broke the real bad news. The warp drive was offline. The warp drive was the insanely complex device that moved the ship from boring, empty, die of asphyxiation or starvation space to horrible, demon-filled, die insane and choking on your own intestines warp space. Of course, the whole point of this is that there are much higher speed limits in the warp or something. What's a little demonic incursion if it lets you get there faster, right? Well, that is a little unfair. The difference between a 200-year and 2-week journey is pretty significant, but we were understandably bitter about the whole thing. The problem was that if your warp drive breaks down while you're in the warp, you don't just pop back into reality. No, you're stuck there until someone fixes it. If they can fix it, that is. Otherwise, you might as well skip right to the insanity, cannibalism, and demon worshipping, and save a little time. Things were bad, but they could have been worse. We weren't dead yet, we had a moderately functional Geller field, the plasma engines were still running fine, and we were damn well going to believe that the warp drive was repairable, unless the Emperor himself showed up and told us it wasn't. We got our shit together, armed the lethal perimeter defences, and put up a few signs to warn anyone that trying to get near the Geller field generator without our help was just a very painful method of suicide. We were going to hike our asses down to the warp drive and take a look at it in person, because as far as we could tell, no one else here was competent enough to do it. Of course, none of us had any idea how to fix a warp drive or even what one looked like, but we weren't going to let some minor thing like that stop us. That's not to say we didn't understand the limits of our knowledge or skills. None of us were going to try and fix the machinery ourselves unless we had to. We'd simply start grabbing tech priests and throwing them at the problem until they fixed it. Now, we were perfectly aware that the Cogtain and the rest of the techies were probably trying to fix the problem, but they really hadn't impressed us with how they handled the explosives. We felt that a little oversight from the few people on board who hadn't had the common sense part of their brain replaced with a little box of screws might help things along. Our first instinct was to grab one of the acolytes. Unfortunately, Hannah had been near a blast and was trapped in a room up in the bow of the ship, and we still couldn't contact Jim. We didn't really have time to go retrieve either of them, so we figured that we might as well just Shanghai the first tech priest we came across. Prior to everything hitting the fan, Doc had spotted a cowboy bossing around a bunch of servitors a few bays back towards the rear of the ship, and he remembered that the tech priest had been doing something vaguely repair-like to a large conduit. This sounded like a good candidate for fixing the warp drive, so we lined up behind Doc and went off to see if the techie was still there. We made it to the bay where Doc had seen the tech priest pretty quickly. We'd mapped the whole area earlier and nothing nearby was damaged. Unfortunately, all we found inside was a horrible smell, and partially opened conduit that was helpfully labelled "Dead Feel It Inside, Do Not Open." But the far door was open, and so was one in the next room. The cowboy had obviously been in a rush to get somewhere. He'd even cut through some of the thinner bulkheads, and since he seemed to be going towards the area where the warp drive was located, we decided to follow his trail. We made good time following the path that tech priest had blazed, but the farther we travelled, the more uneasy all of us felt. Twitch saw that someone was following us, Doc thought he heard other squad members whispering, and the rest of us were just generally uncomfortable. It became apparent that we were leaving coverage of the undamaged Geller field. From here on out, ship was going to get spooky. Reality was actually pretty stable where we were, but the minor fluctuations definitely weren't fun. Mostly it was little sounds or flashes of movement at the edges of our vision, and occasionally one of us would feel a flash of rage or paranoia. It was easy to get distracted, but Sarge kept us focused, and nothing really bad happened until we caught up with the tech priest and his servitors. Carter was on point, and as he entered the doorway, a servitor lunged at him with a welding torch. Luckily, he had his chainsword ready and easily parried the blow, then returned the favour. At that point, several more servitors lurched forward, and in a rare burst of sanity, our melee specialist leapt backwards out of the doorway. The second he cleared the line of fire, the rest of us began pouring blast fire into the approaching servitors. These weren't combat servitors, thank the Emperor, but they were still damned hard to kill. Even with the hotshot lasguns Nubby had gotten for us, it took a headshot or several joint shots to put each one down. Worse, they definitely didn't have any morale to break. The horde just kept advancing with glowing eyes and sparking tools. We mowed them down without getting through the door, but near the end one of them cut through the wall and barely missed Twitch. Once we were sure they were all dead, which was remarkably easy since all of their eyes stopped glowing with demonic light when you finished them, we advanced into the room. We figured that the puddle with all the chunky bits in it was probably the tech priest we were following. So much for having him repair the warp drive. It wasn't a total loss, though. The cogboy had booted up a communications console before he died, and we definitely learned a few things about the state of the ship during our little chase. Mostly that servitors could be possessed or something, and a weak Geller field meant slowly going insane, but that was still something. From here on out, we were going to operate on the assumption that all servitors would try to kill us unless proven otherwise. Twitch suggested we follow the same rule for tech priests, but we vetoed, since we probably need a few of them alive to get things fixed. The console the former tech priest had warned for us was waiting for input, so Sarge decided to call the Cogtain and tell him we were heading towards the warp drive to lend assistance. In retrospect, this was a horrible idea. None of us had really expected him to be helpful, but we were sort of hoping he'd understand that a squad of well-trained soldiers would be an excellent escort for one of the nearby tech priests, and maybe point us towards them. Instead, we just got a burst of binary and a distorted screech, telling us not to desecrate his machines and to let the servitors fix the problem. Sarge trying to explain that the servitors appeared to be possessed and were not likely to be fixing anything, but all that got was a second screech that sounded an awful lot like ignorant meatbags, and then the console locked us out. Bloody tech priests. Before this, we'd been operating on the usual assumption that the local leadership was moderately incompetent, but after that little tantrum, we decided to upgrade them to pants-on-head retarded. This meant that as far as we were concerned, Sarge had operational command. We weren't even going to try talking to the senior techies anymore. The only way we'd start listening to them again was if they showed up with a lot more firepower than we could muster. That decided, we headed towards the warp drive. Aside from the little warpy annoyances, the rest of the trip wasn't too bad. Mostly it was just a matter of navigating the maze of corridors, reading the helpful notes, and dodging the occasional group of servitors. They all seemed to be headed towards the top of the ship, which was a little odd, but it made them easy to avoid. Unfortunately, we didn't run into any of the other tech priests during the walk, so when we finally got to the warp drive, there wasn't much we could do. The drive was obviously in bad shape. About a third of the room had been destroyed by the explosion, and there was some pretty big pieces of shrapnel sticking out of the big glowy pillar thing. We couldn't help but notice the lack of servitors fixing things, which pretty much proved our theory about the Cogtain's competence, or lack thereof. On the bright side, there weren't any servitors around to try and kill us, so it was easy to set up a perimeter around the drive room. Of course, we still needed to find someone to fix the damn drive, so Sarge ordered Twitch to hold the fort, while the rest of the squad went off to search for a tech priest. We got pretty lucky with that. The fifth room we had checked had 2 of them in it. Well, not really 2, more like 1 and a bit... well, bits. Yeah. Lots of little bits. The important thing, though, was that the living tech priest was Jim. The acolyte was trying to put his boss back together like a very leaky jigsaw puzzle, and didn't seem to be all there. Sergeant Doc knew how to deal with this sort of thing, though, and before long they had Jim up and moving, if still a little shaken up. As we led him back to the warp drive, he kept insisting that his orders were to clean the incense burners down the engine free. Apparently the Cogtain would be furious if he didn't finish before the next maintenance cycle. We tried to explain fixing the warp drive probably took priority, but he was very insistent. When logic didn't work, Nubby took a stab. He wheedled, cajoled, and outright lied to the distraught Cogboy. See, we were actually working on the direct orders of the Cogtain, and he said it was very important that we fix the warp drive, and every tech priest was supposed to help us. In fact, he had specifically said Jim should fix it, because he was very impressed with all the techie things that Jim had been doing. Also, no, we shouldn't call the Cogtain to make sure. The Cogtain said he was very busy doing things with machines and servitors and stuff. To everyone's surprise, Jim accepted this complete load of horseshit and started poking at the damaged drive. Of course, Jim was just a low-level acolyte and knew very little about warp drives, but there were quite a few of the helpful little notes around. He was able to pinpoint several broken components that he knew how to fix, but unfortunately some of those fixes would require rare and expensive parts. Parts that were so rarely replaced that no spares had been included in the ship's inventory. Now, this sounds really bad at first, but after you spend some time in the Guard, you learn the difference between what's officially in the inventory and what's available if you're willing to get out a crowbar. Nubby got a full list of parts from the boy, then went through each one and quizzed the acolyte about what other ship systems might use them. Some were pretty much unique to the warp drive, but it turned out that most of the really important ones were also used in Gellerfield generators. We got out our map, plotted a route, gave Jim a pistol, and went to make a supply run. The first step of our shopping trip was deciding which Gellerfield generator to plunder. The best candidates for scavenging the parts we needed in one go were the intact generators in the middle of the ship up near the bridge. Unfortunately, those parts were rather critical, and ripping them out would probably break either generator. Since those 2 undamaged generators were probably all that was keeping the ship in reality, we opted to try our luck with one of the damaged ones instead. The one in the rear of the ship was right out. We needed the engine's warp drive to stay demon-free, so really the only option was the generator all the way at the bow of the ship. It was going to be a long walk. In an effort to speed up our journey, we decided to divert to the big spinal freight corridor that ran the length of the ship. As we made our way upwards, we reached the ragged edge of the Gellerfield's coverage, and every one of us began to feel reality's grip weakening. Carter's saw started talking to him. Doc's teeth began to itch. Nubby could feel his old legs, and when Sarge and Twitch opened a door, they saw a headless corpse and a charred skeleton playing poker. Neither of them seemed unfriendly, but we still elected to go around that room. When we reached an entrance to the big corridor, Twitch and Jim opened up a small viewport and scouted the place. They closed it very fast. According to them, the corridor was packed with glowy-eyed servitors, and they were all working on something. Twitch also spotted a few minor demons, which seemed to be randomly split between fighting the servitors, helping them, and staying out of their way. None of us knew what to make of that, but it was pretty clear that the main corridor was now possessed servitor territory. We resigned ourselves to a long, slow hike, and headed back down into the ship. Mostly the trip was boring. The novelty of the ship's horrible design had worn off long ago. We got used to the minor warp phenomena pretty quickly. Seen one room with faulty gravity or walls that wet blood, seen them all. It was nice when we got into the coverage of the fully functional Geller field. We actually stopped and took a lunch break at our old base in the generator room. While we ate, Twitch checked his traps and reported that no one had messed with them, and Jim walked us through identifying the parts he'd need from the sacrificial generator. Once we were through the fully covered regions, things started to get dangerous again. We ran across a few bands of servitors that seemed to be searching the ship for something, as well as the occasional minor demon. None of us saw any profit in sucking it out, so we all did our best to stay quiet and avoid the hostiles. Thanks to Twitch and Nubby's scouting abilities, we mostly succeeded, and the single pack of servitors and handful of demons we couldn't go around were easy kills. As we got closer to the Geller field generator, we heard fighting and picked up the pace. The source of the noise turned out to be a group of servitors trying to get into the generator room, which someone inside was vigorously defending. We figured that some of the tech priests were holed up in there and hit the servitors in the rear. It was a clean fight, and once Cutter finished off the last one, we cautiously made our way into the room. Surprisingly, it was not filled with tech priests. Instead, it contained a mob of pale old men. They were armed with what looked like modified power tools, and each of them had a few yellow notepads sticking out of their pockets. While it was a bit of a surprise to run into a bunch of stowaways, we sort of expected something like this. When the notes kept appearing, we knew it was either some incredibly helpful person, or some sort of warp trickery or machine spirit witness. All of us have been fervently hoping for the helpful person explanation for obvious reasons. We hadn't been prepared for just how old they were, though. These guys looked like they were all over 100. The beardiest of the stowaways greeted us all by name, which was a little creepy, introduced himself as Old Bill, and thanked us for the help. He was apparently the leader of a group of crew members who hadn't been willing to leave the ship. They'd outlived 3 captains already, and they'd be damned if they wouldn't outlive a 4th. Sarge processed this, then decided to skip all the bullshit about mysteries, notes, secret passages, and all that in favour of actually getting shit done. He explained the situation with the warp drive, our plan to rip the generator they'd all been defending apart, and then asked the old men what it would take to get their support. The geezers weren't keen on scrapping the generator, but when Jim explained the damage to the warp drive, they agreed it was necessary. The problem was that the old crew members weren't the only stowaways in the ship. They had a bunch of friends and even some family living in Hydroponics Bay 7C. When the Geller field collapsed, these folks would be as deep in demons. The old men were thrown with us if we went and evacuated everyone to a safer part of the ship, and also, just while we were in the area, got rid of the small army of servitors laying siege to the Hydroponics Bay. All in all, this was a pretty good deal. Jim was going to need some time and help getting the parts ready to be pulled. We didn't have anything better to do. Before we went anywhere, though, we had a few things to take care of. While Twitch pulled out a few of his toys and beefed the generator room's defences, the rest of us went to find Hannah, who was supposedly in one of the nearby damaged rooms. We found the poor cog girl trapped behind some rubble, and with the help of a las cutter we pried off one of the servitors, and we got her out of there. Hannah wasn't very happy. In fact, she was practically hysterical, but she was relatively unscathed. None of us were well equipped to handle a panicking cog girl, so Doc gave her a few band-aids and we unceremoniously dumped her and Jim and the old guys. Our heroic rescue mission successful, we gathered up Twitch and went to get the rest of the stowaways out of their hydroponics bay. The directions that Bill gave us were great, and we quickly reached the bay's access corridor. He hadn't been exaggerating about the small army of servitors, though. In fact, it was more of a medium army now, and there were a few demons in there too. They seemed keen on something inside the bay, but weren't making much headway against the big-ass doors. That was a good thing, because we definitely couldn't handle all those servitors with our current loadout. We needed to make a plan. We debated the problem for a while. Twitch was in favour of setting a large explosive trap, and Doc thought there might be another way into the bay. Sarge explained to Nubby that we couldn't just tell the old guys that they were dead when we got there, and Cutter was talking to his sword again. Eventually we decided to go with Doc's suggestion and started scouting the surrounding area. That's how we found Hydronics Bay 9D. The bay that the stowaways lived in had some big warnings painted on the door, stuff like "Do not enter," "Use console to request rations," "Hazardous materials," and "Incredibly dangerous, never open." 9D's door just had 3-meter high letters that said, "Beware of Narlock." Of course we didn't believe that for a second. There was absolutely no reason for there to be a Narlock on an Imperial vessel. It was obviously just a ruse to keep people out. This meant it was probably another entrance to the Stowaways Bay. With any luck, we could cut through here and get everyone out without the servitors noticing. About 30 seconds after we jimmied open the big cargo doors, we saw them shut again because, holy shit, that Narlock looked pissed. We decided to take a little breather after that scare and reconsidered our options. The bad news was that we definitely weren't sneaking through that hydroponics bay, but on the other hand we had an amazing distraction available to us. All we had to do was get it out of the bay, and down one level, then we keep the servitors busy while we snuck in. A little tinkering with the door controls and the nearby lift, a few dead servitors, and we were ready to rock. It worked like a charm. The Narlock barreled out of the bay the second the doors were open and ran right to the pile of servitor corpses sitting on the elevator. We activated the lift and watched with delight as the entire army of servitors turned to face the new threat. As much as we wanted to stay around and watch the fight, we had stuff to do. The second the last servitors left the room, we dashed over to the bay's comm panel and nicely asked them to open up. I'm not sure what we expected to find in there, but it definitely wasn't a flourishing tribal village in the middle of a small jungle. Seriously, it was an entire village, grass huts and everything. There must have been over 200 of them in there, just hanging out and living a relatively simple agricultural life in the middle of a bloody spaceship. We'd seen weirder things. Hell, we just started a fight between a spacefaring dinosaur and a bunch of possessed mechanical corpses, but this was definitely one of those special memories that would stay with us. It was remarkably easy to get them evacuated. This wasn't the first time they migrated to a new home, and old Bill had called ahead to make sure they knew the score. They gathered out most of their village into packs and cargo trolleys, and then we all got the hell out of there. As we walked, the sounds of battle echoed in the distance, along with the occasional roar. We congratulated ourselves on our brilliant planning, and assured each other that there was no way this was going to come back and bite us in the ass. We led the migration back to the generator room without serious incident. The tribals seemed pretty tough, and between us and their warriors, we easily managed to kill the few demons and servitors we ran into. Once we arrived, Bill detailed a few of his men to lead them to a safer area, then invited us to look at the preparations for pulling out the parts. We'd expected everything to be more or less ready. They had all the tools and knowledge of the ship, after all. It should have just been a matter of us saying it was time to go. Then they pulled everything out, and that'd be that. Instead, they gave us a bewildering briefing about what to cut, what to grab, how to carry it, and where to go. Then they left. They didn't offer to help or check if we agreed with their plan. Hell, they didn't even ask if we understood everything. They just bossed us around, wished us luck, then left. In the words of that ancient Guardsman hero, Olanius Pius, what the hell is everything always our job? We didn't spend too long wallowing in self-pity, though. You get used to this sort of thing when you're a Guardsman. Sarge and Doc put their heads together and formed a plan. Nubby and Cutter went over the instructions we'd been given, and Twitch cleared up his traps. Jim had marked out what needed to be cut, what needed to be grabbed, and what order to do it in. All we had to do was run to safety, and we were damn good at that. It would all be relatively simple, except for the fact that the Gellar field would be collapsing around us. Doc and Sarge put a lot of thought into who would be carrying what. Nubby was the fastest one of us, thanks to his augmented legs, so he grabbed the last parts. Sarge and Cutter were the strongest and would handle the heavy carts. Finally, Twitch and Doc would keep their weapons free to cover the rest of us. Each of us memorized our role in the plan, reviewed the map and directions Bill gave us, and got ready to run like the demons of the warp were pursuing us, because they probably would be. Sarge called Jim and Bill, made sure everyone was clear, and counted down. We worked fast, ripping out part after part as cables sparked and alarms blared all around us. The second the final piece was out, we barreled out of the now smoke-filled room and ran like hell. We got about 50 meters before we felt the Gellar field start to fail, and reality went running around the edges. The whispers, flashes of movement, and sudden emotions hit us first. Doc and Twitch fired at several shadows, only one of which had an actual demon in it. Sarge started screaming at Nubby and vowed to beat the little troops to death with his own augmented legs, and Cutter began apologising to his sword for not using her enough. We managed to keep together and keep moving though, even if Nubby had to take the lead since Sarge was pretty much chasing him now. The gravity fluctuations and bleeding walls came next. along with a few more minor arcane horrors that just sort of blinked at us as we barreled past. Twice we got slammed off our feet, went down, changed to left or right, but we'd taken those extra few seconds to tie down the parts and didn't lose anything. We did get damn messy. Luckily, warp blood washes out just fine. Our first serious demon encounter came in about the halfway mark. Nubby came backpedaling out of room, screaming about eyes and tentacles, and we just barely managed to stop and shut the door in time. We tried to divert around, but both the side passages seemed to open into the same place, a room which appeared to be several kilometers across and filled with fire. There wasn't time for this shit, so we popped open the hatch, chucked in 4 grenades in one of Twitch's dead packs, and slammed it again. The second the bang went off, we opened it back up and just sprinted across the room, while doing our best to ignore the arriving tentacles. We got a few rooms past that without incident, then found ourselves in some sort of infinite loop of corridors. After the third time we passed a door labelled Temporary Sewage Storage, wear a suit, we realised what was happening and stopped to figure things out. Behind us, a door banged open, and a mass of tentacles started pouring out. Cutter leapt into action and started hacking off limbs, but the rest of us started wildly opening doors. The first one had what looked like the Hospitaller and that bitch of an interrogator tied up and screamed for help inside. Sarge slammed it back shut before anyone else could move. The second and third were filled with more tentacles and fire respectively, but we got them closed again before anything bad happened. The next one had that headless corpse and charred skeleton playing poker again. Now that we saw it a second time, the corpse wasn't quite headless. He just had a bad case of exit wound face. When we opened the door, he casually waved at us, then rested what was left of his head on the table, while his partner turned to face us. The well-done skeleton laughed and told us we probably wanted the door across the hall that was labelled Light Cargo Only. From his resting spot on the table, the nearly headless corpse gurgled something which prompted the skeleton to laugh again, and warned us not to open the poo door. Doc awkwardly thanked him and slammed the hatch shut. After a brief debate, we took the jolly skeleton's advice, he seemed pretty trustworthy, and piled through the marked door. A second later we piled back out, grabbed Cutter, and dragged him after us. There weren't any side passages in the next 2 rooms, and when we barreled through the last door, we found ourselves back in familiar territory, near the edge of the safe zone. As we ran, reality finally started to get its shit back together, and the going got significantly easier. We started picking up speed, only stopping to pop a few more minor demons and divert around a pit that opened up into that huge fiery room again. Then, right as we started running down the last hallway, a large sword slammed through a door, and Cutter immediately abandoned his cart in favour of having a sword fight with a demon. You could say that it was an act of heroic bravery or selfless sacrifice, but you'd be wrong. It was an act of complete and utter retardation, and only Sarge grabbing him by the legs while everyone else gave covering fire saved his stupid life. The demon followed, of course, but hot shots pack a punch, and we kept him back long enough for Twitch to drop a few mines. The second they were down, we ran like little girls, and just barely got around a corner before that demon went bang. We didn't go back to check if it was dead. As long as it wasn't following us, we were happy. Cutter had gotten a pretty mean chest wound before Sarge yanked him away. It wasn't looking too hot as we dumped him onto one of the carts. Once the squad was fully inside the safe zone, we stopped in the handy room, and Doc got to work on him. While he did the stitching and stuff, Sarge called the acolytes and had them send someone to take the loot, the rest of the way. Once Cutter was sorted out, we all hiked down to the warp drive. The trip was a lot quieter this time around. The techies or the old crewmen must have beefed up the rear gala field, and we saw a few of the tribal warriors standing guard at junctions. When we reached the drive room, the place was a hive of activity. Jim and Hannah were running around fixing things, the stowaways were acting as assistants and advisors, and old Bill was yelling directions at everyone. The second he saw us, old Bill waved us over and filled us in. Repairs were going well, the perimeter was holding up fine, and it wouldn't be long until we could shift back to real space. We all breathed a sigh of relief, but before anyone could celebrate, Hannah poked her head out of a gutter machine and reported that some piece of warpy tech was busted. Everyone went quiet at this. Old Bill thought hard for a few seconds, then brightened up and told everyone not to worry. There was a spare aboard. The old bugger turned to us, gave a toothless smile, and said he needed a few brave lads to fetch a part from the psycho holding cells downstairs. As one, we turned to Nubby, who started to sidle out of the room. You see, with the exception of Cutter, all of us had a bit of experience with psychers and shits with psycho holding cells. We'd been part of a team which had busted up a corrupt government group that was governing up all of the planet's nascent psychers, usually as children, and was selling them off-world. That mission had ended with us being sent home with a scathing report which we then doctored to make us look better. Last we'd heard, the jackass who was running the investigation was still looking for the rest of the ships which had been used to transport the kidnapped psychers. Up to this point, We put Nubby's position as the ship's procurer down to bureaucratic incompetence or a completely understandable desire to get him out from underfoot. From there, it was easy to blame the horrible quality of the ship on Nubby's unique Weasley incompetence, as well as some of the ordinary variety from his bosses. All that went out the window the second we heard the phrase "Psycho holding cells," though, and we jumped to some new conclusions. As we walked, Sarge grilled the despicable little trooper, and the truth finally came out. He spotted this ship in some report or other, and instead of turning it in and having it seized, the cretin had decided to try and impress his boss. Nubby had flagged the ship as a prospective purchase, then went and swore up and down to his superior that he could get it at a much lower price than anyone else. Emperor only knows why his boss agreed. Possibly the poor man had just wanted Nubby to go away for a few months. Right up to that final meeting with the fat captain, the purchasing process had gone normally. Then Nubby, in his infinite brilliance, had told the man that he knew the ship's dirty secret and threatened to expose him if he didn't bring down the price. It wasn't hard to see why bombs had been planted on the ship or who had planted them. Damn Nubby and his bloody stupid schemes. The worst part was how he tried to defend himself, pointing out that he didn't lie to nobody about nothing, and specifically said we weren't quisitors, and there weren't no hard feelings and it was just business, and got a really good deal even with all the dents and stuff. We were all just about ready to kill him, and Sarge probably would have if we didn't have other concerns at the moment. Instead, we privately vowed that Nubby would never again be allowed any sort of authority, and if we survived this, everything would be blamed on him. Our trip started to get hairy as we descended deeper into the ship. The sails were way at the edge of the current gala-filled coverage. Aside from the usual weirdness and the fair number of minor demons, which we killed if we couldn't avoid them, we ran into a few more of those spooky doors that opened into weird places. We got that huge fire room 5 times, the tentacle demon twice, and found one room inhabited by some sort of sewage monster. That last one might have been real, though. The note on the door did say, "Xenos Waste Processing Device, do not enter." The last warpy door we ran into had the rather crispy skeleton playing poker again, but now the headshot man was slumped in an armchair in the corner, and a bunch of other players had taken his place. We spotted a bunch of ghostly-looking soldiers with regimental insignias we couldn't quite make out, and some vague spectres looked eerily familiar. There was also a big guy with a sword drowning someone wearing robes in the punch bowl. As we tried to quietly shut the door, the skeleton spotted us and congratulated us on staying alive. The nearly headless one jerked up in his chair and gurgled something, then slumped back down. The burnt skeleton practically fell over laughing at this, but he caught his breath right before we slammed the door. As the hatch closed, he advised us to check the cells before we took our part. A second after we slowly backed away from the door, it popped back open, and we heard the skeleton shout that the big guy said no hard feelings, and not to open the last cell. On that cryptic note, the door slammed shut again. We spent a few seconds digesting the skeleton's advice, and how oddly familiar the room's occupants had been. Twitch suggested opening it back up for another look, but Sarge vetoed this, and led us down the last corridor to the psycho cells. The psycho holding cells were much, much fancier than anything else we'd seen on the occurrence border. It was a fairly small place, with only a dozen actual cells, but they had obviously been custom built and installed instead of scavenged. It had probably been some part of the contract for hauling the psychers. The part we needed was sticking out of some arcane machine in the middle of the main room, right where old Bill said it would be. We cut open the casing, loosened the part, and left it in place while we checked what was inside the cells. The skeleton and his macabre buddies hadn't steered us wrong yet. We all got into covering positions around one of the doors. Doc opened it, peeked inside, and started swearing when he saw his occupant. The kid didn't look more than 8 years old, though who knew how long he'd been lying in that stasis field, and there was a little card at the foot of his bed which had a Greek letter and a list of specialties. This one was apparently a pyromancer and a telekine. We checked the rest of the cells, except for the one we'd been warned about, and found about half of them occupied. We had 5 psychers between the age of 5 and 10 sitting in stasis, and chances were the only thing keeping them from being possessed by big-ass demons was the part we were about to take. The smart option at this point would have been to just kill them. We couldn't take their stasis beds with us, and we were in the middle of a freaking incursion here. This was just about the worst place and time to have a bunch of untrained psychers running around. In the end, though, none of us were big enough bastards to do it. One by one, we pulled them out of their beds, then, since we weren't complete idiots, we tranked them and stuffed them into our backpacks. They didn't weigh much more than a full field kit. For the second time that day, we planned our path, yanked out a piece of delicate machinery, and ran like hell. We didn't have to contend with nearly as much warp bullshit this time, but the second we pulled out that part, The one unopened door was dented outwards, and we heard demonic howling from every direction. We ran as fast as we could and kept our weapons ready. The first few were the minor demons we'd been seeing everywhere, and it only took a single shot to put them down. The problem was that every one cost us a second, and something was slamming up the corridors behind us. It did not sound friendly, but we were doing a pretty good job of keeping ahead of it at first. It wasn't until we ran into the larger demons that whatever was chasing us began to gain ground. That damned tentacle demon was the first one we ran into. It burst through a door as we were running past and made a grab for Doc's kid. He dodged just in time, and Cutter managed to hold the thing off long enough for the rest of us to get past. For once we didn't need to pull the nutcase away from the fight. The second we were clear, he started falling back. Twitch tossed a few hot nades into the nest of tentacles, which kept it back long enough for us to slam a door shut and continue our run. A short time later, we heard some especially loud demonic shrieks, a few clangs, and the sound of a shut door being torn open. After that, it was clear running for a while. There were a few of the small fry, another door with the 2 disguised demonettes, which we slammed shut. Nubby was nearly set on fire when his kid manifested a few small fireballs in his sleep, but it was basically easy going. We were getting tired though, and whatever was behind us was gaining. We started shutting every door we went through, and Twitch began dropping mines, but as far as we could tell, that only made it madder. Eventually it became clear that the strengthening Gellar field wasn't going to stop our pursuer, so as we ran we got ready for a fight. The moment we ran into one of the small groups of tribal warriors, we practically threw the kids on them and slammed the door we'd come through. We piled the last of Twitch's dead packs, plus every grenade we had, around the door, then got into firing positions. Half a minute later, the hatch burst open, and a demon host flew through. We thought it looked like a little kid with big black wings made of smoke, but none of us got a long look before the explosives went off. The second the shockwave was past, every one of us began pouring full auto fire down the smoke-filled corridor. After about half a minute of continuous firing, our view began to clear and we all had a voice in our heads, vowing vengeance, as soon as it found a more suitable host. At Sarge's order, we stayed in position for another few minutes in case it was a trick, but the demon host didn't reappear. Eventually we declared victory and headed up the warp drive to see how things were going. Some tribal women were caring for the kids when we got there. Doc ran over and made sure no one tried to wake them up, while the rest of us resupplied and talked to Bill and the acolytes. They were overjoyed to see the part we got for them, and immediately started welding it into place. While they worked, Bill explained that everything was pretty much ready, and all that was left to do was crawl up to the bridge and get whoever was piloting this thing to take us out of warp. All of us groaned at that. We knew this meant talking to the Cogtain, and weren't looking forward to that conversation. Hopefully he'd just accept that we'd saved his bacon, and hit the damn button instead of yelling about stuff. Hannah went over and tinked with the room's comm console, and Sarge got ready to do the talking. We'd been expecting a little shouting or something. Instead, all we got was a deranged voice screeching about weak flesh and avatar of the Omnissiah. Then the console called fire. The consensus was that the Cogtain had completely lost it, so someone had to go upstairs and hit the buttons on the bridge. Of course, everyone looked at us as they said that. It just wasn't surprising anymore. At least we managed to convince them that we needed a short break before we ran into another fight. All of us grabbed a snack and tried to catch a few minutes of sleep. While we rested, one of Bill's men went and fetched the really heavy ordnance that we had left in our quarters. We figured that we'd need every bit of firepower we could get for this trip, because the only way to access the command deck was through the main lifts located in the big spinal corridor, the one full of possessed servitors. At least we'd be crossing it, where there was good Gellar field coverage. When our heavy weapons arrived, we staggered to our feet and got ready for one last hike. Twitch had all of his explosives, Sarge had his grenade launcher, Nubby had a few single-shot rockets, and Doc and Cutter had about as much ammo as they could carry. There was no way we'd cross that corridor without being noticed, so we might as well be ready to kill whatever we ran into. We made sure we had a clean comm connection to the acolytes, and clanked our way up towards the big spinal corridor. We planned our route so we'd spend the minimal amount of time in there before we got to the lifts, and prayed to the Emperor that most of the servitors would be busy somewhere else. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. As we reached the edge of the safe zone, a pair of tribal scouts reported that the servitors were building something, almost right on top of the lifts. What we saw when we peeked into the big hallway was pretty damn terrifying. The servitors were piling all sorts of materials, including themselves, into some sort of giant structure. A ring of what looked like every surviving tech priest was standing around the structure giving commands to the servitors and chanting in binary. Up above all this activity there was a hovering platform, and standing right in the middle of it, screaming like a cross between a short-haired Vox unit and a mechanical sprinkler, was the Cogtain. Also everything was glowing, which was probably bad. We didn't wait to see what was going to happen or bother trying to find a way to sneak around. We just hefted our weapons and started pouring as much fire as possible into both the glowing structure and the tech priests. Metal and meat flew everywhere. Our first volley tore apart dozens of servitors and cogboys, but to our surprise, they didn't react at all. They just ignored us while they kept chanting and building. We didn't stop to ponder this. If they were going to hold still and be easy targets, then we were going to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, this happy state didn't last for long. Before we could kill more than half of the tech priests, the chanting rose to a crescendo, and the surviving cogboys climbed onto the structure with the last of the servitors. The cogtain stepped off his platform onto the top of the thing, and with a slow, smooth movement, the whole damn pile stood up. It was like some sort of servitor titan, and boy was it pissed. We poured the rest of our launcher rounds and missiles into the damn thing without much effort. A few servitors dropped off, but the others sort of flowed into the holes, and the thing just kept coming. As it approached, the cogtain kept up his screaming and added the occasional gothic insult. We decided it was time to get the hell out of there, and turned towards the door we came through. Right as we got to it, there was an especially loud screech from behind us, and the door slammed shut. Then the door on the other side of the corridor slammed shut. Finally, with a tremendous crashing sound, every door down the length of the corridor shut itself. We took a look at the doors, then at the Servitor Titan, briefly pondered the situation, and started running down the corridor like scared little girls. Behind us, the monstrosity leapt its gate and started picking up speed. As we ran, we dodged past a few remaining servitors and minor demons who wandered towards the Titan. We didn't stop to worry about them, but when we looked back, the monstrosity was stopping to pick them up and sat them into its body. That was probably a bad thing, but at least it was slowing the monster down. We started to gain a lead on the Servitor Titan and began considering options. We were down to shooting it a lot and hoping at a weak point, piling all of our explosives together and hoping it was enough, or blasting open a door. Sarge decided to go with the big pile of mines, but just as we were getting ready to stop and set it up, we saw something ahead of us. Something about as large as the Servitor Titan was coming down the corridor. On closer inspection, it appeared to be some sort of large bipedal lizard, with wings. Black, smoky wings. Also horns and very glowy eyes. So no shit, there we were, trapped in a hallway with a horrible Servitor Titan coming at us from one side, and a possessed Narlock coming from the other. There were probably worse positions to be in, but damned if we could think of any at the moment. Suddenly blasting open a door looked like the best available option. We all unhealthily yelled at Twitch as he picked out a small door, and set the minimum number of charges needed to open it up. Both the demonic horrors were closing on us, as we took cover and hit the detonator. It was all we could do to stay in cover until the explosives went off. The second the door was open, we powered through and got as far away from it as possible. Behind us there was a loud crash, and a good portion of the bulkhead around the door bent inward. A second later there was a meteor-sounding crash, and a tremendous amount of screeching and roaring. We all watched the doorway as huge feet stomped back and forth, and the noise continued. From the look of things, the two monsters had gotten into a bit of a fight, and for the time being we'd be forgotten. We had absolutely no desire to interrupt that fight. It was the only distraction we were likely to get, and hopefully one of them would kill the other. We ran along side rooms and passages as quickly as we could, and got as far towards the lifts as possible before we blew open another door. As soon as it was open, we started running down the corridor as fast as our legs could carry us. Every once in a while we looked back to make sure the giants were still fighting, and hadn't noticed us. Amazingly, our luck held out and we reached the elevators without incident. We powered onto the single large platform that would take us up to the bridge, hit the button, and breathed a sigh of relief as the fight dropped out of sight. In an offhand way, Twitch wondered if the fight would end with them combining into a Demoni Servi Nalo Titan. No one laughed. As we rode up, Sarge calmed Jim and the rest to make sure everything was still okay, and fill them in on the situation. The acolytes took the news about the cogtain a little hard, but otherwise everything down there was just fine. All we had to do was hit a few buttons and we'd be out of the warp. Down below us there was a titanic crash and a scream that shook the walls. Nubby pushed the up button a few more times, and Twitch started getting the rest of his explosives ready. When we reached the top of the elevator, Twitch fixed his deck packs to platform's joints, and we all headed through a pair of impressive looking doors. The bridge was large, filled with blinking lights, had a massive but slightly cracked window that was currently covered, and was practically papered with little yellow notes. As we stood and pondered the massive array of buttons, there was another scream, and the elevator started to descend. That focused our attention nicely. We started hunting through the arrays and controls to the warp drive switch. Bill had said it was large, blue, labelled Fire Missile Bay 26F, and had a note that said, "Never ever ever touch." That last part was completely useless. Almost every note in the bridge said that, and we wondered how the cogtain had steered this thing. Maybe he just jammed his tentacles into it or something. It took a fair bit of painful trial and error to find the right switch. Every time one of us found one that looked good, we hit it and hoped for the best. Before we got the right one, we managed to find the controls for 3 cargo bays, a positioning engine, and the gravity for the top third of the ship. That last one nearly killed us, but Doc managed to hold on to it and get it back to normal before anyone got badly hurt. When we finally found the right switch, we flipped it down and waited for something to happen. There was a charging sound, an incredibly loud clang, and Jim helpfully informed us that a major demonic presence was keeping us from de-warping. It didn't take long to guess what was going on, and we all ran to the elevator shaft and looked down. Twitch started giggling as the Demoni Servi Nolo Titan slowly rose towards us. The thing looked pretty mean, but it looked pretty much the same as it had before, except with a Narlock head for an arm and an undersized set of smoky wings. Still, that was way more than we wanted to fight. Sarge gave Twitch a poke, and the trooper hit all of his detonators. The platform disintegrated along with the bottom half of the monstrosity, but as we all watched in horror, the thing sank its claws and teeth into the side of the shaft and began to climb. This was not a good thing. We had no desire to fight this horror in close combat. We got out our las guns and grenades, and every one of us poured as much fire as possible into the thing's hands. The monstrosity made it about 3/4 of the way up to us before, all at once, its normal hand disintegrated. The thing managed to hang on with its dino arm for a moment, then plummeted down into the depths. A few seconds later, there was an impressive squishing sound. Then the universe went bloop and tasted faintly of the colour yellow. We all turned and watched as the large shutters on the bridge's front window started to open. The occurrence border had achieved reality. As we congratulated each other on the job well done and wandered back towards the bridge, there was an ominous swooping sound behind us. All of us turned to face the shaft and watched the Cogtain rose out of it, complete with smoky black wings and curly metal horns. No one moved, not us and not the demonic tech priest. Everyone just stood there and calculated the odds. Then Cutter revved his chainsword. The Cogtain let out a horrible screeching laugh and hefted his gear staff, and both of them lunged forwards. Each of us sprang into action like the pros we were. A torrent of lasfire ploughed into the demon host, and Cutter neatly intercepted his charge. He met the Cogtain's staff with his chainsword, forced the stroke aside, and then dodged away so we could get another volley in. We repeated this trick 3 times before the demon host let out a scream of frustration and levelled his staff at Doc. A bolt of black lightning hit the medic in the chest and threw him into a wall, but before the Cogtain could follow up his attack, Carter brought his sword down and removed one of the boss's metal arms. Unfortunately, he did manage to dodge the Cogtain's counterstroke, but was thrown nearly to the edge of the shaft. With Cutter out of the line of fire, the rest of us poured as much last fire as we could into the demon host, and actually started to force the foul thing back. He countered with a few more lightning bolts, but 2 missed their mark, and the last one only fried one of Nubby's legs. We managed to push the Cogtain all the way to the edge of the shaft where he crouched, and put up some sort of shield. Behind him, Cutter silently got to his feet and raised his sword. Cutter didn't manage the decapitation he was aiming for, but he got one of the smoky wings and knocked the Cogtain off balance. A few shots from the rest of the squad pushed him a little farther, and the demon host slowly began to topple into the shaft. At the very last second, his remaining hand reached out, grabbed Cutter's ankle, and pulled it out from under him. Cutter just barely managed to grab the edge of the shaft with both hands and kick off the Cogtain's grip. The demon host started to erratically fall down the shaft, flapping his remaining wing and screaming curses in a horrible mix of demonic and binary. Cutter didn't spare any attention for the falling Cogtain. He was fixated on something much more important. Next to him, just barely out of his reach, his chainsaw was teetering on the lip of the shaft. He watched in horror as, ever so slowly, it tipped over. Sarge saw what was coming next and almost managed to get there in time. Almost being the key word. The damn fool let go of the edge and swung himself towards his beloved chainsword. The non-com watched as Cutter made the catch, then dove like a falcon onto the flaming demon host. He wrapped his legs around the Cogtain, raised his rescued sword, and started hacking at the metal bastard while screaming at the top of his lungs. Sarge and Twitch stood there and watched Cutter fall towards his heroic death, but Nubby, bless his blackened little heart, sprinted as fast as his damaged leg could carry him back towards the bridge. About 5 seconds before Cutter and what was left of the demon host hit the ground, Nubby found the gravity control and threw it in the opposite direction. Sarge, Doc and Twitch all slammed into the ceiling, collecting a cushion, 4 broken ribs and a dislocated shoulder between them. Meanwhile, a rather bewildered Cutter flew back up the shaft and a very injured demon host. It took Nubby a few tries to get the gravity just right, but eventually he zeroed it out, and Cutter managed to flail his way to safety. As soon as he was clear, Nubby cranked up the gravity as high as it would go, and the Cogtain flew down the shaft at incredible speed. Later we checked the bottom of the elevator shaft. He punched through 4 decks and half of an awkwardly placed wall before he stopped. We set up camp in the bridge. Doc had a nasty burn but would be okay. There were a lot of minor broken bones, and Cutter had an impressive series of cuts all over his chest, The Cuauhtemoc hadn't gone down easy. We were also alive though, and based on what Jim and Bill told us, the ship was in relatively stable condition, as long as you ignore the massive warp taint in the bow, and the upper and lower decks that is. We called that a victory and stood the hell down. It took them a day and a half to rig up a replacement elevator, but we didn't notice. We were busy sleeping. Getting the ship back in, well, ship shape was a lot of work, but easier than it might have been. For instance, we might have lost the navigator and Astropath who steered our ship in the warp, and enabled interstellar communications respectfully. We found the navigator alive and well. He'd apparently been following the standard navigator operating procedure for a warp incursion. Said procedure was to just lock yourself in your sanctum, and ignore all the demonic silliness while you concentrate on steering the ship through the warp. A remarkably sane response, all things considered, and about the same as the one the Astropath had been following. Except in the Astropath's case, he wasn't keeping the ship from crashing into a reality reef. He was just hiding under his bed and crying. We left the navigator to do his business and pulled the Astropath out, then made him send a report along to Oak. Telling your boss that you are going to be late for work because 99% of your Mechanicus contingent have been possessed by demons and subsequently purged is very awkward. Sarge tried to mitigate the unpleasantness of the situation by blaming everything on the Cuauhtemoc. It's not like the guy was in any condition to argue. That worked to a certain degree, but we still wound up being very thankful for the slow and unreliable nature of astropathic communication. It saved us from explaining the situation in detail, as well as the scathing lecture Oak doubtlessly would have given us in return. Anyway, those two psychers were the only irreplaceable components on the ship. Old Bill loudly claimed that given enough time and duct tape he could fix everything else. Jim and Hannah were dubious at first, but the next few weeks proved the elderly engineer right. The next few weeks were educational. Also infuriating, exhausting, and occasionally scary, but mostly educational. First we learned how pragmatic engineers deal with sections of ship that are being warp-tainted, or only get sporadic Gallifrey coverage. You ignore them. Well, not exactly ignore. You still have to go through the effort to wall off the area and make sure nothing is living in there. Old Bill claimed that as long as there was nothing to possess, and no way for warp entities to get into the rest of the ship, it worked fine. At least until you can come in later and cut out the whole tainted section. All of us were a little dubious, but old Bill said he'd done the procedure several times before. In fact, all those incidents where the front fell off had been the application of this method of damage control on a large scale. He even suggested that if the shipyard was squeamish about the cost of doing a cut and refit, he knew a handy trick involving carefully lowering the voice shields near a star. We pondered the melted look of the occurrence boarder's prow, and decided that the man probably wasn't bullshitting us. After that, we learned just how many crutoid creatures have been living in the hydroponics bay with their Gnarlock. Apparently when the previous captain had decided that having a recruit mercenary board would make him seem more rogue traderish. Of course, when the Xenos had the gall to demand payment, it had been ditched on the planet. The recruits' pets were harder to clear out though, and the bay had eventually been sealed in the hopes that they'd eventually starve. They hadn't. In fact, they'd multiplied, and after we'd opened the bay, they flooded into every corner of the ship. The job of hunting every beaked beastie out of a section before it was sealed fell to us and some of the tribals. It was rather disconcerting how many had started to mutate by the time we found them. Finally, we learned that, despite its size, it only really took about 50 crewmen to fly the occurrence border. If you didn't have to worry about cargo hauling or complex life support systems, that is. We managed to scrape up enough hands, but it was a close thing, and all of us were kept incredibly busy. At least we weren't stuck with caring for those psychics, though. And that job fell to some of the tribal women, and the useless Astropath. Doc checked in on them occasionally, and said they were doing fine. The rest of us took his word for it, and stayed as far away as possible. When the repairs were finished, our journey to the shipyard resumed. Out of necessity, we kept the warp jump short, and the navigator stuck to only the stablest and best mapped warp currents, as opposed to the fastest ones. It took a good deal longer than what had originally been scheduled to get to our destination, but we did get there in the end. Once the occurrence border was finally in its dock, a shuttle came and took us into the shipyard. While it was an incredible relief to get off that death trap and onto a nice solid station, the whole thing was rather ruined by the fact that one of Oak's personal retinue was waiting there for us. The report didn't go over as badly as we'd feared. Oak's assistant was more incredulous than furious. Every part of our story, from the ship's purchase to the Cuauhtemoc possession, was met with a sort of baffled exasperation for the man. It wasn't until we brought him to the ship and showed him the ungodly mess at the bottom of the elevator that he started believing us. Despite our earlier promise to pin everything on Nubby, we did our best to put a positive spin on his part in things. Of course, in this case, positive spin meant twisting the truth into decorative little knots to paint his behaviour as mere incompetence. You know, as opposed to a deliberate subversion of inquisitorial justice, in an attempt to score a cheap ship and look good for his boss. In the end, Nubby was fired from his job in supply, which was good, and reassigned back to active duty as part of the squad, which was also good. So all that worked out pretty well. Once we'd convinced Oak's assistant that everything wasn't our fault, we were able to spare some concern for our fellow survivors. Luckily, the man didn't turn out to be the sort of inquisitorial agent who liked ordering mass executions after every little incident. Jim and Hannah were given a lot of praise for fixing so many things, and not going all crazy like every other damn tech priest on the ship. Oak's assistant talked to some senior tech priests at the shipyard, and the acolytes were given some papers which said they'd officially finished their apprenticeship, and were being seconded to the Inquisition for their first independent assignments. We welcomed them to the team and wished them luck with their first interrogator. All of us had been pretty sure the tech acolytes would come out fine, but we'd been a bit more worried about what would happen to old Bill, his band of unretired crewmen, and the hydroponics tribe. We didn't have, though. They were all just accepted as part of the ship. Both Oak's assistant and the Yars tech priest said that most ships had permanent inhabitants, and as long as they didn't get in the way, they'd just become a part of the next crew. In our opinion, it was rather cruel to leave them on that horrible ship after all they'd done, but old Bill and the rest seemed happy with the result. We didn't kick up a fuss and wished them all luck. Finally, the half-dozen psychic kids we'd rescued were bundled off to whatever place the Inquisition sends powerful young psychers. Oak's assistant seemed to think that they were the one bright spot in all this mess, and said their acquisition would do a lot to smooth things over with the boss. We took that as a sign that the creepy little buggers weren't going to be shot, and didn't speculate on whether being raised by the Inquisition was any better. As for the occurrence border itself, the folks working on it said it was definitely repairable. Sure, it was going to take a year of intensive work to get it livable again, but it would fulfill its intended purpose as a disguised Inquisition transport wonderfully. Honestly, we didn't give a damn what happened to the horrible death trap. As long as we never had to set foot in it ever again, we'd call anything a victory. Once all the loose ends were tied up, we were packed onto a ship with Oak's assistant and rode back in relative peace. No one told us to do things, no one interrupted our sleep, and only tech priests around were Jim and Hannah. It was quite relaxing, and we were in good spirits when we reached Oak's ship. Nubby was called down to his end of the ship for an official firing before he was sent back to us. Twitch and Cutter hauled the acolytes down to our regiment section of the ship and showed them off like proud parents. Doc wandered off to a certain medical section of the ship and wasn't seen for several days. When he finally got back, the poor boy looked utterly exhausted, but he seemed happy. Sarge was called down to Oak's office. Not the whole squad, just him. Everyone speculated about what was going on in there. Maybe Oak was really pissed at us this time, or maybe he was going to force Sarge to accept a promotion. In the end, our fearless leader marched back out with a glazed expression and went straight to the bar. A few drinks later, we got him talking. Oak wasn't mad at us, and while he had hinted at the promotion, he hadn't carried through. The reason Sarge was called up, and why he was drinking, was because he'd already received the squad's next assignment. In a few months' time, a whole new batch of trainees would arrive. It was going to be our job to teach them, whether they were guardsmen, psychers, or scribes, how to be proper inquisitorial agents. That was a damn tall order, no mistake. Hell, we didn't know how to be proper inquisitorial agents ourselves. All of us sat down with Sarge and started drinking too. This next one was going to be weird. The squad is sitting along one side of a table across from a group of dangerous-looking men and women. Both sides are trying to stare each other down over the impressive array of official-looking documents piled on the table. At a word from Sarge, the squad's melee specialist, Cutter, puts down his chainsword and carefully pulls 3 documents from the pile. Across the table, a woman in a black bodysuit does likewise, and Sarge winches as he sees which one she's holding. There's a brief whispered argument on both sides of the table. Then Doc, glaring daggers at Sarge, picks a large folder and starts going through it. A large metallic man on the other side immediately grabs a few documents, prompting Twitch, the squad's demolitions expert, to explode out of his chair and lunge across the table. He's stopped by a hand on his collar and a warning shouted by a hooded man sitting off in a corner. Sarge pulls out a few files, shoves them into Twitch's hands, then orders the trooper out of the room. Both sides sit and glare at each other until the hooded figure observing the meeting clears his throat in a menacing way. Sarge gives Nubby, the squad's quartermaster, a meaningful look. Muttering under his breath and moving with exaggerated slowness, Nubby pulls some exotic-looking weapons from a storage case and lays them on the table. At a nudge from Sarge, he also brings up 2 small crates, then sits back and nervously watches as a tall, thin man leans across the table and inspects them. After the thin man sinks back down and has a short conversation with his team, Sarge gets to his feet. In a voice trembling a little with nerves, the non-com prepares to make what might be the most important deal of his life. "We'll offer these weapons, 2 crates of Umnesec, and we'll handle the combat training for the scribes, in exchange for your team taking all of the psychers." The all-Guardsmen party. Good soldiers, bad educators. So no shit, there we were, on a ship headed out to some nameless Inquisition facility, to teach a bunch of fresh recruits how to be proper inquisitorial goons. In our humble opinions, this was stupid as hell. We were definitely goons, but it was hard to find anyone less proper than us. When you hear the term Agents of the Inquisition, you'd usually imagine a bunch of people in billowing cloaks, armed with masterwork power weapons and acting all dark and mysterious. Maybe they're not all beautiful or darkly handsome, but the ones that aren't are definitely covered with impressive scars and fancy-looking augmentics. You'd expect them to swoop in, interrogate and possibly torture anyone who looks shifty, maybe make a few other people disappear, then do something eldritch and fly away into the night. You would not expect a bunch of guardsmen wearing sweaty fatigues and constantly looking either bored, frustrated, or confused. The point is that we didn't look like proper agents, we didn't act like proper agents, and we definitely didn't have any idea how to teach a bunch of recruits to be proper agents. Sure, all of our missions had been relatively successful, but aside from a few tactical situations, we hadn't actually done anything complex. We didn't interrogate people, we didn't assemble theories or hypotheses, and we didn't leverage secret arcane knowledge. We just followed around our superior officer and did what we were told. If investigations were called for, we typically just asked someone who looked smart to do it for us. All we really ever did was stand around until someone screwed up, then applied explosives and last fire to the problem until it was fixed. Well, this seemed to work for us. It definitely wasn't the way things were supposed to be done. I know it probably wouldn't thank us for teaching the rookies to act like that. This was the worst idea since, well, putting Nubby in charge of buying a ship. Okay, maybe it wasn't that bad. We weren't handling all of these rookies' education, just the final polishing. They'd already been through a few months of lessons on the basics of Inquisiting. Some of Oak's adepts had already taught them that boring what is chaos, where do tyrannies come from, and why heresy is bad stuff. They'd also supposedly been given a rundown on what their general role was, and a few basic lessons on stuff like interrogation and disguises. We were expected to finish that training though. As experienced field agents, we'd be able to tell them what it was actually like to be on a mission, and how to do their jobs correctly. Unfortunately, we didn't even know what those jobs really were, much less how to do them. Luckily, a second team of instructors had shipped out with us. They were all sleek and professional looking, and had experience in all those aspects of inquisiting that we barely even understood. Ideally, we'd have just handed off all the training to them, but there were too many students, and too little time. Both of our teams would just have to split the load up as evenly as possible. We were also accompanied by one of Oak's personal interrogators, a quiet fellow who liked to sit in corners and work on data slates. The man didn't actually seem very interested in our mission. He just gave us a basic briefing, handed over the files on the recruits, and then sat and worked on his slate while we hashed things out with the other team. Apparently the interrogator's job consisted of constantly organising new groups of trainees, and he'd already started getting the next group together, which meant he really didn't have any energy to spare on us. He was going to make sure we had a facility to train in and the right group of trainees, but as soon as we were in place, he'd be flying off to set up the next batch, and the next, and the next. Once our classes got started, we wouldn't see him until he showed up for the final review, and shipped us all back to Oak. Aside from the initial briefing, our interrogator probably said less than 100 words to our team over the course of the trip. Some people would have been offended by this treatment, but we liked him. He seemed a lot less likely to get us all killed than any of our previous bosses. Instead of bothering our interrogator, we mostly interacted with the other team. They seemed like fairly solid folks, for a bunch of fancy ancient types that is, but they were obviously a little unhappy about our presence on the mission. While they tried to be polite, it was easy to tell that they thought we were a bunch of dim grunts and didn't believe any of our stories about our previous missions. Orders were orders, though. If Oak said that we were half the training team, then they'd make sure we did half the work. We would have settled for a quarter, or maybe an eighth. Training records need to be reviewed, locations needed to be chosen, resources need to be requested, duties needed to be assigned, and lessons needed to be planned. As the only responsible members of the squad, Sergeant Doc handled most of this. Nubby was occasionally called in to lend a hand with the requisition paperwork, but Twitch and Cutter were left to their usual pastimes of paranoid booby-trapping and obsessive sword drills. Now, Sergeant Doc did their best to get us the cushiest jobs, but they were outnumbered and the other team wasn't born yesterday. The crafty buggers weren't about to let us stick them with all the crazies, criminals and incompetents. while we sat around drinking beers with a bunch of well-trained PDF troopers and Arbites. In the end, we all sat down to a negotiation and got the best deal we could. At least we managed not to get stuck with the damn psychers. Our squad will be in charge of 4 batches of trainees. There was a unit of PDF that had helped take down a minor demon, and some violent priests who had burned out a few cults, and were probably just being sent to us to get them out of the way. Then there was a group of criminals who were dumb enough to rob an Inquisition warehouse, but smart enough to talk their way out of an execution. And finally there were the scribes. Those damn scribes. Not all scribes are useless little sissies. Hell, Cutter was a scribe. If he hadn't been handed a chainsaw during a pitched fight and subsequently discovered how much more fun being a raging berserker was, he'd probably still be pushing pencils and sorting files. In an extreme situation, the meekest men and women can rise up and become heroes, surprising their enemies with berserk fury or vicious cleverness. Unfortunately, when that heretic cult kidnapped a bunch of Administratum scribes and forced them to help translate a demonic text, all the brave ones who fought their captors or sabotaged their translations were immediately killed. The scribes we got were the cowards, the weasels, the dimwits, and the bloody sheep. Not a single one of them was even remotely qualified for any sort of combat. Oak always needed more nerves for field duty, though, and these scribes had enough mental fortitude to translate a chaos tome without going nuts. If we could make fighting men out of any of them, he'd call it a win, even if the rest died in the process. Both our squad and the other team could see what a shit show training these bookworms to fight was going to be. No one wanted to trust them with a butter knife, much less a firearm. It was obviously going to be bad, but all they needed was basic combat training, and our squad could definitely provide that. So while the agents would handle all the assassins, infiltrators, cogboys and psychers, we'd have the nerds, nuts, grunts and scum. We touched down after a few weeks of idleness or frantic lesson planning, depending on whether you asked Twitch, Nubby and Cutter, or Sarge and Doc. The interrogator directed both our squad and the other team to separate flyers, and said that the trainees and all our requested material would be waiting for us. As a sort of afterthought, he reminded us that he'd be back in a few months for the final review, and then got back in the shuttle and left. It was reassuring to see that the other team was just as surprised and confused as us by his sudden departure. Everyone stood there and milled around until the shuttle took off and the pair of men walked over for the part flyers. They asked if there was anything else we needed to do here, and reminded us that the trainees were waiting. As we split off to our flyer, Sarge proposed to keep in touch with the other team, who according to our guide would be operating out of a separate facility half a continent away. This came as a surprise, since none of us had paid that much attention to the location briefing. We had all expected to be in the same facility and able to work together. Honestly, it was all a bit distressing. Our boss had just dished us, and the people we planned on asking for help and advice would be nowhere near us. We were going to be pretty much alone with the trainees. Sarge and Doc began to really worry about the quality of their plans, and the rest of us just felt a little guilty about slacking off. Once we boarded the flyer, our guide introduced himself as one of the interrogators' organisers. There were 4 of them at the facility: a doctor to watch the trainees' health, a pair of tech priests to keep the place running, and him. He was the facility administrator, and would be getting everything ready for us. He'd handle all the paperwork, interface with the local authorities for us, and do his best to fulfill any supply requests we made. Twitch immediately asked for several tons of explosives, but Sarge interrupted the administrator before he could finish asking what type. Sarge gave the administrator a quick rundown of who in the squad was considered mentally fit and what constituted a reasonable request. To his credit, the man didn't seem to be worried or confused by any of it. He probably worked with teams weirder than us. Hell, there was probably an all-psycho team out there somewhere. The planet we were flying over was reasonably pleasant looking. It seemed a moderately developed world with no obvious specialization. There were a few large cities, a few small hives, a major manufactorium or two, and a fair bit of farming. A nice place with a breathable atmosphere and, at least where our base was located, a comfortable climate. According to the admin, there weren't any horrible political crises, religious schisms, gene-stealer cults, or major wars currently on the planet. He said there were occasional issues with feral orcs, which made Twitch very unhappy, and of course there were always criminals and minor cults, but this was still the nicest planet we'd seen since enlisting. The first thing we saw when we landed, and the flyer's doors opened, was a pair of big servitors bearing down on us. Twitch immediately opened fire and cut through his sword and began to charge. Luckily the rest of the squad intervened before any real harm was done. After Doc had explained our previous experience with servitors to a rather annoyed tech priest, the admin introduced to the rest of the base staff, and we got set in. Doc went off with a scary-looking doctor lady to look at medical records or something. Sarge got a base tour from the admin and scheduled a morning review of the trainees. Twitch went off with the less annoyed of the two tech priests to inspect the perimeter, while Cutter and Nubby were left with the bags. After making sure both the cargo servitors and the tech priests weren't possessed, they loaded up our gear and went to get the squad's quarters in order. That night we got together, reviewed our lessons, and collectively panicked. In the morning, we marched onto the central training field looking imposing and professional in our evil goon uniforms. Well, trying to at least. Sarge looked fine, but Doc looked like he was about to throw up. Twitch had spent all night messing with the perimeter defences. No one had told Cutter to clean his uniform, so it had a fair bit of blood on it, and Nubby looked like Nubby. We weren't sure whether it was a good or bad thing that the trainees didn't look any better. Aside from the PDF, none of them were in matching uniforms. This offended our Guardsmen sensibilities, even before we even registered what the owners looked like. Their spastic collection of clothing included priestly robes with a hand-sewn Inquisitor symbols, poorly fitted body gloves, ground-dragging trench coats, several sets of old and battered scribes' robes, and to top it off, two of them had the poor taste to dress up like cadet commissars. They looked like idiots. They milled around on the field like idiots, and what they held in their hands proved they were idiots. Every single one of them was armed. Not just armed, but heavily armed. Someone must have opened up a giant crate of autoguns, hand cannons and saws, then told everyone to take whatever looked cool. One of the criminals looked like he was carrying over a dozen pistols, an old scribe was struggling to hold up a heavy stubber, and some idiot had let all the priests have hand flamers. As we stared at the mob of the trainees, we realised that no one here had heard of trigger discipline, and, judging by the flickering pilot lights on those flamers, they hadn't heard of safeties either. Twitch and Nubby tried to casually move behind Sarge and Cutter. Upon seeing such a shameful display, Sarge's NCO instincts kicked in, and he started bawling out the recruits. Unfortunately, before he could get up to speed, there was a loud bang, followed by a scream. The shouting had surprised one of the scribes, and he shot himself in the foot. While Doc called the idiot off the field, we had a quick discussion. Then Sarge readdressed the trainees in a much quieter voice. After a brief introduction, he ordered everyone to go store their weapons, unloaded and with their safeties on, then come back in an hour wearing proper exercise attire. As the mob dispersed, Nubby grabbed one of the PDF troopers and asked him and his squadmates to oversee the weapon storage. 2 self-inflicted gunshot wounds in a day would be a bit much. Eventually, everyone filed back onto the field, mostly disarmed and more appropriately dressed this time. It was tempting to start yelling at them about proper formation and posture, but we understood that those weren't something an Inquisition agent needed, so we skipped over the drill sergeant routine. Sarge reintroduced us, explained what aspects of their training we'd be handling, and then went about splitting everyone into groups based on role and fitness. The general plan was to split each day up between PT, weapons drills, lectures, and team exercises. In theory, everybody would be working together smoothly after a few weeks. Then we could look into more complex exercises, or getting in some outside experts to talk about stuff like cogitators and disguises. That plan fell apart before the first week was over. Every day started with physical training, but instead of Sarge leading everyone through their morning jerks together, they had to be split up. Sarge took the few healthy recruits and put them through the usual routine. Twitch did his best with the moderately unfit, and Doc handled the ones that looked like they were going to have a heart attack. This division slowed everything down a lot, and the problem was compounded by the difficulty of getting everyone out onto the field at a reasonable time for PT, which is to say before dawn. In the guard, we would have just split them out of bed and dragged them to the field, but some of those scribes looked like they were at death's door. We wanted to get as many as possible for the programme. As the days went on, PT began to start later and later in the morning, and trainees started sneaking out of Sarge and Twitch's classes. Aside from the PDF and a few scribes who seemed keen on their change of lifestyle, all the little buggers seemed bent on avoiding as much work as possible. If we didn't keep an eye on them and send them back, then they would all wind up lazing around, with Doc's band of old fogies, asthmatics, and land whales. Of course, avoiding hard work was a perfectly understandable goal. In fact, most of us swore by it, but that sort of thinking was supposed to be reserved for proper guardsmen, not trainees. We spent a lot of time forcing the lazy bastards to work, and it didn't endear us to them. If anything, the weapons drills were going worse. Nubby and Cutter were working their asses off, but every damn recruit had a different weapon, and most of them had no clue how to use it. While standard guard weapons drills can teach almost anyone to use a las gun, they aren't very good for explaining how to use a side-fed autogun, a bolt-action anti-armor rifle, or a bloody crossbow. Now we spent more time figuring out how to use each trainee's random-ass weapon than teaching them how to actually shoot. Cutter wasn't doing much better with the close-quarters combat training. He couldn't even blame the trainee's random weapons, since after one of the scribes lost a finger during his first lesson, he had confiscated everything and handed out wooden sticks. The problem was that everyone was either overexcited or afraid of getting hit. Also, Cutter was just a really bad teacher, and most of the scribes were terrified of him. He was terrible at pulling his blows, looked like he was generally trying to murder whoever he was practicing with, and really couldn't explain how to properly use a weapon without demonstrating, at full speed, on the live target. The few trainees that weren't scared shitless thought of Cutter as a complete simpleton, and generally ignored everything he said or wandered off at the first opportunity. Except the priests, that is. Those damn priests took a shine to him, and seemed to think that his berserk fighting style was the best shit ever. Before we knew it, we had a whole group of idiots who thought the best way to fight was by recklessly charging the nearest enemy. This had the side effect of making the scribes afraid of the priests. We never got to the whole lecturing or group exercise part of the plan during the first week. The PT and drills just took too much time. There were over a dozen injuries that week, ranging from sprains to burns to gunshot wounds. Things were not going well, and the trainees' morale was getting low. The scribes were generally terrified and exhausted, and obviously thought of us as a bunch of dumb grunts that were only there to torment them. Most of them seemed sure that this was either some bureaucratic screw-up or a pointless formality before they got cushy desk jobs. As time went on, they got more and more snipey, and none of them could think of any way to deal with the problem without falling back on the guard method, i.e. beating the shit out of anyone who complained. Unfortunately, Sergeant Doc vetoed this idea on the grounds that the Inquisition probably considered these scribes to be more valuable than the average guard trainee and would frown on any breakage. On top of this, the scum and priests were developing some worrying habits. The criminals were a relatively minor issue. They quickly figured out that we were usually too busy keeping the scribes in line to watch them, and were generally slacking off. They were staying out of the way, but their general contempt for us wasn't doing our reputation any favours, and they persisted in antagonising all the other recruits. At Doc's suggestion, Nubby was put in charge of winning over his criminal brethren, and explaining the fine line between malingering and malicious lingering. Meanwhile, the priests were developing that special flavour of crazy, mad zealotry with a dash of pyromania, we recognised from every damned inquisitorial cleric we'd worked with. They were far too eager for a chance to use their flavours on a live target for our liking, and the relationship between them and their less than holy fellows was getting rather strained. It was obviously only a matter of time before one of the priests snapped and tried to purify someone, but we weren't exactly sure how to deal with the problem before it happened. Our attempts to convince them to stop being crazy, and detailed explanations of what would happen if they lit anyone on fire without our direct orders, were just met with blank stares and mutters that sounded like, "Damn sympathizer." Finally, and to our considerable surprise, the PDF were causing problems too. Most of them were solid troopers, and we'd have been happy to have them at our back any day of the week, but there were two damn cadet commissars mixed in with them, and they were not happy about taking orders from lowly guardsmen. Those two commissar wannabes screw things up to no end. These weren't the fun, happy, drink-and-play cars with the men commissars. These were the ones with the whips. We knew their type. They had probably been itching for their final promotion so they could start performing field executions without asking permission first. Both of them probably saw their pants in glee when they got a job offer for the Inquisition. Anyway, they were all set to start climbing the ladder towards becoming the scariest bastards in the Imperium, and then a bunch of lonely guardsmen came along and started bossing them around. They were not happy campers, and neither were we. Our problem was that, as guardsmen, we were bloody well programmed to fear and obey any commissar we met, which made it damn hard to give them orders. Hell, it was all we could do not to salute them. Both of them performed well on the field and range, but they ignored most of our half-hearted orders and bossed around all the other recruits, especially the PDF troopers. Those poor buggers had apparently known the commissars for a while, and were absolutely terrified of them. The end result was that our authority began to really suffer, and the trainees' morale dropped even further. We made a few attempts to convince the commissars to behave, but even appeals to the importance of proper discipline and troop morale, which was the whole purpose of commissars in the first place, failed. They just knew, with absolute certainty, that they were better than us in every way, and should have been in charge. Doc suggested transferring them to the other team, Nubby and Twitch were in favour of just shooting them, and Cutter actually liked them, since they were good sparring partners. Sarge decided to give it a little longer, and see if we couldn't straighten them out. Eventually we got the finish regimen and weapons drills running smoothly, enough for us to devote some time to lectures and team exercises. Neither of these went well. Lectures don't work well when the students don't respect their teacher, or believe anything they say for that matter. When we talked about our previous missions, they'd nitpick everything we said, analysing every stupid decision we made, or pointing out all the things that couldn't possibly have happened. Twitch got in a heated argument about whether a box full of orcs could possess a regiment of guardsmen, and cut a debt to one of the scribes after he kept pointing out that a Narlock couldn't survive in a spaceship. The priest would interrupt our stories with accusations of heresy, and those damn commissars started riding our asses about not following standard procedures, especially the part where we didn't purge the Orky regiment. The only ones who didn't cause problems were the scum and PDF troopers, but they seemed more interested in enjoying the stories than learning anything. Instead of serving as a demonstration of effective strategies, our evening story times turned into a sort of horrible, aggravating torture. The practical demonstrations went a bit better, but not much. While it was hard to argue about the truthfulness of a lecture on the planting and defusal of mines, the students tended to question why it would be their job to worry about that sort of thing when there'd be tech priests around, or guardsmen for that matter. It was damn hard to get the little buggers to understand the importance of being a well-rounded agent instead of a specialist, especially when they could point out that we were pretty damn specialised ourselves. And they kept complaining that they were here to learn to be inquisitorial investigators, not guardsmen. Well, except the PDF troopers, they were fine with the idea of being guardsmen. Bless their little olive drab hearts. The team exercises were a complete fiasco. We worked damn hard with the admin and his tech priest to set up realistic combat scenarios, but the trainees seemed hell-bent on ruining them. It wasn't just that they kept on failing spectacularly, they also tended to interrupt things with pointless complaints about the exercise's quality. It's suddenly infuriating to hear one of your recruits bitching about the special effects, instead of properly covering their teammate. Eventually we started leading the exercises ourselves, just to keep everyone moving. That stopped most of the complaining, but it's much harder to fix stupid, so almost every run still ended in failure. The big problem with the scribes, who had a tendency to trip over their feet and collapse from exhaustion. They weren't much better when upright either. Somehow they managed to shoot their teammates, and occasionally themselves, more often than their targets. It was amazing. If we used live rounds, over half of the trainees then would have died, as it was the priests managed to torch an entire test area and badly burnt a few of their fellows. It was enough to make a guardsman cry, but those test scenarios were nowhere near as bad as the competitive exercises. Imagine a large group of children playing scramble. The big ones knocking over the little ones, the mean ones ganging up on the meek ones, and the bossy ones ordering the other kids around. Now arm everyone. There weren't any deaths, but that was all you could really say for it. There were petty arguments over objectives, teams would frequently dissolve into infighting, there was no tactical coordination, and no matter who won each exercise, the scribes on both teams lost. Aside from the usual injuries, there were 2 shankings, a few cases of excessive whipping, and one of the clerics bit an ear off. Doc and the base surgeon managed to reattach it, but that scribe wasn't ever going to look at priests the same way after that. We were about ready to cave in and ask the other training team for help, when the admin told us he spotted a nice milk run for our trainees. All of us were ecstatic. We figured a nice simple combat mission was just what we needed to straighten everyone out. In a way, we were right. The mission did result in a lot of straightening, just not in the way we thought. The admin had a nice arrangement with the local government. A few of his contacts kept him appraised of any missions that could be used for training, and if the instructors accepted, the local forces would stand back and let the trainees have a crack at the problem. This was a pretty agreeable arrangement for all parties involved. Now, we didn't have any illusions about the quality of our trainees. They were utter shit, but this was the milkiest of milk runs. A feral orc raid had crawled out of a section of the swamps where they bred, sacked a few farms, and then ran back to their hovels with the loot. A fair-sized counter-offensive was being formed by the locals to purge the nest, possibly with the help of the other team's trainees, but we knew that was far out of our pathetic batch's league. Instead, we had our eyes on one of the sacked farms, where a few struggling Gretchen and Squigs were still wandering around. Our trainees could fly in and have a nice simple game of Hunt the Gretchen, while we watched to make sure everyone stays safe. It was just about the easiest mission you could ask for. Hell, a grocery run in a lower hive hab block was more dangerous. There were feral Gretchen and completely ordinary Squigs. They were weak, stupid, cowardly, and armed with nothing but knives and pointy sticks. Our trainees would be armed with high-quality ranged weapons, and they could just slowly sweep the area, gunning down the little buggers before they even got close. We put together a clean and simple plan of attack, made sure everyone understood their role, and even checked their weapons for them. There was no way that anything could go wrong. The op was practically foolproof. We would have trusted it to a bunch of kids with slingshots. It was amazing how hard they screwed it up. The locals had a cordon set up around the farm to keep the orcanoids contained, and had given us a command tent to sit in while the trainees deployed. This meant we were a few hundred meters away when the screaming started, but from what we could piece together when the smoke settled, it went something like this. Squad 3 was advancing across the southern field when their gunner, the scribe who'd picked the heavy stubber, spotted a Gretchen fighting with a squig in a nearby ditch. We heard him calling the sighting, and both he and a squad mate opened fire. A few seconds later, they stopped firing and announced their intention to advance and confirm the kill. The heavy weapon scribe walked over to the Gretchen and squig, but instead of just headshotting them both and moving on, he prodded them with the barrel of his stubber. The squig jumped up and bit his ankle, causing the scribe to fall face first into the ditch. This in turn prompted the wounded Gretchen to latch onto his head and start scratching and biting like only an angry Gretchen can. The scribe leapt to his feet, flinging his arms and screaming over the open channel, until his squad mate removed the Gretchen. Unfortunately, said removal was performed using a hand cannon, and while the Gretchen was very thoroughly removed, so was most of the scribe's head. Then, while the team killer panicked and tried to perform first aid on a headless corpse, a second unnoticed Gretchen seized the abandoned heavy stubber. In the end, there were 7 deaths, 4 serious injuries, and 3 arrests. Of the 7 deaths, only 3 were directly caused by the Greenskins. The first was the team killer, who was gunned down by the Gretchen with the stubber. Another pair of Gretchen accounted for a cleric, who had little too much faith in the Emperor's protection, and too little sense to run when his gun ran dry. The final one was a scribe who dove for cover in a mulch pit, which was already occupied by a half-dozen squigs. As for the others, good old-fashioned friendly fire took down the poor PDF trooper who killed the Gretchen with the stubber, as well as the scribe whose death started the whole mess. The last 2 deaths were commissar-related. Most of the stubber-armed Gretchen's fire had been directed at Squad 5. The Xenos' poorly aimed shots probably hadn't came anywhere near actually hitting them, but the tracers flying overhead were enough to spook the 2 scribes in the squad. The 2 nerds ran for it, ignoring the orders and accusations of cowardice coming from the Get Commissar in charge of their squad. Enraged with his blatant cowardice and disregard for his authority, the Commissar drew his sidearm and placed 3 rounds through one of the scribes' backs and drew a bead on the other. Before he could get the shot off, though, a straying round, which neither the criminal or PDF trooper in his squad saw the source of, took him in the head. Someone stabbed his corpse a few times as well, but we put that down to a Gretchen, who must have somehow gotten hold of a Type 7 Princeps Special switchblade. As far as injuries went, the worst one was a cleric who got badly burnt when he used his flamer inside an enclosed space. An enclosed space that just so happened to be made of wood and filled with hay. Aside from that, 2 trainees were badly hit by stray shots, and a scribe broke both his legs when he tried to take cover in what proved to be a very deep and very dry well. There are a few dozen lesser injuries spread across the whole group, but those were the only really nasty ones. All in all, we lost 11 men, nearly a quarter of our trainees, but that wasn't the end of it. We provided all the trainees with comm beads, figuring that good communications would help prevent screw-ups. None of us had thought to limit what frequencies they could transmit on. One of the panicking scribes had decided the situation was FUBAR and called for backup. This by itself wasn't a bad thing. Hell, we were the ones who taught them to do it. Calling for help when shit got tough was a nice, sane reaction, and we all endorsed it, but not over the emergency channel that everyone within 50 clicks was linked to. As our squad mopped up the few surviving greenskins and Doc started triaging the wounded, the cavalry arrived. Several platoons of local PDF, a pair of chimeras and a half-dozen flyers descended on the farm, all of them intent on rescuing our trainees from some sort of surprise attack by the orcs. We just barely managed to prevent another round of friendly fire. The reinforcements did help Doc treat the wounded and might have saved a few lives, but it was just about the most embarrassing moment in our careers. Sarge was vibrating between incandescent rage and horrible shame as he talked to officer after officer, thanking them for the help and assuring them that the situation was under control. Doc kept himself busy with the wounded and avoided talking to anyone, while Twitch and Cutter collected all the surviving trainees. Nubby just vanished. He tended to do that when people started asking awkward questions. The cherry on top of everything was when another group of flyers landed, and the other training team stepped out with their spiffy-looking recruits in tow. They looked over the dead and wounded, asked a few of our trainees what had happened. They walked over to where Sarge was negotiating the release of 3 trainees who had attempted to appropriate a chimera and desert. Words were had. None of us were strangers to the odd reaming. It's just being part of a Guardsman. In a way, people yelling at you is almost comforting. It's a reminder that the world hasn't changed and you're still right where you always were. At the bottom of the pile, getting shit on by everyone else while you hold their asses up. Any of us could stoic our way through a dressing down without blinking. This one crossed the line, though. It was one thing to be chewed out by your superiors, in private, for mistakes made by you and your men. It's quite another to be berated by a group of your colleagues in front of your subordinates and allies for every damn screw-up since the Emperor decided that Horus would make a good war master. They even had the trainees chime in, whining about unfair treatment and poor lesson quality. That surviving cadet commissar was especially vocal, throwing out accusations of incompetence, cowardice, and heresy. Sarge got the worst of it, being the nominal superior and first member of the squad they could find. The rest of us watched as he went from embarrassed to ashamed, to angry, back to ashamed, then straight past angry, furious, and murderous to a sort of zen state. The man was beyond anger, beyond shame, and beyond fear. He was cold and calculating and was taking note of every single thing they said. The lecture petered to an end when the psycho on the other team started looking nervous and pulling at her teammates, suggesting that they still had a mission to do, and they really ought to be going right now. As the other team got back into the gunships and flew away, Twitch asked if he should hit his detonators before they got out of range. Sarge just shook his head. We gathered everyone up and headed back to base. There was no talking during the flight or when we landed. No reprimands, no lectures, no punishments. Just directions to get some sleep. That night we re-evaluated our lesson plans. This would not happen again. PT started an hour before dawn. Anyone who didn't get up was dumped out of bed, tied by the leg to a servitor, and dragged out onto the field. There were no separate groups this time. Everyone was doing the same drills we'd done as snot-nosed recruits. If you complained, you got a licking from Sarge or Cutter, and if you collapsed, you got a stim shot from Doc, or left where you fell. If we thought you were malingering, Nubby would go over and give you a few good kicks, and ever since he got those augmented legs, Nubby could really put the boot in. Once the sun was good and up, we led or dragged them all to the firing ranges, where Twitcher laid out all of their weapons. Next to the rows of fancy firearms and melee weapons were several large crates which the admin had busted us to get overnight. Sarge walked down the line of sweating trainees and asked each one to go get their weapons. When they went to pick up their autogun, or flamer or crossbow, it was yanked out of their hands and they were given a battered lasgun and dull bayonet instead. This triggered a few complaints from the stupid recruits. They raised several points about the low quality of the weapons and their inexperience with them, and then tried to demand their old guns back. Sarge calmly explained that they were getting the lasguns because "Shut up and soldier, soldier!" Then he hit anyone who kept complaining. They got the message pretty quickly, and we outfitted everyone with a standard Guardsman kit with optional toothless chainsword. Well, almost everyone. The remaining cadet commissar refused. He kept a death grip on his weapons and launched into a tirade about dignity and such, which ended with him being clubbed over the head by Cutter and dragged away by one of the servitors. That night we stripped him, wrapped him in duct tape, and shipped him to the other training base with a note saying he had requested a transfer. He was not missed. The next few days were nothing but PT and weapon drill. There were no team exercises, no demonstrations, and no lectures. Nothing but sweat, yelling, and as much food and sleep as they could get. No one was exempt. It didn't matter if you were old or weak or overweight. The only way to get a break was to be too sick or injured to stand, and the second doc or the base surgeon okayed it. You were back on the field. None of us knew how to be or train proper inquisitorial agents, but we damn knew well how to soldier. We were going to make every one of them into a guardsman, or kill them trying. Once everyone began to adapt to the new regiment, we split them into squads, and made the PDF troopers squad leaders. With both the commissars gone, the troopers really started to shine. Every one of them proved to be a good leader, and they were put in charge of keeping their squaddies in line and leading the drills. After all, they'd been through boot before and knew exactly how it should work. With most of the basic training being handled by the troopers, we started doing demos and lectures again. This time we didn't even try to fit our lessons to the trainees' roles. Instead we just focused on teaching what every guardsman should know, and didn't put up with any arguments. It didn't matter whether or not it was something that an Inquisitor agent needed to know. We said it was important and they were going to learn it, whether they wanted to or not. Twitch taught demolitions and defusal. He made sure every trainee knew how to plant explosives, set traps, put up alarms, and at least appreciated how tricky defusal was. He would rig realistic-looking and sounding explosives under their beds, and periodically send servitors to check their perimeter security in the middle of the night. None of the trainees liked him, but they learned fast. Doc and Sarge made sure everyone knew standard Imperial Guard combat doctrine, or at least the useful parts. Chances were they'd never need to know the correct way to call in an artillery strike, or when to dig a foxhole, but it had saved our lives in the past, so they were going to learn it. The field medicine lessons were a little more useful, and there were even some nice demos when the trainees hurt themselves. Doc practically glowed with pride the first time he got to demonstrate how to treat a lasgun wound on a whimpering priest. Carter mostly stuck to close quarters combat training, though he did throw in a few confusing lessons on the proper filing of Munitorum paperwork. There were still problems with the scribes being afraid of him, but the PDF troopers were usually able to assist, generally by abusing the terrified scribe, until they decided it was easier to face Cutter. Nubby's lessons were dedicated to scrounging, weapon maintenance, and how much criminality you can get away with. The shady trainees found these lessons surprisingly educational, and started warming up to the little bugger. The rest of us didn't ask where they went on their field trips. We all came together to teach our single most important class, not dying in the Inquisition. Now that we'd established a proper, respectful atmosphere, our stories were much better received. We started slowly and laboriously going over every single battle we'd fought and every death we'd witnessed. We pointed out how explosives solved almost every problem, how psychers tended to ruin everything for everyone, and often our problems were caused by our superiors. We crammed their heads with little pieces of common sense, each one backed up by horrible death or surprising victory, and made sure they could repeat each and every one back to us. It might not have been the traditional Inquisition curriculum, but we hoped that none of our scribes would wind up reading random demonic tomes, and that our clerics wouldn't die leading suicidal charges. Of course, everything wasn't magically better. Some of the trainees couldn't take the strain, and others tried to desert. We didn't waste any time on the frail ones. They were handed over to the Administrator, in the hope that he'd find a place for them somewhere else. The deserters were retrieved and fitted with good old-fashioned penal legion collars for a few days, while we explained how preferable death was to angering the bloody Inquisition. After that was fully explained, we removed the collars and offered them another chance to run. There were no takers. Finally, there were also a few recruits who were just so abysmally bad with their weapons that we just gave up on them. There's only so much you can do for someone who hits themselves more consistently than their target. Anyway, between the incompetents, the wounded, and the unfit, we lost another 8 trainees before we started doing exercise again, but the ones who could hack it performed much better than they had before. We ran them through the usual guard training drills, complete with pig guts and razor wire. Everyone hated it, and even the PDF troopers complained about the stupidity of learning trench warfare as an inquisitorial agent, but they still went through the exercises, and that's all we cared about. We kept making the drills worse and worse, with Twitch adding dozens of little surprises. Doc and the base cogboys transforming servitors into horrible monstrosities, and Nubby bellowing horribly retarded orders at them while they drilled. They bitched, they moaned, and they began to really hate our guts, but that hatred was the final ingredient needed to really bring them together. When we started the competitive exercises again, they actually were like teams. The scribes were still the weak link in most squads, but their squad mates and leaders began to actually work to support them, instead of ignoring or mocking them. They were doing damn well, but we didn't let them get overconfident. If a team was kicking too much ass, we'd enter the exercise ourselves and show them how it was really done. After a few months of grueling training, things were definitely starting to shape up, and we began to think about other projects. None of us, except maybe Carter, had forgotten the way the other team had lectured us in front of everyone. It might have been justified, and we couldn't deny that it had been what really kicked us into gear, but they crossed several lines, and we felt a little revenge was called for. Nothing too bad, mind you. After all, the training had to continue. Just enough to put them in their place and maybe boost our trainees' morale a little. Now, anyone can hatch a revenge plot, but it takes a special type of person to come up with one that perfectly balances nefariousness, aggravation, embarrassment, and quasi-legality. Specifically, you need someone with a complete lack of scruples, a penchant for antagonized behaviour, and what might be called a criminal mind, which is to say someone like Nubby Nubs. Of course, we didn't just let him plan it all himself. We'd learned that lesson. But he had a few very interesting ideas which served as the basis for our plot. The admin was asked to keep an eye out for a few things that might fit the bill, and before long we got lucky. A handful of carefully worded messages were sent, some palms were greased, and a few interesting rumours were started. Soon, both inquisitorial training teams were informed that some mass disappearances were happening in the slums of one of the planet's major cities. This was the perfect opportunity for the trainees to test their investigative skills. We suspended our drills, called in some flyers, and got the trainees disguised as harmless civilians, which is to say that we told them to leave their helmets behind and throw coats over their flak armour. Once their cunning disguises were in place, Sarge gathered everyone up and informed them of the situation. He explained what we'd heard and who we'd heard it from, and then asked them to remember the first rule of being a Guardsman. Of course, there are a few first rules of being a Guardsman, and there was a little confusion about which one Sarge meant. It wasn't, the gun is always loaded, stay the fucking cover, or if at first you don't succeed, call in an airstrike, and it definitely wasn't, it's not stealing if they're not from your unit and they didn't really need it. Nubby got a hard look from Sarge after that one. With a weary sigh, Sarge explained that the first rule of being a Guardsman in the Inquisition is, if the job looks hard, make sure you actually have to do it first. None of the trainees seemed impressed with this piece of wisdom, at least not until the rest of us volunteered some reasons why these disappearances might not be their problem. Then, because subtlety is completely overrated, we also suggested a few things that could be done with their time in the city, if this turned out to be someone else's problem. That got them thinking, and as everyone boarded the flyers, we heard the squad leaders talking. They were already brainstorming who they could dump this mess on, and what to do with their R&R afterwards. Bless their wheezy little hearts. There was no point messing around with subtle entrances. We just landed at the largest police barricade, blatantly flashed our credentials, and turned things over to the trainees. We watched, tears in our eyes as they practically marched onto the scene, looking exactly like a bunch of guardsmen trying unsuccessfully to look like civvies. They were growing up so fast. The squad split up and stomped around the cordoned area with a complete lack of subtlety, loudly asking questions about whether there were any evil cults, demons or mutants around. If you knew where to look, you could see the other team's cleverly disguised or concealed trainees staring with their mouths open. Within minutes, one of their instructors appeared out of the shadows and asked us just what in the Emperor's name we thought we were doing here. While Sarge was the one the agent approached, the whole squad stepped back and let Nubby be the spokesman. It was just funnier that way. The conversation was needlessly long and incredibly aggravating for the agent. It was hard as hell to keep a straight face as Nubby ignored accusations of incompetence and blatantly lied about our trainees' expertise in tracking, investigation, and general investigation. Eventually, the exasperated agent gave up on logic and tried bartering, prompting Sarge to step in and cut a deal. Our trainees were pretty much done here, so we'd go off and investigate somewhere else, in exchange for the other team agreeing to hold nightly meetings with us to discuss findings and progress. After all, if they were so much better than us, our trainees needed to see how it was done. And maybe, just maybe, our boys would find something they didn't. That done, we marshaled the trainees up and left the area. Once everyone was back to the flyers, we handed operational control over to the squad leaders, and adopted the role of observers. One of us tagged along with each group as they followed their leads, answering any questions they had, and occasionally making rather unsubtle suggestions. That night, everyone met up in a nice warehouse near the local PDF base. To our delight, one of the squads had attained it by simply asking nicely, and had split their day securing the perimeter and sneaking in naps. As the meeting time approached, a few of the other team's trainers and trainees found their way in and provided comlinks to the members in the field. When everything was set up, Sarge shouted our troops into order, and suggested that both teams should take turns presenting the facts they'd gathered. The other training team's leader agreed. The agent explained that his trainees at the scene had found signs of a struggle, and a few emblems that matched no known cult, imperial or otherwise. He talked a lot about footprints, dropped items, and other stuff that none of us listened to. When he wound down, Sarge thanked them and asked Doc Squad to present their findings. The squad leader stepped forward and made his report in a nice, clear parade ground voice. His team had gone to the local Arbites precinct and asked if they had seen any heretics, demons, xenos, or mutants recently, and if they knew any reason that groups of people would be disappearing. They had, of course, not seen anything, and suggested looking for slavers or PDF recruiters as a cause of the disappearances. Sarge thanked the trainee and turned the floor back over to the agent. Neither he nor his trainee seemed very impressed with the short report, but they didn't make any comments and continued with their findings. The other team's trainees had tracked down a few witnesses and examined their minds and blah blah blah, no psychic activity, but definite signs of cults, blah blah. Once he was done, Sarge's team reported that none of the local temples had seen any xenos, demons or mutants, but the Church of the Divine Man and his living saints were pretty emphatic about the third convocation of the Emperor's blessing being a bunch of heretics. They had also suggested that the disappearances were a sign of imminent rapture, or that the Mechanicus was making an extra large batch of servitors. By then, the agent was getting a little frustrated, and obviously noticed how little attention most of our trainees paid to his team's findings, though we were at least making sure none of them fell asleep. One of his trainees gave an exceedingly boring report about surveillance records and people wearing matching robes, which is, of course, a classic sign of cultists. Some of our trainees snickered at this. Twitch's team had chatted with the local PDF before securing the warehouse we were in, and verified that they hadn't seen anything weird. The PDF had also implied that maybe all of the disappearing people had just suddenly decided to move to a different city, and it probably wasn't anything sinister. At this point, the agent and his trainees began to raise objections about the quality of our investigation. They seemed to think that all we were doing was asking random people if anything was wrong, then just accepting whatever they said. None of us saw anything wrong with this, though, so we just ignored their objections until they got on with their own reports. Another batch of the other team's trainees had done some snooping in the sewers, and a few underworld establishments with mixed success, but those that weren't waylaid by gangers had, of course, found more evidence of cultist activity. A short argument was triggered by a nameless wise-ass in the audience, pointing out that the agent and his trainees could probably find evidence of cultist activity in their breakfast cereal. The mood was not improved by Nubby's team helpfully confirming a sighting or one of the other trainees being worked over with a pipe wrench in an alley. They had thought about intervening but didn't want to blow the man's cover, so instead they asked the wrench wielder for directions to a notorious local bar and left the trainee to his super secret mission. After that, they visited several local underworld leaders, verified that they hadn't seen anything fishy or perpetrated any mass kidnappings, and politely asked them not to actually kill anyone until the investigation was over. The criminals had suggested the disappearances might have been caused by a press gang band from a navy or merchant vessel. On the way out, they had spotted the battered trainee lying in the trash pile, and had generously paid a few children to drag him to a public Medicaid. The agent was starting to turn a funny shade of red now, and the report from Cutter's team was the final straw. They had gone to the local administratum headquarters but couldn't get an appointment until tomorrow, and had decided to just call it a day. All of us were accused of horrible incompetence, astounding laziness, and quite a few other things. We bore these accusations like the stoic guardsmen we were, but some of the trainees felt the need to respond by accusing the agent and his trainees of ridiculous paranoia. Sarge quieted them down and reminded them that paranoia wasn't always a bad thing, and pointed out how Twitches had saved our lives. Being compared to Twitch did nothing to improve the agent's mood, and he stormed out with his trainees in tow. As he left, Doc ran out after him and apologised for our behaviour and lack of useful findings. This might have mollified the agent, but Doc followed it with an assurance that everything would be sorted out when we got our appointment with the administratum. Once they were gone, everyone broke into laughter. Our trainees weren't stupid, and they'd realised that we were playing with a stacked deck long ago. It had become a game the stupider they thought we were, and the more time they spent chasing imaginary cultists, the funnier it would be when we proved them wrong. We went to sleep proud of our trainees. They were adopting the proper cynical guard outlook surprisingly fast. In the morning, we all went down to the administratum for the meeting. Most of the trainees were left outside, but Cutter Squad went in, and we sat and watched as they went through the questions. The head scribe assured the squad that there were no heretics, demons or xenos around, and only a small number of minor mutants, according to the last census. As far as the disappearances went, they didn't know anything about slavers, and neither the PDF nor Mechanicus had filed for a recruitment sweep. However, a rogue trader with a permit to press gang had been cleared to operate in that area, and now that the scribe looked at it, there had been a bit of a bureaucratic mix-up. Apparently, a key piece of paperwork had been misfiled during press gang application process, and the local authorities hadn't been properly informed. So it was all just a misunderstanding, imagine that. Someone just needed to go get the press gang crew to fill out the paperwork again, as well as deliver a new batch of identification badges to them, since they'd somehow been issued some sort of decorative novelty pins covered with squiggly lines instead of the proper ones. To the apologetic head scribe's delight, and without any prompting from us, our trainees immediately volunteered to go get the papers signed and deliver the proper badges. After all, it was their duty to get this mess sorted out as soon as possible. A few hours later, we were all drinking and laughing in the rather nice hotel which the leader of the press gangers was staying at. The man was very apologetic once we'd explained all the trouble that had been caused by the little mix-up. He promised to make sure his paperwork was properly filled in the future, and invited us to have a few drinks in the hotel restaurant on him. A message was sent to the other team telling them that we solved the whole mystery and recommending they head home. And then we let the trainees off the leash and had a nice chat with the press ganger while we waited. It took a while before someone on the other team came over to see what the hell our message was about, but none of us minded. When the sneaky-looking trainee poked his head into the restaurant, he saw all of our students having a pretty wild party, while our squad sat like kings at feast. Carter grabbed the little bugger the second we saw him, dragged him up to our table, and prompted the rather tipsy press ganger to explain the situation while Nubby filled in the drink-induced blanks. The look on that trainee's face was priceless, and we all sniggered into our beers as he scurried away to call his bosses. A short while later, the whole other training team was standing in front of us, in the middle of a party that was off several types of hooks, glaring at us like we kicked their mothers and slept with their pets, or vice versa. There was just a little bit of drinking going on. The other team didn't believe us at first. Hell, we wouldn't have believed us. It all looked too cut and dried, but there was more than enough proof. We had the official documents and permits, the logs from the shuttle that had taken the civils away to their new and exciting lives aboard the trader's vessel, the note from the head scribe explaining the accident, and the press ganger himself bluntly waved in confirming that it was all him. There were no cults, no secret societies, and no complex cover-ups. Well, at least there weren't any involved in the disappearances. It was all just bureaucratic mix-up. A simple mistake. Just like we said it was. It was glorious watching their faces as it sank in, seeing them go from disbelief to anger to utter disgust. We didn't gloat too much. There's such a thing as winning gracefully, but some of the inebriated trainees were a little less restrained. They might have made some very unpleasant enemies if the party's designated thinkers hadn't hauled them away in time. Once everything had sunk in and we considered the score suitably evened, we invited the other team to stay and party with us, but they made lame excuses about needing to go see to their own trainees. As they left, their leader, the suave Asian fellow, swore that they had actually found a cult, even if it wasn't linked to the disappearances. Sarge told them to have fun and asked them to give us a call if they needed some fire support when they located the heretics, or whatever. Now that our point was made, we were done pretending to be even slightly interested in investigations. Our guests dealt with, we got down to the very serious business of teaching our trainees how to hold a proper victory celebration. Super professional inquisitorial educators. That's us. After everyone had slept it off, we cleared up the last loose ends and headed back to base. There was still a lot of training to do. In our opinion, we made proper trainee guardsmen out of the lot. It was time to start polishing. We began to work heavy weapons and explosive drills into the schedule, along with a few more specialised classes for the scribes and priests. We had the base staff act as guest lecturers, talking about more or less anything that was nerdy and Inquisition related. None of them were teachers really, or veteran field agents, but they knew a few things and passed them on to our nerdier recruits, but we taught the others how to use missile launchers and heavy stubbers. We tried to fill the remaining gaps by dumping piles of semi-restricted books and vids on the trainees, lots of journals written by Inquisitors, after-action reports, and other stuff like that. Honestly, we just had the admin grab some of everything and let the trainees work it out for themselves. We certainly weren't going to read all that shit, except for Doc, that is. He tried to get us to read this book about longing for balls by some famous old crippled Inquisitor, but that was way too long, and it sounded like the diary of a perverted shut-in, so none of us could be bothered. He was a bit sore about that, but he got some sort of book club going with the trainees, so it all worked out. Everything was shaping up nicely as we got near the scheduled end of our training. Sure, we were down to 30 recruits from our original 50, but we were reasonably happy with what we had. Every one of them was a soldier now. Maybe a nerdier, scummier or holier soldier than usual, but still a soldier first and foremost. Admittedly, Oak hadn't asked for a bunch of mud feet, but if he wanted something else, he shouldn't have put us in charge. We were feeling pretty good about how everything had turned out. Then we got the call from the other team. While we'd been doing our final polishing, the second team had been chasing the cultists they had spotted during the mission. Despite the shit we had given them about paranoia, they were a veteran inquisitorial team, and if they still thought there was a real cult around here, there probably was. We weren't going to go look for it ourselves, of course, but we probably wouldn't be very helpful, and they certainly didn't want us there, but the admin had kept us updated on their progress. The second team rebased, infiltrated and called in some local support, rebased again, and so on. It was interesting to watch them bouncing around the planet hot on the trail of something, and we made sure our recruits saw their progress. It was probably educational. Whatever they were chasing was serious. A few of their trainees died, and someone or something messed up their psychochick real bad. That didn't stop them, though, and eventually they found what appeared to be the cult's primary evil lair. We had received a few little summaries about what they were dealing with. The cult was some sort of end-of-the-world thing, worshipping ancient death gods, prophesying their return, and other such silliness. As far as practical details went, everyone in the cult appeared to be suicidally devoted to it, and their base showed signs of some sort of weird archeo or xenotech, but at least their doctrine was decidedly anti-demon and psycho. While that last part was unquestionably good news, we found it a little unusual as well, since all the cultists we'd encountered were all about the warp stuff. Also, someone had mentally mangled the Psycho-Chick, which didn't track well with their supposed lack of warpy powers. The cultist base didn't look too huge or alarmed, but it was a very weird cult, so the other team wanted the purge done by someone more experienced with spooky stuff than the locals. Ideally, they'd put out a call for reinforcements from Oak or some other Inquisitor, then sit tight and observe the cult while waiting for backup to arrive. Unfortunately, something or other had led them to believe that time was critical, so they were going to have to settle for us Guardsmen and our dubiously educated trainees. It was actually pretty exciting to get the call. Normally we like to avoid things like angry cultists trying to kill us or being sent to storm a fortified position, but this was a perfect chance for our trainees to prove themselves. We were going to rip through those cultists like a chainsaw through butter. Or flesh, bone, and most other types of metal for that matter. Flyers came to get us, and we loaded up with a bit of everything. We figured that since no one was sure what was in the base, it would hurt to be over-prepared. Between the standard gear, the specialist munitions our trainees knew how to use, and our own personal arsenal, we were ready for anything up to a Titan. Of course, Twitch pointed out that the base was just large enough to hold a Titan, but we really couldn't fit any more ordnance into the flyers. The recruits were briefed, weapons were checked, and we headed out. As we flew, Sarge worried in his usual grumpy way and double-checked the brief. Carter made sure his chainsaw was all greased up, and Doc wrote a soppy letter, just in case. Twitch was arguing with Nubby about how many dead packs it would take to cripple a Titan, while the little man tried to out-cheat a few trainees at cards. The recruits fidgeted in their seats and chatted with each other, displaying the usual first deployment mix of nerves and excitement. We proudly noted that their excitement definitely outweighed their nervousness. They trained for this, and were pretty confident in their skills. We were about 20 minutes from our destination, flying low and slow, when something flashed out of the sky. It was directly ahead of us and came straight down, trailing fire at well over terminal velocity. It looked like a macro cannon shot. It sounded like a macro cannon shot, but it wasn't part of a barrage, and Twitch claimed the shockwave that hit us wasn't nearly big enough. We weren't sure what it was, and it had struck right in the middle of the cult's base. The other team voxed and said they were moving in without us, just in case it turned out to be some sort of weird world-ending shit. Sarge told the pilots to forget stealth, and floor it. So no shit, there we were, flying towards a cultist base that had just been cratered by a UFO, listening to the other team advance and hoping against hope that this wasn't about to turn into a rescue mission. We made it almost all the way there before the screaming started. A crew plan was formed as we landed. The other team had activated their locator beacon, and we were going to head right for it. Twitch would take a squad and secure the perimeter and flyers. Carter would be on point with another squad. Doc's squad would cover our rear, and Sarge would lead the rest of the squads from the middle, with Nubby acting as aid. Nubby complained about the arrangement and was reminded that, after the whole ship purchasing fiasco, he was banned from command until the Emperor stepped down from his throne and told Sarge otherwise. The frequencies the other teams had been using were a complete mess, filled with a few screams and lots of static. Something in here was screwing with comm signals, and their fancy, low-profile models weren't punching through well. Ours were doing a bit better, but only the Voxcasters were getting through clearly. One of the recruits, with a caster, was put in charge of cycling through their frequencies and telling everyone to fall back to our positions. The cult's base was a sort of giant low bunker. It had one large entrance, a few side doors which we left to Twitch, and a huge-ass hole in the roof that was probably not in the original design. The hole was slightly on fire and appeared to be glowing green, so we decided to go in through the front door. There was a trainee from the other team lying in a few pieces just outside the main entrance, and the first cultist we saw was in similar shape. The second, third, and fourth cultists we ran into were all alive though. They were also nuttier than squirrel shit and armed with automatic shotguns. Luckily, Carter's boys were pretty quick, only one was injured before a few grenades solved the cultist problem. After that scare, we slowed down a little. There was no point in getting killed before we managed to rescue anyone. The recruits put their breach and clear training to good use. Room after room was flashed and secured, as our force headed deeper into the bunker. We ran into a few more cultists and a lot more corpses on our way, and while we didn't have any trouble with the hostiles, the bodies were a bit worrying. Some of the corpses had normal gunshot wounds, others had been sliced up by something very sharp, like a mono or force sword, and a few didn't have a mark on them. Something here had been killing both friendlies and cultists. It was being damned weird about it. Nubby put his money on a demon host and began telling everyone how he'd killed the last one we faced, until the rest of us told him to shut up. Things started to get bad after we found the main stair shaft of the bunker. Sarge left the squad to secure it, figuring that it was about the most important access point around. A few minutes after our main force left them, the squad lead foxed us and reported a man missing. Shortly after that, we heard Lasfire, and his second reported 1 man dead and 2 missing, including the squad lead. A halt was called. Sarge told the cut-off squad to pull together and hold position, and then sent Doc and Nubby with a patrol to recover the squad before they were all picked off. Doc's rescue team didn't run into anything as they backtracked, and when they arrived, the squad was still intact, if badly shaken. A quick sweep turned up the 2 missing recruits dead in corners without a mark on them, and the squad lead hacked to pieces. It was obvious that whatever had been hunting the other team and the cultists was stalking us now. Sarge mandated minimum groups of 3, called Doc and the recruits back to the main force, and resumed the advance. The recruits on our flanks began to report possible enemy contact, usually flashes of movement or odd sounds in their comms. During a brief firefight with a nest of cultists holed up in some sort of storage room, one of our men dodged into a closet and didn't come back out. He was dead by the time his squadmates noticed his absence and went to check on him. 2 more trainees died this way, and a pair of recruits chased a fleeing enemy around a corner, only to find the cultists eviscerated and still twitching. They swore something had flashed away into a dark corner as they approached, but didn't find anything when they checked. Everyone was getting jumpy, and a trigger-happy recruit nearly shot the first friendly we ran into. A few of the surviving trainees from the other team, usually in groups of 2 or 3, followed our Voxcaster signal and made contact as we advanced. For the most part they were in good condition, if disorganised. Their command structure had fallen apart when their comms went down, and they'd been wandering around killing cultists until we shown up. Sarge put them on the flanks to act as scouts, since they were stealthier than our boys, not to mention a little more expendable. None of the rescue trainees had any useful info for us until we found a solo one with a nasty face wound. She was panicking hard and waving a power sword around, in the middle of a brightly lit room, and it took both a trank and a stim from Doc to get her talking properly. Most of what the terrified trainee had to say was gibberish, but she was fairly insistent about glowing eyes watching from the shadows, and blades going through the walls. The panicked trainee's info fit with what we'd observed, and some of our former scribes said they recalled reports of demons and demon hosts phasing through solid objects or emerging from shadows. Most of us found this explanation for the attacks to be extremely worrying, but Nubby chose to look on the bright side, and began gloating about how he was always right and how much money everyone owed him. Sarge adjusted his standing orders to include staying away from walls and unlit areas, and then told Nubby to shut up and do something useful, such as figuring out a way to trap or kill whatever was stalking us. Nubby, being Nubby, he immediately voxed Twitch and dumped the problem on the demolitions trooper, while he assumed an advisory role. It's not to say that Nubby didn't do any of the work. Someone had to accurately relay what materials were available, remind Twitch that nuking the temple from orbit wasn't an option, and either take credit or assign blame depending on how the plan worked out. Anyway, between them they came up with a rather cruel but surprisingly effective solution. At their request we began capturing a few cultists instead of killing them all. Nubby, with far too much enthusiasm, would tie them up, tape a short-fuse grenade into their hands and pull the pin. Of course, a few immediately let go of the lever and blew themselves all over the room we left them in, but most held tight. As the advance continued, we'd heard the occasional explosion behind us, prompting Nubby to cackle and Doc to complain that this was probably not something we should be teaching the trainees. The traps worked though. 2 of the explosions resulted in odd, high-pitched screaming sounds, and we stopped seeing the flashes of movement. While Nubby was falling around at the rear, Cutter's squad was starting to run ragged after so much time at the front. They had taken the most casualties from the cultists, and Cutter himself had taken a few minor wounds himself, so Sarge rotated them off the front and led the final push towards the other team's beacon. As our force got closer, everyone began to hear the sounds of a firefight, and shortly after that we encountered the largest group of cultists yet. The cultists were trying to force their way into a large room and failing miserably. We took our positions, counted down, and as Sarge's signal our boys hit them in the rear with a few grenades and a whole lot of las fire. For once the attack went just about perfectly. We mopped the cultists up with only a few minor injuries on the part of our trainees. Once the last injured cultist had been executed, we rallied together and carefully made contact with what was left of the second team. As we entered the room and automatically scanned it for threats, our attention was immediately grabbed by a massive hole in the far wall, which opened into the bottom of the crater. We couldn't help but notice that everyone in the room had positioned themselves to cover it, as opposed to the door which the cultists had been attacking through. That did not bode well. Not counting the handful we'd recovered on our way, the second team was down to just a dozen men and women, led by the agent and cowboy instructors. Only the combat-focused trainees were left. There were a few former Arbites, a pair of Psychers, a handful of their more well-armed generic agent types, and the damned cadet commissar we'd transferred to them. They looked absolutely exhausted, and most of them were wounded to some degree, but they all perked up as we entered the room. Except for the commissar, that is. He just glared at us. The boss agent gave us a quick rundown as we got our boys into position alongside his trainees. Apparently when the UFO had cratered, his team had gone in fast and hard. A few of them stuck together to check out what had landed, but the rest had split off solo or in small groups to cover more ground or something stupid like that. They'd been kicking ass right up until they reached this room and poked their noses into the crater. The agent explained that the second one of his trainees had entered the crash site, everyone's comms had gone down, the solo trainee started getting picked off, and his main force had been attacked by the ship's defenders. Sarge was in the middle of asking what he meant by ship, when one of the men watching the crater shouted a warning. Black and green metallic critters began boiling out of the crater hole, and everyone started shooting. The attackers were small, quick, and there were a whole lot of them. If it weren't for the choke point between the room and the crater, we would have been in serious trouble. Those things would have been a nightmare to face in an unrestricted area or close quarters. As it was, we were able to hold the tide of metallic attackers back with volleys of fire and a few grenades, at least until something covered with claws came onto the damn floor and shredded 2 recruits. The situation started to go bad very quickly. The thing that had risen out of the floor was some sort of big metal spiderweb with size for arms, and it positively screamed close quarters combat specialist. It was behind our main firing line. Now, a proper Guardsman can handle just about anything, but we prefer to fight our enemies from the maximum effective range of our current weapon, or, better yet, the maximum effective range of the nearest artillery battery. The spiderworm was far too close for comfort, and it tore 3 trainees apart before it ran into one who could put up a real fight in melee. Even after its killing spree had been interrupted, though, the thing's mere presence played hell with our defence of the crater entrance. The fire keeping back the tiny metal bugs began to fade, as recruits scrambled to safety, or switched targets to focus on the new threat. We managed to hold, but only just barely. Sarge barged the recruits back into position, as our squad works to personally deal with the spiderworm. Carter led the attack with the Commissar and Agent Instructor backing them up in melee, while the rest of us fanned out and hit the thing with our heavier las guns. It was not an easy fight. The enemy was tough, fast, and attacks had a disturbing tendency to pass through it. Half the battle was just trying to line up attacks so they didn't hit an ally on the other side if the thing phased out. To be honest, Carter didn't really bother with that. It just depended on everyone else getting out of the way. Whatever the spiderworm's claws were made of, it was a nightmare to defend against. The metallic creature's attacks sliced through armor like wet paper and just phased through any attempts at parrying. Only some incredible dodges kept Carter and our close-quarters fighters alive long enough for us to figure out how to reliably hit the damn thing. It turned out that the trick was to wait for the exact moment it struck, and then hit it with everything we had while it was temporarily solid. Unfortunately, this strategy required someone to very nearly take a hit for us to launch our attack, but Carter was more than willing. A few well-timed volleys, and a couple of near-death experiences later, the spiderworm collapsed in a sparking heap. Sarge and Nubby took stock of the situation while Cutter ignored both Doc and the Cowboys' protests and widely chopped the remains of the spiderworm. A few trainees from both groups had died during the attack, mostly to the spiderworm, but a few of the smaller metal bugs had gone through and done some unpleasant things before they were smashed. Ammo was getting low. We had a fair number of wounded, including Carter, who finally collapsed after reducing what the Cowboy called a technological marvel to a pile of scrap metal. A quick council of war was held and the other team finished filling us in. They believed that the hostiles were a type of Xenos called Necrons, and that the thing in the crater was one of their ships. Despite our general lack of proper inquisitorial education, the name rang a faint bell. Something about techno-magical powers, looking like skeletons, and refusing to die. That didn't seem quite right to us, since none of the enemies we'd fought had looked anything like skeletons, and the spiderworm seemed pretty damn dead now that Cutter was finished with it. But the agent and Cowboy seemed fairly certain, so we just went with it. Anyway, the ship in the crater was in surprisingly good condition, especially considering how it had arrived, which excited our better-educated counterparts to no end. They said it was both an amazing opportunity for inquisitorial research and a dire threat to the planet. Apparently Necrons were famous for their use of teleportation technology, which was rumoured to have the range and power to bring in an entire army of ground troops from across the galaxy. Obtaining working samples of said tech for study was absurdly difficult, to say the least. So the agent and the cowboy were all excited about a chance to loot the ship, but we were a little more concerned about the whole providing a gateway for an invading Xenos army aspect of things. Our well-honed survival instincts were telling us to call the locals and have them bomb the entire temple until the ship was either blown to pieces or buried under a few thousand tons of rubble, and then bomb it some more just to be sure. The other team objected to this perfectly reasonable solution on the grounds that the Inquisition would consider an intact sample of Necron teleportation tech to be far more valuable than a mere planet. Unfortunately, they were able to back that incredibly stupid argument with a less stupid one about how the Necrons might start teleporting in before the locals got their shit together. Lacking any reasonable counter-arguments to that, we reluctantly agreed to head in and see if we couldn't deactivate the ship's teleporter thingy. Twitch was calmed, and we started getting ready for one hell of a breaching operation. While Twitch's squad came down with all the ordnance they can carry, Doc headed up with Carter and the rest of the wounded. None of them were in shape for more fighting, and a few of our trainees would die if Doc didn't stick with them. Besides, Sarge wanted someone competent on the surface who could tell everyone what was happening and request backup. While the agent and Codboy were busy talking to Twitch, Sarge pulled Doc aside for one last order. Once the medic was on the surface, a quick call was to be made to a certain rogue trader who we were on good terms with and hadn't left the system quite yet. Honestly, we didn't have anything specific planned at that point. All we did was ask the trader to shift its orbit over our part of the planet. His ship just happened to have the biggest guns within a day's travel of the planet, and it felt reassuring to have them ready to annihilate the crashed ship if we started teleporting a Xenos army in. Once everyone had relocated and rearmed, we stepped out to the edge of the crater and began examining the ship. Our inspection was limited by the fact we couldn't actually enter the crater without triggering another attack from the Scaratyl thingies defending it, so all we could really determine was the ship looked weird as hell. It was all crescent-shaped, covered with glowy green lines, and appeared to be made of an unfamiliar-looking metal which the Codboy called Necroderpis or something. Weirdness aside, though, it was obviously a combat-capable void ship, and had serious armour. Twitch could tell at a glance that no amount of deadbags would get us into the Xenos ship, but instead of frustrating him, this discovery actually made him happy. In fact, it made him too happy, and he actually started to giggle as he dug for his pile of explosives. And the case he finally pulled out of the mound made the rest of us flinch. Now, just to be clear, we all liked Twitch, and there was no better demolitions trooper in the Imperium. We trusted him to set any explosive device and never worried about his traps misfiring, but the way he doted over that melter bomb was unsettling. Emperor knows how Nubby and the admin found that thing. We'd only asked for a few of the anti-armor bombs to show to the trainees. In addition to the nice normal ones that had been delivered, there'd been an extra box that was twice as large as the others, and inside there'd been this absolute beast of a melter bomb. It was not guard issue. If you could unfurl the serial numbers and other markings, it'd probably say something like, property of the Adeptus Astartes, intended for anti-Titan use only. Twitch called it Big Bertha, and slept with it under his bed. It had to raise his bed on blocks for it to fit. Bertha was obviously intended for use by someone far stronger than a normal human, and everyone held their breath as Twitch wobbled onto the bomb's weight. While he fitted with the timer of magnetic clamps, the rest of us pondered how to get it onto the ship without blowing ourselves up. The other team had marked a line across the crater entrance, and according to them, anyone crossing it would trigger another scarab attack. They'd done a little testing, and it seemed that it was only people that set them off. Rocks, las bolts, bullets, and even grenades were fine, as long as they didn't detonate against the ship. Since we weren't keen on fighting scarabs while carrying an oversized melter bomb, this all meant that we needed to figure out a way to get Bertha onto the ship's hull without anyone entering the crater. Since the typical ranged melter bomb deployment method of just throwing the thing as hard as possible wasn't an option, the agent suggested that the last two surviving psychos could levitate the bomb across the gap. Sarge vetoed this on the grounds that it was an incredibly stupid idea, and was thankfully able to supply a far more reasonable solution. Nubby and a few recruits were sent to collect pipes and scrap metal, while Sarge regaled everyone with a tale of how we dealt with a similar problem involving a tentacle demon. By the time Twitch had the bomb ready, a long, ugly, and surprisingly sturdy pole had been constructed, and a fulcrum was set up on the edge of the line. Bertha was attached to the pole with her clamps facing forward, and with the help of several trainees, we slowly pushed the rod along the fulcrum. It was touch and go in a few spots, especially when a seam got stuck in the brace and nearly tipped it over, but we got it across and clamped to the hole without triggering an attack or blowing ourselves to little pieces. Once the bracing charge was in place, our trainees set up their heavy weapons, we finalised our attack plans, and everyone shielded their eyes as Twitch hit the detonator. Bertha was a melter bomb, so her detonation wasn't the usual flash, bang, and shockwave of high explosives. Instead, there was a sort of hissing, crackling sound, along with intense heat, blinding light, and a whole lot of smoke, which began to roil as scarabs swarmed through it. We responded by opening fire with our heavy weapons, and just holding the triggers down until the smoke cleared, and the scarabs stopped coming. The scarabs abandoned their attack without making it through the kill zone, and no more spider worms, which the Codboy testily informed us were called wraiths, appeared to back them up. We reloaded, formed up, and carefully made our way across the crater, and through the still glowing hole in the Xenos' ship's hull. The agent and commissar led the way, and the first thing they did after entering the ship was fall sideways out of the hole as the ship's gravity field took over. We handled it a little more gracefully. After our stint on the occurrence border, gravity shifts didn't really bother us anymore, and we managed to get all the trainees through without any injuries. The room we were in was large enough to hold our entire force, and packed with all sorts of green glowing machinery. The Kobold was ecstatic, but didn't see anything that looked like the teleporter, so he gathered everyone together and made our way to a large door that looked like it led towards the middle of the ship. At our signal, our trainees began going through the now familiar breach and clear drill. Charges were placed, flashes were prepped, and everyone got ready for a fight. But the enemy failed to oblige us, at least initially. Our boys stormed in, looking professional as all hell by the way, and found a room that seemed just as big and empty as the last one. Nerves jangling, we advanced across the room, and were about halfway to the next door when the enemy hit us. Green beams lanced out of the shadows and cut down a pair of trainees while the rest of us grabbed cover. The hostiles that slowly stepped out of the shadows were the metal skeleton things that we'd been expecting when we heard the word Necron. After their initial advance, the Xenos stood shocked still, ignoring our fire and shooting green lightning from weapons that resembled spiky plasma cannons. Their shots sliced across the room in long arcs, burning through armour, flesh and bone like it wasn't even there. Luckily, the bulkheads and machinery that filled the room proved more resistant to the green beams, offering us a distinct advantage since the skeletal Xenos didn't appear to understand the basic concept of cover. After the initial surprise attack, we poured fire into the Necron warriors. There were only 4 of them and over 30 of us, but they were surprisingly sturdy, and by the time we wore them down, reinforcements were coming in. 2 more Necrons stepped out of the far door along with a swarm of scarabs. They just stood there and traded fire with us like the others had, except with the scarabs repairing them, almost as fast as we did damage. It was damn disconcerting watching their wounds sort of flow close, and some of the recruits began to panic fire. Without the heavy weapons Twitch's squad had brought down, it would have been bad. It took a pair of our single-shot crack missiles to kill them. As soon as the last 2 hostiles were dead, Sarge ordered another advance, which ground to a hold near 10 metres into the next room, where another pair of Necrons entered through the far door and opened fire. The room was long and thin, with good cover along the sides, but no safe way to move forward. Our guard instincts told us to dig in and trade fire from our superior cover, but the cold boy claimed he could sense more Necros teleporting in somewhere ahead of us, which meant that attrition tactics might not work in the long term. The question was whether we were killing them faster than their reinforcements were arriving, and even if we were outpacing them, whether we'd reached the teleporter before we ran out of men or ammo. While Sarge and the other teams were arguing over whether to risk more aggressive tactics or not, Nubby was back at the entrance to the room, sitting in the best piece of cover available. His attention was evenly split between taking pot shots at the Necrons, blocking forward progress, and visually inspecting the pair of dead Xenos near him for anything worth pocketing. The little trooper nearly shat himself when both the Necrons began to slowly pull themselves together and climb to their feet. Operating in a blind panic, Nubby sprayed one Necron with lasfire, kicked the other between the legs hard enough to knock it across the room, and ran forward screaming like a little girl. Only sheer luck kept him from getting hit as he ran through everyone's line of fire. Sarge looked back when he heard Nubby's screams and swore. Back in the recently vacated room, more of the Necrons were reanimating. So no shit, there we were, on a crashed Xeno spaceship, fighting skeletons made of living metal, and the ones behind us were getting back up. This was a very bad thing. If enemy reinforcements were going to keep porting in, and the ones we killed weren't going to stay that way, there was only one real option. We had to push forward and destroy the teleporter before we were overwhelmed. Sarge gave the order to advance by squads, and we all prayed to the Emperor that the Xenos weren't good at switching targets. The trainees were not happy with that order. Running headlong into incoming fire did not sound fun, and the Necrons were damn scary looking. On the other hand, more metal skeletons were popping up from the rear, so there wasn't anywhere else to go. They complained, they swore, and then they manned up and advanced, just like proper guardsmen. It's important to understand that advancing by squads is not the same as a reckless charge. It is a precise, difficult maneuver, and it was a damn good thing we drilled on it, because there are a lot of ways it could have gone horribly wrong. Sarge stood there and barked commands exactly as he'd done during training, ordering one squad to throw grenades, another to lay down fire, and a third to advance to a new position. Then as soon as the third squad was in cover, the process would repeat. There wasn't any stopping to rest or retrieve wounded. Everyone had to keep moving and fighting, or the whole thing would fall apart. Some trainees died, others were badly wounded, but to a man they followed their orders, and we steadily gained ground. It took a lot of training and discipline to pull off that sort of maneuver, and if anyone from the other team had been watching, it probably would have impressed the shit out of them. They'd have stood there going, "By the Emperor, look how coordinated and professional all those former scribes and clerics are. We were totally wrong about those guardsmen being a bunch of lazy incompetents, and should probably apologise." Or at least they would have, if they and their trainees hadn't been busy holding off the reanimating Necrons behind us while we advanced. The grenade barrages before each push were our best weapon against the Necrons, since that necroderpis stuff they were made of just shrugged off most laughs and stubber fire. The hostiles were reinforcing in pairs, with a few bugs repairing them. Each barrage would handle the closest pair, and most of our fire would focus on softening up the next two, before the process repeated. Sarge kept everyone organised and moving. Twitch took pot shots with his remaining crack missiles whenever he had a chance, and Nubby dedicated himself to making sure any downed Necrons nearby stayed that way. The boys were starting to run out of grenades as we reached the end of the long room, but when the door opened to let a pair of hostiles through, we could see a big glowy platform thing on the far side. The platform looked sufficiently teleporter-like to us, and all we really needed was line of sight, so Sarge called a halt. Our trainees set up their heavy subbers, we readied our few remaining crack launchers, and when the door opened again, we sighted all our weapons on the platform while a final barrage of grenades handled the advancing Necrons. As the door slammed back shut, we all held our breath, focusing on holding our aim steady, and hoped like hell that we'd be able to get a clean shot on the teleporter the next time it opened. When the door finally slid back open, we all fired our launchers. Sarge's shot went high, sailing over the platform and blowing apart a section of a wall. Nubby's shot was wasted on one of the advancing Necrons, but that cleared a path for Twitch and the stubbers. Our last crack missile and a stream of AP rounds sailed for the door as it slammed closed again, and when we didn't see them impact the teleporter, we sure as hell felt it. There was a loud, crackling bang. The entire ship shook, and then things got weird. First, everything went all tingly and green-coloured. Next, Nubby spotted some of the Necron corpses sort of fading. Then the walls went all wobbly, and finally there was a mighty clang, and everything went back to normal. Everyone just sort of stood there looking stupid for a few seconds. We all expected something more to happen, like another attack or the ship exploding, or a wormhole sucking us into the warp, but nothing did. All the hostiles had vanished, and we were just sitting there, in what seemed to be an empty ship. Eventually, Sarge gathered everyone up and took stock. The rear guard hadn't had an easy time of it. The agent was missing an arm and unconscious, the cog boy was dead, and only the commissar was holding them together. We were down to under 20 effective, with a handful of wounded who might live if we didn't run into anything else. On the bright side, it seemed like the fight was over. We'd heroically saved the day and captured a piece of highly valuable xenotech. At least it looked that way. Sarge decided to err on the side of caution and do a last sweep before we threw any parades. The door to the teleporter room was pried open, and we carefully entered. It didn't have any hostiles inside and appeared to be the ship's bridge. Half the room was taken up by the wrecked teleporter, and there was what looked like an empty command chair and a few deactivated control panels. But what really caught the eye was this important-looking pedestal. It was covered with runes that were still glowing green, and had a small metal cube suspended above it in some sort of anti-grav field. Sarge told everyone, especially Nubby, not to touch it. While the rest of us poked around the bridge, Twitch made some field repairs to our least damaged Vox pack. It didn't take long. Say what you will about those green beam weapons, they don't do much collateral damage. The first thing Doc asked when we reached him was if we had called for any shuttles. The call was interrupted by the door on the far side of the bridge slamming open. Not one, but two silver and gold giants strode into the room. They had huge-ass bolters and far too many spikes on their armour. So no shit, there we were, standing on the bridge of an alien vessel, staring slack-jawed at a pair of Chaos Space Marines, both of whom seemed just as surprised as we were to find anyone else here. Everyone held very, very still, and waited for someone to make the first move. We had them heavily outnumbered, and they had us heavily outclassed. If this turned into a fight, it was going to be a bloodbath. The staring contest stretched a little longer, and our nerves began to crack. Sarge carefully stepped forward and, nonchalantly as possible, asked the Marines if we could help them with anything. This just got more blank stares and an awkward cough from Nubby, until a third figure entered the room. The two Marines stepped aside to reveal what was obviously a heretic, who, after a fit of buzzing and giggling, told us that yes, we could indeed help them. Now, most any tech priest looks sinister, but the difference between an ugly cogboy and a full-blown heretic is damn noticeable. Aside from all the metal tentacles, eerie lights, dripping thingies, and pointy bits, this one practically radiated insanity. The second you saw him, it was obvious that this guy wasn't just fucking nuts, he was also bolts, screws, rivets, and those metal clampy dealies you use on the prefab field buildings. In a voice that seemed to be stuck looping between 5 different settings, and in between bouts of hysterical giggling, the heretic demanded the device. No real clarification was needed. He wasn't just staring at the cube on the pedestal. His eyes had actually extended out of his head on little mechanitorites. Sarge, mind racing, still retained by asking the crazy metal man what the cube was, and why we should hand it over. This triggered an exasperated groan from both Marines as the heretic launched into a rambling monologue. The question had mostly been a stalling tactic, while Sarge tried to figure out a way to get us out of this alive, but mixed in with all the insane chatter, there are a few very important things. Firstly, the device was a device for devising devices. Secondly, it belonged to the heretic because he'd inherited the inertia and unphased the phaser, and finally he would make us into meat puppets if we didn't give it to him now. We translated all this as, I am crazy, evil, easily distracted, and far more concerned with that box than you. Sarge considered the situation. The good news was that the heretic wanted the box so bad he might be willing to cut a deal. The bad news was that he had to have a ship of some sort in orbit, and would inevitably try to kill us the moment his box was safe. Sarge's assets consisted of a bunch of exalted trainees, a paranoid, a cretin, and a still alive voxling to Doc. He did not want to fight a pair of traitor marines, not to mention a heretic, on a bloody warp ship. He wanted to live through the next few minutes and screw the other guys over before they screwed him over. Thinking fast, he shoved Nubby forward and told him to make a deal. They waved Twitch over and tried to nonchalantly stand in front of the pedestal. The negotiations would have been funny if the situation wasn't so serious. One party was a cretinous little sneak telling outrageous lies and trying to figure out how to make a profit on this, while the other was completely insane and had no concept of what normal people wanted. The two Marines began to look incredibly annoyed, at least insofar as a giant pile of ceramite and spikes can look anything other than murderous. We got a distinct impression that if things dragged on much longer, they stopped waiting for the heretic's word to attack. Eventually, Nubby stomped back to the rather distracted Sarge and Twitch and reported success. The heretic had agreed to let us live in exchange for the box, and he'd even throw in the Necron ship on account of it being a boring thing that attracts even boringer things. That was about the best deal we could expect to get, and Nubby had bought just enough time to finish the preparations, so Sarge accepted and stepped away from the pedestal, poker face firmly in place. In a loud, clear voice that just happened to be directed towards the Vox's suit, Sarge announced that we'd be withdrawing to the room behind us. We'd be back there sitting still while the heretic and two Chaos Marines with bolters went up to their shuttle, the one on the roof. They would take them to their ship, the one that was in orbit. We would stay down here and do absolutely nothing to sabotage their shuttle or intercept their ship. Sarge's acting skills may have left something to be desired, but the heretic didn't seem to notice, and the Marines didn't seem to care. He also somehow managed to fool the Commissar, since the idiot accused us all of heresy, and might have caused serious trouble if Nubby hadn't come up behind him and kicked him very firmly between the legs. The second kick was probably uncalled for, and the third definitely was, but no one said anything. We were all busy slowly backing out of the room while watching the Marines. Our retreat had taken us almost all the way to the door when the heretic told us to stop. Hearts racing, we all froze and watched as his Mechaniderite shot out and ripped the cleverly concealed explosives off the box and pedestal. The crazy cogboy made a comment about not needing any more explosives, thanked us for the thought, and tossed the deadbacks to Twitch, who nearly fumbled them in his surprise. We all kept backing up and tried not to let our disappointment show. This was apparently not a problem we could solve with deadbacks. At least not immediately. Once the door was closed and we were sure no angry traitor marines were coming after us, we all turned and ran for the exit. Except for the Commissar, that is, who was being dragged between two other trainees. As he ran, Twitch got the Vox unit patched into our comms, and Sarge asked Doc if he'd gotten all that. The heretics had to be stopped before they got their shuttle into the air, and then their ship needed to be taken out before it nuked us from orbit. Back on the surface, Doc was looking at a very big and sturdy-looking shuttle. In a rather petulant voice, he told Sarge that, "Damn it, man, I'm a doctor, not a demolitions expert." Twitch unhelpfully reminded everyone that he was a demolitions expert, but he had been forced to trade places and hike all the way down here. Sarge told him to be quiet unless he had something useful to say. Doc was in a bind. The rest of us were coming up through the bunker as quickly as possible, but the heretics would probably reach their shuttle first. He had to figure out a way to cripple their shuttle or delay the enemy long enough for the rest of us to arrive. He didn't have much to work with. The heretic shuttle had destroyed our flyers as it landed, and only the anti-armor munitions that hadn't been in them had been used in breaching the Necron ship. All Doc had was a handful of wounded troopers, a few las guns and chainswords, a semi-conscious cutter, and a crate of medical supplies. A big crate of medical supplies. A big crate of military-grade medical supplies. Thinking fast and abandoning all medical ethics, Doc started digging into the crate and planning one hell of an ambush. While Doc was working on the shuttle problem, Sarge was trying to have a Vox conversation while running. He managed to contact the rogue trader who'd helped us set up the whole kidnapping thing, but he was running into problems. The trader had maneuvered his ship to our general side of the planet, but while he'd have been happy to lend us some orbital fire support in exchange for a bit of inquisitorial goodwill, Getting into a fight with another warship was an entirely different matter. To put it bluntly, he wasn't going to risk his ship, even on an ambush, for a mere bunch of inquisitorial henchmen. He needed some sort of motivation. Sarge didn't have time or breath to spare arguing with the trader. We needed the man's help. There were no other ships close enough or well armed enough to stop the heretic's vessel, so Sarge cut a deal. It wasn't a smart deal. In fact, there was a very real chance that the Inquisition would have him killed for even considering making it, but it was the only way he could see out of the current situation. Sarge offered the only really valuable thing he had. One slightly used Necron ship. You better believe that caught the trader's attention. Sarge gave what evidence he could that the ship was actually there and greeted the rest. The trader said he'd handle whatever vessel the heretic was using, or damn well die trying. The price was worth it. That done with, we laid on the speed. It was a clear run up through the bunker, since all the cultists were either dead or fleeing, and we all ran flat out. There was no real plan. It was just going to be a matter of getting to the roof and hitting them in the rear, while Doc held their attention. No finesse, no trickery, just the biggest sucker punch we could imagine. We either made amazing time, or the heretic had taken a while getting the box off the pedestal, because we got there right as Doc's ambush hit them. Let me tell you, that was really something to see. Hell, we were so busy watching that we almost forgot to fire our weapons. Some of you might know what Slaughter and Frensson are, but if you don't, imagine the fastest, meanest, angriest bastard you've ever seen. Now give him an immunity to pain, rabies, and slight brain damage. That's what a dose does to a normal person. What a double dose cut with stims did to Cutter and his boys was just ridiculous. Dog had got them positioned, timed their injections, and let them loose at just about the perfect moment. A bunch of half-dead mud feet turned into enraged murder machines about 3 meters from the heretic and his marines, right as they were getting off the hover thingies that they rode up out of the crater on. The fight was too fast to follow. We just did have to aim for the enemy and hope our shots didn't hit any of Cutter's boys. I'd like to say it was a heroic and complex battle, but really we just poured fire into the two traitor marines until the sheer mass of it overwhelmed them. Sure, they had superhuman strength, hundreds of years of battle experience, and whatever demonic powers their dark masters had granted them, but as we say in the Guard, quantity has a quality all on its own. Lads and stub rounds, only a minor threat individually, pounded into them in a continuous torrent that even they couldn't ignore. Simultaneously, the chem-powered chainsaw strikes of our berserkers tore deep rents in their power armor and kept them from bringing their bolters to bear on the rest of us. It wasn't all one-sided, of course. Multiple trainees fell to sprays of unaimed bolt rounds, and even without proper melee weapons, the traitor marines were capable of dealing horrible damage to the berserkers attacking them. Unfortunately for them, horrible isn't the same as incapacitating, for someone hopped up on combat chems. Even as our berserkers bled out, they pressed their attack, and forced the two space marines to give ground, which they didn't actually have. First one marine, then the other, was pressed backwards and over the edge of the crater. They pancaked on the crashed ship with a sort of crunchy, splatting sound. The heretic didn't go down as easy as his bodyguards, though. He had some sort of shield which blocked all of our fire, and quickly dismembered everyone who got into melee range until just the King Berserker himself was left. The rest of us desperately poured fire into the heretic's shield in an attempt to burn through it, while Cutter duked it out one-on-one with the crazy cogboy. Cutter was being kept on his feet by a cocktail of drugs that would probably kill him the moment they ran out. His time was measured in seconds. Seconds were all he needed, though. He didn't bother with dodging, parrying, or any sissy stuff like that. All he cared about was doing as much damage as possible. Bacandrodrites ripped off chunks of flesh, a sparking weapon nailed him in the legs, and some sort of injector just barely missed his heart. But Cutter ignored these trivialities. He lodged his faithful chainsaw firmly in the heretic's chest, and wrenched it upwards with berserk strength. The deranged cowboy screamed and flailed as he was bisected, writhing so violently that pieces started flying off, one of which landed within Nubby's reach, but was probably pocketed. As the chain blade reached the base of the heretic's neck, his screaming finally coalesced into one word repeated in a dozen voices. Burn. There was a second of unnatural silence, followed by a rising humming sound, and then the heretic exploded into a fireball that engulfed both him and his attacker. Cutter laughed as he burned. All in all, there were worse ways to go. There wasn't time to stand around in shock and mourn Cutter's death. A few seconds after the heretic's self-immolation, a massive energy beam hit the nearby shuttle, and we realized the crazy bastard had called for an orbital bombardment. We grabbed what wounded we could and ran back into the cult's bunker. It was the only option we could see. We sprinted through hallways and downstairs with titanic explosions filling our ears and uncomfortable dampness filling our pants. One by one, the unfit and the badly wounded fell behind, as did the bow-legged commissar, and those who fell behind were left behind. Nubby led the way in his augmentic legs while we all followed, and hoped his cowardly instincts would lead us to safety. We ran through the wreckage of our battles, and just barely ahead of a titanic wave of heat, we scrambled into the Necron ship. None of us stopped there, though. We kept going until we reached the bridge, and then held our breath as the entire ship began to shake. The shaking went on for a while, but there was no sudden burst of heat and light. Eventually it all went quiet. Our heart rate slowed as we realized that, somehow, we'd survived the bombardment. Doc started crying. We sat in that ship for what felt like days. The hole we'd melted in the hull was clogged with debris, so there was nothing to do but wait and hope someone came looking for us. There were 15 of us altogether. Our small guardsman, the wounded agent we'd left in the ship, 8 of our trainees, and 2 more from the other team. As usual, Sarge took command of the whole show and got everyone up and moving. Doc was hauled to his feet and told that living wounded took priority over dead heroes. Sarge promised that he'd be allowed to sit around feeling guilty about Cutter and all the trainees he'd drugged, once we'd been rescued. Twitch and Nubby had already started collecting what food and water had been in people's packs, so they were put in charge of rationing after a stern reminder that everyone got a portion, not just us and the trainees they liked. Supply-wise, we had a few weapons, a little bit of food and water, a medkit, and one necro box thing that Nubby had snagged. Not much useful stuff, but at least the creepy-ass green glow the ship emitted meant we weren't going to run out of light. Our time down there wasn't as bad as you'd think. Everyone was so tired that we slept through most of it, and our short periods of wakefulness was occupied with the usual guard pastimes of poker, pointless tasks thought up by your sergeant to keep you out of trouble, and idle vandalism. The most exciting moment of the whole experience is when Nubby and Twitch emptied the thermite out of a few anti-armor rounds, and used it to write their names on a few of the bulkheads. Long before food and water became a problem, our boredom was interrupted by a titanic groaning sound, and some disconcerting fluctuations in the ship's gravity. We all wandered down to the debris-clogged hole we'd entered through, and watched as the rock and rebar began to shift, and then float away. As the last of the debris rose away from the opening, there was a sudden lurch, and the entire crater wall began sliding past the breach. A few seconds later, we were nearly blinded, as the Necron ship rose into full sunlight. The ship's ascent slowed to a stop as it reached the top of the crater, revealing a blasted hellscape where the cast facility had been. All things considered, we thought it looked absolutely beautiful, and stood there basking in the sunlight and thanking the Emperor for our rescue, until a broad-shouldered man in the tricorn hat and a gaudy coat climbed up onto the edge of the hole and told us to get the hell off his ship. Apparently he was a busy man with things to do and xenotech experts to see. The trader was nice enough to call us a ride before he tracked up the Necron ship and headed out system at his vessel's top speed. He seemed to think that we might change our minds now that we were no longer being bombarded, and wanted to be far away from any Inquisition fleet showing up. A few PDF flyers picked us all up and dropped us off at our training base, where the Administrator and Surgeon were waiting on the pad. Doc handed the one-armed agent and the injured trainees over to the Surgeon, while the rest of us explained the whole bloody mess to the admin, and asked him to get started on a report for the interrogator. Then we went and got drunk. Very, very drunk. Training was over after that. The few recruits that had survived were officially inquisitorial agents as far as we were concerned. We all just sort of lounged around, reminisced about Cutter, and speculated about what the interrogator and Ogre would say when they saw how many trainees we had left. The agent and the trainee stayed with us, since aside from the psycho chick, who had been badly hurt during the investigation, he was all that was left of his team. He wasn't that bad of a guy, really, once you got to know him. A bit of a downer, though. Eventually, the interrogator arrived and we gave a report. 8 recruits trained and ready for service, plus a handful of washouts and 2 from the other team. Also, as a side note, we destroyed an evil cult, found and secured a Necron ship, got into a fight with a heretic, traded said Necron ship to a rogue trader, and now all we have is this Necron box thing, and everyone is dead. That got the aloof bastard to pay attention. It took a lot of explaining, mostly by Sarge and the agent. The whole story was gone through, from start to finish, sparing no detail. The interrogator didn't judge or lecture. He simply made sure he had all the facts straight, then put them all in a neat report. In the end, he decided this was above his pay grade, took our recruits, and sent us all back to Oak with the little Necron box. The agent and his psycho companion were told to stay on the planet until they'd fully recovered from their injuries. The trip home was about as normal as warp travel gets. Nothing particularly interesting happened, unless you count Twitch nearly killing a naval rating who was cleaning the air ducts, or Doc getting accused of stealing from the ship's medbay while observing the head Medicaid's surgical procedures, or Sarge catching Nubby selling several crates of medical narcotics that he'd found somewhere to the crew. Anyway, we survived the trip, and since the interrogator's report had been sent ahead of us, an escort was waiting for us when we docked with Oak's ship. Our entire group was marched to the Inquisitor's office, and our tour was gone over yet again. To our surprise, Oak was not angry, not even when we mentioned giving the rogue trader the Necron ship. He shrugged that off as something to be dealt with later, if the Necrons didn't deal with it themselves, and focused his attention on the little box Nubby had retrieved instead. It seemed inordinately important to him. He asked us a lot of questions about what the heretic had said about it, and was a little annoyed when we couldn't give him anything besides insane babble. In the end, he took the box, told us we all did exceptionally well, and instructed us not to talk to anyone about it, even inside the Inquisition, without his direct permission. Then we went and got drunk again. Cutter's funeral was a pretty big deal, and we got everyone we could to come to it. In addition to the other guardsmen from the old regiment, there were a few cog boys, including Jim and Hannah, the Hospitaller and a few other sisters, the old adept lady, and finally, to our considerable surprise, the Rupert and Alfred. It was a hell of a party. Both stories and beer flowed freely, but the real crowning moment was when the Rupert brought out his death offering. Emperor knows where he, or more likely Alfred, got it, but it was one of those orky chainswords, a perfect match for Cutter's. It floored us all. Even Sarge was crying as we put it in the plasma chamber with everything else. It was a damn fine send-off. We did him proud. Days later, after the beer had run dry and the hangovers had cleared, we got another visit from the Rupert and Alfred. He told us, in his own unique way, that he'd asked Oak to transfer us to his retinue, but the Inquisitor had declined. Apparently Oak thought he might need our services in the future, but as a favour to his former student, he considered sending our next interrogator to work with the Rupert. It took a while for the situation to sink in, but it did eventually. Sarge thanked the Rupert and said he'd be happy to serve alongside him again, and hoped the interrogator we'd officially be under wasn't a complete tit. He turned out to be a complete tit. Sarge's head hurts. He's lying in a pile of rubble. One of his eyes isn't working. He can't feel his left arm, and the only thing he can hear over the ringing in his ears is muffled coughing coming from some debris on the other side of the dimly lit room. While he watches, a hand claws his way out of the wreckage and seizes the edge of a table. Seconds later, it is followed by the scrawny arm, scrawnier chest and helmeted head of Nubby. Sarge tries to croak a warning as the trooper overbalances and falls against the wall, but he's too late. The entire room is filled with blinding light and screams. Cursing loudly and moving with incredible speed, Sarge lifts the table off his arm, staggers to his feet, and switches the lights back off. All around the room, figures are sitting up and swearing at Nubby between pained groans. A half-empty bottle sails out of a small furniture fortress and just barely misses the trooper. In a groaning voice, Sarge asks if anyone remembers where they are, why an eye patch and tricorn hat have been glued to his head, and who the trooper duct taped to the ceiling is. Twitch is frantically searching his fort for several personal items that seem to be missing. Outside, there's an ominous click, as Sarge finds one of them. In the middle of the frantic scramble to defuse the mine, a tall man wearing a bathrobe and holding a cup of recaf walks in. The man takes in the wrecked room and its mostly sleeping occupants, then casually picks his way towards the troopers. He steps around the spot where Sarge is trying not to move and makes his way to Twitch's fortress, where he retrieves a suit jacket and a few pieces of feminine clothing that were used in the construction. As the man heads back out, he reminds everyone that their shuttle leaves in 2 hours. Up on the ceiling, the squad's new technical expert, Tink, wakes up and immediately slams his head into the metal plating. The All-Guardsmen Party, and the Interplanetary Man of Mystery. So no shit, there we were. 5 hungover guardsmen in a shuttle conference room, getting briefed on a desertion problem so massive that a literal army of commissars couldn't stop it. At least that's what we thought the briefing was about. It had been written by an Inquisitor with an accent so thick that he was nearly impossible to understand, and he felt the need to include that accent in his writing. This problem was compounded by the fact that the bathrobe-wearing man reading it obviously didn't really give a damn, and would often skip whole sections or pause to inject snarky comments. The man in the bathrobe was our new interrogator. We'd been hanging out in our section of Oak's ship when this guy burst in, dodged Twitch's reaction shot, and threw a briefcase into Sarge's lap. Then, without so much as pausing to introduce himself, he told us we had an hour to get the party started before the girls arrived and left again. The briefcase was full of money, and marked evidence. We didn't overthink the situation. Nubby grabbed a few other guardsmen and went to get supplies. Sarge formed an impromptu cleaning detail, and the rest of the squad went to see who else was up for a good time. Things were already getting pretty lively when the mystery man returned over a dozen sororitas and half of the all-female assassination team from Degji in tow. Just saying that we were surprised really doesn't do the situation justice. If it weren't for the large supply of liquid courage, most of the guardsmen present would have fled in terror. It was one hell of a party. Shame none of us could really remember it afterwards. Right as things had been really getting started, the mystery man came over to where we were sitting and pulled Tink, the rather infamous regimental techie, out of the crowd. He briefly introduced himself as Bane Johns, said he was our new interrogator, and told us to go enjoy ourselves. When Sarge asked about the mission, the interrogator just said he'd brief us and introduce the rest of the team later. They were busy doing boring stuff. After that, he wandered off and got a high-stakes poker game started with the leftover money from the briefcase, leaving us with a rather confused techie. After that, things were a bit of a blur, but a few incidents stood out. Nubby spectacularly lost the poker game and got a black eye after making a rather impertinent remark to Doc's Hospitaller lady friend. Tink was thoroughly rejected by Hannah, the cob girl, and then got into a heated argument with Twitch over whether an autogun could turn someone into an orc. That ended with Doc taking away most of Twitch's weapons, and Tink somehow wound up taped to the ceiling. Doc disappeared after the incident and didn't show up until the morning, when he wandered in smelling of flowery antiseptic and helped cut Tink down. No one could remember what Sarge did during the party, why he was dressed like a rogue trader, or whose idea the glue and permanent marker was. We all remembered the interrogator though. He was everywhere during the party. He drank more than anyone could really believe, won the poker game, and left with a sister hanging on each arm after laying out 2 guardsmen during a rather spectacular brawl. Then come morning he was up and moving without showing a single sign of discomfort. It was almost enough to make you hate him. The half-assed briefing came to a crashing halt when the rest of our team came in and demanded to know who we were and why we were on their shuttle. In retrospect, it's easy to see why they didn't recognise us as the team's muscle. None of us looked very professional. Twitch and Nubby were obviously hungover, Doc was asleep across a row of chairs, Tink was still half covered with tape, and it was going to take some serious solvers to get the hat and eye patch off Sarge. As for the interrogator, most folks don't imagine a man lounging around in a bathrobe when they hear the phrase, Senior Inquisitorial Agent. With one exception, the rest of the team consisted of the 5th worst type of people you find in the Inquisition. Bureaucrats. Coming in right between insane zealots and raging paranoids, they were the sort of extremely serious and tedious individuals that don't derive any actual satisfaction from their life, or see why you should either. They'd all been some sort of special arbitres team or something, but 2 of them were just adepts with shock mauls, and the other 2 were the most tedious arbitrators in existence. To a man, they were unpleasant to be around. It was easy to see why the interrogator hadn't invited them to the party, and their 5th was even worse. He was the absolute worst type of inquisitorial teammate, a psyker. Not a nice, sane psyker either. He was a mutterer and radiated a sort of depressing aura. His mere presence was so mind-numbing that it had to be either the result or cause of his teammates' personalities. The interrogator got them all calmed before anyone drew a firearm or the psyker exploded. They made a few introductions and ditched us. He tossed the briefing documents to one of the adepts and just wandered off. Obviously he had better things to do than sit around planning the mission. After an hour or so of tedious discussion, we all decided he had the right idea and followed suit. No one seemed to notice when we left. That set the tone for the rest of the trip. None of us had any desire to spend more time around the Grey Brigade than absolutely necessary, and that included the interrogator. He didn't exclude them from briefings or anything like that. Instead he just dumped the whole pile of data provided by the Inquisitors on the bureaucrats and told them to handle it. They didn't object to his treatment, and we certainly didn't want to get stuck with all the tedious mission planning, but this behaviour struck us as slightly odd. As far as we could tell, the interrogator wasn't doing anything to prepare for the near-impossible task in front of us. Instead, he seemed focused on enjoying himself as much as possible during the voyage. The man seemed to have some sort of superpower. Somehow, he could get a party started any time, any place, at a moment's notice. Every time we saw him, he was either telling an amusing story, running a poker game, or had a beautiful woman on his arm. It was damn impressive, especially given that we were on a Navy vessel, not a cruise ship. The only problem was that we couldn't keep up. At first, we tagged along behind Bane. He was the best source of entertainment on the ship, but the man was perfectly capable of drinking until 3 every single night. After a week, we gave up, and just stood back and watched. It was mind-boggling, and in Doc's professional opinion, the man wasn't human. We couldn't hold it against the interrogator, though. He was just a natural-born party animal, and did his best to make sure we enjoyed ourselves when we joined him. But it was vaguely worrying that he was the one in charge of the mission. While the interrogator parted and the boring people did boring things, we settled into our own routine and brought Tink properly into the squad. Tink got his name because Fix would have been confusing on the battlefield, and he had the poor taste to complain that Tink was a city name when someone called him by it. Back in the regiment, he had been one of the grease monkeys who hung around the motor pool and armoury. He wasn't an engineer and got rather snippy if someone called him one. He was just a helper who had picked up far more knowledge than the average tech priest would want him to have. This made him a lot more useful if you wanted to get something fixed, without also receiving a lecture on machine spirits and maintenance rituals. Tink was a solid trooper who pulled his weight despite being rather scrawny and hopeless when it came to close-range combat. He could fix just about any technical problem a Guardsman could have, and was the only plasma trooper we knew that still had all his original fingers and no skin grafts. That said, Tink wasn't exactly popular with the rest of the regiment. The problem was that, not to find a point in it, he was weird. The man had some serious issues with tech priests, couldn't keep his mouth shut, was nearly as bad as Nubby when it came to respecting personal property, and while he liked to say he had an affinity for technology, the rest of us just called it a fetish. Prior to joining us, he'd been part of a team that was, as far as we knew, still alive, and putting guard duty at some research facility. When Doc and Sarge tried to get more info about why he wasn't still with them, all they got was some dark muttering about hidebound reactionary dinosaurs standing in the way of true science, and sexual harassment. No one felt the need to press further. Aside from the interrogators' parties and the occasional meeting with the arbiters, we kept to ourselves during the trip. Which isn't to say that we just lazed around. From the sound of things, we're heading into a combat zone, and that's not a safe place for someone who's not prepared for a fight. None of us were keen on wasting time reviewing data and making intricate plans for the bureaucrats. Instead, we focused on getting our kit and ourselves in top condition. Sarge led drills, Nubby procured a few extra supplies, and Tink gave almost all of our gear a complete workover. Twitch wouldn't let anyone touch his stuff, and after Tink got a look at the modifications Twitch had made, he didn't want to even be in the same room as the Demolition Troopers' gear. Finally, Doc, who was rather enthusiastic about his teaching skills after the last mission, decided to get a few group exercises with the rest of the team. At first, everyone assured him that they were perfectly competent and had better things to do, but after enough wheedling, everyone agreed just to shut him up. The whole team formed up in a half-full cargo bay, and Doc handed out las weapons with training packs. There was going to be a few simple scrimmages with mixed teams to familiarise everyone and build morale. It did not build morale. It wasn't a complete shambles, like some other exercise we'd seen, but the Arbite team didn't want to be there, and the Psychosaura made us all pissy. Little fuck-ups kept happening, there were some injuries, and whenever the interrogator joined in, his team would win. Mostly everyone blamed the training las guns, they were utter shit and jammed on every other shot. There was also the fact that none of us could really get serious in a fight like this. We wanted to fight dirty and use explosives, and the Arbites didn't want to fight at all. Nothing was going right. We all just moped around and got more and more frustrated until Sarge snapped at the Psycho, who failed to hit anyone all day, and told him to do something useful, damn it! A minute later, a small localised shipquake shook the bay and knocked crates onto both Tink and one of the Arbites. Then, for an encore, the Psycho manifested a layer of ice on the floor, which he then slipped on, causing him to fly face first into the wall and knock himself out cold. The interrogator called a halt there and suggested that we not try this again. He then wandered off to see if anything was happening down at level 6 while we dug Tink and the Arbite out, and Doc checked the Psycho for a cracked skull. Perhaps unfairly, the Psycho got most of the blame for that shit show, and from then on we called him Fumbles. This did not seem to make him any more depressed than usual. We didn't spend much time hanging around in orbit once we reached the planet. A shuttle brought us down to a very fancy lounge where we were greeted by the simply posh Inquisitor, who had requested our team's assistance. We'd worked with the man before and knew him by the moniker Rupert. Before his promotion, he commanded 2 of our missions, which, despite being relatively successful, had both ended with him losing an arm to what might be called excessive enthusiasm. We were happy to see him. Between his political connections, combat prowess, and jovial demeanour, he was the best direct superior we've been given. Hard to understand, though. He usually needed his supernaturally competent Batman, Alfred, to act as translator and general nursemaid. To our complete lack of surprise, our new interrogator hit it off wonderfully with the Inquisitor. Both Bane and the Rupert spent the evening drinking and telling tales of ridiculous heroism. While they saw stories, Alfred quietly led the more serious members of our team off for a real briefing, which Tink, due to his poor understanding of the standard Imperial Guard protocol of not it, was also forced to attend. The rest of us joined our interrogator for an enjoyable evening of good stories and better brandy. Of course, before we could really get started, the techie came back and dragged the rest of us into the briefing, and not because he wanted us to suffer with him, or needed help taking notes and tracking our squad's responsibilities. As we made our way to the briefing, Tink quietly asked the rest of us if Alfred had a history of cruel practical jokes, and if, just hypothetically, Oak would accept "we're not suicidal idiots" as a reason for abandoning a mission. None of us had really gotten into the whole mission planning thing with the rest of the team. We figured they'd tell us anything we really needed to know when the time came. Doc and Sarge had taken a few peeks at all the reports the adepts were putting together, but most of the info we had was from the original mission brief. We knew that we were fighting the orcs for this planet for some unspecified reason. We knew that things weren't going well, and we knew that something about the amount of soldiers deserting here had drawn the Inquisition's attention. What we hadn't known was that the Rupert was the fourth Inquisitor sent here to sort things out, and that 2 of Oak's interrogator teams had died here as well. Just to reiterate, this mission had already killed dozens of experienced Inquisitorial agents and 3 full-blown Inquisitors. 1 dead Inquisitor might have been understandable, but 3 was just ludicrous. The second 2, at least, must have known that someone was gunning for them, and they're still being wasted without anything to show for it. 3 of the nastiest buggers this side of Terra had come here, with their entire retinues and all their Inquisitorial authority, and died horribly. Now it was our turn. Of course, we found it odd that the Rupert, who had all the self-preservation instinct of a lemming, was still alive. Alfred explained that he had personally foiled over a dozen assassination attempts, and that anything overt was being blocked by the Inquisitor's numerous political connections with the local brass. There were 3 regiments camped around the mansion, and a pair of frigates were undergoing repairs in synchronous orbit directly overhead. Apparently the other Inquisitors had either operated discreetly and died discreetly, or had demanded protection and had been surprised by how quickly unpopularity can get you killed in a war zone. Sometimes it pays to be every senior officer's cousin, schoolmate, comrade, or drinking buddy. While this was all quite interesting, especially Alfred's descriptions of the messy ways the other teams had died, we were all left with a big question. Why the hell were we here? If the Rupert had managed to survive and make progress, where all the other Inquisitors had died, what did he need our team for? None of us were happy with the Batman's answer. The Inquisitor had decided that the local guard command structure was so incredibly corrupt that he just had to sort it out personally. This meant that he wouldn't be able to devote his full attention to investigating the desertions, so he needed some trusty subordinates to do it for him. Specifically, he wanted old sweats with conkers for dodgy business and plenty of vim, some stalwart lads who can keep mum and don't get the cobbleywobs when the fur flies. Which apparently meant us, and whatever interrogator and teammates Oak decided to send along. How anyone could apply the phrase keep mum to our interrogator, stalwart to nubby, or twitch, or vim to our incredibly drab teammates was a mystery, but there we were. So while the Rupert did whatever the hell he was going to do about the corruption in the brass, we were going to be sent out to do a job that had already killed several far more competent teams. As Alfred outlined the largest morale and desertion problem any of us had heard of, we listened to the sound of the socialite interrogator and the old warhorse drinking and swapping tall tales in the next room, and pondered our chances of survival. None of us were very optimistic. The Rupert provided rooms for our team in the mansion he'd commandeered, but we didn't get much time to enjoy them. Under any of our previous interrogators, there would have been some intel gathering and basic plan forming, which is to say someone else would do that while we kept our heads down, but Bane didn't seem keen on sitting around. He burst into our rooms, wearing his damn bathrobe, and neatly avoiding all of Twitch's traps at an ungodly hour, and told us to gear up for a trip to the battlefield. Sarge tried to ask the interrogator just what the hell we'd been doing up at front, but the man just vaguely said that everything would work out, then wandered off before any of us could navigate the minefield in front of the door. Less than an hour later, we were all sitting in a flyer, watching Tink as he frantically went through the manual and poked at the controls. The interrogator sat in his seat and cheerfully deflected or ignored the frantic questions from the rest of the team about where we were going and why we were going there. For our part, we'd accepted that he wasn't going to tell us anything, and just grabbed our usual kits and strapped in for the ride, except for Twitch. He had what might be called his orc loadout on. No one sat near him, and the 2cc piled with explosives and weapons. After a few minutes, there was a shout of success with the cockpit, and the flyer's engines began to warm up. A second later, there was another shout, from the co-pilot Alfred had found for us, followed by a loud crackling sound as the nose gun went off and burned a neat hole in the side of the mansion. There was a short, mostly whispered argument between the 2 pilots, and Tink came out from the cockpit, got our destination coordinates from the laughing interrogator, then settled into the co-pilot's forward seat. As we flew, Tink passed Sarge a data slate with a tag map of our destination. We were headed to spot, supposedly just a few clicks behind our lines, and near one of the larger ongoing battles. Supposedly was the key word. Alfred or one of the Rupert's adepts had shaded the whole area in, and labelled it Lines partially collapsed, incredibly porous, possible desertion hotspot, expect enemy patrols and only enter in force. Struggling to keep the incredulity out of his voice, Sarge asked Bane why we were heading into a contested zone with only 11 men, and what he hoped to accomplish. The interrogator ignored the first question, and told Sarge that we were going to find some deserters and, he sniggered to himself here, interrogate them. Everyone just sort of sat there and stared at him. The only reason Sarge didn't both start bawling him out for the sheer stupidity of this idea was that the Arbite and the two adepts beat him to it. There was a long and very polite argument about how tactically sound an expedition into contested territory for no reason, other than the capture of a few deserters was, especially considering the local commissariat had put together several penal legions of them already. Unfortunately, all the arguments and criticism just ran off the interrogator like water. He sat there and repeatedly assured everyone that we could handle any problems, and that whatever random schmuck we found would have all the information we needed. Sarge abandoned the discussion to go plan the landing with Tink, while Doc and Nubby started putting some extra munitions out of Twitch's piles. At the back of the ship, the Psycho morosely told everyone that he'd foreseen our horrible deaths. Twitch proceeded to get into an argument with him about whether we'd all died to deserters, orcs, or orcs disguised as deserters. So no shit, there we were, heading into a combat zone, with no support, to find a bunch of heavily armed former Guardsmen, then ask them why they were deserting and where they were heading. It really says something that it was only the third worst plan we've been part of. The flight got a lot more interesting as we neared the front. The ground war on this planet was one of the bigger ones we'd seen. The sheer number of troops we could see below us was staggering. You could actually identify hot zones from the glow of mass lasgun fire. We all cluttered around the windows, but after a few minutes it stopped being amazing and was just depressing. A near endless tide of Guardsmen was marching into the fight, supported by millions of tanks and flyers, and all it was achieving was a stalemate. It was easy to see why desertion was a problem. The fight was bloody pointless, and it was obvious that most of the soldiers sent to that front weren't going to be coming back. The spot where we'd landed wasn't an active battle. It was a fairly wide valley that used to hold a fair-sized town or something. It had been turned into a charred wasteland by artillery. The only movement we could see was soldiers standing watch up in the edges, and the flash of artillery in the distance. It looked like the barrage was coming down right where the line was supposed to be. None of us speculated on whether they'd been allowed to pull back before the suppressive barrage was started. Tink set us down in a dell a click or two outside the town, or rather the loner pilot set us down while Tink carefully watched what buttons he pressed. The interrogator cheerfully reminded us that, officially, everyone left here was a deserter, so all we had to do was find someone, then ask him some questions, then head back to base for dinner and drinks. We shared a pained look with the other half of the team as he bounded out the rear hatch, then followed him into the no man's land. It goes without saying that the wasteland wasn't a happy place. None of us wanted to be there, even without the presence of desperate deserters or orc scouts. Anywhere that's had that many shells dropped in it is completely unsafe to wander around. Tink tried to convince Sarge that despite the complaints from the co-pilot, it was his duty to stay in the flyer. He might have pulled it off if both Nubby and Twitch hadn't joined in when they saw Sarge was actually considering it. As the interrogator led us in the general direction of town in the centre of the valley, we kept our heads down and eyes open. The interrogator did neither. The only man's concession to stealth was to occasionally sprint between wrecked buildings or walls, then stand up and return to walking out in the open when he got bored. After the second time we just barely stopped him from stepping on an unexploded shell, Sarge put Twitch in charge walking in front of him, and the rest of us spread out into a scouting perimeter. The Arbite team just walked along behind the interrogator, mimicking his moves, and quietly complained to each other about the situation. It was amazing that we got to the edge of town without anyone being seen or blown up. Not long after, we entered the town proper and we saw signs of life. A few small buildings were still standing and campfire smoke was coming out of one of them. We pulled back to discuss the plan of attack with the interrogator, but as soon as we pointed out the building, he stopped listening and ran towards it, while the rest of us raced to catch up. We got there too late to stop him, and just in time to watch, as he flung the door open, then stood there, with his cloak billowing around him, a rosette on display, and loudly asked if anyone inside was a traitorous deserter. There were a few seconds of shocked silence, then a rain of las fire poured out the door, barely missing the interrogator and clipping one of the adepts. Sarge and Twitch both immediately popped nades and then put them through the building's windows, and Nubby laid down some suppressive fire in the doorway, giving Doc the cover he needed. While the rest of us got the fight started and pulled the wounded adept to safety, Tink stepped back, pulled down his goggles, and raised his plasma gun. If you've never seen a plasma gun in action, imagine a cross between a las gun and a slug thrower. Instead of projecting a brief beam of powerful light, it gathers together an incredibly hot ball of energy, and then lobs it out like a stubber. But unlike a stub round, that blob of plasma will burn through just about anything that gets in its way. Also, it's bright blue. Makes an incredibly ominous whine as it charges, and occasionally vents superheated gases onto the user. All in all, las guns are a lot easier and safer to use, but when you want to destroy armour or punch through a wall, accept those substitutes. Tink put several rounds through the walls on either side of the door, killing the poor bastards taking cover against them, and opening firing ports for Sergeant Twitch to use. After that, the fight was pretty one-sided. We had better positions, weapons and training, but the real kicker was when the interrogator came through the back door with the rest of the team. For all of his lack of tactical sense, the man was an impressive fighter. He swept in and wiped out the last 4 deserters before they managed to turn to face him. None of the Arbites nor the Psycho got a shot off before it was over. It was an impressive end to the battle. Unfortunately, the whole thing was spoiled a little by the wounded adept screaming, and the fact that none of us had remembered to leave someone alive for interrogation. As soon as Doc was finished banishing the adepts, we got away from the corpse-filled building before someone came to check out the noise. As we moved, Bane treated everyone to a play-by-play of the fight with sound effects, and Sarge probably decided that it would be best to keep the interrogator away from the next group of deserters we found. When Twitch spotted movement in another wrecked building, we pulled together and formed a fairly simple plan. Doc, who was sticking with the wounded adept anyway, was put in charge of keeping the rest of the team out of our way. He led them in the opposite direction from the deserters to investigate some random pile of debris, which might be hiding a secret deserter hideout or something, while the rest of us just casually walked away. After a little scouting and some discussion, we decided that it'd probably be easier for us to pretend to be fellow deserters and ask info, then try and capture one of them. That is to say, it was easier for Twitch and Nubby to pretend to be fellow deserters. Sergeant Tink decided to stay back and watch. Tink's plasma gun and other toys made him stand out a little too much for comfort, and Sarge practically had Senior NCO tattooed on his forehead. Neither of them was likely to find friends inside, but Twitch and Nubby were practically poster children for desertion. If a director was putting together one of those commissariat films on the evils of cowardice and asked for an obvious cretin as well as someone who clearly snapped a long time ago, he'd have sent both troopers back for looking too stereotypical. They didn't have any trouble at all walking into the camp. Within a minute of entering, Nubby was trading IHO sticks for rumours, and had Twitch starting collecting info on local orc patrols. Of course, these guys didn't know anything really useful to us. Why would they? They were just a bunch of poor suckers who'd gotten screwed over, just about everyone on either side of the war. None of them had any secret nefarious plan, they just didn't want to die. Mostly they were just told us that the troopers above the valley were shooting anyone who tried to leave, which was pretty much what we'd expected from the commissariat. They did have one piece of interesting info, though. One of them said that some former officer was putting deserters together for a push out of the valley. They didn't want any part of it, but we were free to try if we had a death wish. Unfortunately, before Nubby could get directions from them, the screaming started. It came from the area where Doc was distracting the interrogator and sounding awful warpy. The second it faded, it was replaced with the sound of gunfire. The deserters all immediately ran for it, and we decided to pull back to help instead of trying to stick with them. We calmed Doc as we ran in an attempt to figure out what the hell was going on, but the medic wasn't making much sense. All we were able to establish was that someone was an idiot, and orcs were involved. When we finally made visual contact with the team, they were holed up in some rubble, and exchanging fire with a bunch of deserters in another pile. The 4 of us started to flank around, but before we got halfway, we were interrupted by a loud "Wah!" at the arrival of a squad of greenskins on the opposite side of the fight. It's times like this that knowing your enemy and having a decent comms network can really pay off. We all grabbed cover and Sarge barked a ceasefire order to the rest of the team, which, to our complete lack of surprise, was obeyed by everyone but Bane. Luckily, a piece of debris blocked the greenskins' view of the interrogator, which meant that the deserters were the only visible enemies. Following their usual insane logic, the orcs all charged the hostile pile of rubble, completely ignoring us as we got into position to take out the winner. The fight ended without any other incidents, but once again, none of the deserters survived. While Sarge reported the small amount of information Nubby and Twitch attained, Doc filled us in on what had happened. As he worked to patch up the second adept, the medic explained that the ruined building he'd picked for a distraction had just happened to contain another group of deserters. They'd been talking about something and the interrogator wanted to listen in, so he'd led the whole team closer. Right as they'd gotten close, someone, Doc threw a wad of bloody bandage at Fumbles here, decided to try listening to the deserters' thoughts instead of their voices, and screwed the pooch. Hence the warpy scream, Doc's near deafness when we commed, and the ensuing fight. He said it was sheer bloody luck that the interrogator managed to dodge all the fire, and hadn't wound up like Adept. Furthermore, it was practically a miracle that only one group of orcs had followed the noise. All in all, Doc was not a very happy trooper, despite getting a great chance to prove his medical ability, and said we had gotten off incredibly light so far. He was of the opinion that it was time to cut our losses, and the two bleeding adepts seemed to agree. Or at least they moaned in a sort of agreeable way. Sarge had a very weird discussion with the interrogator while Doc complained to the rest of us. He didn't seem to mind that we'd gone off to do our own investigation, and seemed inordinately happy with the scrap of info about someone organising the local deserters. When Sarge and the Arbites pointed out that none of us had the slightest idea where in the large, ruined Orkfield Valley this was happening, the man only laughed and assured them that the deserters we just fought had probably known where it was. Sarge adopted the very patient voice you use when talking to slow children or armed madmen, and explained that those deserters were very dead now. It was unlikely they'd be giving us directions. 5 minutes later, Sarge and Nubby were digging through the corpses looking for any secret notes or maps to the hideout. 10 minutes later, he was swearing sulfurously as he delivered the map to Bane. Unbelievably, it really was a map to where the deserters were mustering, with detailed directions and everything. We didn't even need to have the adepts translate the version of Gothic it was written in. The interrogator just happened to have studied it back in the Scholar. None of us were very happy about this turn of events. For one thing, it meant we weren't going to be leaving the valley yet, and for another, it was complete and utter bullshit. Sure, occasionally you find some random thing that just happens to be exactly what you need, but it's pure luck. You don't get to depend on it happening as part of your plan. It was unfair that the universe was playing along with him. When it finally stopped, it was probably going to get us killed along with him. There was a lot of grumbling as we followed the map deeper into the town. The entire group's mood, except the interrogators, entered a sort of downward spiral starting at anger and transitioning through disgust to a sort of weary depression. While Sarge had a lot of unkind things to say about the interrogator, and most of us engaged in a sort of round-robin bitchfest with the Arbites, Doc and his patients were the worst. He continuously whined about having to care for the two adepts who, in turn, complained about having bleeding holes in their bodies. We probably would have all killed ourselves before we got to the enemy if it weren't for Twitch and Tink. Twitch, bless his paranoid little heart, accused one of the Arbites of stealing his happiness and draining his very soul away. Tink grabbed that chain of logic and ran with it. A few minutes later, we were all feeling better as Fumble stayed a minimum of 20 metres behind everyone else. It was decided by fair and democratic vote that the two Arbites would take turns keeping him company until Doc could get his hands on some antidepressants for the creepy little bugger. The interrogator ignored this whole charade. He was too busy walking in plain sight with the map held out in front of him. We figured that best case scenario his luck would hold, and he'd lead us to the deserters without incident. Worst case, he'd get killed by a Dutch shell or a bunch of orcs. It was a win-win situation, and Nubby even started taking bets on the outcome. At least until Sarge got annoyed, and threatened to put him on Fumble's duty. Unfortunately, it turned out that we'd been far too optimistic. Doc was the one who first recognised the landmarks from the map, but it was Twitch who spotted the stubber nest. By the time we saw it, the interrogator was already halfway across the kill zone. The entire team piled up at the edge and watched, as Bane walked up to a wrecked lamppost, then paused to check his map. Sarge frantically flipped his comm to the interrogator's channel and told him to freeze. Instead he turned to face us and loudly asked why everyone had stopped. Everyone held their breath and waited for the stubber to open up on him. Eventually we ran out of breath. Somehow, the two deserters in the nest completely failed to notice that a man in a flapping cloak that screamed Inquisition no less was standing behind a post half as wide as him and talking on his combeat. In a choked voice, Sarge explained the situation, prompting Bane to lean out and stare at the nest for a few seconds, then start talking in a loud stage whisper. This was more than we could handle. Sarge peeked around the corner and verified that the hostiles looked like real soldiers, and neither one was blindfolded, then jerked back as the stubber swung to bear on him. We all heard one of the deserters tell the other that he might have seen something. Sarge, Doc, and the Arbite started to argue over their comms with the interrogator, who was whispering so loudly that we could all hear him from across the street, while the rest of us got into a fairly heated discussion about just what the hell was going on here. Tink was of the opinion that something warpy was happening, though Fumbles denied this and claimed that everything was normal. This prompted Nubby to start blaming the depressed Psycho for screwing with the laws of physics, while Twitch, of course, blamed everything on the orcs. The argument came to a crashing halt when Tink's voice rose almost to the same level as the interrogators, and the stubber opened up on our cover. It wasn't a long or well-aimed burst, just a spray across our general area. In our professional opinions, these guys are obviously more interested in convincing us to leave than actually scoring a kill, but a freak ricochet managed to nail one of the adepts in the leg. While Doc opened his medkit for the third time that day and Nubby yelled abuse at the two deserters, Twitch directed our attention to Bane. He was briskly walking into the alley the Nest was guarding while the enemy was distracted. We figured he was going to take out the stubborn Nest so we could follow him in. Instead, he calmed us all. In a voice that just oozed smugness, he ordered us to meet him in the main courtyard, and then said he was going dark and turned off his comm bead. Hopefully he heard what Tink yelled at him. The deserter certainly did. A second ricochet lodged itself squarely in Twitch's helmet. Everyone except Sarge and the Arbites were in favour of ditching the interrogator and heading back to the flyer. Unfortunately, orders were orders and we had a job to do. After all of us calmed down, we pulled back to a more secure wrecked building and got a plan together. Shooting our way in was out of the question, so we needed a way to sneak in. The problem was that none of us were very sneaky, and only half of us stood a chance of impersonating deserters. We didn't have spare uniforms for the Arbites, and neither Adepts was up for anything strenuous. Fumbles volunteered to make us all invisible, but Doc immediately vetoed that idea and sent back to his corner on the far side of the building. In the end, we decided just to leave them all together to act as a secure base while we went in ourselves. Tink's toys and plasma weapon were cramped into a rucksack, Doc was pushed into a puddle of mud, and Sarge hoped really hard that no one on perimeter duty had a grudge against NCOs. Nubby and Twitch in the lead, we went to back up the idiot. We circled around to another entrance in hopes of finding some less weird guards than the selectively blind ones that shot at us. The main entrance to the deserters' compound had at least 2 gunners covering it, and a few troopers lounging around in front of it. A protesting Nubby was kicked out ahead of us to act as emissary, and sidled up to the troopers with his head held comically high in the air. None of us heard what he told the guards, but they quickly lowered their weapons and let Nubby join them at their post. Glow sticks were exchanged, a bottle materialised from somewhere, and after a few more minutes, than were probably necessary, he called us over. Nubby made a round of introductions, starting with Sarge, who got a long appraising look from the man in charge, and ending with Doc. When the Desters saw we had a medic, they perked up, and started asking pointed questions about the state of his medkit, i.e. how many ampoules of painkillers he had, and how many he really needed. Doc shot Nubby a glare and ponied up about a third of his supply. This immediately made us several new friends, and one of the troopers happily agreed to show us around. The tour consisted of a meandering walk through the collapsed buildings that made up the compound, and ended in an open central area populated by a few dozen deserters. He dumped us on an oddly cheerful man who welcomed us to the First Free Army and informed us that we were extremely lucky. It turned out we'd arrived just in time to hear an important announcement from the General. After it was all over, he'd see about getting us fit in, but for now we should just listen. A pair of men, who could have been Sarge's brothers, came out of a nearby building and started barking everyone into formation. As we shuffled around, Twitch spotted a single soldier wearing a Valhallan coat and hat, a preposterously large moustache, and a dozen things which obviously marked him as an Inquisition agent. Sure, the greatcoat covered most of him and the moustache looked amazing, but anyone who looked closely was going to bust him. It actually holstered his mastercrafted silenced auto pistols outside of the coat, and you could even see his rosette peeking out from the front of the coat. It was like he wasn't even trying. We quickly moved in around him and blocked everyone's view, while Sarge did his best to fix Bane's disguise. Nothing could be done about the shiny carapace greaves and boots, but the autos were stashed in his pockets and replaced with a spare las pistol. The rosette was tucked inside his shirt, and we managed to shove him into parade rest before one of the sergeants came over to yell at us. Our squad was split up onto either side of the interrogator, and we all did our best not to draw attention. As the last deserters formed up, a big man wearing a general's insignia, tacked onto a major's uniform, came out and addressed the troops. As moving speeches go, it rated a solid 7, hitting several key topics like the importance of camaraderie and the mating habits of commissars, but losing a few points for talking too much about protecting civilians. Also for being a traitor's heap of lies designed to sap the fighting spirit of brave guardsmen and lure them into vile heresy. After everyone had been suitably pumped up, he moved on to some real topics, like the rumours that some rogue traders were trading trips off-planet for favours or a gig of service in their private armies. Apparently these rumours were not only completely true, but the General had managed to contact one of them and worked out a rendezvous. At this point, he flourished a calligraphy-filled note, and there was a great deal of cheering. Furthermore, he made contact with a sympathetic regiment, which would turn a blind eye to our escape from this hellhole, but before he'd go into details, he needed to make sure no one here was a commissariat spy. Well, the general explained that he'd heard reports that an unmarked flyer had landed in the area, and listed all the horrible things that the commissariat would do if it found us. His two henchmen started traversing the line of deserters. They carefully went over each man, occasionally asking them questions when inspecting their equipment. We all nervously checked ourselves over, and I, the interrogator, who'd apparently gotten tired of standing straight, and was now in a pose best described as lounging. As the inspectors were closer, he took out a IHO stick, jammed it under the fake moustache, and drew out his trainee rosette. We watched in horror as he flipped off the top, and lit his IHO stick with it. Just to be clear here, the man had a lighter installed in his inquisitorial badge of office. Emperor knows why he had it done, or how he got someone to agree to fiddle with the thing, but he used it right there in the middle of the deserter base, then dropped it back down his coat. It sat there and peeked out the front like a poorly camouflaged trainee on guard duty. Both Doc and Sarge frantically whispered at him to put it away, but Bane just stared at them blankly, and before the point got across, the two henchmen reached us. Twitch passed a review without comment, and they actually stepped back a bit when they reached Nubby. His unique odour could affect people like that. Tink didn't get off so easy though. Whether it was his bulging pack, fancy than usual armour, or near permanent expression of petulance mixed with superiority, something about him bothered the inspectors. One of them stepped behind the techie and flipped open his pack, exposing his stash of gadgets and the bulky plasma gun. The other goon smiled a shit-eating grin, and loudly asked the general what sort of gear a slimy little commissariat weasel would carry. Tink's panic denials and the supporting testimony from Nubby and Twitch might have gotten him off the hook if he had kept a level head, but when they took his pack away, he exploded in impotent nerd rage. While he showed a lot of passion and his word choice was quite inventive, Tink was a lousy melee fighter, and his pathetic attack didn't impress the henchmen. They quickly subdued him, and he was dragged off for questioning by a pair of deserters. While everyone watched Tink spink down, each of us evaluated our options. We could all see that there wasn't any way we'd survive a straight fight in the middle of this place. Our only real chance was to keep up the disguise until we could do something sneaky. The problem was that there didn't seem to be any way the interrogator would pass inspection, and there was no way of knowing what he'd do when they spotted him. If they just captured him like Tink, we'd be able to try and spring them both together, but they could just immediately execute him, or he might start a fight and drag us in. Each of us was so busy agonising over this that we almost missed it when Bane made his move. The interrogator just casually walked from his position in line just past Tink to a spot between Nubby and Twitch. Apparently everyone was too busy watching our Malby techie getting the shit beat out of him to notice. When the inspection resumed, both goons moved on to Sergeant Doc without blinking. It was really quite amazing. The man hadn't done anything sneaky, he'd just chosen the exact moment when everyone was distracted. We all did our best to keep the surprise off our faces as the inspection was wrapped up without further incident. Securing the knowledge that no spies were present, the general outlined a complex plan for escaping to the rendezvous with the trader. There were a lot of regiment names, passphrases, waypoints, and other stuff we really didn't care about. Then the parade was over. As the other newbie deserters walked off to do whatever it was they did around here, we quickly pulled together to hash out a rescue plan. Unfortunately, the interrogator didn't have any time for that. He made a beeline for where the general and his goons were talking with a few of the recruits. Sarge and Twitch went off to rescue Tink, leaving Doc and Nubby behind in the square. Their job was to grab the interrogator and convince him not to do anything suicidal until Sarge returned. In Doc's opinion, this was not an ideal plan, but there hadn't been time to think of anything better. Both troopers hustled after the interrogator and got there just as he reached the group of chatting deserters. They watched in horror as Bane, hand outstretched and fake moustache bristling, interrogator walked right up to the general and greeted him in a horrible Valhallian accent. What followed was a string of stereotypical and cliched comments that would have mortally offended any actual Valhallian. Both Nubby and Doc had served with the Ice World regiments before, and it was physically painful to hear the interrogator calling everyone comrade, joking about how hot the climate was, and complaining about the lack of alcohol in the camp. It was lucky that a deserter's hideout is the last place you'd find a real Valhallian, and incredibly lucky that no one here knew that, or apparently had ever met one. The general welcomed Ivan Ivanov with a smile, laughed at his jokes, and promised he'd go far in the First Free Army. Doc and Nubby had about a second to feel relieved, then the general spotted them. His smile turned into a suspicious glare as he asked Doc just which regiment he was from. Doc was a clever boy, a good fighter, and a decent medic, but he was a terrible bullshitter. He froze up for a solid 5 seconds, then started stuttering, asked if the general meant him, and if he really wanted his whole life story. When the general didn't stop glaring, the panicking medic took refuge in the truth, and started to rattle off the regimental details of the General 99th Medium Infantry, a regiment which had died years ago. Nubby tried to come to the poor boy's rescue, but the general responded in a way that most officers did when confronted with Nubby Nubs, which is to say he ignored the little trooper in hope that he'd go away if no one gave him any attention. Eventually the steam of battle was cut off and the general started asking some very pointed questions. Doc scrambled to field these but was distracted by the interrogator. Bane had wandered behind the general and was carefully scrutinizing the notes he'd been waving around when talking about contacting a rogue trader. After giving it a good once-over, the interrogator held up his wrist chrono and fiddled with it until a screen and lens popped out the sides. A mesh of green light was projected on the note, and he casually scanned the whole thing, both sides. Doc could barely keep his eyes off the scene of blatant spying as he fumbled through the questions. If anyone even glanced towards the interrogator, they'd all be killed. No one did look, though. Everyone was just busy staring at Doc, who had already sweated out half his body mass and was going for 3/4. He just barely managed to answer all of the questions aimed at him without blurting out something about working for the Inquisition, but it was obviously just a matter of time before he either tripped up or fainted. Right as things reached their most dire, the interrogator finished, walked up to Doc, and threw an arm around his shoulders. In that horrible accent, he chastised the general for being too suspicious of bosom companion Dothraki combat boy, then told a series of horribly cliched jokes. Just like that, everyone was all smiles again. The general stated that any friend of Ivan's was a friend of his, then shook Doc's damp hand and went to talk to some other recruits. Doc practically collapsed in relief, and Nubby grumpily swore at both of them for the puddle he'd been shoved into by one of the goons when he wouldn't shut up. The 3 of them headed in the direction Tink had been taken, and Doc pulled out his comm-bead. Before he could call anyone, the air was filled with twitches screaming, and on reflex, both soldiers hit the dirt, dragging the interrogator down with them. Twitch was having a pretty good time. Sure, he was in the middle of a hostile base inside an orc-infested battlefield, but Sarge had given him one of those good orders. He'd been told to make a distraction, a big one. About half of his supply had been secreted around the base. No one had even commented as he walked around holding the explosives, and the only troopers that had seen him planting them had backed away when he asked them if they wanted to help. He figured it'd take just long enough for everyone to figure out the situation for them to get safely out of the base. With a big smile on his face, Twitch sat and waited for Sarge's signal. When his comm clicked, the demolitions trooper took a big breath, screamed, "Incoming artillery!" and hit his first detonator. The shout was reflex echoed by several deserters, and the entire base started shaking with well-timed and placed explosions. A few seconds after the first barrage, Sarge's voice came from his comm-beat, instructing everyone to head for the side exit Bane had used. Twitch smiled and touched his dented helmet as the second barrage removed a certain stubborn nest. It was a very good day. The squad came back together as they all made for the same exit. Tink was walking on his own, but Sarge was carrying all his gear. Doc sat him with a stim, just to be on the safe side, and eyed Sarge, who was half covered in blood. The interrogator asked how he'd sprung the Toteki, and Sarge just stared back, glanced at the chain bayonet he was still holding, and gruffly said that he'd explained the chain of command to Tink's new friends. Both Nubby and the interrogator broke into rather tactless laughter, until we all saw Twitch coming in at a dead sprint. None of us stopped to ask why Twitch was running. It's not a question you ask demolitions experts, you just do your best to keep up with them. As we cleared the city, a final barrage collapsed our exit, crushing a few deserters who'd been hard on Twitch's heels. Sarge calmed the other half of the team and told them to get ready to bail. Then we all just focused on running. We were almost to the Arbite when the deserters launched their pursuit. A dozen ex-guardsmen took turns chasing us and taking potshots at our backs, and behind them a salamander burst through a wall, then turned to face us. The general himself was standing out of the top hatch and blasting at us with a pintle bolter, while yelling at his troops to run faster. We got a few shots off as they closed, and the Arbites laid down some decent covering fire, but keeping to cover was slowing us down, and the salamanders steadily gained on us. Both of the miners Twitch dropped behind us were easily dodged by the salamander's driver, and as we reached the Arbites it became apparent that we'd have to at least disable the vehicle if we wanted to escape on foot. We got into cover as the enemy closed and tried to pick off some of the deserters. We didn't have much luck since most of them were smart enough to use their own cover, but Bane managed to nail 3 of them with his auto pistols. The man was an amazing shot if nothing else. No one managed to hit the general, and as the salamander got closer, we all scrambled for heavier cover and got ready to surround the vehicle. If we'd had more time or space, one of Twitch's mines would have been perfect, but the overcharged plasma bust Tink put into the vehicle's side armor was a close second. He managed to get the engine on his first shot, completely immobilizing it, and making it much easier for us to snap at its firing ports. The general saw the situation, was desperate, and started to wildly swing his bolter around, host fire at us while we all tried to land a shot on him. Doc and Sarge both missed their shots, and the rest of the squad stayed in cover instead of taking the chance. The interrogator and one of the Arbites didn't bother with cover, preferring to nimbly dodge through the bolter rounds and get shot in the face respectfully. Behind the salamander, Fumbles peeked out of a doorway and raised his hands towards the general. We all ducked down and prayed. There was a titanic bang, and the world went white for a few seconds. Only Sarge saw as the interrogator leapt up onto the salamander, put a gun against the stuntman's head, and muttered a pithy one-liner before blowing it off. Once everyone could see again, we finished off the last deserters in the salamander without incident, unless you call Tink overheating his plasma gun and dropping it on his foot an incident. The important thing is that no one else died, and the other deserters laid it after the salamander was dealt with. The end count was 2 dead, 1 of the adepts died while we were away, 2 wounded and 1 very unconscious psyker. The interrogator said we weren't allowed to just leave him, so Sarge carried him while the Arbite carried the adept. The 2 dead were given a proper military cremation courtesy of Tink's plasma gun, which he managed to overheat and drop on his foot a second time during the quick service. That done with, we all headed back for the flyer, which the co-pilot confirmed was still completely secure. As we walked, the interrogator congratulated everyone on killing a dangerous rebel and helping him secure a piece of critical information. He happily told everyone how the information we found identified both a treacherous rogue trader and traitors within the local guard command. It was sure to be a key part of our investigation. While it really was a good haul, especially for how stupid the whole mission concept had been, most of us just ignored him, and Tink actively glared at him while muttering about how unfair the universe was. When we got back to the flyer and angled towards the interrogator was redirected towards the co-pilot, who had failed to mention the 2 other flyers or the woman holding a gun to his head. Since none of them shot at us, we decided the situation was some sort of political, and deferred to the interrogator. Bane ignored the men stepping out of the other flyers, knocked on the woman's door, and actually held up a hand to help her down when she opened it. To our amazement, she actually took it and laughed at her as she stepped down, all 2+ meters of her. To put it simply, the woman was huge, in several ways, and while she might have been beautiful, we were all too focused on the fact that she was bigger than Sarge and had more scars than all of us put together. She was carrying an Astarte-sized bolter, had an eye patch shaped like a heart, and was wearing what had to be a custom-made set of carapace armour. The interrogator was a head shorter than her and had the sort of grin you see on professional mountaineers or big game hunters. None of us could hear what the 2 said to each other, though it was apparent that our boy was doing well. We'd heard a few laughs that sounded like a layman Russ gunning his engine, and if any of us had put our hand where he did, we'd have lost them and the arm too. After a while, Bane called us over, introduced the woman as Ivana Krushu, and told us that she represented a very influential man who wanted to meet us. We all got in the flyer. Tink didn't argue when Ivana took his seat in the cockpit and headed off to meet the man who was very politely taking us prisoner. Since none of us had anything better to do, we all followed Fumble's example and took a nap during the flight. This meant it was a bit of a shock when we woke up in some villa with a few dozen guns in our faces. We were relieved of our other weapons by some of the hard-bitten men around us, who might as well have been wearing shirts that said "Deserter Mercenaries," and this time Tink kept his mouth shut when his plasma gun was taken away. Fumbles was still out of it, so Sarge carried him as we were herded to a rather nice waiting room. Ivana and the interrogator ditched us there, presumably to talk to the boss without us guardsmen dirtying the place up. They took half the guards with them, and this evened the odds to the point where some of us started to get ideas. The men who disarmed us hadn't been nearly thorough enough. Doc only had his medkit and Tink had nothing, but Sarge still had his boot knife. Nubby had a stub gun and Twitch had his backup grenades as well as a las pistol. Even if the rest of the team and the co-pilot had nothing, we had enough firepower to take the guards, and after that, we'd have their shiny combat shotties. On top of that, we could see the flyer sitting on its pad just a short sprint away. There was a real chance that we could escape and even ditch the interrogator in the bargain. It was very tempting, but none of us wanted to leap into action and risk getting killed yet. Except for Twitch. No one was absolutely sure that these guys were planning to kill us. After all, they could have just done that back in the valley. Then we overheard one of the guards asking another if the boss was planning to kill us personally, like the other Inquisition goons. Doc acted as the distraction. He spilled half of his medkit, and a few of the less scrupulous guards noticed several ampules of very expensive drugs running past their feet. During the brief scramble, Sarge buried his knife in one guard's throat, Nubby plugged another in the gut, and Twitch scored a headshot, leaving just 4 guards. It was strategy, not luck, that all the guards were closer to the Arbite and Adept than the rest of us, and while neither had a weapon, they were both able to tie up a guard and melee for a second. Unfortunately, that left 2 guards free. The first shot barely missed Dog as he scrambled for cover, and the second caught the Arbite in the side, where it was mostly stopped by his armour. Those 2 shots were all they got, because Tink grabbed one of the falling shotguns before it hit the floor, and everyone else was already switching targets. Within seconds, all the guards were dead in exchange for a single nasty wound on the Arbite and a broken arm on the Adept. It was a good trade all in all, but we could hear reinforcements coming. Twitch's 2 nades kept the incoming guards back while we grabbed our shotguns and made an exit. There hadn't been any guards near the flyer when the fight started, which meant that the co-pilot was free to sprint to it, while the rest of us followed more slowly. The first hostiles came in from the wrong side and got fried by a quick burst from the flyer's nose gun, but the second set came from behind it and engaged us in a running firefight. There was no cover to speak of on the part of the flyer. It was going to be a bloodbath unless we were exceedingly lucky. Just this once, we were. None of us had paid much thought to fumbles. We certainly didn't want to carry an unconscious body with us as we ran, so we had left him to the Arbite and the Adept to worry about. He was awake now, though, and for the first time since we met him, he didn't fuck up. The Psycho waved his hands, and one of the incoming guards turned around and then hosed his squad base with point-blank automatic shotgun fire. It was pretty gruesome. Some of the guards got shots off at us before they died, taking a chunk out of both Nubby and Sarge, but not doing any serious damage. The same could be said for the fire that came in from our pursuers, though. Their first volley blew the Adept to pieces, and forced us all to duck and return fire instead of continuing our sprint. The going got much slower after that, becoming a fighting retreat instead of an all-out run. We were still making progress, though, and could hear the flyer's engine spinning up. Unfortunately, we weren't the only ones who noticed the flyer getting ready. When we were about 15 metres from it, a rocket lanced out of the entrance. We watched in horror as the rocket went right through the windshield, then the co-pilot, and went off in a fireball that killed our only real chance of escape. That was pretty crushing, to tell the truth, but we decided to fight on anyway. What else was there to do? We found some decent cover around the landing pad and dug in like proper Guardsmen. Between our shotguns and another well-placed body puppet spell, we killed another dozen guards, and convinced the rest that we were above their pay grade for the time being. There was a nice lull which Doc used to patch everyone up, without painkillers, may I add, and Nubby used to scrounge some ammo from some of the closer corpses. After that, we just sat around and got ready for them to bring in the heavies and kill us. There wasn't another attack, though. Instead, we heard a familiar voice telling us to stand down. The interrogator came out to the main entrance with Ivana at his back, holding her bolter and with a rocket launcher slung over her shoulder. Bane alternated between congratulating us on our bravery and yelling at us for acting without orders, then segued into a lecture on how everything was being worked out, and we all might come out of this alive if we put down our weapons and acted intelligently. The vote was 4-2 in favour of just shooting him, until Sarge put his foot down and told us to surrender. This time the weapon search was very thorough, and an untouchable was brought up and handcuffed to Fumbles. Once we were all subdued, a man in a ridiculously gaudy overcoat came out to gloat at us a little. Well, really, it wasn't just gloating. There was a fair bit of praise mixed in. He seemed genuinely impressed with the mess we made and went so far as to offer us jobs in his personal guard. This was actually a pretty attractive offer, especially after the Arbite claimed he'd rather die than betray his duty than did. There's a moral in there somewhere about pointless bravado. The trader put his bolt pistol back in its holster, then ordered his men to take us away to think things over. As we were bundled off, Tink and Doc noticed that, for once, the interrogator wasn't talking or flirting. Instead, he looked rather ill and actually stumbled over his own feet and fell when the trader slapped him on the back. Doc put it down to having one of his teammates executed in front of him, but Tink formed a suspicion which he shared with Twitch during the walks to the cells. We were all, except for Fumbles, given one cell to share. It was really quite nice of them not to split us up, and the cell wouldn't have been too bad if it had more than 2 bunks. As it was, we made ourselves as comfortable as possible, and mulled over the situation. That is to say, Sarge and Doc mulled over the situation. Nubby just went to sleep while Twitch and Tink excitedly whispered about something. After a few hours, Bane showed up with Ivana at his side. The Valkyrie wasn't in her armor this time. Instead, she was in a dress that reminded Sarge of the storage tarp she put over tanks. It was hard not to notice the way she kept looking at the interrogator, who had his arm wrapped around her waist. For his part, Bane was obviously drunk. This never seemed to impede him much, instead it just made him annoying happy. He cheerfully informed us that the trader had agreed to just imprison us here for a few months while he finished his business on the world. After that, we'd be free to go about our business. Furthermore, Bane promised to come visit us regularly and maybe get us a bigger cell after a few days. Our masked glares just sort of bounced off his drunken cheerfulness. His message delivered, Bane bade us good night and, as a sort of afterthought, handed us the anisette bottle he'd been carrying. Ivana chimed in at this point and told that this was an incredibly generous offer that was only being given to us thanks to our handsome and charming boss. This triggered a round of flirting that was outright sickening. Equal parts cheesy and repulsive, it just kept going and going while we looked on in disgust. He just spouted line after horrible line, which she ate up, then returned with overtones of horrible crushing. Honestly, we weren't sure who was worse. They both were acting brain damage, and the horror show only ended when Doc and Twitch started gagging. Bane shot us a glare for interrupting, and led his lady away. As he left, Tink ran to the edge of the cells and watched carefully. The techie started cackling with glee when he spotted the interrogator stagger for a few steps after passing one of the other cells. Tink's fascination with our drunken interrogator was only the second most interesting thing in the cell, though. As Nubby grabbed the bottle of Amasec, his label slid off. There was writing on the inside. The note explained that Bane had seduced a high-level subordinate to our cause, who had confirmed the presence of high-ranking traitors in the Imperial Guard. Furthermore, the traitors would be arriving tomorrow, and would be taken out for exercise as they arrived. Our gear would all be provided, and the guards present would be working with us. As long as we were ready, we'd be able to take out the traitors and escape all at once. It'd be an understatement to say we were surprised. Assuming it was all true, the bastard had actually come through for us. The plan sounded relatively solid, and if we pulled it off, it had turned a pretty abysmal failure into a major victory. The problem was that none of us could see how he'd done it. Except for Tink, that is. Tink and Twitch's excitement boiled over when we read the note, and they let us in on their secret. According to them, our interrogator was a powerful psyker or possibly a vampire orc. Of course, this was rejected by Nubby on the grounds that Bane hadn't exploded, summoned any demons, or gone some variety of crazy during the mission. Tink claimed that most psykers didn't do these things, but had a great deal of difficulty convincing anyone, especially when Fumbles was brought up as an example. His theory went that the interrogator was some sort of nascent, which we took to mean sneaky psyker who used his powers to make himself incredibly lucky. Furthermore, Tink claimed he did this by stealing other people's luck, which is why things kept going to shit for us, but not him. This was a compelling theory, was backed up nicely by the way he acted around the untouchable, and how Fumbles had always screwed up so massively around him. At this point, Twitch reiterated his theory of vampire orc, as opposed to sneaky psyker, but didn't manage to convince anyone. Before he went to sleep, a plan was hatched, and that night we had some very strange dreams. Every single one of us dreamed of a massive nose and mustache which bellowed, "Alfred, is this blaster thing on?" It was followed by a weary voice informing him that the thing was 5th Company's psyker, and he didn't need to shout. After a little more arguing, the Rupert finally backed up to where we could fully see him, but he still yelled. We noticed that the Inquisitor had traded his dress uniform for a set of power armor, and had definitely seen battle recently. Behind him, Alfred was busy relaying orders to several subordinates we couldn't make out, and there was the sound of fighting nearby. Sarge tentatively asked what was going on, and the Rupert clapped his hands in delight. What followed was a rather bewildering briefing on the current state of the war. Apparently the Rupert had claimed command as Inquisitor General, and was in the process of bloodily purging anyone who argued while simultaneously fighting off a major orc attack. He seemed quite happy about the whole thing. A nice change of pace, he said. The only spot in the mustard was that man on the top of the list, Lord General Oromov, had done a runner. He'd apparently left his post to visit some rogue trader, and his strike team had missed him. By any chance did we know where he'd run off to? Sarge was proud to report that we were inside the trader's planetside base and were, in fact, already planning our ambush on the traitors. This pleased the Rupert immensely, but Sarge ran into trouble when he asked for the trader's name or location so he could send reinforcements. Everyone did their best to remember and completely failed, only mentioned to offer some details about the landing pad area and the name of one subordinate. It only got worse when Nubby admitted that we were all actually prisoners, The Rupert wasn't phased, but we could see Alfred wince in the background. At least we were able to say that our interrogator was not only walking around free, but actively suborning the enemy. In the end, the Rupert vowed to do his best to pinpoint us using this down toward Mambo Jambo, then went off to see who was shooting holes in his wall with a sniper rifle, leaving us in a sort of awkward collective dream, which became progressively weirder until Doc managed to wake up, giving everyone a good kick. None of us were able to look at Tink without feeling uncomfortable for a while. After that, we all felt sorry for Twitch. No one should have to spend their entire night being continuously ambushed by commandos, especially not ones wearing maid uniforms and sporting Mekanderites. In the morning, a shift of guards came for us, and as promised, they didn't actually lock our cuffs. Similarly, when we picked up fumbles, we all felt the weight of his aura as the replacement untouchable activated a limiter. A whispered word from Doc stopped the cycle from starting a bloodbath the second his powers were returned, and we all followed the guards through the villa. While Sarge quietly went over the arrangements, with the guard captain and Doc brought fumbles up to speed, the rest of us sized up the untouchable. We had plans for him. Our exercise area was a large courtyard with a fountain at one end and a landing pad at the other. There were a few guards standing near doorways, and some more on the roof. Our escort warned us that these guards were not friendly. Bane and the Valkyrie were waiting near the fountain, next to a row of flower boxes which poorly concealed all of our gear. The interrogator was in costume again. He replaced his coat with one that matched the guards and got in a hat too. Once again, his rosette was visible just sticking out the front of the coat. None of us commented on this. We lined up within easy grabbing range of our weapons, while the interrogator explained the final details of his brilliant plan. The traitors and their foul Xenos master would be arriving shortly via shuttle, and we'd all be presented to them as a token of goodwill and proof of the traitors' competence. We'd be lined up right in front of our weapons, and as they came to inspect us and gloat that he and Ivana would move behind them, when he gave the signal, we'd seize our weapons and kill their personal guards, while our escort attacked the guards around us. After the guards were all dead, we'd take the traitors prisoner, or pile into the shuttle, and escape while a distraction kept off any pursuit. It sounded like a solid-sounding plan, and except for a few additions of our own, we intended to follow it. The interrogator walked over to the landing pad, a few of Ivana's guards split off to get into position, and we made what preparations we could without tipping off either set of guards. Before long, a standard-issue guard shuttle landed in the courtyard, and a half-dozen men in uniform got out. They were followed by a tall, thin figure in a cloak. The interrogator and Ivana greeted them, then led them our way. As they closed, we tried to pick out Lord General Orumov. He was the one target we were really committed to getting. The problem was that none of their insignia looked right. There were 2 bodyguards, a major, a colonel, and 2 generals, but no lords anything. We figured he was either in disguise or was hiding under the cloak, and scrambled to think of a way to make sure. In the end, we went for the unsubtle approach. When one of the generals stepped forward to gloat over us, Sarge looked him in the eye and vowed that, "You'll never get away with this, Orumov." This did not get the reaction we expected. Instead of surprise or denial, all we got was confusion. The general stopped, looked at Sarge, then back to his group, then back to Sarge. He shrugged and was about to start speaking, when nobody spoke up and accused the other general of being Orumov. When that didn't get a reaction, Tink said the man in the cloak was obviously Orumov and told him to take it off. The cloaked figure turned to the other general and asked the "Guy vos o" what an Orumov was. There was a brief discussion where it was explained that Orumov was the name of the Lord General that commanded the eastern front of the South Continent. Last they heard, he was holed up on the far side of the moon, planning his revenge on the Inquisitor General. So, yeah, wrong bunch of traitors. Awkward. Anyway, even if none of them was Orumov, someone had recognised the name. Twitch was watching the interrogator and Ivana for vampire orc shenanigans, and noticed the Valkyrie flinched like someone had tased her. He made several logical leaps, all of which were incorrect, but led him to the right response anyway. He screamed, "Plan B! Plan B!" and tackled the untouchable. Plan B was like Plan A, except we were fighting everyone instead of just the traitors' men and the traitors. Sarge grabbed one of the supposedly friendly guards and threw him at one of the bodyguards, while Nubby kicked the other in the groin with the full force of his augmented legs. Doc and Tink used the split second of breathing room to dig out our weapons, and Fumbles grabbed Twitch a roll of duct tape. Bane immediately drew his pistols and killed a bodyguard and the captain before he was forced to dodge a haymaker from Ivana. The haymaker completely missed the interrogator and knocked out the traitor general that had been coming up behind him. Then the cloaked figure and the surviving 2 officers started screaming about it being a trap. The bodyguard and guard, Sarge and Throne, shot each other, and the courtyard exploded into chaos. Honestly, we didn't have any idea what was going on. Guards were killing other guards. Reinforcements were coming in and trying to figure out who was the enemy. The traitors had scattered. And a very ominous sounding alarm was going off. The centerpiece of all this was a martial arts match between Bane and Ivana, which consisted entirely of him dodging her blows while asking her to search her heart. For our part, we started throwing smokes in every direction as fast as we could dig them out, and shot at anyone who seemed to be paying attention to us. Our goal was simple. We wanted to get onto that shuttle and get the hell out of there before we were all killed. The traitors and guards and traitor guards could kill each other to their heart's content after we were gone. Sarge led us in a scrambling run from cover to cover as we wrestled with packs half full of dirt and flowers and the very unhappy Untouchable. Now that we knew to look for it, the interrogator's screwed up probability field was obvious. Shots went wild, Doc and Nubby both jammed their guns, Twitch hit himself in the face with a rebounding smoke grenade, and Tink didn't even try to use his plasma gun. The Techie and Fumbles kept their heads down and dragged the Untouchable behind us as we ran. As bad as we were getting messed with by the interrogator's field, the Valkyrie and guards closer to Bane were getting it worse. Men would stumble into shots aimed at his back, guns would explode in their users' hands, and one man threw the pin at him instead of the grenade. Poor bastard. Ivana soaked a ton of punishment before a shotgun blast knocked her down to her knees. The interrogator gave her a little bow and sprinted after us. We made it to the shuttle without any major injuries, piled in, and gave the pilot a choice between an exciting new career in the Inquisition and a grisly death. Bane jumped in a second ahead of the slamming doors, and we rose into the air as the villa began to explode below us. Several cars and flyers emitted away before the whole thing went up, and the infuriated voice held us over the Vox. The rogue trader swore undying vengeance and promised Bane that he'd get him next time. Sarge left the interrogator to exchange witty banter and watched to make sure no one was following us. When we finished tormenting the trader, Bane smiled his stupid grin and congratulated everyone on a job well done. We might all be rough around the edges and nowhere near as experienced as him, but we'd pull through. In fact, he'd be proud to have us as permanent members of his team. A few years learning from him would turn us into real secret agents. Sarge smiled a grin even wider than the interrogators, signalled Twitch to turn off the Untouchable's limiter, and beat 7 kinds of shit out of the smarmy bastard. Tink's piloting skills were vastly improved by the Untouchable's aura of normality. He quickly familiarised himself with the shuttle's controls, and the pilot was taken to a seat in the passenger area. While he flew and Sarge worked out his anger issues, Doc voxed the Rupert and updated him on the situation. The Inquisitor General looked like he'd been having a great time and was only moderately disappointed, but we told him that Oberynne hadn't been there. He perked right back up when we told him about the traitors we had seen and gave him that tidbit about Oberynne hiding behind the moon. The Rupert immediately dispatched several assault shuttles, then gave us some very unwelcome orders. He wanted us to personally lead the assault and make sure Lord General Oberynne was captured alive. Well, actually, he gave the interrogator that order, but Bane was taped to the Untouchable and couldn't come to the Vox right now. Anyhow, it was an order, and if we do it about things for too long, the Lord General would probably escape and the whole mission would be a wash. We raided what supplies we could from the shuttle, got into position near the moon, and waited for our backup. While we waited, there was some discussion about what to do with the interrogator. There was no way we were going to let him lead the assault. Nubby and Twitch were in favour of misplacing him, as in misplacing him out of the airlock, but Sarge wasn't quite ready to kill a superior officer that hadn't actively tried to kill him. Doc's suggestion of tranking the interrogator was gaining traction when Tink spoke up. Perhaps, the Techie suggested, we could use his abilities to help us. He was great in the fight if you weren't in the danger zone, as he put it. So half an hour before our squad led the assault on the Lord General Oberynne's secret moon base, the interrogator was shoved into the escape pod and fired at it like a boarding torpedo. We left the tape on. Sarge said he'd probably be fine. So no shit, there we were, watching our interrogator rocketing into the distance and preparing to assault the secret moon base of a traitorous Lord General. That's not something you get to say often. We stopped into one of the assault shuttles and borrowed some void gear for the assault. No sense dying of asphyxiation before we even got to the enemy. The plan was simple. Kill or capture anyone who wasn't part of the strike force. The boys the Rupert sent us were pretty pumped to hear that. We didn't have any crazy complex strategies for them to follow. It was good that they were happy, because the assault began to look a lot more dangerous as we came around the moon. Lord General Oberynne's secret moon base was not actually very secret, mostly because someone had parked a bright red cruiser over it. Twitch alternated between aesthetically telling us that Orcs really had been behind everyone, and worrying about whether there were any commandos in the base. As far as we could tell, it wasn't attacking the base, just sort of hanging there. We were pretty sure that no one was dumb enough to try and hire a freebooter as a transport, but it certainly looked like that was what was happening here. We put in a quick call to the Navy, then chilled our heels until a hail of macro cannon shots came in at an appropriate fraction of light speed. While the Orcs re-evaluated their decision to hold still in what was mostly Imperial controlled space, we launched our assault. Our bow was in the second wave. None of us had real experience in void battles, so it was better to wait for the fight to get inside before we participated. As battles go, it was a pretty good one. We had more men, better troopers, and the element of surprise. It would have been a bit quick slaughter without the freebooters. The assault teams cut in from every direction, splitting up the defenders and wrecking the chain of command. They pinpointed the HQ within minutes, and we moved in for the kill. This was the sort of fight we liked. The enemy was in front of us, our flanks were secure, and we were the only ones with a decent heavy weapon. There wasn't any screen around with hallways and their limited cover. We just blasted through wall after wall, flashing the occupants, then hitting the biggest hostile with an overcharged plasma shot. Tink didn't get many more kills than the rest of us, but almost every orc we bagged was all him, and he only burned himself once. The real clincher was Fumbles, though. The Psycho was doing wonderfully. A little praise and whatever Nubby had given him while Sergeant Doc weren't looking had really improved his morale. It's amazing how much it helps to have someone who can pinpoint hostiles on the other side of the wall for you, and doubly amazing how much damage a simple invisible grenade can do. Fumbles didn't screw up a single time during the whole push, and even managed to shoot someone with his las pistol. The little guy felt like a superhero, and everyone within 20 or so meters felt like one too. Of course, battles didn't all go our way. Doc got to patch up all of us at some point or another, and we saw at least a dozen assault troopers go down as we cut through the middle of their fights. Honestly, we could have probably handled twice the number of hostiles we actually encountered, but none of us were complaining. We knew that our luck wouldn't hold out forever. Our push forward slowed and stalled as we neared the end, not because there was too much resistance, but because there wasn't any. The halls were empty except for corpses with autogun wounds. Sarge called a halt as we waited for our duct-taped untouchable to be brought forward by some troopers. We weren't going anywhere near the interrogator without him. Once the untouchable arrived, we got him crammed into Sarge's pack like a toddler, and made sure we could turn off his limiter in an instant. Our secret weapon ready, we carefully made our way forward until we heard voices and an ominous hum. Twitch edged around a doorway, flinched backwards, then waved us up. What we saw in there was at least the third weirdest thing any of us had encountered. The interrogator was tied to a table, and what looked like a ship's point defense laser was suspended above him. A massive orc with a gold-plated cyborg arm and a tricorn hat was slowly stomping in a circle around the table, and a pair of Gretchen were operating the laser's controls. As we watched, a beam about the size of an arm crackled out and started rotating up the table towards Bane. The gouged cut in the floor looked to be about 10 meters deep. While this was all rather odd, the outright weird part was what Bane and the freebooter were doing. As the beam crawled towards the interrogator's spread legs, he didn't scream or plead. Instead, he calmly talked with the orc.
You thought yous was more cunning than us, but Goldfingy's the cunningest orc there is. And I'm Goldfingy. Now, this here BB death laser is powerful enough to project a spot on the moon. But not this moon. Like if there was another one behind it, there'd be a spot on it.
Foul Xenos, do you expect me to talk?
What? No, you daft git. I expect you to die.
It's not moving very fast.
Shut up!
While we're waiting, why don't you tell me about your evil plans? It's not like I'm going to escape to tell anyone.
Don't really got one of those. Was gonna take the Bosch Umi's money, then push him out the airlock, but since my cruiser's run off, I'm really just planning to cut some nosy Umi in half with my death laser.
Oh, I don't suppose you'd be willing to let me go, or have a beautiful and emotionally vulnerable henchwoman?
Can't you guys make this thing go any faster?
At this point the beam was getting pretty close, and we felt it was time to do something. We weren't quite ready just to let the interrogator die, not when the mission was almost over, and we knew we couldn't subdue him at a moment's notice. Tink lined up a shot on what looked like the most critical component of the laser. The rest of us got ready to open fire, and Fumble sat in the corner since we wouldn't let him use his powers this close to the interrogator. Twitch fired. The Gretchens both exploded, and the laser went haywire. Before it cut off completely, the beam somehow split apart and simultaneously cut every single one of the interrogator's restraints. This did not surprise any of us. The first volley of blast fire hit the freebooter square in the chest, the second was stopped by his augmentic arm, and the third was delayed as we scattered away from a well-thrown stink bomb. Sarge and Dog took the right, peppering him with unaimed lasfire while frantically dodging a rain of slugs. On the other side, Twitch, Nubby and Tink all took careful aim at the back of the orc's head. Twitch's gun jammed, Nubby managed to hit the floor and the ceiling, and Tink's plasma gun overheated. All three troopers stared at each other in panic, then scattered as another stink bomb landed between them. As they ran, they were treated to the sight of Bane rising up behind the orc with a comically small switchblade. The way he jammed it into the freebooter's ear wasn't funny though. The massive orc started flailing around, frantically trying to dislodge the interrogator. Everyone took a second to appreciate the sight, then opened up on full auto, only pausing to reload or clear jams. As a side note, none of us bothered to try and miss Bane. We figured he'd take care of that himself. The freebooter finally dislodged the interrogator and threw him into a bank of cogitators, but he was obviously on his last legs. A final few volleys reduced into a bleeding pile of meat, and a jetpack made sure he wasn't getting back up. Twitch used 3 detonators for that, and we still had to get it to set off by shooting it with a lasgun from the hallway. That done, there was a round of high fives and celebratory smokes, which were interrupted by the sound of approaching boots. We all dove into cover, but Bane just stood there and faced down the dozen stormtroopers that thundered through the far door. Behind them came a man in a Lord General's uniform, and Ivana in a suit of powered armour. There was a brief, surprise staring match, then Lord General Oromov started monologuing. It wasn't the best monologue, we'd heard 1 or 2 really good ones, and this was only sort of middling. Sarge signalled everyone to start lining up their shots, quietly calling targets over the comm, while the idiots bantered. It was an agonising wait. Nubby and Tink both nearly cracked before it was all over, but it paid off. Bane dismissed something the traitor said, turned to face Ivana, and asked her if she would listen to her boss, or her heart. Doc threw up a little in his mouth. The Valkyrie went from 0 to 60 in about half a second. The 2 stormtroopers nearest to her were reduced to chunky salsa. Bane did some sort of ridiculous backflip behind a table, hefted the freebooter's shooter, and somehow managed to use it to hose fire across the troopers. While they did the showy stuff, we placed 4 solid headshots and knocked out the door controls behind the traitor. The fight ended with Oromov being suspended from one of Ivana's fists, while she used the other to lift the interrogator high enough for a sloppy makeout. Sarge voxed to Rupert to report our success, while Tink and Doc pried the terrified Lord General down and tranked him. Nubby and Twitch retrieved fumbles and verified that no hostiles were left in the area. At this point, Sarge called the mission a success, and started to reach behind his back to turn off the Untouchable's limiter. A second later, he was covered with a spray of bone and meat, as Bane casually blew the taped-up prisoner's head off. Couldn't let a traitor like that live, could he? We were all on pins and needles. It was like being trapped in a very small room with a sleeping Ursid. Doc carefully pulled the Lord General's back, Tink swapped his plasma gun for a las pistol, Twitch pushed Fumbles back, and Nubby made sure he had a clear path to the door. Sarge quietly asked the interrogator what he was going to do now. Bane looked at each of us in turn, then to Ivana, then back to Sarge. An expression that closely resembled thought crossed his face. Then it vanished, to be replaced with his vapid smile. "Now," he bellowed, "we party!" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Sarge facepalmed. The shit you put up with in this job. Anyway, we followed him out. It was easier than fighting it. We got back on a shuttle and flew back down to the Rupert's mansion, where the interrogator instigated a night of wild hedonism the likes of which none of us had ever seen. And we didn't see it now either. We locked ourselves in our rooms and tried to figure out just what the hell we were going to do now. Tink and Twitch voted for finding another untouchable and ending this shit now. The man was obviously a complete psychotic with no sense of right, wrong, or reality. Sergeant Dog wasn't so sure though. If he saw us coming, shit would go down real fast, and he was still technically murdering a superior officer. The Inquisition frowned on that sort of thing. Nubby advised patience. We managed to hide from a shitty interrogator before. We could do it again. Fumble suggested we ask the people standing in the hallway about a second before they knocked. 3 men entered our room. We recognised the one on the right. He was the interrogator who'd been our nominal superior while we were playing teacher. Now he was all done up in combat gear. The man on his left was an untouchable, but not a normal one. He had an aura like Fumbles and a suicidal depression, and that was with his limiter on. The middleman was tall, covered with scars and augments, and had a servo skull hovering over his shoulder. They made themselves comfortable, greeted us all by name, then congratulated us on surviving our mission. We kept our mouths shut and waited for the shoe to drop. Eventually they got tired of playing the big scary Inquisitors, and only getting monosyllabic responses, the middle one stood back and fished around in his shirt for something. He drew out a rosette, which identified him as a member of the Ordus Hereticus, and asked what our opinion was of Interrogator Bane Johns. Sar sat up a bit straighter, and asked why he was so interested in the position of a bunch of grunts. The Inquisitor smiled back and said we were the first team to survive a mission with him, so we were the best men to judge whether he was a dangerous untrained psyker who might become a serious threat to the Imperium. Every single one of us grinned like a kid in a candy store. Unfortunately, the moment was slightly spoiled by Twitch saying we thought Bane was a vampire orc. They let us watch when they stormed into party, deactivated the limiter, and drugged the drunken Inquisitor out behind them. It was glorious, especially when he kept trying to do martial arts moves and hit himself. It must suck to live a life where everything you do just magically works, then have it taken away. Nubby suggested that we should send him a card or something, perhaps a tasteful goodbye message like, "Enjoy your life in a size-shield inquisitorial dungeon. Don't forget to write." We really shouldn't have laughed at that, it only encouraged him. When they took Bane, Ivana had tried to put up a fight, but Oak's personal interrogator drew some sort of small sleek pistol, and the Valkyrie was asleep before she got half a meter. We heard him tell his men to pack her up. He knew someone who might want to offer her a job. We decided that this was a fairer chance as any of us had gotten, and went to bed. We stuck around the planet for a few days after the Inquisitor left, partially to see if the Rupert needed help, but mostly because we had to wait for a ship that was going our way. The dapper man was a little concerned over what had happened to our interrogator, but accepted our assurance that it was all for the best. He would have loved to spend some time swapping tales with us. Unfortunately, he was rather busy running the war. The Rupert said he intended to hand off command to some of the less corrupt generals after the purges, but everyone seemed to think he was doing a wonderful job, and wanted him to stay until the war ended. Hopefully that wouldn't take too many years. Morale had improved greatly after the purge, and deserters no longer seemed to be disappearing off planet in surprisingly large numbers. He put that down to the execution of Oromov and all his contacts, but we remembered the other group of traitors and weren't so sure. A few weeks later, we disembarked onto Oak's ship to find a runner waiting for us. Doc had thought ahead. He and Sarge had put together a full report during our travel time, so instead of a grueling oral examination, we just handed over the data slate and went our way. The welcome back party was much more our speed. Less loud music and mindless extravagance, more old friends. Nubby captivated everyone with the completely true tale of our adventure and his heroic exploits. Doc disappeared with his lady friend. Twitch introduced Pumbles to some new friends, and Tink managed to talk to Hannah, the cog girl, without getting slapped. Sarge watched it all and felt proud, then ducked out early after a runner passed him a note. The argument in Oak's office was heard by no one, and no device recorded it. If someone had been there to hear it, though, they might have heard the phrase, "killed over 30 teams," and "you used us like guinea pigs," repeated a few times. They might also have heard an older, quieter voice explain that only one type of person is allowed to dictate team composition on his ship. A few hours later, interrogator Greg Sargent left Oak's office and returned to the party holding a data slate. He sat, played with it for a while, then walked over to where Nubby and Twitch were sitting and swapping stories with old friends. He took a seat, grabbed a drink, and in a rhetorical way asked, "Where the hell is Tau Space?"